Chapter 1. Reading on New Year's Eve. In ancient times, the three dynasties of Wu, Chu, and Qi. In medieval times, the three dynasties of Wei, Liao, and Zhao. In recent history, the three dynasties of Liang, Jin, and Yao. And in the present era, the Great Shun established by our esteemed founder. Within the confines of the library, a youthful voice emerged from Lu Feiyun, who held a slender tome titled The Songs of the Dynasties of the Heavenly Protectorate. How many years has our great Qin dynasty existed? I have heard that our family's first ancestor was ennobled as a noble for aiding our founder in establishing the realm. Is that true? Lu Feiyun closed the book and inquired of his devoted maid, Lu Yi, who stood beside him. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yi replied, "Young master, our dynasty has been established for nearly 4 centuries. Your ancestor was a personal servant to our esteemed founder from a young age. When our founder rose to power and fought for dominion, your ancestor played a significant role, notably saving the founder's life on several occasions, which earned him the title of Earl. At that time, the founder rewarded his loyal subjects, and among the personal servants, there were over 20 families ennobled. Yet, after hundreds of years, only a few remain to carry on the lineage. I have told you countless times, when it's just the two of us, you may call me Yuner. There is no need for the formalities of young master." Lu Feiyun interjected, interrupting Lu Yi's narration. However, Lu Yi insisted, "Young master, the etiquette of hierarchy cannot be disregarded. While we servants must adhere to these customs, you, as the master, cannot be exempt. Although the head of our household, Earl Lin, is a newly appointed noble, he is still a direct descendant of the Lu family of Fufeng, which is not to be compared to ordinary nobles. We must pay heed to these rules." Lu Feiyun remained unconvinced. Why the need for such formalities? They are merely superfluous rituals. Moreover, does my father, a man of his stature, truly concern himself with such trivialities? Only my mother seems to constantly dwell on these meaningless conventions. Yet Lu Yi persisted. "How can you say that, young master? Earl Lin is a territorial noble and could be considered a newly established aristocrat, not to be compared with ordinary nobility. Our family's regulations are naturally more stringent than those of ordinary noble households." Lu Feiyun could only concede, "Fine, I cannot argue with you. You may call me whatever you wish. Just know that in my heart, you are not merely a maid, but my sister. You are among those most dear to me in this world, just like my own sisters. It is a blessing for me to serve you, young master. I cannot bear such generous treatment. I only hope for your swift recovery and liberation from misfortune." As Lu Yi spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "On this New Year's Eve, why speak of such sorrowful matters? Tell me how my father attained his title." Lu Feiyun hastily shifted the topic, for he only knew that his father, Lu Shihai, had recently been ennobled as a territorial noble in the Great Qin dynasty of the Heavenly Protectorate. However, the specifics of his ennoblement remained unclear to him. Upon hearing Lu Feiyun's curiosity about the Earl's achievements, Lu Yi's spirits lifted, and she adjusted her demeanor to respond. To speak of why the Earl was ennobled as a territorial noble is quite a tale. Territorial nobles are not common aristocrats throughout the empire's history. Fewer than 300 have been granted such titles. And now, there are only a little over 100 remaining. Without immense contributions, one cannot attain the status of a territorial noble. "Oh, so my father is quite remarkable then?" Lu Feiyun asked with excitement. "Indeed, your father is extraordinarily capable. Otherwise, how could he exchange the lives of tens of thousands from the North Wilderness for this title of Earl, thus establishing a blood-stained legacy for you?" Before Lu Yi could elaborate, a voice filled with deep resentment suddenly echoed from outside the library. Lu Feiyun had yet to grasp the situation when Lu Yi swiftly shielded him, shouting, "Help! Intruders! Assassins!" With a thunderous crash, the library door was forcefully flung open, hurtling toward Lu Yi and Lu Feiyun. Lu Yi instinctively thrust her hands forward, sending a wave of energy to meet the oncoming door, shattering it into countless splinters and allowing Lu Feiyun to escape unscathed. "Wow! I never expected Yi to be a martial artist, and apparently quite formidable." Hiding behind Lu Yi, Lu Feiyun had the mental capacity for such thoughts, for within his nearly 6-year-old body resided the soul of an adult. Indeed, the soul within Lu Feiyun was not native to this world, but belonged to a laborer from another realm, the early 21st century of Blue Star. Lu Feiyun recalled that he had merely taken a brief nap after lunch at a construction site. Upon awakening, he found himself inexplicably transformed into a newborn in this world. Rebirth? Transmigration? A dream? Lu Feiyun initially felt bewildered, followed by panic, then helplessness, and ultimately acceptance. The reason Lu Feiyun did not share the exuberance many others felt upon transmigration was that, after some time, he quickly discovered this new body was far from ordinary. It was afflicted with a congenital illness, frail and frequently ill, and its growth and development lagged significantly behind that of typical children. Moreover, its mental and physical vitality was merely half that of an ordinary child, rendering it a frail existence. Ah, Lu the Butcher truly spares no expense on you, this useless little wretch. He has even sent a young warrior to attend to you. Such a waste. Little girl, why not capture that little wretch and offer him to me as a token of apprenticeship? With your talent, I can guarantee that within 10 years, you will become a formidable martial artist, thus securing wealth and honor for yourself, rather than serving others as a maid. At that moment, an elderly man appeared within the library, surprised to witness such skill in a young maid. What is happening? This old man dares to tempt ye to surrender? Ye, stand firm. My life depends on you. In this tense moment, Lu Feiyun's mind wandered unexpectedly. North Wilderness? So you hail from the North Wilderness. If you seek the young master's life, you must first step over my corpse. As she spoke, Lu Yi swiftly flicked her left hand, unleashing a small object that shot towards the elderly man's face. Is that an anqi? Perhaps a small steel needle? Lu Feiyun could only glean a vague outline of the situation from behind Lu Yi as she blocked his view. Damnable little wretch! How dare you attempt to harm me with poison needles? Such delusions! The old man, incensed, abandoned his earlier intentions of recruitment. Chapter 2. The Elder from the North Wilderness. Damnable little wretch! How dare you attempt to harm me with poison needles? Such delusions! What a pity for my benevolent intentions. Very well. Then let both you and your little master perish together. Although Lu Feiyun could not see the unfolding scene, the fury in the North Wilderness Elder's voice allowed him to infer that Lu Yi's attack had not succeeded. Seizing the opportunity while the Elder was momentarily distracted, Lu Yi turned and scooped up Lu Feiyun, darting toward a window on the opposite side of the library. Trying to escape? Dream on? The Elder bellowed, slamming his palm down upon Lu Yi's back. His strike was precise, redirecting their trajectory away from the window and sending them crashing into a nearby bookshelf. With a series of cracking and crashing sounds, the shelves toppled one after another. Lu Feiyun found himself enveloped by the fragrance of the young girl, yet he had no mind to relish this rare fortune from his previous life. Moreover, he was still but a child, rendered powerless even if he wished otherwise. He felt the world spin around him, his head spinning, and the nauseating scent of blood filled the air, indicating that Lu Yi had been injured by the Elder's strike. Heavenly silkworm armor? This wasteful Lu the Butcher has outfitted a mere little maid with such an expensive heavenly silkworm armor. Truly extravagant. The North Wilderness Elder noted that although his palm had struck the young maid, it merely caused her to spit blood without claiming her life, let alone the child she cradled. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise, but after a moment's thought, he deduced that the maid must be wearing protective armor. The armor that could absorb half of his striking force must have been crafted from the precious silk of the heavenly silkworm. Such armor, while not exceedingly rare, was nonetheless quite costly. Among the tribes of the North Wilderness, only generals commanding thousands or tribal leaders were entitled to wear such a suit. Yet now, it was being donned by a lowly maid of the Lu family, inciting his ire and jealousy. Simultaneously, the North Wilderness Elder was consumed by a deep-seated hatred. One would have thought that with his cultivation and status, it would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut to slay a mere child. This should have been an effortless task, however. To his dismay, he faced repeated setbacks. It is time to put an end to this, you wretched creature. I shall take your life today to appease the souls of the countless fallen in the northern wilderness, ensuring that the butcher Lu lives forever in sorrow." The elder from the northern wilderness shouted fiercely before leaping into action, directing a powerful strike towards Lu Feiyun and his companion. A tremendous crash resounded, yet Lu Feiyun felt no significant force bearing down upon him. Instead, he heard the elder from the northern wilderness emit a muffled groan. "You remnants of the northern wilderness dare to seek death in my Lu residence." A resounding male voice echoed through the library, full of vigor and clarity. "Qin Cheng, I never imagined you had reached the realm of Su Zun. Even so, you remain no match for me. With your strength, you are still far from being able to protect this wretched child." Despite having blocked one of his attacks, the elder from the northern wilderness refused to relinquish his murderous intent towards Lu Feiyun. Qin Cheng, he was the one who had always stood by the old man's side, clad in battle armor day in and day out. Although Lu Feiyun was cradled in Lu Yi's embrace and could not see the surrounding chaos, he felt somewhat reassured upon recognizing Qin Cheng's voice. From what he had learned about Qin Cheng through snippets of conversation, he understood that Qin Cheng had long served as his father's personal guard, possessing formidable strength and prowess that ranked among the elite within the Lu residence. However, Lu Feiyun soon sensed an increase in the metallic tang of blood, realizing that Lu Yi had once again succumbed to her injuries and spat out more blood. "Yi sister, are you all right? Uncle Qin Cheng has arrived, so we need not fear that villain anymore." Lu Feiyun attempted to speak in a child's tone. "Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine, young master. Are you unharmed? I have always had a strong constitution, and I won't perish easily," Lu Yi replied, loosening her grip slightly to ease Lu Feiyun's discomfort. "Pain! It hurts! It hurts!" Only then did Lu Feiyun become aware of the sharp pain coursing through his body. He realized that in his previous state of heightened tension, he had neglected to consider that although Lu Yi had shielded him, he was still subjected to the impact of various debris, resulting in injuries. Now that his anxiety had somewhat subsided, he felt the unbearable pain manifesting in multiple areas of his body, prompting him to cry out in distress. On the other side, with his battle blade in hand, Qin Cheng declared sternly, "I wondered who it was. So it is the great shaman Kuli Butai of the Songlong tribe. But tell me, why have you gone to such lengths to disguise yourself today? Last time you attempted to assassinate my family's military leader, you were fortunate to escape. Now you dare to come for my young master yet again, and you do not even dare to show your true face. Are you afraid of losing face as a shaman of the Songlong tribe? Yet your unique combat skills cannot deceive everyone." The great shaman Kuli Butai replied coldly, "Qin Cheng, are you trying to buy time? I won't fall for your tricks. Today, I shall surely kill this wretched child and allow the butcher Lu to experience the agony of losing a child. You shall not impede me." Qin Cheng pointed the tip of his blade at Kuli Butai. "Is that so? Then let us see you try." With that, he swiftly swung his blade, and the two engaged in combat once more. Kuli Butai, however, did not wish to become entangled in a drawn-out fight, repeatedly seeking opportunities to strike at Lu Feiyun, only to be thwarted by Qin Cheng. The great shaman from the northern wilderness clearly possessed a higher level of cultivation than Qin Cheng, maintaining the upper hand. His palm strikes were exceedingly formidable. Even the residual force from his strikes shattered the wooden bookshelves, sending sheets of paper fluttering like white butterflies. Clad in battle armor and wielding his prized blade, Qin Cheng could barely defend against Kuli Butai's powerful hands. The formerly smooth surface of his armor now bore numerous handprints from the relentless blows. The two fought fiercely for several rounds. Just then, a cacophony of battle erupted from outside the library, growing increasingly intense and drawing nearer. Moreover, distant cries of battle could be heard, indicating that a large contingent from the Lu residence was rapidly approaching. "Great shaman, the Tiger's Might Iron Guards are closing in. We should retreat," a voice shouted from outside. In quick succession, a series of dull thuds were followed by anguished cries. Kuli Butai, glancing out of the corner of his eye towards the library's entrance, felt a jolt of apprehension. The Tiger's Might Iron Guards, Qin Dynasty crossbows. He saw dozens of soldiers clad in dark armor, their faces obscured by fearsome masks, advancing menacingly. The foremost among them brandished powerful crossbows, all aimed directly at him. These soldiers approached slowly, and on the ground lay the lifeless bodies of 4 of his subordinates, each pierced by multiple crossbow bolts. Kuli Butai found it increasingly difficult to fend off Qin Sheng while attempting to eliminate Lu Feiyun, and with the Tiger's Might Iron Guards closing in, he felt a growing sense of urgency. He realized that once surrounded by the Iron Guards, escape would be nearly impossible. Moreover, the Lu residence was fraught with hidden dangers in addition to the Iron Guards. Numerous martial artists from the Jianghu had been recruited as Green Willow protectors, many of whom were formidable fighters. With a resigned sigh, he turned and leaped out of the library, swiftly making his way through the ranks of the Tiger's Might Iron Guards, his hands moving in a flurry to create a path for his escape. Chapter 3. A loving mother and her sick child. As the formidable Kurabutai broke free from the encirclement of the Iron Guards, fleeing towards the estate's exit, Qin Sheng refrained from pursuing him. He hurried to stand protectively before Lu Feiyun and the other, brandishing his blade to shield them from any sudden retaliation from Kurabutai. Alas, they had escaped. Their lives were spared. It was only then that Lu Feiyun realized he was drenched in cold sweat. After such a tumultuous episode, Lu Feiyun, whose vitality was already inferior to that of ordinary individuals, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him as his tension dissipated. He soon became dizzy, his consciousness began to blur, and he involuntarily succumbed to slumber. When Lu Feiyun awoke again, it was already noon on the first day of the new year. He found his mother, Chu Biha, resting her head on the edge of his small bed. Fast asleep, beside her, a young maidservant was wide-eyed, intently watching him. "Young master, you are awake," the maid exclaimed in a hushed tone, her voice filled with delight, as she moved to rouse Chu Biha. Lu Feiyun quickly interjected, whispering, "Shua, do not wake my mother. Let her rest a little longer." As he gazed at his aging mother, who had begun to show strands of white hair, his heart was filled with both sorrow and sweetness. In his previous life, he had lost his parents at a tender age and was raised by his uncle. Consequently, he envied other children who were cherished by their parents while he had none. As he matured, the pangs of loneliness intensified, deepening his longing for familial affection. In this life, he had been granted the blessing of 2 parents who loved him dearly, and he treasured them immensely. Over the years, his parents had sacrificed so much for him. After all, he was a child beset by ailments, a constant source of worry. From the moment of his birth, he was frail and sickly, suffering from frequent fevers and colds far more than a typical child. His physical development was notably sluggish. He could only roll over at 1 year, sit up and crawl at 3, walk at 4, and speak at 5. Ultimately, his mental and physical stamina fell significantly short of that of his peers. Before the age of 5, he required thrice the sleep of children his age. Even after receiving treatment from esteemed physicians for over a year, he still found himself sleeping twice as long as others. His physical strength was only half that of his contemporaries, leaving him utterly fatigued after minimal exertion. In his early years, numerous doctors had deemed him destined for an early demise, unlikely to survive beyond 12 years. This prognosis had plunged his parents into profound sorrow. In their quest to cure his strange afflictions, his parents had traveled far and wide, seeking renowned healers. Despite depleting their resources and seeing little improvement, they never relinquished hope for his recovery. The heart of a parent, particularly his mother, who sacrificed her nights to care for him, scarcely able to enjoy a peaceful sleep. During the day, she managed the family business, earning the funds necessary to sustain the considerable expenses of their household, particularly those incurred by his treatment, which amounted to astronomical sums. Lu Feiyun sighed inwardly, reflecting, "My mother is a noblewoman yet to reach 40, accustomed to a life of luxury, and should appear more youthful than her peers. Yet, she has aged prematurely, her hair graying and wrinkles forming, all born from the burdens of nurturing me." Clearly, his mother, Chu Biha, was a light sleeper, for the hushed conversation between the maid and Lu Feiyun roused her to Yuner. "You are awake." Her face radiated joy and tenderness. "Do you still feel pain?" Lu Feiyun gently shook his head. "Not too much, mother. I can endure it. That is well. Do not fear, for Elder Jiang has already examined you. You are not gravely injured, only some superficial wounds that will heal in a few days." "Indeed," Lu Feiyun had retained the same name in this life, and his appearance mirrored that of his childhood in his previous existence. Perhaps this was the reason for his reincarnation into this world. At that moment, the maid returned with a bowl of assorted congee, which Lu's mother personally fed him. Lu Feiyun had scarcely consumed half a bowl when another maid entered the room. After greeting Lu Feiyun, she approached his mother and whispered something in her ear. Lu Feiyun noticed a change in his mother's demeanor. Her expression grew somewhat cold. Curiously, he inquired, "Mother, what has happened to make you so displeased?" "It is nothing significant. Besides, you are still young and may not comprehend it. I have matters to attend to. I shall return shortly to keep you company. Is that all right? For now, rest a while longer." His mother set down the congee bowl, stood, and prepared to leave. However, Lu Feiyun felt restless. In truth, he had only sustained minor injuries, which did not hinder his ability to rise. His fainting was primarily due to his frail constitution being startled. Having eaten something, he felt a bit more energized and longed to move about. "Mother, I wish for you to stay a little longer. Or perhaps you could take me outside for a stroll?" "Please, Mother? I feel quite stifled being alone in here," Lu Feiyun pleaded, his voice filled with childish charm. Perhaps influenced by his tender age, Lu Feiyun found his thoughts occasionally drifting to a more juvenile state. After a moment's contemplation, his mother acquiesced. Although Lu Feiyun had spent several years in this world, his fragile body and the limited time he spent awake confined his movements to a small area. Aside from a modest courtyard, Fuyo Courtyard, he was permitted access to the adjacent library. The courtyard was small, comprising only a few scattered rooms, serving as the residence for Lu Feiyun and his maidservants. In its center lay a small pond, surrounded by low-growing fruit trees and flowers. Since he learned to walk, Lu Feiyun had enjoyed strolling along the path encircling the pond. The library was a privilege granted only after Lu Feiyun expressed a desire to learn to read. As for the rest of the Lu estate, he had little knowledge of its expanse. "By the way, Mother, how is Sister Yi doing? Why is she not here with us? Has she been harmed by wicked people? Is she gravely injured? I want to see her." Lu Feiyun suddenly remembered his constant companion, Lu Yi, who was conspicuously absent from the courtyard, a twinge of worry mingling with his desire to venture outside. "She has been severely injured by villains and is now recuperating at home. However, there is no need to be overly concerned. She will recover in a few months. Do you wish to visit her?" His mother replied, somewhat surprised, "Indeed. If it weren't for Sister Yi yesterday, I cannot say whether I would even see you again. That villain was terrifying, and I was so frightened," Lu Feiyun expressed, his face reflecting genuine fear. His mother's expression shifted through various emotions before she sighed. "Indeed. Yuner, you must remember this. Although Yi is but a maidservant, she has been your closest companion, distinct from ordinary servants." Chapter 4. Following the trail, you treat her kindly. While it may not align with etiquette, it is entirely appropriate in terms of sentiment. Only in doing so can you truly earn her unwavering loyalty, Lu's mother, Chu Biha, advised Lu Feiyun earnestly. Lu Feiyun was taken aback, bewildered by her words. What does this have to do with wanting to visit Sister Yi? Why must it lead to such a lengthy discourse on managing subordinates? Though he had been a mere laborer in his previous life, he was an enthusiast of history. Moreover, having consumed numerous palace intrigue dramas, he had gleaned some understanding of rudimentary power dynamics. Seeing Lu Feiyun's confusion, his mother couldn't help but chuckle softly, musing, "Yuner is still just a young child. Why am I imparting such lessons to him? How could he possibly grasp these concepts?" Yet, she also sighed inwardly, recognizing that being born into a noble family and facing such tumultuous times necessitated a more astute mindset. Some matters he would inevitably confront one day. "Very well, today I shall seize the opportunity to impart another lesson. Do not blame your mother for being harsh. I have prematurely stripped you of your innocent childhood. After all, you were born into the illustrious Lu family, the sole heir of the Earl of Lin Un, the Count's only wife. The matriarch of the Lu family, Lu Feiyun's mother, Chu Biha, hailed from a once prominent but now declining noble lineage. At 20, she married Lu Shihai, who was over a decade her senior. Having studied for several years at the prestigious Tiandu Changluo Taozhu Business Academy, she was well versed in the art of commerce. After marrying into the Lu family, she established the Levying Trading Company with her dowry, accruing considerable wealth for her family. In recent years, the costs incurred in seeking treatment for Lu Feiyun had been staggering. Relying solely on the modest tax revenues from Lu Shihai's fief and his meager salary as a county official was far from sufficient. Moreover, the overall expenses of the Lu household were already substantial. Without Chu Biha's meticulous management of the Levying Trading Company, none of this would have been feasible. You may go see, however, before that, I must first take you to meet someone, who will then accompany you to see her. Does that sound agreeable? Certainly. I have heard enough of this. Upon witnessing Lu Feiyun's acquiescence, Lu Mu embraced her tightly and made her way out of the courtyard, followed closely by a throng of maids and women. As they exited the gate, they encountered 4 individuals standing nearby. Among them, 2 were clad in iron armor, their waists adorned with battle blades and strong crossbows, standing rigidly with solemn expressions. Even upon the sight of the mistress of Lu Manor, Chu Biha, they merely offered a curt salute with crossed arms and paid her no further attention. The other 2, dressed in plain attire devoid of armor, hastened forward to bow respectfully upon seeing Lu Mu. Since Lu Feiyun had begun frequenting the library, he had often encountered these individuals. He had inquired about them from Lu Yi and learned that they were dispatched to safeguard him. In truth, there were not only these 4 around the small courtyard, but also many others concealed in the shadows. The precise number was unknown even to Lu Yi. These individuals hailed from 2 distinct factions. Those in armor were the private militia of the Earl of Linen, known as the Formidable Tiger Guards, whose reputation instilled fear in many. They were recognized soldiers by the Empire, albeit their salaries and armaments were funded directly by Earl Linen himself. Were it not for his marriage to a wealthy goddess of fortune, he would find it challenging to maintain a large contingent of Tiger Guards. The ones in plain clothes were the Manners Guards, primarily martial artists from the Jianghu, affiliated with the Green Willow Mercantile. Essentially civilians rather than soldiers, according to imperial law, only military personnel are permitted to don armor and wield crossbows, while civilians are prohibited from doing so. Moreover, only noble landowners are entitled to establish private armies. No matter how wealthy or noble one might be, they could only retain guards, not form private militias. Of course, regarding the enforcement of such laws, the authority of the current dynasty had waned considerably over time. The private equipping of guards with armor and crossbows had become a common occurrence. Upon exiting the Fuyo courtyard and navigating through several turns, the group arrived at a modest square. Surrounding the square stood dozens of guards, while within it, 100 or more individuals were either standing or kneeling. Lu Feiyun noticed that some young maids from his courtyard were among the crowd, kneeling in distress. What could have transpired? Several head guards, under the leadership of an elderly steward, hurried forward to greet Lu Mu, inviting her to take a seat in the prominent position at the front row of chairs. Lu Mu settled Lu Feiyun on her lap and inquired of the elderly steward. "What have you discovered?" The steward respectfully replied, "Madam, we have essentially unraveled the matter. It is confirmed that there were indeed traitors within, colluding with external enemies, who revealed the young master's whereabouts yesterday. Indeed, I suspected as much." Lu Mu responded, "How could the enemies know Yunar's precise location? Typically, he would have returned to rest by that hour. It was only yesterday that he had an impromptu desire to visit the library. Yet, within less than half an hour, he encountered a fierce attack. It would be strange if there were no internal informant." Lu Mu frowned. The steward continued, "Yes, madam. At that time, only 27 individuals were aware of the young master's visit to the library. Among them were 6 maids from Fuyo Courtyard, 16 guards and soldiers, and 5 guards and attendants from the library. Both the guards and soldiers from Fuyo Courtyard were on duty and had no contact with others. The individuals within the library were similarly isolated, save for a few young maids attending to the young master who had interacted with others after he entered the library. Upon hearing the steward's detailed account, Lu Mu cast a disapproving glance toward the kneeling maids. The young maids, all in their teens, were immediately struck with terror, repeatedly bowing their heads in apology, their family members doing likewise behind them. Lu Mu coldly surveyed the maids for a moment before saying, "Enough. You have knelt for quite some time. There is no need to feign pity any longer. Rise. I trust you lack the courage to betray the Lu family. Now, tell me, who among you has mentioned Yunar's whereabouts to outsiders?" The young maids exchanged glances, and soon 4 of them swore they had never uttered a word about the young master's visit to the library. Only one, pale-faced and trembling, timidly spoke up, "It is true. It was I who, while pouring water outside the courtyard, lingered a moment and happened to encounter the errand boy, Xiao Wu. He inquired why I was idling outside. And I casually replied that the young master was not in the courtyard and had just gone to the library. Madam, I would never dare to harm the young master. No, I would never wish to harm him. The young master treats us servants so well. I only wish for his long life. How could I ever harbor thoughts of causing him harm? Woo-woo, madam. Please see the truth. After listening for a while, Lu Feiyun finally understood that the matter revolved around the fierce attack from last night. So, it was indeed an internal traitor. Yet, he found it hard to believe that the few maids around him would wish him harm. Lu Mu turned her gaze toward the elderly steward, who nodded and instructed a nearby guard with a few words. The guard promptly departed, and shortly after, a young man of 17 or 18 years was brought in by two guards. He wore a loose robe, his face pale and devoid of color, with a few drops of blood seeping from the garment, having clearly endured severe torture. The steward explained, "This young man, Xiao Wu, is merely a servant, usually tasked with menial chores. The young master's visit to the library last night was relayed by him to Chen." "Chen? Which Chen?" Lu Mu inquired, furrowing her brow once more. Chapter 5. The Past of Chen. Upon hearing Lu Mu, Chu Biha's inquiry, the steward promptly recounted the details regarding Chen. "She is responsible for the daily procurement of sundries for the 3 courtyards. Last night, upon receiving Xiao Wu's message, she hastily concocted an excuse to leave the manor for shopping. Within less than a stick of incense's time, she led several bandits disguised as deliverymen into the manor. Subsequently, she personally guided these bandits to the vicinity of the library, indicating its precise location, thus allowing them to launch a direct assault on the library. After the bandits were repelled, Chen attempted to hang herself but was caught in the act." The steward continued, "At that moment, I noticed something unusual about Chen's behavior. So I detained her. We followed the trail from the individuals in Fuyo Courtyard and traced it back to her." Lu Mu pressed on, "Oh, Chen, where is she now? Has she confessed?" "She has confessed and has not denied or concealed anything. She has been brought here," the steward replied. "Bring her forth. I wish to inquire directly why she would wish to harm my son." "Yes, madam," the steward commanded, and several guards ushered in a pair of mother and daughter into the square. Chen appeared to be around 40 or 50 years old, her demeanor calm and composed, showing no signs of fear, while her daughter trembled in terror beside her. After pondering for a moment, Lu Mu suddenly recalled something and said, "Chen, I remember now. When the master led the army to decimate the northern wilderness, he rescued tens of thousands of our citizens who had been captured by the northern savages. Most returned to their homelands. Yet there were hundreds of women and children left homeless, whom the master took in as private servants for their care. You were one of them, were you not?" "Indeed," Chen replied coldly. "Then why would you wish to harm my son?" "The Lu family has never wronged you," Lu Mu replied, slightly frowning. "Wronged me? Ha! If I were truly a citizen of the Chen dynasty, the Lu family would be my benefactor. But alas, I am not of the Chen people. I am the daughter of the chief of the Northern Wilderness Wolf tribe. Lu Butcher slaughtered my brothers and sisters on the battlefield and annihilated my family outside of it. This enmity is irreconcilable. What is one son's life to me? I only lament being a mere daughter, powerless to avenge my family." Chen's voice grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, her tone rising. "It is laughable that in my youth, I was foolish enough to admire the characters of the Chen dynasty, don their garments, and often dressed as a Chen woman. One day, when I wore my favorite Chen attire, my mother caught me. In her fury, she scolded me, 'You are so ignorant. Your father and brothers were slain by the southern Chen's Lu Butcher, yet you still have the heart to dress as a Chen woman. I shall make you a Chen person for life, forever in the company of Chen people.' Thereafter, she beat me severely and locked me with the Chen female slaves. That night, when Lu Butcher led his army to attack, all the tribesmen, regardless of age or gender, were slaughtered. Because I was locked in with the Chen women, dressed as one of them, and severely injured, I narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, I usually kept my face veiled, and the captured Chen women had never seen my true face, mistaking me for one of their own, thus allowing me to survive." Upon hearing this, Lu Mu raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyun found it astonishing. Wasn't this a classic revenge plot straight out of the historical dramas of his past life? Chen continued, "Later, to seek revenge, I entered the Lu manor as a servant. However, as a mere woman, how could I easily confront the formidable Lu Butcher? In the past, I lived in comfort and could not endure the hardships of martial training. My martial prowess is meager, and I have learned no skills of poisoning or assassination, so I could only bide my time and endure. And endure I did, for over 20 years, during this time. Yu Chu bore Lu Butcher 3 daughters and finally gave birth to a son, but he turned out to be a perpetually sleepy, sickly fool. Ha ha ha! At that moment, I was overwhelmed with joy. The wolf god had manifested, and retribution was at hand. Ha ha ha! Hearing her laugh out loud, a guard reprimanded her, but was silenced by Lu Mu, who gestured for Qian Shi to continue. Who would have thought that a detestable old wretch would emerge from nowhere a few years ago? They actually discovered the root of this little beast's affliction, and after extensive nurturing and treatment, they managed to awaken his spirit. His body and vitality have gradually improved. The hatred I feel is profound. I had already lost all hope and was ready to abandon the thought of vengeance, resigning myself to a dull existence for the remainder of my days. Yet perhaps the wolf god would not allow it. Just days ago, upon leaving the estate, I fortuitously encountered a formidable warrior from the northern wilderness, an old acquaintance. By chance, we struck up a conversation. That elder was merely passing by, hoping for a stroke of luck to find an opportunity to slay a few of Lu's butcher kin to vent the grievances of years gone by. Chu Shi, initially, he intended to target you. It was your son who shielded you from this calamity. I understand that the awakening of the little beast's spirit has reignited immense hope for your Lu family. If that hope were to be extinguished now, it would surely plunge you and Lu the butcher into unbearable despair. Heh heh heh. At that time, that Wu boy had become infatuated with my maid. I feigned interest in his observations of the little beast's whereabouts, hoping it would afford my maid the opportunity to approach him and secure a future by his side. The lad, entranced by beauty, certainly put forth great effort. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu glanced at the unconscious Wu servant, letting out a soft sigh. Last night, he had just learned of the little beast's visit to the library and hurried over to inform me. Seizing the moment, I led the elder and his entourage into the estate. Alas, how unfortunate! I never anticipated that you, Chu Shi, had arranged elite warriors among the little beast's maidservants, thus allowing him to escape with his life. What a pity! What a disgrace! After saying this, Qian Shi appeared to shed the heavy burden she had borne for years, her emotions spiraling out of control as she alternated between raucous laughter and wailing. At that moment, even her daughter, who had been trembling in fear, was left dumbfounded, staring at her in shock. Lu Mu silently allowed Qian Shi to vent her pent-up fury, and when her emotions had somewhat calmed, she remarked, "I had thought it was merely a case of familial betrayal, deserving of severe punishment to serve as a warning to others. Yet, I never expected it to be an external vendetta. Alas, out of emotion, I would gladly flay the two of you to alleviate my bitterness." After saying this, Lu Mu turned to Lu Feiyun and asked, "Yuner, can you comprehend what this madwoman is saying?" Lu Feiyun was taken aback. How could this possibly involve her? She was but a mere 6-year-old child. Moreover, today marked the very first day of her 6th year. Lu Feiyun could scarcely fathom why her mother would direct a question at her. Logically speaking, what could a child of her age possibly understand? How was she to respond? Yet, she could not remain silent. Lu Feiyun pondered for a while, drawing upon the experiences from the dramas and novels of her previous life. Before stammering, "Well, mother, I think this woman is wicked. She wants me to die, to never see my parents again. But it seems that father killed her parents first, which is why she wants to do this. This woman is very bad, but she also seems somewhat pitiable." Hearing Lu Feiyun's fragmented statements, Lu Mu's eyes sparkled with a newfound light. Yuner is truly clever. Chapter 6. Sent to the northern wilderness. Listening to Lu Feiyun's halting words, Lu Mu's eyes glimmered with intrigue, and she could not help but smile. Yuner is indeed wise. This wicked woman wishes to harm our Yuner, and thus deserves our utmost contempt. Yet, she seeks vengeance for her family, proving herself to be a fiercely loyal and passionate woman. If it were a case of familial betrayal, she would rightly deserve a severe and heavy punishment, subjected to all manner of suffering before meeting her end, as a warning to others, as a means to uphold family discipline. However, since it is an external vendetta, there is no need for such measures. There is no necessity to further torment her. It would be kinder to grant her a swift release. Qian Shi smiled bitterly, addressing her daughter. It is but a pity you remain blissfully unaware, and in the prime of your youth, you must accompany your mother to the afterlife. Very well, your father has already departed this world for the Liu family. Let us, mother and daughter, join him below. After all, he is deaf and mute, and there is no one down there to keep him company. It must be quite lonely. Upon hearing this, the girl was struck with terror. Yet Lu Mu coldly declared, Qian Shi, worry not. Your daughter is oblivious to the truth. I respect you as a woman of great fortitude, so I shall spare her life. I will send her to the northern wilderness. Back to your homeland, the Wulong tribe. Let her return to her roots. Although, many years ago, your Wulong tribe's stronghold, the Wuda tribe, was nearly decimated by my husband, the Wulong tribe is ultimately a core clan of the northern wilderness. Many other branch tribes have remained largely unscathed. Even within your Wuda tribe, several direct descendants survived due to their absence from the main camp at that time. Thus, I believe that if your daughter returns to the Wulong tribe, she will be well cared for, will she not, Qian Shi? Sent to the northern wilderness, sent to the Wulong tribe. No, no. You cannot send her to the northern wilderness. You must not send her to the northern wilderness. Lady Chu, I implore you, please grant her a swift end. Do not send her to the northern wilderness. Just kill her now. Upon hearing Lu Mu's intention to send her daughter to the northern wilderness, Qian Shi was instantly struck with horror, and those present also turned pale. The northern wilderness. It is the northern wilderness. Although the various tribes on the vast grasslands of the northern wilderness are currently embroiled in chaos, they share a common enemy, the Dian dynasty of the Tiangong Empire. Most tribes of the northern wilderness harbor deep-seated animosity toward the Chen people, frequently raiding the borders of the Chen dynasty, capturing Chen people as slaves, treating them as mere livestock. Among them, young women fare even worse than pigs or dogs. Those who are abducted become tools and playthings for northern wilderness men, living in abject misery, truly. A fate worse than death. How could Qian Shi, once the jewel of the core tribe of the northern wilderness, be unaware of such matters? How could the Liu family, residing on the border, be ignorant of this? Of course, at this moment, Lu Feiyun had yet to fully immerse herself in this world, and thus could not comprehend the terror of those around her. Though Qian Shi's daughter possessed half of the northern wilderness bloodline, would Lu Mu, Lady Chu, allow the northern wilderness tribes to discover this? Moreover, the tribes of the northern wilderness are notoriously discordant. Aside from a few individuals from the Wulong tribe who might treat her kindly, which other tribes would even care? As Qian Shi contemplated this, she first begged for mercy, only to subsequently unleash a torrent of curses, attempting to provoke Lu Mu into a murderous rage, hoping she would grant both mother and daughter a swift end. Yet, how could Lu Mu act according to her wishes? Lu Mu continued, knowing this, why did you act as you did in the first place? If you seek vengeance, you must be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Did you not consider these consequences before you struck? I had believed that with the capabilities of that elder, he would easily capture the little beast, using him as leverage to ensure the safety of my daughter and myself. But I never expected. Qian Shi faltered, murmuring, I never anticipated that he would merely regard you as a tool. Who would care for your life or death? Lu Mu, her expression devoid of emotion, completed her thought. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of regret flickered in Qian Shi's eyes, as memories of that fateful day resurfaced. On that day, she had been but a teenage girl, the daughter of the great chief of the Wulong tribe. Known as Wu Tuname, she had joyfully ridden her horse across the grasslands, only to witness a brave warrior from another tribe returning from the southern Chen lands with a wealthy woman in tow. Though the woman was of mediocre beauty, her exquisite Chen attire made her appear stunningly beautiful in Qian Shi's eyes. That day, she had donned the garb of a wealthy Chen maiden, reciting Chen poetry, and entered her father's council tent, captivating the gaze of all the tribal warriors. Her father had laughed heartily, proclaiming, My pearl of the Wulong tribe, you resemble a princess more than any princess of the southern Chen. I shall conquer vast territories of Chen lands for my grassland pearl, capturing a horde of Chen people to make her a true princess of the Chen. Ha ha ha. Then, on that day, the Liu butcher had come. Mistaken for a Chen woman, she had narrowly escaped. Yet, she witnessed her mother and family fall victim to the blades of the Chen warriors. Her heart shattered, but she dared not reveal herself to save her own life. She marred her once beautiful visage, adopting an ugly countenance. On that day, She wed a deaf-mute of her own choosing, bearing the agony in her heart while feigning joy. That day, having resigned herself to obscurity, she encountered a powerful warrior from the northern wilderness, one she had once toasted in honor. The flames of vengeance ignited within her once more. Now, everything had come to an end, yet it had cost her daughter dearly. Chen Shi's eyes dimmed, void of life. Only ashes remained. Lu Mu waved her hand, and several guards swiftly escorted Chen Shi and her daughter away. Lu Mu then cast a glance at the unconscious Wu servant and ordered that he and his family be sent to the mines as laborers. As for the several young maidservants from the Fuyou courtyard, they were to be reassigned elsewhere, replaced with new faces. Having concluded the matter, Lu Mu remarked, "This recent attack from a formidable foe, while aided by Chen Shi as an insider, could have been avoided had the estate's rules not grown lax over the years. Although our Lu family has always treated our servants well, recognizing their humanity, you must also understand your status as slaves. Abide by the rules of the Lu family and remain loyal to us. If the Lu family thrives, you shall enjoy peace and prosperity without worry for your sustenance. Should the Lu family fall, you too shall face the same fate, and the uncertainties of life and death loom. A master who treats their servants and slaves as kindly as the Lu family does is indeed rare. You should consider yourselves fortunate that nothing grave has befallen your young master this time." The moment Lu Matriarch's words left her lips, all the guards surrounding her, as well as the crowd in the square, knelt in profound loyalty to the Lu family. Lu Feiyun thought to himself, "My goodness, I once believed our family was merely a large landowner with official status, yet it turns out we are also a notorious slave owner." After indicating for them to rise, Lu Matriarch spoke again, her voice ringing with authority. "The Lu family has always treated its subordinates well, and those who have shed blood for us have never been wronged. Where is Lu Yihu? Madam, Yihu is here." A burly man stepped forward, his right sleeve conspicuously empty. Lu Matriarch's previously icy demeanor softened into a smile as she addressed him kindly. "Yihu, you are one of the women and children brought back from the northern wilderness by the master, are you not?" "Indeed, madam, I am one of those saved by the master from the northern wilderness. When the master discovered my youth and homelessness, he took me in. He not only raised me but also had me taught various skills, and helped me find a wife and start a family. My life, no, the lives of my entire family, are all owed to the master. I, Lu Yihu, would dare not pledge anything less than my life and loyalty." The one-armed man spoke with fervor. Good, excellent. Not only are you unwaveringly loyal, but you have also raised a fine daughter. You and your daughter have both shed blood for the Lu family, even at the cost of your own lives. Such loyalty deserves the Lu family to fulfill its duty as your master. Lu Matriarch praised him repeatedly. Chapter 7. A visit to Yi. After Lu Matriarch's commendations, she continued, "From this day forth, the status of Lu Yihu and his family will be elevated by 3 ranks. Your son will be accepted as an inner disciple of Xiao Zun and will serve closely by Yun'er's side. Your and your wife's positions will also be correspondingly elevated. Furthermore, your daughter will receive 5 taels of red crystal as a reward, along with a volume of Xiao Master Realm techniques." Lu Matriarch's voice rose high, eliciting admiration from the crowd in the square and the guards surrounding them. Even the old steward could not help but raise an eyebrow. It seems Lu Yihu's family is about to prosper. Especially with his son being appointed as the young master's personal attendant, his future is boundless. However, Lu Matriarch continued, "Yihu, last night, Yi was gravely injured while saving Yun'er, who is quite worried and wishes to see how she is faring. Please take him to visit her shortly." At this declaration, not only was Lu Yihu taken aback, but the surrounding crowd froze, and even the old steward's eyes darted about. During last night's assault by the formidable enemy, every brave soul who stepped forward to fight received a reward of 1 tael of gold. The injured were granted an additional tael of red crystal, with further compensation based on the severity of their injuries. As for those who perished in battle, their families would be elevated a rank, and they would receive 5 taels of red crystal, with their children granted priority for cultivation. Those without family would receive a proper burial. The remaining meritorious individuals, Qin Mu, you shall be responsible for rewarding them according to their deeds. The old steward, Qin Mu, nodded in agreement. Once these matters were concluded, Lu Matriarch instructed a female attendant beside her to carry Lu Feiyun while accompanying Lu Yihu to visit Lu Yi. Lu Feiyun's concern for Lu Yi's injury stemmed not only from her sacrifice to save him but also from the deep bond they shared. Lu Yi was, in his heart, the closest person to him aside from his parents and siblings. Since childhood, Lu Feiyun had been frail and sickly, his development sluggish, perhaps a side effect of his reincarnation. Until he turned 1 year old, he spent most of his time in a daze, neither fully awake nor fully asleep, lacking coherent memories. It was not until he reached 1 year that his consciousness began to clear. However, the subsequent growth process was maddening. He could only roll over at 2 years, sit and crawl at 3, stand and walk at 4, and speak at 5. It was not that he did not wish to move more. It was simply that his body would not cooperate. Compared to this, being bedridden and sleeping twice as long as his peers was hardly a significant issue. Initially, he was filled with dread and despair. After enduring the arduous journey of reincarnation, he found himself trapped in a body that could not even roll over. In such a state, how could he hope to exert any influence in this new world? He feared he would be utterly incapable of managing even the most basic aspects of life. A fate most lamentable and tragic. Eventually, after several physicians concluded that he was destined to die young, living no more than a few short years, the servants attending him grew increasingly neglectful. While his parents were present, the servants tended to him with utmost care, but once they departed, they took every opportunity to be lazy and dismissive. Especially at night, some night shift attendants would curse him to die sooner, right in front of him. Over time, he discovered that among those who served him, only Lu Yi was devoted to his care. She noticed his struggle to roll over and diligently assisted him with exercises daily, never wearying of the task. The same devotion extended to his efforts to sit, stand, walk, speak, and write. During that time, he often heard Lu Yi whisper to him, when no one else was present, "Yuner, they all say you are destined to be a burden. A short-lived wretch, but I refuse to believe it. You snatched half the milk from the tigress. How could you possibly be a waste, a short-lived ghost? You will grow strong and live long, just like the tigress. You must persevere." As the days turned into years, Lu Yi became the person who spent the most time caring for him, showering him with the most tender affection. It can be said that Lu Feiyun's survival and refusal to succumb to madness or despair stemmed largely from Lu Yi's unwavering encouragement over the years. Under her attentive guidance, he gradually learned to roll, crawl, sit, and eventually talk and write. Without Lu Yi, he could scarcely imagine what state he would be in now, perhaps already mad or utterly despondent. Thus, in his heart, Lu Yi was akin to a close family member, a sister, no different from his own flesh and blood sisters. Lu Yihu led the way, traversing through gates and courtyards, finally arriving at a spacious courtyard with several rows of houses. Each row divided into 10 smaller courtyards. Lu Yihu guided everyone into one of the smaller courtyards. The courtyard was modest, spanning about 100 square meters, yet it housed several small rooms. Lu Yihu called out loudly, "Wife, come out and greet the young master." No sooner had he spoken than a woman's voice came from a side room. "Why are you shouting? Our daughter has just fallen asleep. What will you do if you wake her?" Yelling nonsense in broad daylight. Does the young master really need to come to our humble abode? The woman emerged from the room, her expression somewhat irate, ready to reprimand Lu Yihu. However, upon seeing the young master cradled in the maid's arms, she was momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of recognition, she finally acknowledged Lu Feiyun's identity and was about to kneel in reverence. Having been in this world for some time, Lu Feiyun understood that some of the principles and practices from his previous life might not apply here, and he needed to adapt. Thus, he accepted the woman's gesture of respect with composure, even as he felt a twinge of discomfort. "Are you Yi's mother, my former wet nurse?" Lu Feiyun inquired while assisting the woman. Previously, Lu Yi had mentioned that her mother had served as his wet nurse for a year. But during that time, his consciousness had been hazy, leaving him with no clear memories of her. The woman, having not seen Lu Feiyun since then, also struggled to recognize him at first. Now visibly moved, the woman stood up as she saw Lu Feiyun extend his small hand to assist her, exclaiming, "I cannot allow the young master to exert himself. I cannot believe it. It truly is you. Young master, after all these years, you have grown so much, I hardly recognized you. As you said, I am indeed Yi's mother, your former wet nurse." "Wet nurse, how is Yi? Is her injury severe? Where is she? I want to see her." Yi's mother, overwhelmed by the honor of having the young master personally visit her daughter, led them to a side room. The side room was small, with a bed occupying most of the space. Lu Yi lay on the bed, appearing to have just been awakened and still somewhat groggy. Beside her sat a 5 or 6-year-old child on a small stool, keeping watch, while the room was filled with the pungent scent of medicine. Yuner has come to see you, Lu Feiyun called softly. Lu Yi slowly regained her senses and realized it was Lu Feiyun speaking, her heart swelling with emotion. Young master, what brings you here? How are you? Is your injury severe? Does it still hurt? Lu Feiyun inquired with concern. Chapter 8. The hardship of cultivation. Seeing Lu Feiyun enter the room and immediately ask about her injury filled Lu Yi with gratitude. Young master, I'm not seriously hurt, just a slight fracture and a bit of blood, that's all. But what about you? Does it still hurt? Lu Feiyun frowned and replied. Your bones are injured. And you say it is nothing serious. Sister Yi is quite the deceiver. As for me, how could I not be in pain? Nevertheless, Yuner is still able to endure. That's good, by the way, young master. How long have you been awake this time? Sister Yi, why do you ask that? I suppose it has been around half an hour. Lu Feiyun did not understand why Lu Yi suddenly inquired about this. The maid who had brought Lu Feiyun replied, saying that the young master had been awake for over 3/4 of an hour. Oh. Then the young master should rest soon. Young master, there is no need to worry about me. I assure you that I am fine. You should return as soon as possible. Sister Yi, I have only just arrived at your home. Why would you want to send me away? I still wish to converse with you. Lu Feiyun, having finally ventured out to Fuyou Courtyard, did not wish to return so early. Very well, but you may only stay for another 1/4 of an hour at most, after which you must return to rest. Is that acceptable? Lu Yi, however, insisted that he not linger too long, fearing it would affect his rest. Very well. I shall remain here for another 15 minutes, and then I will head back immediately. That should be agreeable. Sister, the young master must indeed keep his word, and remember, you must not forget to take the old immortal's medicinal pills before bed. Absolutely, nurse, you may all step outside for a moment. I wish to have a private conversation with Sister A. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly exited. Once only Lu Feiyun and Lu Yi remained in the room, Lu Feiyun then asked, Sister Yi, is your injury truly not severe? I can have mother bring you some good medicine when I return. Young master, I assure you my injury is indeed minor. Besides, the medicinal effects of these remedies are not particularly significant, so there is no need to waste those precious medicines. Rather, it is you, young master, who must remember to take your medicine regularly now that I have reminded you. How could Yuner forget? By the way, Sister Yi, are you highly skilled in martial arts? You appear quite formidable. Why did I not notice this before? Ever since Lu Feiyun witnessed Lu Yi reveal her martial identity last night, he had been most curious about her martial prowess. Lu Yi was somewhat surprised, not understanding why such a young child would suddenly take an interest in her martial abilities. But she explained nonetheless. Martial skills? Are you referring to the realm and combat strength of a cultivator? I am merely a nascent warrior, having just entered the scholar realm. Otherwise, I would not have frightened you. Young master, as for why you did not notice, it was because my lady instructed me to conceal this matter. Only in the event of an unexpected attack from an assassin could I better protect you. Young master, after hearing Lu Yi's explanation, Lu Feiyun felt even more perplexed and continued to inquire, Conceal? At Mother's behest? Assassins? Have there been assassins in the manor before? Yes, according to my father, during the early years of the establishment of the Earl of Lewin's manor, there would be several waves of assassins attempting to strike each year. However, as the number of assassins who perished in the manor increased, the number of those who dared to come for assassination dwindled over time. In recent years, there have been very few assassins daring to appear. I had no idea my father had so many enemies. Lu Feiyun was both astonished and speechless. Others may flaunt their status as privileged heirs or nobles, using their identities to act tyrannically, yet here I am, plagued by misfortune, with my life often threatened. Truly, comparison brings despair. Lu Yi, fearing Lu Feiyun might be overly anxious about this matter, hurried to reassure him. Young master, there is no need to worry excessively. Our master is a person of great renown. In the past, whenever assassins dared to strike, once our master uncovered their identities, he would retaliate fiercely, ensuring that the enemies paid a far heavier price. Hence, in recent years, very few assassins have dared to make an attempt. Furthermore, you are always surrounded by the formidable Tiger Guards and skilled martial artists for protection, so ordinary assassins cannot approach you. As for the Northern Wilderness Grand Sorcerer who came last night, I heard he was disguised when infiltrating the manor. Without the aid of an insider, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to stealthily reach the library. Moreover, while there are many cultivators of his level in the world, they are not commonly seen. Generally, assassins are merely cultivators or martial practitioners, as long as they are not experts like the Northern Wilderness Grand Sorcerer. I can still fend them off for a time. Even though I am currently injured and unable to protect you, I believe Mother will send more skilled protectors to ensure your safety. So you need not worry about that. Is that so? I thought there were many formidable villains like the one from yesterday. Now I feel much more at ease. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyun's unease was considerably alleviated. Lu Yi, however, thought of something else and added, "Nevertheless, I believe after this incident, our master will need to arrange for your martial training. When that time comes, young master, you must endure the hardships of training and persist in your cultivation. Only by acquiring formidable martial skills can you secure your own safety." "What? Sister Yi, do I also need to practice martial arts? Can I really practice martial arts? Is it truly that arduous?" Lu Feiyun was initially thrilled at the thought of possibly becoming a martial master himself, but upon hearing that it would be difficult, he grew somewhat apprehensive. Practice martial arts? To be precise, it is cultivation. There are 10 realms of cultivation. Entering the first realm is easy, but becoming a disciple is truly challenging. While it is difficult, it is not insurmountable. Only dedication and perseverance can nourish success. Generally, without willpower and determination, it is incredibly hard for anyone to complete the initial and disciple stages. This is due to the extensive time and effort required for tedious and strenuous training. Moreover, certain techniques, during cultivation, not only exhaust one but also inflict excruciating pain, making it exceedingly difficult to endure. Only upon reaching the scholar realm will the daily training time be reduced. Furthermore, only upon entering the practitioner realm will you possess a degree of self-defense capability. Young master, though many may deem you a waste, you must not truly regard yourself as one. Moreover, since the arrival of the old immortal from the Mijing sect, your physical condition has greatly improved. Thus, you must strive for self-reliance. Even if it is just for your own sake, you must persist. At the very least, you should aim to reach the practitioner realm. Upon reaching this point, Lu Yi seemed to realize she had spoken rather excessively and quickly changed the subject. "Very well. Young master, you have already spent quite some time here. It is best you return to rest. Also, do remember to take your medicine. You need not worry about me. Once my injury heals, I will return to attend to you. So you should leave quickly." Lu Feiyun, seeing Lu Yi urging him to rest once more, felt reluctant but had no choice but to comply, as she was indeed looking out for his well-being. Once Lu Feiyun returned to his small courtyard, the weariness and sleepiness that he had been suppressing rushed over him, making him yearn to collapse into bed immediately. Yet he still resisted the urge to sleep. Swallowing a small medicinal pill with warm water before finally lying down. Cultivation. With my frail body, can I truly engage in it? I do not fear hardship. I only worry whether my body can withstand it. As Lu Feiyun lay in bed, his mind began to wander, but after only a moment, he fell into a deep slumber. Within a bedroom, Earl Luan Lu Shihua was playing with his daughter in his wife's arms while asking, "Madam, I heard you punished the family thief today and brought Yuner along. He is still so young. Isn't it too early for him to be exposed to such matters? Moreover, what can he even comprehend?" Lu's mother, Lady Chu, chuckled. "What can he comprehend? He can comprehend quite a bit. Do not underestimate him. He may be only 6 years old, but he already harbors many thoughts. Since he was little, he has been different from others. First, he was in a daze for several years. However, ever since your master uncle helped him regain his senses, he has become exceedingly clever and perceptive, not at all resembling a child of his age. It seems he is not very willing for others to notice this, often disguising it. Others may not see it, but as his mother, how could I not? Since he is so intelligent, it is only right to let him see the world sooner and gain some experience. Only by doing so can he possibly safeguard the family legacy we have built for him." Lu Shihua sighed. "Alas! Truly, those with heavenly souls are exceptional. However, is it good or bad for this child to face the world's cruelty and darkness so early? Yet, what can be done? He is born into our family, the sole heir of the Lu clan. Lu's mother, Lady Chu, shifted the subject. My lord, if we count the days, your immortal master should be returning in about 10 days. Right? About that, he should be back by the end of the month. Lu Shihua replied. That is splendid. Once he returns, let us have him thoroughly assess Yun'er's current condition. Perhaps we can start him on his martial training? Lady Chu's face was filled with hope. Start martial training? Alas, indeed. If the child is healthy, it is certainly time for him to commence his martial training at this age. However, given Yun'er's unique physical condition, I am uncertain if it is feasible at present. I genuinely hope it can be done. After all, as a noble scion, how could one easily abandon the pursuit of martial arts? That being said, the critical factor remains the examination results from my esteemed master uncle. No matter how urgent the situation may seem, it is of no use. Lu Shihua then shifted the topic, stating, I have heard that you plan to send the daughter of the Chen family to the northern wilderness. Moreover, you have publicly announced it. Are you attempting to lure the snake out of its hole? Chu Shi replied with resentment. Indeed, my son nearly lost his life. I must certainly make a statement. If someone from the northern wilderness comes to rescue, I will ensure they return empty-handed. Lu Shihua chuckled. Ha. People outside say I, the infamous Butcher Lu, have married a benevolent and gentle living bodhisattva. Yet what you are doing now is akin to a venomous femme fatale. A wicked woman matched with a butcher. Now that is a true pair, himph. For the sake of my son, I can adopt the persona of a magnanimous bodhisattva, doing good deeds, but for the same reason, I can also transform into a ruthless harbinger of death. You truly possess the most venomous of hearts. However, this plan may indeed be feasible. Over the years, the tribes in the northern wilderness have been embroiled in conflict, and the Songlong tribe has always sought to bring the Wulong tribe onto their side. They will surely divulge information to repay a favor. Lu Shihua smiled lightly, continuing. Since the main lineage of the Wulong tribe was exterminated by me, the various branches have been fighting amongst themselves for the position of tribal leader, nearly leading to a complete schism. Now, with the sudden appearance of a descendant of the main lineage, especially a woman, it will undoubtedly attract the branches to rally for her, acting as a bond to end the tribal division. It is a pity that my Iron Guards cannot easily leave our territory. There is no need for the Iron Guards to intervene. The Green Willow Guards from the Merchant Association will suffice. As long as the assailants are not of the caliber of a ground-level powerhouse like Kiributai, I will ensure they have no return. The Green Willow Merchant Association, founded solely by the Chu family, runs numerous businesses and naturally employs a group of martial artists as guards, collectively known as the Green Willow Guards, among whom are several skilled fighters. Yet, Lu Shihua remarked, in fact, it may not be entirely unfavorable for that girl to be rescued by those barbarian tribes. Perhaps in the future, she may serve an unexpected purpose. Even if she proves to be of no use, our losses will not be substantial. Chu Shi, initially taken aback, gradually came to an understanding, ultimately stating, Are we really to let that little wretch return to the northern wilderness? I truly am unwilling. But since you believe she may be useful in the future, let her live for now. Alas, I am truly unwilling. Lu Shihua hurriedly reassured her. Alas, enough. After all, that little girl is also a daughter of our Chen family. Her father once rendered service to our household. We cannot sever her lineage. Consider it a gesture of goodwill for the sake of our son. Moreover, not only must that girl be spared, but the Chen family must also be preserved. Only with her alive can we hope for her to assist our Lu family. I say, how has this butcher Lu suddenly turned benevolent? It appears you wish to mold her into a Lu Shui. You are indeed plotting something. If that is the case, let us proceed as you suggest. I will ensure the Green Willow Guards cooperate. Chu Shi immediately displayed an expression of knowing you harbor ulterior motives. That day, Fuyou Courtyard arranged for 10 maidservants to attend to Lu Feiyun. Lu Feiyun understood that among them, there surely lurked martial artists sent by his mother, yet he could not discern who they were at present. The incident on New Year's Eve profoundly impressed upon Lu Feiyun that being a noble scion in this world does not merely entail a life of comfort and indulgence. It is also accompanied by the fate of vendettas. For the sake of his own life and to protect his parents and family, no matter how arduous, exhausting, or challenging the path of martial training may be, he must resolutely embark upon it, striving to achieve as much as possible. However, prior to pursuing martial arts, he must first comprehend the intricacies of this world and its martial practices. He needs to assess the level of martial prowess in this realm and ascertain whether practitioners of true cultivation or immortality exist. Yet, being still quite young, with a frail constitution and limited mobility, he has few individuals to engage with or inquire from. Thus, in the ensuing days, Lu Feiyun dedicated the majority of his time to the library. The library housed an extensive collection of various tomes, numbering over 10,000, encompassing a myriad of subjects. With his prodigious memory and an analytical capacity akin to a computer from his previous life, Lu Feiyun gradually gleaned fundamental insights regarding martial practitioners in this world. Although Lu Feiyun's physical condition in this life is exceedingly poor, his memory and analytical abilities are remarkably potent, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Upon realizing this unique capability, he couldn't help but recall a saying from his past life. When heaven closes a door for a person, it simultaneously opens a window. From the texts, Lu Feiyun discovered that in this world, martial practitioners constitute the largest faction among the cultivators. There exists a system akin to inner strength or qi from his previous life, wherein practitioners draw external spiritual energy into their bodies through specific cultivation techniques. This absorbed spiritual energy nourishes the body, enhancing its functions, while a portion is converted into essence stored in the dantian. Utilizing this essence as a foundation, practitioners can employ various techniques known as cultivation arts. Martial practitioners, after enhancing their combat-related physical capabilities with spiritual energy, employ corresponding techniques to vanquish foes, referred to as martial arts techniques, such as fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, knife techniques, and spear techniques. To absorb spiritual energy, practitioners may either draw it directly from the heavens and earth, which is relatively sparse and inefficient, or extract it from crystals. Crystals, also known as spiritual stones, are referred to as demon crystals by outsiders, containing abundant spiritual energy and resembling jade or gemstones from the previous life. In fact, once essence is generated within the body, it can be used to heal others, and a select few may even trigger extraordinary abilities, such as manipulating objects, fire, water, beasts, or even people. When Lu Feiyun encountered these concepts, he could not help but exclaim that this is nothing less than magic and celestial arts. Could it be that practitioners of true cultivation or immortality truly exist in this world? The deposits of crystal mines in this world are scarce and limited, primarily controlled by nobility and sex, making it exceedingly difficult for common folk to obtain crystals. Thus, a widely circulated saying among the populace is, poor practitioners rely on the heavens, while wealthy practitioners possess crystals. Although it is possible to embark on the path of cultivation without relying on crystals, the slow pace of progress due to dependence solely on the meager spiritual energy from the environment renders it arduous for individuals of ordinary talent to achieve breakthroughs within a decade or 8 years. Ultimately becoming practitioners. Chapter 10. The return of the skilled healer. Generally speaking, a greater reserve of essence within the body indicates a longer duration of nourishment by spiritual energy, resulting in a stronger physique and, consequently, more formidable martial techniques. The classification of practitioners is based on the volume of essence they can store, divided into 10 realms: initiate, practitioner, cultivator, master, sovereign, monarch, king, emperor, sect leader, and saint, with each realm further subdivided into 10 levels. The initiate realm is not regarded as true practitioners, but merely those who have just brushed the threshold of cultivation. To achieve success in martial training, one must possess not only the resources of crystals, but also the resolve and perseverance to persist. The path of martial cultivation is fraught with hardship, particularly in the realms of entry-level practitioners and apprentices. It is precisely due to this arduous journey that many scions of affluent families often abandon their pursuit of martial arts. Unable to endure its rigors, Lu Feiyun has also discerned that in the Tianyu Empire and its neighboring regions, the techniques practiced by cultivators, especially martial artists, have developed based on a system akin to the meridian framework of traditional Chinese medicine from his previous life. Coincidentally, a year in this world consists of 12 months, each with 30 days, totaling 360 days, which aligns perfectly with the 360 meridian points throughout the body. The higher the cultivation realm of martial practitioners, the greater the variety of meridian points they engage with, necessitating a profound understanding and utilization of these pathways. Naturally, The road of cultivation does not solely rely on the primary focus of meridians. It is said that in distant lands, entirely different systems of cultivation exist, though Lu's family possesses scant literature on this subject. This is the preliminary understanding Lu Feiyun has gleaned through reading and inquiries over recent days regarding martial practitioners and cultivators. To further his journey in martial arts and enhance his self-preservation capabilities, he endeavors to read as many relevant texts as possible each day, especially those concerning martial practitioners. Unbeknownst to him, the latter part of the first month has arrived. On this day, a contingent departs from Lu's household, escorting a carriage towards the northwest, within which resides the daughter of the Qin family, Wutana Mei. Several days later, as the convoy nears the border between the empire and the northern wilderness, a sudden ambush occurs where dozens of assailants attempt to abduct the young lady. Although she is ultimately rescued, the hidden protectors within the convoy suffer heavy casualties, with only a handful managing to escape. Yet, this incident does not mark the end of the turmoil. The elite of the Green Willow Merchant Guild subsequently penetrate deep into the northern wilderness, launching successive assassination attempts against the nobility of the Tsang Wolf and Wu Wolf tribes. Within a month, 29 tribal nobles from both factions fall victim to these attacks, instilling widespread fear and unease among their ranks. It is not until the great shaman of the Tsang Wolf tribe dispatches numerous disciples to thwart 5 assassination attempts that the martial experts of the Green Willow Merchant Guild withdraw from the northern wilderness. Soon after, word spreads that the Wu Wolf tribe has welcomed back the last surviving direct descendant of their former tribal leader, who was lost in the southern Qin region. This young woman, known as Wu Daqingxi in the northern wilderness, is acclaimed as the temporary leader of the Wu Wolf tribe. Subsequently, the tribe announces their intention to select a valiant and wise warrior to be the husband of their female leader, who will be granted the status of the tribe's chief. In the meantime, Lu Feiyun remains oblivious to these events, dedicating himself entirely to his studies. As time passes, the end of the first month approaches. One day, just as he intends to visit the library to continue his reading, a maid interrupts him, informing him that the elder immortal has returned and is currently in his father's study, urging him to pay his respects promptly. The elder immortal refers to his father's master. Lu Feiyun has some recollection of him. Indeed, the so-called elder immortal possesses an ethereal demeanor reminiscent of characters from certain films, embodying the image of a celestial being. However, despite his seemingly otherworldly appearance, upon closer inspection, one would discover he is merely a worldly man, and an exceedingly avaricious one at that. Nevertheless, this elder, whom he ought to address as his grandmaster, has treated him quite well. Without his intervention, Lu Feiyun might have remained lost in a hazy dream or succumbed to despair from hopelessness. This elder, however, does not linger at Lu's household for long. He departs several times each year, staying for periods ranging from a month to a season. Now, he has finally returned once more. Under the maid's guidance, Lu Feiyun enters the study of his father, Lu Shihai. Upon entering, he sees an elderly figure, resembling a celestial being, seated at the main guest position, with his parents accompanying him. Lu Feiyun promptly kneels and offers a deep bow to the elder. He understands that had it not been for this elder's intervention, he would not have the hope for the future that now fuels his determination. The elder chuckles and says, "It seems you are in good spirits. Come, let me examine your condition." With that, the elder employs a method reminiscent of traditional Chinese pulse diagnosis to assess Lu Feiyun's health. Lu Feiyun distinctly feels several warm currents emanating from the elder's fingertips, entering his body through his wrists, swirling around before returning to the elder's fingers, reabsorbed into his being. After a moment of contemplation, the elder speaks, "Remarkable. Your recovery is quite commendable, at this rate, in less than 10 years. Your affliction may be resolved, and you will be no different from ordinary folk." Lu Shihai and Chu Shi rejoice at this news, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to the elder. Chu Shi then inquires, "Master, might this child be ready to embark on the path of cultivation and become a martial practitioner?" The elder nods and smiles, "Certainly. This child possesses a naturally strong spirit but a frail body, which has led to previous confusion and difficulty in awakening his consciousness. When the spirit is too strong, it can weaken the body, resulting in a diminished awareness, making it susceptible to various ailments. This is the root of this child's condition. However, the current situation has significantly improved. While the spirit remains difficult to move, the body can gradually be nurtured, and as the body strengthens, awareness will flourish in our domain. the foundation of cultivation lies in the meridians. And since this child's meridians are not sealed, he can indeed cultivate. Lu Feiyun, listening with bewilderment, struggles to comprehend the elder's words. Even Chu Shi finds the explanation somewhat opaque, but they both realize that the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation brings them immense joy. Lu Feiyun, overwhelmed with excitement, claps his hands and exclaims, "Wonderful! I can cultivate martial arts and become incredibly powerful." Meanwhile, Lu Shihai, nodding thoughtfully, asks, "Master, may I inquire which technique this child should use to initiate his cultivation? Must it be the Misty Cloud technique?" Lu Feiyun's heart stirs at the mention of this technique, which is the foundational practice of the Misty Cloud sect, known to be practiced by nearly all martial practitioners hailing from there. The elder reflects for a moment before responding. Although this child's meridians are unsealed, the long-standing imbalance of a strong spirit and weak body has still left some effects, coupled with his significantly lower energy levels. His waking hours are much shorter than those of others. Therefore, the options for entry-level techniques are quite limited. After much consideration, the chaotic rebirth technique is the most suitable choice. Chu Shi, somewhat taken aback, acknowledges that while she is not a powerful martial artist, her noble lineage, albeit diminished, has afforded her some exposure to the realm of cultivation. She once attempted the path herself but was limited by her aptitude, barely crossing the threshold into the realm of apprentices. Having never practiced any substantial techniques, she is puzzled that a technique as obscure as the chaotic rebirth technique has not crossed her path before. Lu Shihai furrows his brow, exclaiming, "How could it be this technique?" Chu Shi, confused by her husband's reaction, asks, "Are you familiar with this technique? What is wrong with it?" With a sigh, Lu Shihai explains, "Most entry-level techniques focus on particular aspects when absorbing spiritual energy for bodily nourishment, whether that be strength, speed, endurance, control of energy, awareness, or vitality. However, the chaotic rebirth technique is exceptionally balanced, improving all bodily functions, yet it does so in a manner that yields minimal enhancement to any single function. Consequently, although practitioners of this technique can learn various martial arts and combat skills, their effectiveness pales in comparison to those of the same realm practicing more specialized techniques. A combat skill executed by a practitioner of the chaotic rebirth technique may even fall short of that demonstrated by someone utilizing a corresponding technique of the same level. Moreover, this technique engages an extensive array of meridians, leading to a significant depletion of absorbed spiritual energy, with only a meager amount converted into vital energy within the dantian, resulting in a painfully slow progression in cultivation. The challenges encountered during the practice are numerous. Lastly, the pain endured during the cultivation of this technique is beyond what most can bear. Only those with immense willpower can hope to succeed. Thus, this technique, which is arduous, slow to yield results, and offers minimal enhancement to combat prowess, has unfortunately been deemed the most inferior of techniques, gradually fading from memory. Lu Feiyun and Chu Shi are both astonished. Particularly Lu Feiyun, who internally laments the high threshold for practice, numerous requirements, slow results, and excruciating training associated with this technique. It is no wonder that so few have heard of it, let alone practiced it. "Elder, are you jesting with me? What purpose does such a technique serve?" Lu Feiyun murmurs. The elder chuckles heartily, ruffling Lu Feiyun's hair, and replies, "Indeed, this technique may seem useless to most, but for you, it is the perfect fit." "Why? You must not deceive me, elder," Lu Feiyun, in a state of confusion, inquired, while the elder patiently elucidated. Although this martial technique excessively pursues comprehensiveness and balance, lacking a focus on enhancing the physical capabilities of the body, which results in a limited improvement in combat prowess, it is precisely for this reason that it can significantly bolster your constitution, ameliorate your physical condition, diminish the frequency of ailments, expedite your recovery process, and extend your waking hours each day, greatly prolonging what would have been a premature lifespan. These benefits far outweigh the mere enhancement of your combat strength. Moreover, establishing a foundation for your cultivation through this technique is remarkably solid, providing you with numerous directions for future increases in power. While the elder's words were directed at Lu Feiyun, they were, in truth, intended for the ears of Lu Shihai and his wife. Lu Shihai hastily interjected, "What you say is indeed true, Master Uncle, but this technique is exceedingly difficult to master. I earnestly request that you offer more guidance to Yun'er," Chu Shi further implored. "Perhaps we might ask Master Uncle to take Yun'er as a disciple?" Upon hearing this, The elder's expression turned peculiar, and he chuckled. Well, I, Zhang Zhou, as a renowned cultivator of the Mai sect, have disciples who are all exceptionally gifted. Should I take this child under my wing? It may well invite ridicule, madam. Do not take offense. Lu Feiyun inwardly grimaced at the implication of being deemed talentless. Chu Shi's face flushed slightly as well, but rest assured, I shall certainly seek the best teacher for this child. Zhang Zhou, feeling somewhat awkward, hastily added, "At that moment, Lu Feiyun suddenly recalled several questions he had pondered for a long time and asked, Grandfather Immortal, are you truly an immortal? Can you fly? Can you achieve eternal life? Do you possess any celestial or magical abilities? Zhang Zhou's expression softened upon hearing this, and he laughed. Ha ha, immortal, fly, celestial arts, magic, and eternal life. Ha ha ha, how could you harbor such notions, my child? Lu Feiyun replied earnestly. I have read many books, some of which state that the pinnacle of cultivation is to become an immortal, capable of soaring through the clouds and achieving eternal life. Is this true? Why have I never seen an immortal flying in the sky? Furthermore, what heights have cultivators reached since ancient times? Ha ha ha, immortal, cultivating to become an immortal. The majority of people in this world are ordinary folk who believe in the existence of gods but have never seen an immortal. The divine resides beyond the heavens, believed in the heart, while immortals remain unseen for millennia. Zhang Zhou's words, though not denying the existence of immortals, unmistakably conveyed to Lu Feiyun that no immortals had manifested in this world for at least 10,000 years. This was akin to the situation in Lu Feiyun's previous life, where ancient myths abounded, yet the present age rarely revealed traces of immortals. Moreover, the documented history of the Tianyu Empire spans merely a few thousand years. However, what Zhang Zhou said next left Lu Feiyun utterly astounded. Child, can you believe that the world we inhabit is not flat but rather a sphere, and that this world is not boundless? It is merely a massive sphere suspended in the void? A massive sphere? Lu Feiyun was genuinely taken aback. Although he had never left the Lu estate, he had always presumed that the technological level of his surroundings resembled that of the ancient dynasties of his previous life, or perhaps a semi-feudal, semi-slave society. The very notion that such a society could conceptualize a spherical planet was utterly astonishing. Noting Lu Feiyun's dazed expression, Zhang Zhou's amusement only grew as he continued. Indeed, it is a sphere. The ground beneath our feet is, in fact, a great sphere suspended in the void. The moon is likewise, and as for the sun, it is a great fireball. Even the countless stars in the sky may be distant fireballs. He added, if immortals do exist, where would they reside? And if the pinnacle of cultivation is to become an immortal, that is even more of a fantasy. Cultivators refine themselves, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which nourishes their meridians and enhances their functions, while part is transformed into usable vital energy. The methods of utilizing vital energy are the secret arts of cultivation. Combat techniques merely exploit the physical characteristics of the body in battle. Yet the spiritual energy in the world is too sparse for effective use, while crystal stones are rich in spiritual energy, significantly accelerating the pace of cultivation. In truth, crystal stones, though appearing mystical, are merely rare stones, no different in function from coal that can burn. Lu Feiyun's mind was now in a state of chaos. No, it was exceedingly tumultuous. Shouldn't this be a fantastical world, rife with spiritual energy, crystal stones, martial techniques, and realms? Yet now, concepts of planets and stars had emerged. How could such exalted crystal stones be likened to mere coal? What manner of world is this? Chapter 12. The world of martial arts and dual cultivation of medicine and martial arts. After hearing the words of Master Uncle Zhang Zhou, Lu Feiyun's mind was a whirlwind. Although he had perused many books on cultivators and crystal stones, those merely skimmed the surface and paled in comparison to the profundity of Zhang Zhou's discourse. Furthermore, the literature he had encountered regarding the nature of this world was a chaotic hodgepodge of conflicting narratives. Observing his parents' lack of shock or surprise at Zhang Zhou's exposition on planetary concepts, it was evident they had long been aware of such matters. Yet, why had he never come across any discussions of this kind in the vast collection of tomes within his library? Perhaps this world was not entirely what he had envisioned. If immortals do not manifest in the world, then what status do cultivators, particularly martial artists, hold in this realm? Could they indeed shatter mountains with a single strike or stand alone against thousands? Lu Feiyun's heart was tumultuous. This question was of utmost importance, for his path of cultivation, no matter how he viewed it, would likely not be smooth. If he could not attain the level of a supernatural being from a fantastical novel, while others could, what would he do if such formidable individuals became his adversaries? Would he merely be left to be at their mercy, surrendering his fate to others? This was certainly not the outcome he desired. Fortunately, Zhang Zhou's subsequent remarks provided a measure of comfort to his troubled heart. The cultivation realm is determined by the amount of vital energy one can store within their body, categorized into 10 stages: entry, apprentice, practitioner, master, lord, sovereign, monarch, emperor, sect leader, and saint. Each stage is further divided into 10 layers, with the capacity to store vital energy at each level being double that of the preceding level. The advancement through these realms is essentially the process of expanding the reservoir of vital energy, akin to constructing a dam to store water. The higher the realm, the better the effects of vital energy on the body, strengthening the functions emphasized by the cultivation technique, and increasing the variety and potency of the secret arts that can be employed. Of course, in the realm of martial artists, while there is a correlation between realm and combat strength, it is not a given that a higher realm guarantees superior combat prowess compared to a lower one. Personal talent, comprehension, the quality of the techniques practiced, and battle experience all play pivotal roles. Entry-level techniques are plentiful, and human-grade techniques are not uncommon in the realms of human-grade apprentices and practitioners, as long as one has sufficient crystal stones and the fortitude to endure hardship. Anyone can achieve this. Even without crystal stones, a common person can reach the practitioner level through considerable time and effort. To advance further into the earth tier levels of Lord, Sovereign, and Monarch, one requires corresponding techniques, ample crystal stones, and exceptional talent. Possessing any one of these can lead to achieving the rank of Sovereign. Having two can attain the rank of Lord, while possessing all three is necessary to become a Monarch. However, earth tier techniques are rare. The consumption of crystal stones far exceeds that of human grade, and talent is innate, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary wanderers to ascend to the earth tier. Thus, earth tier cultivators predominantly emerge from affluent families or sects, though those with fortuitous opportunities may find themselves in a different category. As for the heavenly tier, achieving its 3 realms necessitates great fortune and is not solely reliant on human effort. Since the founding of the empire, spanning 9 dynasties and thousands of years, the number of unparalleled experts at the heavenly tier has scarcely exceeded a few hundred, averaging only one every decade. Regarding your inquiry about flying, even if one reaches the perfected state of a saint at the heavenly tier, without employing secret arts, they would generally not leap higher than a few dozen zhang. However, utilizing supreme secret arts may allow some to leap over 100 zhang, or even hover in the air for extended periods. Yet, irrespective of the secret art, it expends a significant amount of vital energy and cannot be maintained indefinitely. In terms of combat strength, generally speaking, an ordinary armored soldier can easily deal with an unarmored strongman. A practitioner-level unarmored martial artist does not possess a marked advantage over a common armored soldier. Among martial artists, a practitioner can match several armored foes, a master can contend with 10, a lord can rival dozens, and so forth. Even a perfected saint at the heavenly tier can contend with thousands of armored soldiers. Yet, to ordinary people, this is akin to the feats of immortals. As for shattering mountains and rivers, that would depend on the height of the mountain and the depth of the river. For a small hill of 100 zhang in diameter and a river no wider than 10 zhang, a martial artist at the heavenly tier, employing supreme secret arts, may be able to split the mountain in a line or sever the river in an instant. As for earth tier and human tier, such aspirations should not be entertained. Moreover, these practitioners are primarily focused on martial arts. Individuals like myself, who specialize in medicine, typically possess combat prowess that is 1 or 2 realms below that of martial practitioners of the same level. After listening to the words of Master Zhang Zhou, Lu Feiyun finally grasped the situation. This is a world of high martial arts, devoid of cultivators or immortals. It is not merely the scarcity of celestial tier experts that is lamentable. Even earth tier practitioners are seldom encountered by ordinary folk. These individuals often hold the status of regional overlords. Take, for instance, the great shaman of the North Wilderness Songlong tribe. Why does he dare to assassinate in the Lu residence? And why are there only a handful of revered practitioners like Qin Cheng within the Lu estate? This is the crux of the matter. Zhang Zhou, who specializes in the art of healing and is not adept in combat, does not engage in daily bloodshed. While he can obtain desired techniques and crystals through his exceptional medical skills, and has been fortunate enough to reach the realm of a healer, his combat capability merely aligns with that of a revered martial artist. Suddenly, Lu Feiyun's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, although he may struggle to achieve greatness in martial arts, he can still pursue the path of medicine. Moreover, there exists no rigid boundary between medicine and martial arts. As exemplified by Zheng Zhou, who is both a healer and a martial artist, possessing the combat prowess of a revered practitioner and having attained the realm of a healer in the grand scheme of things, he is undoubtedly among the elite. With this thought in mind, Lu Feiyun expressed his intentions aloud. Upon hearing this, the Chu family rejoiced and once again implored Zheng Zhou to take Lu Feiyun under his wing. Yet Lu Shihai remained silent. Zheng Zhou shook his head with a smile, stating, "Whether one practices medicine or martial arts, it is by no means a simple endeavor. Achievements are not solely reliant on talent, effort, or the accumulation of crystals. Otherwise, why are celestial tier practitioners so rare in this world, and why are earth tier practitioners also seldom seen? Although foundational techniques are widely disseminated, why do most sects only accept disciples as their direct students? And why do many earth tier practitioners only take those at the realm of a practitioner as their core disciples? Madam, have you ever pondered this thoroughly?" The Chu family, upon hearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment. Realizing that their eagerness for their son had led to some impudence, Lu Shihai also rose to apologize on behalf of his wife. Zheng Zhou graciously accepted their sentiments and continued, "At present, the most crucial task is to lay a solid foundation for embarking on the path of cultivation in our eastern region. Meridians serve as the foundation for cultivation, and understanding chaos requires a far deeper comprehension of meridians than that of ordinary techniques. Therefore, one must thoroughly study the classics on meridian techniques, organ pathways, and the fundamentals of acupoints. Knowledge of the locations of major and minor acupoints, the flow sequence of meridians, and their specific manifestations within the body must be memorized to the point where one can effortlessly recall and touch upon them. However, this is immensely beneficial for a medical practitioner. For this child, the dual cultivation of medicine and martial arts may indeed be the most fitting path forward." Chapter 13. Embarking on the path of cultivation. Having determined the future path of dual cultivation in medicine and martial arts, Lu Feiyun resolved within himself, since he has arrived in this world and has gained the familial bonds he longed for in his previous life, he must cherish and protect them earnestly. Yet, this world is fraught with turmoil. The conflicts among people are more intense and brutal than in his past life. Especially for someone of his noble lineage, there are numerous blood feuds to contend with. Thus, embarking on the path of cultivation is an imperative. Though his physique is unique and his path arduous, he must resolutely step onto the road of cultivation, overcoming whatever obstacles may arise. Only then will this inexplicable journey into another world be worthwhile. In the days that followed, Lu Feiyun's daily routine revolved around three key locations: the Fuyo Courtyard, the Library Pavilion, and the Medicine Fragrance Garden. As long as he had the energy and stamina, he would persistently study without cease. The Medicine Fragrance Garden is where many healers of the Lu estate reside, responsible for treating the ailments of all within the Lu household. The head of this establishment is a practitioner of the healer's realm, known as Jianggu, whom Lu's mother, Chu Shi, affectionately refers to as Old Jiang. He oversees dozens of healers and ordinary physicians, along with a number of youths learning the craft. Lu Feiyun took it upon himself to utilize the medical texts and cultivation materials in the library pavilion as his reading materials. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with each book, he would seek out Jianggu in the Medicine Fragrance Garden for guidance and clarification. Simultaneously, Lu Feiyun requested Jianggu to personally instruct him on identifying acupoint locations and the true pathways of meridian flow within the body. Although Lu Feiyun's constitution is weaker than that of ordinary individuals, resulting in significantly less waking time and frequent fatigue, coupled with bouts of severe illness, his available study time is drastically reduced. Nevertheless, with a memory and analytical ability far superior to that of the average person, along with an almost obsessive diligence, his pace of learning progressed at an astonishing rate, while Lu Shihai remained largely unfazed. Chu Shi observed her young son, who was constantly surrounded by medicine, enduring the trials of his frail body, tirelessly studying until exhaustion claimed him, leaving no time for play. Her heart ached for him, often bringing her to tears and silence. Time flew swiftly, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lu Feiyun had thoroughly internalized the reading list provided by Master Zhang Zhou and, under Jiang Gu's guidance, established a solid foundation in the theoretical knowledge and preliminary practical application of meridian-related concepts. At long last, the preparatory work for cultivating the Chaos Rebirth technique was nearly complete. The path of cultivation could finally commence in earnest. First, Lu Feiyun memorized the concise mantra of the Chaos Rebirth technique, which, given his exceptional memory, was a task easily accomplished. Secondly, the consumption of crystals was insignificant for the Lu family. In fact, to hasten the pace of cultivation, they opted to utilize rare and expensive high-quality crystals in place of ordinary ones. Crystals are classified by color, ranging from the 7 colors of the rainbow along with black and white. The deeper the hue, the denser the spiritual energy contained within. White crystals, on the other hand, contain spiritual energy that is nearly impossible for cultivators to absorb. Due to the limited supply of crystals, even a single white crystal can be exchanged for 10 taels of gold, 100 taels of silver, or 100,000 coins. Furthermore, the value of crystals increases several-fold with each change in color. For the foundational techniques, red crystals suffice for cultivation, while Lu Feiyun commenced with blue crystals. As he began his journey into cultivation, he absorbed spiritual energy, generating a sensation of qi, drawing it into his body, flowing through his meridians, converging into the qi sea, and transforming into his essence energy. Lu Feiyun soon successfully completed the process of converting spiritual energy into essence energy for the first time. Though the number of acupoints that reacted along the meridians was limited, merely AFEW'd, at this moment, Lu Feiyun had truly embarked on the path of cultivation. How far could he possibly go? As he completed the initial conversion of spiritual energy into essence energy, he felt a subtle warmth coursing through a meridian within him. As this warmth traversed its path, numerous acupoints generated faint, hardly perceptible reactions. These reactions caused the flow of warmth to gradually weaken until only a trace, nearly imperceptible energy infused into the qi sea in his dantian. The entirety of this process felt quite pleasant as the spiritual energy circulated through his body. However, prior to this, a series of specific postures, movements, and rhythmic breathing left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. The postures and movements brought him excruciating pain, causing cold sweat to pour from him, soaking his garments in no time. The peculiar breathing rhythm left him dizzy, his vision clouded with golden stars, and his head pounding relentlessly. How is it that the protagonists in those martial arts dramas and fantasy tales seem so relaxed while cultivating, sitting cross-legged with ease, while I am subjected to such torment? Lu Feiyun grumbled internally, enduring the pain while lamenting his unfortunate fate. Nearby, Lu's mother, Chu Biha, witnessed her son drenched in sweat and visibly suffering. Unable to hold back her tears. Why must this technique be so torturous? When I practiced foundational techniques, I did not suffer as much as my son. Lu Shihai consoled her, saying, "It's all right. It will get better with time." Everyone experiences discomfort in the beginning. It's merely that the pain of this technique is somewhat more intense than others. Yet, within his heart, he sighed deeply. Chaos Rebirth technique? Rebirth. Rebirth signifies a form of resurrection. One must first endure the agony of death to attain a new life. Though this may be an exaggeration, it reflects the suffering required to cultivate this technique. The conditions for training are harsh. The pain during cultivation is unbearable, and the increase in combat prowess upon mastery is minimal. It is no wonder that throughout the centuries, few have chosen to practice it, deeming it the most inferior of techniques. Child, persevere. This technique has 3 tiers, corresponding to the realms of entry-level, practitioner, and cultivator. Only upon reaching the cultivator realm will the pains of cultivation gradually lessen until they disappear entirely. With that, he resolved within himself, Feiyun, even if you may consider abandoning your path due to the unbearable pain, I will fortify the walls of protection around you, ensuring your safety for a lifetime. For your sake, I would not hesitate to let those with ulterior motives witness the return of the formidable Lu Butcher. As the seasons changed from cold to warm and spring to autumn, Lu Feiyun endured pain that few could withstand while diligently practicing his techniques. Although most of the spiritual energy he inhaled was absorbed and dissipated by his meridians, resulting in minimal transformation into essence energy within the qi sea, a gradual accumulation persisted. With the passage of time, his realm steadily ascended layer by layer. 5 years later, he finally achieved the pinnacle of the entry-level realm. During this period, each elevation in his cultivation level necessitated adjustments in his postures and breathing rhythms. The only constant is the unbearable pain endured during training, a sensation that grows increasingly intense. Fortunately, after such an extended period, Lu Feiyun has gradually acclimated, finding a semblance of balance in his mindset. Since suffering is unavoidable, one must simply endure it. What other choice is there? It is unthinkable to abandon the path midway. Chapter 14. The passage of 5 years before Lu Feiyun's reincarnation, there was a saying in the world he once knew. Only through enduring hardship can one rise above others in this life. However, he was born into the privileged ranks of nobility, making it impossible to escape hardship. Thus, he could only comfort himself with this notion. Soon enough, Lu Feiyun found a kindred spirit in Lu Shihu, the younger brother of Lu Yi. Following the assassination incident involving the great shaman of the North Wilderness, Kirabutai, Lu Shihu gained the qualification to apprentice under a revered cultivator within the Lu family estate. However, revered cultivators are not easily found. While they are not exceedingly rare, they are certainly not individuals one can encounter casually. Typically, a minor faction possessing a single revered warrior can establish a foothold in their locale. The reason the Duke of Luan's estate has thwarted numerous assassination attempts, and why the Green Willow Trading Company can operate in various regions without undue harassment, is due to the presence of several revered warriors safeguarding the Lu family, among whom is Lu Shihua, the Duke himself. In fact, the Lu family's multiple revered warriors owe their presence to two primary factors. First, Lu Shihua's former role as a military commander attracted many skilled fighters to join the Lu family. Second, over the years, Chu Biha's adeptness in business has amassed considerable wealth to support the cultivation of the estate's martial practitioners. With a reservoir of martial talent and ample resources, the Lu family has produced several revered warriors and numerous practitioners of lower ranks, instilling trepidation in their adversaries over the years. Yet, for Lu Shihu to apprentice under a revered cultivator is no simple feat. The revered warriors of the Lu family all have their own duties and are typically quite occupied. Even if they wish to take on disciples, they would likely favor those with outstanding potential rather than a mere child of tender years who has yet to awaken any innate energy. Ultimately, it was Lu Shihua himself who took Lu Shihu as an inner disciple, for among the Lu family's revered warriors, he was the one with the most leisure time. Responsibilities related to the county, territorial management, and the various affairs of the estate were efficiently handled by capable subordinates. Lu Shihua had never formally accepted a disciple before, having only provided systematic instruction to a few daughters. However, apart from his eldest daughter Lu Qianqian, the other two daughters were evidently not suited for martial pursuits. Now, with his son beginning to practice the chaotic rebirth technique, despite having never practiced it himself, Lu Shihua found that the foundational techniques are rather similar, allowing him to offer guidance. Operating under the philosophy that teaching one person is akin to teaching two, he invited Lu Shihu to reside in the Fuyo courtyard, where he could share companionship with Lu Feiyun, eating, living, and training together. It must be said that Lu Shihu's aptitude is remarkably well suited for the techniques practiced by Lu Shihua. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he has made rapid progress, quickly outpacing Lu Feiyun in terms of cultivation level. By the time Lu Feiyun had just broken through to the second layer of the entry-level realm, Lu Shihu had already reached the fifth layer. This boy is simply extraordinary. How can his speed of cultivation be so astonishing? At this rate, he might break through to the master realm before turning 20. It truly is infuriating to compare myself to him. Lu Feiyun found himself astounded by Lu Shihu's achievements. Could you not pause and wait for me? He would often lament. With you as a comparison, I feel like a veritable failure. Lu Shihu would respond with a grievance. I say, young master, you ought to be reasonable. Your method of cultivation is troublesome and yields limited benefits to your energy enhancement. Coupled with the torturous nature of practicing this technique, it is only natural that progress is slow. My method, on the other hand, is straightforward, allowing for a far greater conversion of energy with each practice session, not to mention my esteemed Count as a mentor providing direct guidance. How could I not advance quickly? In their shared youth, experiencing the bittersweet journey of cultivation, their bond gradually deepened, transforming from that of master and servant to a fraternal camaraderie. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyun, while cultivating the chaotic rebirth technique, did not neglect his studies in the healing arts. Although his current cultivation level is merely at the entry-level stage, and he is unable to apply many unique methods of healing that require the use of energy, he has nonetheless grasped the underlying principles and processes. Concurrently, he has also learned various diagnostic methods employed by ordinary physicians, progressively making strides in the preparation and application of medicinal substances. Particularly concerning his own health and treatment, he has begun to perform some simple secret techniques independently, no longer needing to rely on the direct intervention of his uncle Zhang Zhai in his youth. Zhang Zhou would treat him multiple times a day, often during Lu Feiyun's slumber, so the details were somewhat lost on him. As he matured, the frequency of treatments dwindled to once a day, then every 2 days, and eventually every 3 days. If Zhang Zhou had to be away for an extended period, he would prepare additional medicines as substitutes. Though this never exceeded a few dozen days, as Lu Feiyun began practicing the chaotic rebirth technique, generating energy within himself, Zhang Zhou started to incorporate Lu Feiyun's own energy into his healing methods. Over time, Lu Feiyun gradually learned some simple techniques for using energy to nourish and heal his body, significantly reducing the frequency of Zhang Zhou's treatments. After several years, Zhang Zhou's interventions had diminished to once every half-month. Lu Feiyun also began to learn the preparation of the medicines he used. Zhang Zhou was quite astonished by Lu Feiyun's rapid progress in both his cultivation and medical expertise. The one who recommended the chaotic rebirth technique to Lu Feiyun. Zhang Zhou was well aware of its characteristics and the secrets that remained unknown to others. Although many in this era deemed the technique utterly worthless, it was originally crafted by a medical practitioner from the mysterious Cloud sect nearly a millennium ago. It is said that this practitioner created the technique for a junior he held in high regard, hoping that it would enable them to reach the celestial stage, despite that junior's mediocre innate talent. Regrettably, the medical practitioner unexpectedly passed away shortly after dedicating significant effort to developing the technique. Without his guidance, the junior abandoned the chaotic rebirth technique upon reaching the pinnacle of entry-level cultivation, opting instead for alternative methods. Many others have attempted to practice this technique, yet few have been able to persist to the master realm, and even fewer have reached the discipleship realm. Zhang Zhou was acutely aware of Lu Feiyun's constitution, which, aside from his innate talent, was severely afflicted by the formidable heavenly soul, rendering him frail and prone to illness, and causing him to wake from slumber with great difficulty. This condition resulted in him having far less time to practice than others. Moreover, his excessively strong soul, while giving rise to a heightened sensitivity, also led to an intensified experience of pain, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Under such circumstances, Lu Feiyun's achievement of reaching the pinnacle of entry-level cultivation within 5 years is nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 15. The mysterious visitor. Most individuals aware of the existence of the chaotic rebirth technique regard it as exceedingly difficult and utterly useless, with few recognizing that it originally contained 6.5 levels, corresponding to 7 realms. Among them, only a fragment pertaining to the master realm remains, making it one of the rare techniques that can lead one all the way to the master realm. Now, Zhang Zhou eagerly anticipates seeing just how far Lu Feiyun can persevere and what level he might ultimately achieve. However, according to the regulations of the mysterious Cloud sect, to continue cultivating techniques leading to the discipleship realm, one must first become an outer disciple of the sect. If Lu Feiyun were merely training in ordinary techniques, Lu Shihua could directly impart them to him, and as for the status of being a disciple of the mysterious Cloud sect, whether outer or inner, or even a direct disciple, would be easily attainable. Yet the chaotic rebirth technique is unique, with stringent requirements for cultivation and an array of challenges awaiting practitioners. Lu Shihua is not well versed in this technique and is thus unable to provide further guidance on its advanced stages. In fact, it is not just him. Even Zhang Zhou finds it challenging to offer extended instruction. If Lu Feiyun wishes to further his practice of this technique, he must return to the sect to seek out someone with a deeper understanding for personal instruction, which necessitates taking on a mentor. Coincidentally, on this very day, Zhang Zhou received a message from the sect summoning him back to prepare for the triennial Grand Assembly of the sect. Having resided with the Lu family for nearly a decade to study Lu Feiyun's rare ailment, he had entrusted the affairs of the mysterious Cloud sect's medical branch to his disciples. His willingness to remain with the Lu family to treat Lu Feiyun was not only due to the bonds of brotherhood and the generous rewards provided by Lu Shihua, but also stemmed from his keen interest in complex medical cases. Having thoroughly researched Lu Feiyun's condition, he felt that the young man no longer required his constant supervision, naturally leading to thoughts of returning to the sect. This was something Lu Shihua was certainly aware of. Thus, he requested Zhang Zhou to take Lu Feiyun with him to the sect, allowing him to become an outer disciple. Zhang Zhou laughed heartily and replied, "Those little rascals in the outer sect probably haven't even heard of the chaotic rebirth technique, let alone have the ability to teach this child. To seek a mentor for teaching, one must at least find a qualified individual who can pass on their knowledge. However, given your unique physical condition and the particularity of this technique, accomplishing this task is no simple feat." After a period of contemplation, Lu Shuho resolutely stated, "I kindly request my esteemed master to exert more effort in this matter. I, Shuho, will certainly know how to proceed. Please allow my master to wait a little longer." Zhang Zhou nodded and replied, "That is good. That is good. I shall wait for you for another 10 days. In the following days, Lu Feiyun temporarily halted his practice of the technique. Firstly, he had already reached the consummation of the entry-level realm, and further cultivation would not enhance his abilities. Secondly, he had learned of his impending departure from home to seek a master and learn the arts. Thus he spent these days accompanying his family, cherishing a few moments of this fleeting yet warm time together. One day, while Lu Feiyun was idly chatting with his second sister, Lu Mingming, and his third sister, Lu Xinxin, his younger sister, Lu Shiyao, suddenly ran in with excitement, joyfully exclaiming, "Second sister, third sister, brother, elder sister is back. Elder sister is back. Elder sister. She has returned." Upon hearing his sister's jubilant cries, Lu Feiyun felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly inquired, "Little sister, where is elder sister? Quickly lead us to her." Lu Mingming and Lu Xinxin also eagerly asked, "Yes, little sister. When did elder sister return? Why hasn't she come to see us? Father and mother did not inform us. Why are you all in such haste? Elder sister is currently in the reception hall entertaining guests. Mother forbade us from going, claiming it would disturb the guests. How outrageous! Guests? What sort of guests require the company of our newly returned elder sister?" Lu Feiyun pondered, somewhat confused. "I don't know, but their dialect from the imperial capital is impeccably authentic," Lu Xiao replied, mimicking the refined accent of the imperial capital. "By the time of the evening banquet, Lu Feiyun finally encountered the guests his sister had mentioned. He noticed that tonight's feast was far more grand and sumptuous than usual, and the prominent seat usually occupied by his father, Lu Shuho, was now taken by a middle-aged man of similar age. The man appeared gaunt and pale, exuding an air of delicate elegance that starkly contrasted with his father's robust presence. Yet, he bore a regal aura that commanded respect, making it difficult for one to meet his gaze. Behind him stood 6 individuals who seemed to serve as his guards. Although Lu Feiyun could not discern the depth of their cultivation, he sensed the powerful aura that is characteristic of formidable practitioners. Having traversed and been reborn into this world, not only had he been afflicted with a peculiar ailment, but he also possessed a memory and perception far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The presence of these 6 individuals reminded him of the esteemed cultivators within the estate, as well as Zhang Zhou, though the latter were considerably weaker compared to these 4 martial arts experts. At the very least, they were practitioners of the Xiao Jun realm. Good heavens! Who is this person that he can command such formidable protectors, and all at once? According to the tales of the elderly Zhang, practitioners of the Xiao Jun realm are core members even amongst the 9 major martial sects of the empire. If this individual has 6 of them as guards, he must be extraordinarily formidable. While secretly observing the man, Lu Feiyun mused in astonishment. It seemed the middle-aged man, sensing his scrutiny, suddenly turned towards Lu Feiyun and chuckled. "Little fellow, have you had your fill of staring? Is there something on my face? Come here, come here. Let me show you something up close." Upon seeing his father nod, Lu Feiyun hurriedly approached the middle-aged man, bowing deeply. "I, Lu Feiyun, pay my respects to uncle." "Uncle? Uncle? Ha ha ha. How come you call me uncle? Few address me in such a manner. Pray tell, why is that? Speak well, and there will be a reward." The middle-aged man, initially surprised, burst into laughter as he inquired. Lu Feiyun scratched his head, appearing to genuinely ponder the question. And after a moment he replied, "You are a distinguished guest of my father, and your appearance seems more youthful than his. I naturally ought to address you as uncle, younger? Ha ha ha. You truly have a way with words. Child, since you have called me uncle, the meeting gift cannot be trivial. Wait a moment. Let me see what I can present to you as a proper token." the middle-aged man laughed heartily. Although the banquet was lavish, the number of attendees was quite limited, comprising only the Lu family of 7, Zhang Zhou, and the enigmatic guest. Soon, the banquet concluded, and Lu Mu, Chu Bihe, led her daughters back to the inner courtyard, leaving only Lu Shiho, Lu Feiyun, and Zhang Zhou to accompany the middle-aged man on a leisurely stroll around the Lu estate. Lu Feiyun noticed that, unbeknownst to him, a large number of Tiger Guard Iron soldiers and Green Willow Guards had been stationed throughout the estate, many of whom were elite martial artists and human-tier experts, scattered around the premises. This display was akin to preparing for a formidable enemy. Clearly, it was due to the presence of the mysterious middle-aged guest. He could not help but wonder what sort of individual warranted such an extensive display of force from his father. Lu Feiyun's curiosity regarding the identity of the mysterious guest grew ever more intense. Chapter 16. A journey far from home. The Lu family's Luanbo estate, though termed an estate, was more akin to a mountain city, sprawling over a vast area, housing nearly 20,000 inhabitants. Not much smaller than Anping County. Constructed in accordance with the mountainous terrain, the buildings were arranged in a staggered manner, with roads varying in width and height. As Lu Feiyun strolled about under the moonlight, he was struck by the vastness of his family's so-called residence. Before long, they reached a small pavilion atop a mountain. From this vantage point, they could see the Lu estate, illuminated by countless lights scattered among the hills, twinkling in harmony with the stars above. The middle-aged guest gazed at the myriad lights and exclaimed, "Shiho, over the years, you have amassed quite a fortune. I truly did not expect this," Lu Shiho chuckled, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. "What can I say? I married a wife who knows how to make money. I may not boast about many talents, but few can rival my skill in finding a good wife." The middle-aged guest nodded in agreement, then sighed, speaking in a reflective tone. "As for the skill of finding a good wife, I must concede my admiration. Look at how well your wife manages the Luanbo estate. Unlike me, despite having found a multitude of wives, not one of them brings me peace of mind. Alas, perhaps this is just fate." Lu Shiho, however, did not respond, his expression somewhat peculiar, appearing as if he had much to say but held his tongue. Lu Feiyun found this rather puzzling. "Father, why do you bear such an expression? What does it matter to you how others find their spouses?" However, at that moment, Lu Feiyun felt quite fatigued. Although his physical condition and stamina had improved significantly through years of martial arts training, he was still comparatively weaker than others. After wandering about for a while, he found his energy greatly depleted. Overcome by exhaustion, he soon succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the stone table, eyeing the fleeting moments of his slumber. He intermittently overheard the middle-aged guest uttering a few words. "Hee. Truly, life is quite tiring. At times, I find myself envious of you, Shiho." Let the world do as it pleases. When Lu Feiyun awoke once more, it was already the following day, and the mysterious middle-aged guest had long since departed. Before leaving, the guest had left behind a talisman as a so-called meeting gift. The talisman bore the characters Lu and Yun engraved on both sides. Clearly done in haste, it was not particularly large, and its material appeared dull and unremarkable. Yet, when Lu Feiyun donned it around his neck, he felt a faint stream of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, leaving him astonished. This is a piece of black crystal. Good heavens, black crystal, the most precious of all gemstones. Although less than 1/10 of it is black crystal, it is still an exceedingly rare treasure. With this fragment of black crystal, his cultivation speed could significantly accelerate. This was truly wonderful. Lu Feiyun marveled at the small talisman hanging from his neck, and after the initial shock, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the mysterious middle-aged guest. Later, Lu Feiyun inquired about the identity of the enigmatic guest from his father, only to receive a vague response. He is a member of the royal family. As for his exact identity, you will naturally come to know when you grow older and travel to Tiandu Chonglu. A member of the royal family? Tiandu Chonglu? Could he possibly be a certain prince? Lu Feiyun's mind raced with speculation. After the departure of the mysterious guest, Lu Feiyun returned to his leisurely and carefree days. The arrival of his elder sister brought him immense joy, and he spent his days incessantly asking her countless questions. His elder sister, Lu Qianqian, had been studying and honing her skills for several years and had now attained the cultivation of a practitioner, already considered a minor expert among her peers. For Lu Feiyun, His elder sister was both endearing and intimidating. The eldest sister, naturally kind to her numerous younger siblings, also maintained a strict regimen in their upbringing, in the preceding years, while she was still at home. Her father was preoccupied with military duties and her mother tirelessly managed the affairs of the business association. Thus, it fell upon the eldest sister, Lu Qianqian, to oversee the daily lives and education in both literary and martial pursuits of her younger brothers and sisters. There exists a common adage within the empire. Eldest brother is like a father, eldest sister is like a mother. Lu Qianqian embodied both the father's sternness and the mother's tenderness, instilling both respect and affection not only in Lu Feiyun but also among her other sisters. At that moment, before Lu Qianqian, Lu Feiyun appeared almost like a fawning servant as he presented her with a meticulously peeled banana. As Lu Qianqian accepted the banana, she remarked, "Little brother, I hear you have reached a bottleneck in your cultivation. Are you set to depart for Huishui County, the headquarters of the mysterious Cloud sect, in a few days? How fortuitous it is that we can journey together for a stretch," Lu Feiyun, taken aback, inquired. "What, sister, you have only just returned. Why must you leave again? Will you not stay at home a while longer? And where, pray tell, are you headed?" "Indeed, I must depart, and it aligns perfectly with your own journey. This time, I am bound for Tiandu Changluo, and I fear I shall be away for several years." "Tiandu Changluo?" Lu Feiyun instinctively echoed. Tiandu Changluo was the imperial capital, renowned as the most prosperous city across the entire eastern continent. Unparalleled in its magnificence, a line from a poem often characterizes Changluo's splendor. Changluo boasts 1,000,000 households, the world teems with prosperity. Yet, this was not merely an exaggeration. Changluo genuinely embodied such grandeur. "Oh, sister, your destination is further than mine," Lu Feiyun exclaimed with a sigh. "Not excessively so. It is merely an additional 3,000 miles compared to the journey from home to the illusory Moon Palace." Lu Qianqian replied, referring to the sect where she had previously trained. "You must ensure to attend to me well on this journey, or I shall make you regret it. Yes, 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 whatever my sister commands." "I shall not dare defy," Lu Feiyun responded eagerly. "Come now, sister, allow me to demonstrate the shoulder technique I recently learned. It is a medical skill I labored to acquire under the tutelage of the esteemed Zheng Laokai." "Consider yourself fortunate to have a conscience," Lu Qianqian remarked. Before long, the long-awaited day of agreement with Zhang Zhou arrived. On that clear morning, the Lu family of 7 enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast before Lu Feiyun and Lu Qianqian bid farewell to their parents and family. Departing with Zhang Zhou, their uncle in the sect, at the threshold of their departure, Lu Shihai solemnly bowed to Zhang Zhou, saying, "I humbly request your assistance with the matter entrusted to you last night." Zhang Zhou responded with a smile, "As a member of the mysterious Cloud sect, you and I are family. There is no need for such formalities, rest assured. The matter you entrusted me will be attended to." Meanwhile, Lu Mu, Chu Bihe, incessantly reminded the siblings to take care of themselves while they were away. As her words turned to tears, the children, too, succumbed to weeping. "Enough? It is not too late. They must be on their way. What is there to weep about? It is not as if we shall never meet again," Lu Shihai urged, stifling the sobs of the family. With a choked voice, Chu Bihe finally allowed Lu Feiyun and Lu Qianqian to board the carriage. "Then it is farewell," Zhang Zhou nodded, joining them in the carriage. As the carriage set off, a contingent of guards mounted their horses to follow closely behind. Observing as the carriage receded into the distance, Lu Feiyun leaned out of the window, gazing at the increasingly blurred figures of his family. With a wave, he could not contain his tears. "Father, mother, for all the years you have devoted to me, I am at a loss to repay your immense kindness. When I return after my training, I shall undoubtedly shield you, along with my sisters, from the storms of life." Chapter 17. The City of Huishui. A clash at the city gates. The mysterious Cloud Mountain Range, situated in the central region of Luzhou within the 10th dynasty of the Tianyu Empire, sprawls over 1,000 square miles. Though its extent is not vast and its peaks are not particularly towering, they appear extraordinarily grand amidst the surrounding plains that stretch for tens of thousands of square miles. Beneath the highest peak of the mysterious Cloud Mountain Range flows the great river Chushui, which traverses the northern part of the empire, rushing eastward for nearly 10,000 miles before merging into the vast eastern seas after a journey of over 1,000 miles. Additionally, The Grand Canal that runs north to south through the empire intersects here. Deep within the mysterious Cloud Mountain range lies a rich vein of crystalline ore, though difficult to mine. The emanating spiritual energy pervades the area, making it particularly conducive for cultivators. Even before the founding of the empire's first dynasty, practitioners had established sects in this region. After millennia of development and integration, the sect named after the mysterious cloud was founded over 1,000 years ago, evolving into one of the 10 most formidable martial sects within the empire. The mysterious cloud sect occupies a vast expanse, with dozens of peaks housing disciples. The number of practitioners within the sect exceeds several thousand, not counting the myriad servants and aides who support them. Moreover, the disciples who have dispersed throughout the eastern continent number over 10,000, either serving in government positions, branching out to establish subsects, or working as protectors for wealthy families, or even joining and founding gangs and associations, continually showcasing the sect's immense influence. The confluence of the canal and Chushui, a thriving metropolis known as Huishui, has emerged. Due to its strategic location at the junction of two major waterways and its proximity to one of the 10 martial sects, the mysterious cloud sect, Huishui has flourished, boasting a permanent population of over 100,000 and serving as the capital of the county. As dawn broke and the city gates remained closed, individuals had already gathered both inside and outside the gates. The gate captain surveyed the crowd awaiting entry and addressed his subordinates. "Brothers, keep your eyes sharp. Although our profits here do not compare to those at the docks, the recent days have been different. They will only increase, not decrease. Whether we can seize these opportunities depends on our abilities. In the past, a mere 5 guards sufficed to man the gates, but recently, we require the entire team. Why, you ask? It is because the mysterious cloud sect's triannual opening of its gates is about to commence. Many martial practitioners are flocking to Huishui, along with numerous dignitaries and wealthy merchants. These individuals are not akin to ordinary citizens or traders. A misstep could lead to calamity, of course, if we handle it well. The rewards will be exceedingly generous. In short, heed this. Commoners may be bullied, practitioners must be avoided, and the wealthy are our benefactors. Skillfully seek their favors. Do you all understand?" "Understood. Rest assured, Captain, we know what to do." The guards responded in unison. The captain nodded with satisfaction and commanded, "Very well. Follow my orders. Open the gates." As time passed, the number of individuals exiting the city dwindled while those entering increased, particularly the martial practitioners bearing various weapons, as well as the affluent arriving by horse and carriage. The guards largely disregarded the practitioners, but for the wealthy, even a brief pause at the gates would earn them a warm welcome and inquiries about their needs, often leading to generous rewards that delighted them to that moment. Another procession of carriages approached from the distance, soon arriving at the city gates. Coincidentally, several riders were also attempting to exit the city. The two groups converged at the gate, but neither side was willing to yield, resulting in a stalemate that effectively blocked the entrance. The gate captain's expression darkened. Huishui is a sprawling city with over 100,000 households. Its walls are tall and sturdy, with the gate archway spanning several yards. The incoming procession had already traversed most of the gate and only lacked a short distance to fully exit. Yet, the departing individuals refused to budge, insisting that those entering retreat. In truth, if they were merely common folk, they could have squeezed by, but clearly, neither party consisted of ordinary citizens. Both sides were unwilling to relent, each vying for dominance. This is a predicament. The gate captain recognized that the departing individuals were all clad in the standard attire of the mysterious cloud sect, and among them was one whose attire indicated a position of some authority within the sect. Conversely, the convoy entering the city, though small, comprised several carriages and riders, all of whom were evidently martial practitioners. The captain himself was a practitioner, albeit a third-tier cultivator, and while he was not particularly formidable, he possessed a discerning eye. From the aura radiating from the knights guarding the carriages, it was clear they were all martial artists of at least the 3rd tier, a display of grandeur not easily supported by ordinary affluent families. Moreover, the leader of the mysterious cloud sect S group donned the garb of a law enforcement captain. Both sides were formidable adversaries, rendering confrontation ill-advised. The captain resolved to intervene diplomatically, approaching with a beaming smile. "Ah, what seems to be the trouble, esteemed sirs? I implore you to remain calm. Surely there is no issue that cannot be amicably resolved." The captain bowed to both parties and continued with a smile. One of the mysterious cloud sect members replied, We are from the Law Enforcement Hall of the Mysterious Cloud Sect, and this is our Captain Su Weiing. Captain Su is leading us on urgent business. We request that they promptly yield and clear the path. Such grand authority, Miyun Sect, Law Enforcement Hall. And what of Captain Su? Do you truly believe yourselves to be Imperial officials? How audacious of you to command the Imperial Army. Such bravado! A melodious voice, belonging to a young maiden, rang out. It was only then that the captain of the gate realized that one of the knights guarding the carriage was actually a girl disguised as a boy. Observing the expressions of the other knights, it seemed they regarded her with great respect. This maiden was none other than Lu Feiyun's elder sister, Lu Qianqian. She continued, "First come, first served. This is a time-honored custom. This city gate is several feet wide, and we arrived first. Now, you expect us to retreat just because you arrive later? What logic is this? Though Huishui City is home to the Miyun sect, that does not give them the right to behave so arrogantly. Humph. Urgency calls for pragmatism. Can you bear the consequences of delaying our important matters? Who knows where these bumpkins come from, lacking any awareness? Merely a few minor cultivators, yet they dare to contest our passage. Truly laughable. Retreat at once." Su Weiing coldly retorted. Lu Qianqian immediately shot back. "Ha! Who do you think you are? Just a mere captain of the Law Enforcement Hall. What's so impressive about that? What if we refuse to yield? It is you who ought to give way." Chapter 18. The words of the cultivator startled the crowd. The Lu family's carriage and the Miyun sect's Law Enforcement Hall cavalry remained at an impasse. With a growing throng of pedestrians and carriages on either side of the city gate, the gate captain's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he repeatedly pleaded, "I beseech you all, let us prioritize harmony. Can we not each take a step back? Please." At that moment, the previously closed carriage window opened, revealing an 11 or 12-year-old boy, Lu Feiyun. Realizing that the standoff could not continue, he urged, "Sister, why not just step aside a bit? Captain Su, you see, it is rather inconvenient for our carriage to reverse. The city gate is not too narrow. Although our carriage is somewhat wide, a horse can still pass by. We cannot remain stuck here indefinitely. This will only cause trouble for the gatekeeper, whose duty is to ensure smooth passage. Don't you agree?" The gate captain quickly added, "What this young master says makes perfect sense. Ensuring the gate remains clear is my duty. Captain Su, could you please extend a favor to the young master and step back?" Before Su Weiing could respond, Lu Qianqian scolded, "You insolent brat, what do you know? It is not your place to interfere in adult matters. Stand aside. I am upset right now, so I will not yield." Seeing that his sister was in a foul mood, Lu Feiyun dared not press further and hurried back into the carriage. Su Weiing's expression grew even colder as he remarked, "Upset? So you refuse to yield? Ha! Truly an ill-mannered wild girl. If you do not clear the road, I shall dismantle your obstructive carriage and slay your troublesome horses. Let this serve as a lesson for you. Wild girl, out here, it is not as carefree as at home." As he spoke, several of his subordinates prepared to spur their horses forward, while the opposing knights unsheathed their swords. "Everyone, please remain calm. There is no need for blades to be drawn. Everything can be resolved through discussion. Harmony is paramount," the gate captain exclaimed in panic, yet he could only repeat his earlier pleas, lacking the ability or courage to intervene directly. "Enough. Qianqian, step aside. Captain Su, do not be excessive." Just then, an elderly voice emanated from within the carriage, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. "Master Cultivator? Cultivator? Esteemed Cultivator." The gate captain felt the powerful energy emanating from the carriage rising exponentially, causing beads of sweat to flow down his forehead. He was greatly astonished to realize that there was an immensely powerful cultivator within the carriage. Su Weiing and his companions were equally taken aback, halting their mounts in confusion. It was Su Weiing who reacted swiftly. Dismounting to bow to the carriage, "I had no idea an esteemed cultivator was present. I apologize for my rudeness. May I inquire your esteemed name and which sect you represent?" "My name is insignificant." The elderly voice replied, "I am merely accompanying 2 of my grandchildren on a journey. Captain Su, for the sake of my age, let us each yield a little, shall we? Qianqian, do step aside." Once more, the elder's voice resonated from the carriage. Lu Qianqian, begrudgingly, replied, "Humph, this is favoritism. Fine." She was the first to step aside, and the other knights quickly followed suit. Finally recovering from his shock, the gate captain let out a sigh of relief and said, "What the elder says is indeed wise. Harmony is key." Su Weiying repeatedly expressed his apologies and gratitude, bowing once more before he slowly led his horse past the carriage, with his subordinates following suit. Upon exiting the city gate and crossing the suspension bridge, the group resumed their mounts, galloping away. However, Su Weiying secretly felt a chill, although the accompanying individuals seemed to be cultivators of merely the fourth or fifth tiers. The carriage itself did not appear lavish, and yet there was evidently a powerful cultivator among them. It was indeed a misjudgment on his part. Had he known there was a cultivator within that carriage, he would never have dared to contest them. It seemed his master was correct. During this period of upheaval in Huishui City, with various factions colliding, he must temper his behavior and refrain from being too ostentatious. Yet, he couldn't help but resent that wild girl. Why did she not introduce the elder sooner to spare him such embarrassment? At the city gate, as the carriage exited, the gate captain respectfully saw them off. Lu Qianqian waved her hand, saying, "Esteemed sir, I would be grateful if you could assist us in finding a place to rest." As she spoke, she tossed a small gold ingot. Upon receiving the gold ingot, the gate captain's face lit up with joy. "Your Excellency, you flatter me. It is an honor to serve someone of your stature. Please wait a moment while I inform my brothers and personally escort you." Lu Qianqian replied lazily, "We are in no hurry." Then she called out to the carriage, "Sure who? Come out. I want to rest inside the carriage." With that, she leaped towards the carriage, and as the door swung open, another child of 11 or 12 years jumped out and mounted the horse Lu Qianqian was riding. Complete mastery of the cultivation realm at such a young age. The gate captain was taken aback once more, and he could not help but sigh inwardly. This group of individuals was indeed extraordinary. As Lu Qianqian entered the carriage, she found her brother Lu Feiyun giving a massage to an elderly man, who wore a contented expression, sipping from a wine gourd. This man was none other than Zhang Zhou, the head of the Medicine Fragrance Valley of the Miyun sect. Lu Qianqian pouted, feigning anger, "Master Uncle, you are truly biased, only favoring your own disciples. You show me no protection." Zhang Zhou chuckled, "Oh, you little girl. It sounds as if once you entered the illusory Moon Palace, you are no longer part of the Miyun sect. Besides, though the law enforcement hall selects personnel from our sect, no one from the Medicine Fragrance Valley would go. Tell me, you and that Captain Su are of no difference." Lu Qianqian, however, was even less satisfied and whined, "Master Uncle, you cannot say that. After all, our Lu family has honored you for nearly 10 years. My brother has been your little test subject for nearly a decade. In terms of connection, we are closer than that Captain Su." "Ah, this little girl truly knows how to twist the truth, as if I have been freeloading at your Lu family all these years," Zhang Zhou replied, shaking his head. "You speak with neither shame nor embarrassment. Ah, truly, it is difficult to raise both women and rascals." Chapter 19. Farewell to Master Uncle. Heartfelt words upon hearing Zhang Zhou's reprimands. Lu Qianqian immediately resorted to pouting and retorted, "I do not care. I am just a little girl, not a gentleman, Master Uncle. You should not reason with me. As for my brother, it was you who originally refused to take him as your disciple. Who can blame that? From now on, once my brother enters the Miyun sect, you must look out for him. You must promise me, or else when I meet your little granddaughter, I will surely take her to the imperial capital." "You can do as you wish." Zhang Zhou shook his head helplessly, saying, "You are truly something else. In front of others, you are the esteemed Lu family prodigy, yet before me, you are simply a willful child. I fear you. I wonder if those resentful women in the illusory Moon Palace have led you astray. Furthermore, with your father's master present, you need not worry about your brother under my care. For he will not suffer greatly. However, you must be cautious as you head to the imperial capital. It is unlike anywhere else, and everything requires careful consideration." Lu Qianqian then sweetly pleaded, "Then I must rely on Master Uncle to find me a few trustworthy allies. Dear younger brother, should you encounter any troubles within the sect in the future, do not hesitate to seek assistance from our esteemed Master Uncle. He is always there to support you." As Lu Feiyun continued to massage his back, he chuckled, "Sister, rest assured, Master Uncle is indeed the kindest to me. He will undoubtedly look out for me, won't he? Master Uncle, you too. It sounds as though I, Zhang Zhou, owe your Lu family something. If your father were to speak to me in such a manner." I would certainly give him a piece of my mind. Miss, we have arrived at the inn. At that moment, a knight outside the carriage reported. Understood. Lu Qianqian responded and turned to the elder Zhang Zhou. He tucked away his wine gourd and, with a casual smile, remarked, Now that we have entered Huishui City, I shall take my leave and return to the sect. The grand competition will commence in 3 days. Do take the time to consider your candidates, and if any catch your fancy, do let me know, and I shall assist in the selection. As for your younger brother's situation, while not overly concerning, he must exert himself to quell the whispers of others. Do you understand, children? The siblings ceased their playful banter and solemnly replied, Thank you, Master Uncle. Then prepare yourselves well. I shall take my leave with that. The carriage door swung open, and Zhang Zhou's figure swiftly vanished into the crowd. The captain of the guard, who had been waiting beside the carriage, was taken aback as an elderly man appeared before him. Moving gracefully towards the thronged eye in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight, a remarkable figure. Is this the extent of the prowess of the cultivators? The guard captain was left in awe as he turned his gaze to the just disembarked siblings. Feeling a newfound respect, he hurriedly approached and said, Esteemed guests, we have arrived at the Linshan Inn. After bowing deeply towards the distant figure, Lu Qianqian turned to the captain. Thank you, Captain, the captain quickly replied. Not at all. It is merely my duty. Currently, Huishui City is bustling with visitors, most of whom are here for the triennial grand opening of the Miyun sect. Thus, finding an inn can be somewhat challenging. Given your esteemed status, I can imagine you would not wish to settle for an ordinary establishment. While the Linshan Inn may not be the most opulent in Huishui City, it is indeed elegant and tranquil. Perfectly suited for you both. Lu Qianqian smiled. You are too kind, Captain. We are immensely grateful for your assistance amidst your busy schedule. By the way, my father also has a background in military affairs, so I hold a deep respect for those in your field. I understand you must be quite occupied, so I shall not take up any more of your valuable time. The captain understood and replied, Ah, I see. It seems we share a connection. However, I truly have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he stepped back a few paces and turned to depart. Lu Qianqian and her party entered the inn, where their accompanying knights soon negotiated with the innkeeper, and before long, they secured 2 superior rooms. Once inside their guest room, Lu Feiyun, waiting for the attendants to leave, inquired, Sister, what has come over you today? Why did you seem to clash with Captain Su for no apparent reason? This is not like you. Lu Qianqian sighed. What else could it be? I feel so stifled. He just happened to be in the line of fire. And I had to vent my frustration. As soon as I set foot in Huishui City, I couldn't help but think that soon, we siblings will be separated. This parting could mean years without seeing each other. How can I bear it, dear brother? From now on, you must take care of yourself. Lu Feiyun's eyes reddened as he replied, Sister, worry not. I, Lu Feiyun, am no longer a child. I am 12 years old now. A young man capable of looking after myself. You can rest easy in the capital. Upon hearing Lu Feiyun's bold declaration, Lu Qianqian couldn't help but smile, playfully poking his forehead. Oh please, still a young man? You haven't even sprouted all your hair yet. What kind of man are you? All right, go get some rest. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to our esteemed master and familiarize ourselves with the Miyun sect surroundings. Now lie down and rest. Your health is fragile compared to that rascally Ji who, not sprouted all my hair yet. What words does my sister dare to utter? Lu Feiyun's face flushed with embarrassment. However, Lu Qianqian suddenly shifted her tone, reverting to her earlier melancholy demeanor. Dear brother, now that you have reached your destination, you can no longer accompany me on this journey. Alas, from now on, I must endure the hardships alone. Lu Feiyun, seeing his sister's mood swing from joy to sorrow, was unsure of how to respond, thinking, It is indeed said that a woman's heart is fickle, and it appears to hold some truth. Listening to her, one might think she was off to the capital to suffer greatly. In reality, she was merely going to the Imperial Business Academy, where our mother once studied. Despite its name, the academy does not solely teach the art of commerce. It also instructs young ladies from affluent families in the management of household affairs. Thus, many noble daughters are sent there to learn, preparing them for future marriages where they can manage their family affairs. What kind of academy is this? It is clearly a place where a humble phoenix can rise from the ashes. Lu Feiyun internally scoffed, though he dared not voice his thoughts. His sister was the person he feared most, her capacity for intimidation surpassing even their father, the butcher, and their mother, who appeared benevolent yet had a heart of a demon. Best not to provoke her. Chapter 20. Expressing woes, remembering the past, what could Lu Feiyun say in response to his sister Lu Qianqian's gloomy portrayal of her journey to the capital? He could only nod in agreement. Noticing her brother's silence, Lu Qianqian's tone turned stern. You must train diligently once you enter the sect, dear brother. My lifelong happiness rests entirely on your shoulders. Lu Feiyun exclaimed in confusion. Why is that? Before leaving, our mother mentioned that if I do not achieve something noteworthy at the academy, I would have to marry someone from a suitable family who could provide for the Lu family. Lu Qianqian's expression turned forlorn as she spoke. Lu Feiyun responded with an understanding. Oh, what do you mean, oh? You little brat, what do you understand? If that were the case, I would be forced to marry someone I do not like at all. Perhaps even someone I have never met and spend my life with him. Alas, just thinking about it is terrifying. Would you want to see me crying every day? Lu Feiyun frantically shook his head. No, no. In the past, when your condition had not improved, our father, that butcher, constantly pressured me to train in martial arts, while our mother insisted I learn those dreadful calculations. Heavens! What kind of girl spends all her time training in combat? While I find those tedious numbers give me a headache, dear brother, I am utterly exhausted. As she spoke, tears began to well in Lu Qianqian's eyes. Lu Feiyun hurriedly nodded. Sister, don't cry. I promise I will not let you down. I will master the strongest skills in the sect, and one day, I will support our Lu family, allowing you to marry whomever you wish. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian broke into a smile, gently swatting away his small hand and playfully poking his forehead. You little brat, do you even know what marriage entails? How shameless! Rest assured, sister, although I am unaware of the martial arts you are practicing, I can discern that it is indeed a tormenting endeavor. If it becomes unbearable, perhaps it would be wise to abandon it, for I, Lu Qianqian, am here to shield you. With my capabilities, I am confident that I shall master my studies at the Business Academy and return with a suitable partner to uphold this family and provide shelter from the storms of life. As I spoke, a faint blush crept upon Lu Qianqian's cheeks. Any young man witnessing this would surely be enchanted. Yet, at that moment, Lu Feiyun was too consumed by his own thoughts to appreciate her beauty. Feeling a pang of bitterness instead, he mused, how can I, a grown man, allow my dear sister to bear the brunt of life's challenges for me? Such burdens should fall upon my shoulders. I wonder how my esteemed master is faring with the matters entrusted to him by my father. What has come over me today, discussing such matters with a mere child? It seems that the vexations caused by that insufferable Captain Su have truly unsettled my mind. Speaking to you, a young lad of merely 10 years, is akin to playing the lute to a cow. Enough of this. I shall not torment your ears any longer. Do try to sleep. We must rise early for the Miun sect tomorrow. Lu Qianqian seemed to realize that she had spoken too much today, and after a few more murmurs, she quickly succumbed to slumber. Playing the lute to a cow? What an absurd statement, Lu Feiyun thought. Exasperated. Perhaps the exhaustion of the day had overwhelmed Lu Qianqian, for it was not long before she began to snore. It appears that even the most beautiful of maidens can snore. As Lu Feiyun listened to his sister's snores, he found himself tossing and turning, feeling fatigued yet unable to find sleep, his mind in turmoil. 10 years. It has been a decade since I arrived in this world. How swiftly time flies. I remember when I was merely an ordinary migrant worker in the 21st century of Zhu Xia. One afternoon, overwhelmed by fatigue, I dozed off at the construction site, only to awaken as a toddler in this unfamiliar realm. Have I transcended time? Reborn? Or am I merely dreaming? I cannot discern my reality. Yet, as time passes, I must reluctantly accept this new existence. Indeed, I have traversed to another world, but thankfully, before my journey, I was an orphan without ties. So, crossing over is not entirely dreadful. At least I have gained parents and family in this new life. Gradually, I came to understand that my parents in this life were far from ordinary. In this world reminiscent of ancient China, not only do we have numerous servants, grand estates, but also armored warriors scattered about. It turns out, I have become a scion of wealth, perhaps even a military heir. Could it be that I am destined to lead a life akin to those protagonists in web novels, embarking on an exhilarating journey? Yet, My joy was short-lived as I received a most unfortunate revelation. My current body is inherently frail, diagnosed by numerous esteemed physicians as having a constitution doomed to an early demise, likely not surviving beyond the age of 12, having arrived in this life at over 2 years old. It means I have less than a decade left to live. Suddenly, the once radiant sky grew ominously dark, a mere decade to live, and it is confined between the ages of 2 and 12. What significance does such a journey hold? Chapter 21. A forceful room change. Arrogance personified. Lu Feiyun's thoughts churned incessantly in his mind. In the initial years of my reincarnation in this world, I merely drifted through life, feeling devoid of vitality and hope. Had it not been for the understanding little maid, Lu Yi, who constantly encouraged and enlightened me, I might have long since succumbed to despair. Gradually, I realized that although I wished to give up, my parents had never abandoned me. They tirelessly toiled, searching for renowned physicians, amassing wealth solely to seek a cure for my ailment. At the age of 6, we finally saw a glimmer of hope. Largely thanks to the recently departed Master Zheng Zhou, my father's mentor, who was the head of the medicinal branch of the Miyun sect. From the moment I traversed into this world, he began seeking ways to treat my condition. After years of dedicated research and experimentation, he devised a method that combined martial arts training with medicinal practices, reinforced by herbal remedies to extend my lifespan. At last, my anticipated lifespan has been extended by several years, offering a sliver of hope. My journey to the Miyun sect near Huishui City is to further cultivate this technique, allowing me to eventually utilize the healing arts independently. Thus, I may liberate myself from the constraints of medicine and extend my life to that of a normal individual as my cultivation progresses. However, this path will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Yet, what does it matter if it is difficult? My parents have traversed great distances for my sake, and my elder sister has even sacrificed her own happiness. Unable to inherit the family business due to my illness, she has prepared to either uphold the Lu family or sacrifice herself in marriage to someone unknown, all to secure a refuge for our family. What reason do I have not to strive and contest with fate for my lifespan? In my previous life, I was solitary and longed for familial bonds, envious of those accompanied by loved ones. Now, having crossed into this world and finally fulfilled my wish, how could I not cherish and protect this family? Is it not merely a matter of enduring some hardships? I feared nothing in my past life, and I remain unfazed in this one. As Lu Feiyun was lost in thought, his mind heavy with fatigue, he was abruptly roused by a persistent knocking at the door, signaling the occurrence of something significant. Lu Qianqian's snores were soon interrupted by the commotion, and she angrily rose to open the door, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this incessant knocking? Can one not enjoy a moment's rest? Must matters be addressed immediately?" Standing outside was the innkeeper, his face a mask of distress, yet he forced a smile, saying, "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize. The fault lies entirely with our humble establishment. This room was already reserved, and it seems our staff momentarily forgot. Allowing you to stay here, we kindly request that you switch to another room. We shall refund your deposit in full, waive the fees for your stay, and the alternative room will only be of slightly lesser quality. We hope for your understanding." Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, Lu Qianqian's displeasure only intensified. "Change rooms? You made a reservation error? Is this how you conduct business? If this room was indeed booked, why allow us to check in? Do not assume that because I am from out of town, I am easy to bully." The innkeeper's smile faltered. Though he continued to feign cheerfulness, we would never dare to disrespect our valued guests. The individual who reserved this room holds considerable influence, someone our establishment cannot afford to offend. We ask for your understanding regarding our predicament. All losses incurred by you will be borne entirely by us. Would that be acceptable? Lu Qianqian, however, was unwilling to relent. "Innkeeper, spare me your self-deceiving platitudes. The matter of the prior guest is simply that they are someone you cannot contend with. If they wish to change rooms, let them come in person. As long as they provide a reasonable explanation, I might consider it. Otherwise, all discussions are off." The innkeeper's expression grew increasingly pained, yet he could only maintain his forced smile. "Esteemed guest, I assure you, I have no other options. I would never dream of disturbing your peace otherwise. What are you doing? Why have you not resolved this yet? I am curious to see who dares to oppose the Su family. If I desire their room, it is a compliment to them, yet they refuse to yield. Such ingratitude." At that moment, a youthful voice interjected, brimming with arrogance. Lu Feiyun emerged to see a boy of around 15 or 16 years, fanning himself with a folding fan, followed by 7 bodyguards. Initially, the youth appeared haughty, but upon catching sight of Lu Qianqian's beauty, he gasped and broke into a smile, altering his tone. To my surprise, I thought it was just a rustic bumpkin from the countryside. Yet it turns out to be a stunning beauty disguised as a boy. Since you are a beauty, I cannot press you too hard at haha, fair maiden. Would you care to join me for a drink and become friends? If you please me, not only will I relinquish this room, but I would also be willing to accompany you throughout Huishui City and the Miyun Mountain. As he spoke, the boy's gaze roamed over Lu Qianqian's face and certain other features. And he smugly added, although you disguise yourself well as a boy, you cannot escape my discerning eye. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Qianqian, already in a foul mood, was further irked by the boy's flippant demeanor. Coldly, she retorted, you have no idea of your own worth, yet you dare to speak so boldly. The youth quickly regained his earlier arrogance, laughing as he replied, what is my worth? Ha! I fear uttering it would frighten you country bumpkins. I am Su Weijia, the brother of the wife of the magistrate's son in Huishui County, a young master of the Su family in Qingyu County. In Huishui City. While I cannot claim to control all, I am not someone whom just anyone can provoke. It's a mere glance at your attire. It is evident that you hail from some obscure corner of the world, a provincial bumpkin. You mistakenly believe that possessing a modest sum of money renders you significant. Yet it is crucial to remember that there are always greater heights beyond your own. Within this grand city, there are hidden talents and formidable individuals. It would be wise for you, the outsiders, to maintain a demeanor of humility. Were it not for the fact that I find you somewhat pleasing to the eye, I would have already expelled you from my presence. Come, let us indulge in a few drinks together. Should I find satisfaction, I might even consider granting you a room for the night. Ha ha ha. This young man's words left not only Lu Qianqian momentarily speechless, but even Lu Feiyun inwardly lamented. Another insufferable fool. Full of bravado. As for the Qingshu Su family, although she had heard her mother mention them, they hardly seemed to wield any significant influence. Merely a wealthy merchant family within the county. It remains a mystery where this Su young master derives his audacity to act so brazenly. The raucous laughter of Su Weijia naturally drew the attention of many. At that moment, several guards from the Lu family, drawn by the commotion from the adjacent room, observed Su Weijia's lecherous gaze directed at their young lady, and their faces immediately darkened with anger. Especially Lu Feiyun's loyal follower, Lu Shihu, who, upon hearing Su Weijia's earlier remarks, bellowed, "You dare? Who do you think you are? Expecting my lady to drink with you? Bah! Look at yourself in a mirror. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, don't blame me if I turn you into a pig's head." Seeing that Lu's siblings were accompanied by only 4 young guards and a child, and noting their unadorned clothing, Su Weijia concluded they could not possibly belong to any prominent family. When Lu Shihu began to hurl insults at him, his expression turned icy. He retorted sharply, "Truly? A rustic fool, devoid of manners. Such behavior deserves punishment. Break his legs." As soon as he finished speaking, one of his guards stepped forward and kicked Lu Shihu. Lu Feiyun cried out, "Show mercy," but it was too late. Su Weijia sneered, "No mercy is required." Just then, a scream pierced the air, not from Lu Shihu, but from one of Su's burly guards in his 20s, who collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and howling in pain. Su Weijia's remaining guards rushed to his side, shielding him. You dare to harm my man." Su Weijia was both furious and astonished. He had not anticipated that a mere child could so easily incapacitate one of his 6-layered guards. What do you mean? What do you mean? Hurry and leave, lest you anger me further. I will take you down with him." Lu Shihu growled fiercely. The innkeeper, secretly terrified, also felt a sense of relief. No wonder Captain Nyo, who guarded the north gate, personally escorted them here. Appearances can be deceiving. Initially, he had assumed they were simply impoverished local merchants sending their children to the Miyun sect for a stroke of luck, hoping to gain admission. But now it was clear that their origins were far from ordinary. Although Su Weijia was the little uncle of the governor's eldest son, protected by such lineage, he should not underestimate the strength of his adversaries. Lu Qianqian, witnessing Lu Shihu successfully intimidate Su Weijia, finally felt a sense of vindication. However, she did not wish to escalate the matter. She restrained Lu Shihu's tirade and addressed Su Weijia. Young Master Su, I am not in the best of spirits today, and would prefer to rest quietly rather than indulge in drinking. I shall return to my room now. Please make yourself comfortable with that. She took Lu Yunfei by the hand and retreated to their quarters. Su Weijia was about to voice further complaints when Lu's guards simultaneously unleashed their martial aura, causing Su's guards to wear expressions of grave concern. The leader quickly leaned in to whisper to Su Weijia, Young Master, aside from that child, the rest of these individuals are all mid-level cultivators. Among us, I alone am at the 4th layer. If a fight ensues, we will gain little advantage. For your safety, it would be prudent for us to retreat for now. We can settle the score with the eldest son later. Though Su Weijia felt discontent, he could only suppress his rage, muttering, We shall see, before departing in a huff. The innkeeper sighed in relief as Su Weijia and his entourage carried away their injured guard. However, he soon realized that this incident was far from resolved. Would it necessitate involving the proprietor? As the innkeeper hesitated to report the matter to the owner, Lu Qianqian remained unfazed by the so-called Qingshu Su family, merely finding the entire situation distasteful. In her eyes, while the Qingshu Su family might be considered affluent within their county, they held no sway in the grand scheme of things within the entire Luzhou region. Moreover, the Su family were mere merchants, lacking any official stature. Although the former head of the Su family had purchased a noble title a few years back, such status was inconsequential in the eyes of established families like the Lu clan. As for the governor's son, while his title sounded imposing, it merely served to intimidate the common folk. In the past, her father had commanded an army of 70 to 80,000 elite soldiers. How could one compare a mere governor to such might? Furthermore, the governor's son was not synonymous with the governor himself, and he certainly was not the only offspring of the governor. Such a minor character, who merely climbed a few social rungs, was no more than an annoying fly. Were it not for pressing matters at hand, she would not have entertained him at all, contrary to the innkeeper's expectations. Su Weijia did not return to cause further trouble after his departure. Only a servant from the Su family came by to inquire about the incident, and then nothing further transpired. It appeared that the Su young master had no intention of seeking revenge, at least not within this inn, allowing the innkeeper to finally relax. The Miyun sect's grand opening, held every 3 years, would not commence for another 2 days, and thus, individuals seeking entry were left to settle in Huishui City and await their turn. However, some fortunate souls had already gained access to the Miyun sect. These individuals were either esteemed guests of the sect or significant members, and their families from various branches outside the sect. They hailed from across the land, bringing considerable pressure to the law enforcement hall. To maintain order, all 8 enforcement teams, along with the 4 elders, were deployed to patrol the inner gates. Su Weiying, as the captain of one of the teams, naturally increased the frequency of his inspections. As the leader, he enjoyed many privileges. During his rounds, he brought along his younger brother Su Weijia to familiarize him with the sect's basic operations. However, Su Weijia appeared sullen and disheartened. After leading him through several areas and witnessing his lack of enthusiasm, Su Weiying could no longer contain his irritation and asked, What is the matter with you? Why do you look so dazed? How can you expect to face the entrance examination in just a few days in such a state? You must stand out and become an inner disciple. Although I have made arrangements for you, you must also put in some effort. Look at you. After all this time, you are still stuck at the 4th layer of cultivation. This is unacceptable. Su Weijia, feeling his brother's reproach, retorted indignantly, Elder brother, you cannot say that. I am trying my best. It's just that I feel stifled. Why didn't you stand up for me yesterday? They were merely a bunch of country bumpkins. What is so terrifying about them? You are the esteemed captain of the law enforcement hall in Miyun sect. Surely you wouldn't fear them. Hearing his brother's complaints, Su Weiying could only feel exasperated. You fool! Did I not repeatedly warn you before entering the city? Do not create trouble, do not create trouble. With the sect's grand opening approaching, countless individuals have arrived in Huishui City, some of whom even I would not dare provoke. What do you think will happen if you recklessly offend someone you shouldn't? I would be unable to protect you, brother. I find your words unappealing. I am not blind. If they were prominent families or hidden masters, I would certainly refrain from provoking them. But those country bumpkins lack even a respectable elder to support them, and their attire is utterly mundane. What could they possibly do? Why should they occupy the best rooms while I am relegated to inferior quarters? Furthermore, That little girl was far too arrogant, completely disregarding our Su family. Why not teach them a lesson? Bah, you are clearly blinded by infatuation. How many times have I told you not to chase after flowers? One day, you will encounter a thorny rose that will teach you a lesson. Why not focus your thoughts on martial arts? Even if your cultivation cannot be advanced immediately, dedicating yourself to studying various martial techniques would be beneficial. Moreover, do all scions of noble families or martial arts experts relish in flaunting themselves as you do? Come now, be more prudent. Should you fail to gain entry into the inner sect this time, just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Su Weijia, witnessing his elder brother's genuine fury, dared not retort further. Instead, he walked ahead in silence. At that moment, however, he spotted Lu Qianqian and her brother approaching. Initially taken aback, his surprise swiftly morphed into indignation as he rushed forward to block their path, exclaiming, how have you two managed to infiltrate the sect? You dare to wreak havoc here. Brother, it is indeed those two who injured my men. They must be spies sent by our rivals. Quickly apprehend them and interrogate them thoroughly. Lu Feiyun was equally stunned. Who would have thought that we would encounter these two again today? Su Weiying, Su Weijia, it appears these two are brothers. Truly, fate has a sense of irony. Ever since crossing paths with them, my elder sister has been plagued by misfortunes, and now, ill fortune has struck once more. At that moment, Lu Qianqian had reverted to her feminine attire, donning the elegant robes of a female disciple of the Maiyun sect, exuding an air of grace and beauty. Yet her countenance was far from pleasant, and she halted her steps, fixing her gaze on Su Weiying. Speaking coldly, Su Captain, oh no, I meant Su Senior Brother. I never realized this young gentleman Su is your younger brother. You ought to discipline him well, lest he stirs up trouble one day. It would not bode well. Who do you think you are, to speak to my elder brother in such a manner? Do you think this is just any place? This is the Maiyun sect? Not somewhere you can run rampant, brother. Why are you not swiftly apprehending them? Lu Qianqian's expression darkened, while Su Weiying's face grew even darker. His complexion turned ashen, eyes ablaze with fury, though he seemed to be suppressing it with great effort. Those two must surely be intruders. Look how agitated my elder brother is, unable to utter a word. I implore you, brothers, seize these two spies at once. Seeing his brother remain silent, Su Weijia turned to a few members of the law enforcement team, urging them to act. Yet, Su Weiying's subordinates remained motionless. Instead, he suddenly struck Su Weijia across the face, leaving him momentarily dazed. After striking Su Weijia, Su Weiying forced a smile, stating, so this young lady is also my sect's junior sister. What a coincidence. It appears we are all family here, as if the floodwaters have swept through the Dragon King's temple, making strangers of kin. I suppose my thoughtless younger brother offended this young lady yesterday. He has always been spoiled at home, which led to his rudeness. I hope the young lady will not take it to heart. May I ask which esteemed predecessor your master belongs to? Lu Feiyun's eyes lit up. Su Weiying is indeed remarkable. No wonder he has become the leader of the law enforcement hall. Such flexibility is not something just anyone can manage. Lu Qianqian seemed surprised by Su Weiying's response. This turn of events left her feeling somewhat restrained, so she took a deep breath to compose herself before saying, Su Senior Brother, it is indeed a small world we inhabit. That day, I was simply in a foul mood, which led to my rashness. I hope Su Senior Brother will not hold it against me. As for my master, he is not a significant figure, merely my father who taught me a bit about the sect's fundamentals. So your esteemed father is also a member of the sect. Might I inquire as to who he is? I beg your pardon. My father is merely the county magistrate of Onping in Yunzhou. Truly, it is not worth mentioning. Onping County Magistrate? Onping County. May I ask your father's surname? Lu? Onping County Magistrate. So, you are the daughter of the Lu family from Onping County. No wonder you exude such an air of courage. I recall your esteemed father once vanquished the northern wilderness, causing the various tribes there to refrain from southern incursions for over a decade. That is indeed admirable. I see your cultivation is not low either. You must be at the mid-stage of the practitioner realm, correct? Truly, a tiger begets no dog offspring. Senior brother, you flatter me excessively. I imagine you are here to inspect the sect in preparation for the grand opening. Correct? You must be quite exhausted. Not at all. This is merely my duty. It is only right. However, my brother did offend the young lady yesterday. Young lady, please do not hold it against him. Senior brother, you need not say such things. Your younger brother is simply at an age filled with youthful exuberance, so it is not surprising that such an incident occurred. However, I must urge you to advise him to be cautious. Whether in Huishui City or within the sect, there are many mixed characters about, and he should refrain from drawing too much attention. I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not delay you further in your inspection of the sect. Farewell, farewell, in that case, young lady, take care. Senior brother, I have official duties to attend to, so I shall not see you off further. Farewell. Chapter 24. Speaking of the Liu family, drinking in despair after the siblings distanced themselves from the Su brothers, Liu Qianqian spat several times, exclaiming her misfortune. Liu Feiyun chuckled. Sister, why have you been so unfortunate these past few days? It seems you have stepped in a couple of piles of dog excrement. Ha ha ha, you still dare to laugh. Ever since encountering those two, has there been a single moment of peace? Last night, your snoring was so thunderous that I barely slept a wink. After enduring until dawn, I thought to enjoy a bowl of porridge, only to almost scald myself. Just after changing my clothes, I realized I had put on the wrong ones, thinking I was heading to the illusory Moon Palace. I had no choice but to change again. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, I was stopped and denied entry. After finally managing to get in, I wished to pay my respects to the venerable ancestor. Only to find he was not present, I then sought to see my senior uncle, but he too had gone far away. Just as I left the ancestor's mountain gate, I ran into these two piles of dog excrement again. Tell me, is this not ill fortune? Is this not bad luck? I say, dear sister, you are unjustly blaming me. It is clearly your own heavy heart leading you to overthink that has caused your sleepless nights. How can you blame my snoring? Moreover, I am not like that fellow Jihu, who snores while asleep. I hold you responsible, and I will say you snore. What? Have the heavens turned upside down? Is it that a few days without suppressing you has made you restless? Yes, 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 it is all my fault. It is all my fault. Is that satisfactory? Sister, please spare me, hemph. At least you are perceptive. Alas, the day is still early. Why don't we wander over to the Medicine Fragrance Valley and see what that money-loving senior uncle is up to? No need, sister. Senior uncle already examined the herbs I prepared before he left and said they would suffice for now, so there is no need to seek him out again within the next half-month. Besides, he mentioned that during the 10 days of the grand opening, there would be too many visitors, making it quite noisy. He wishes to enjoy a few peaceful days in the Medicine Fragrance Valley. So he will not be coming out. Moreover, there will undoubtedly be many people seeking him out during this time, and he will be too busy to attend to us. We should return early. Let us rest for a few days at the inn and come back when the competition starts. Liu Qianqian pondered for a moment and replied, You make a valid point. In that case, let us rest at the inn for a couple of days. Any matters that arise, let that Jihu fellow handle them. Let us go back to the inn. Meanwhile, Su Weijia, accompanying his elder brother on the inspection, felt deeply aggrieved, tears welling in his eyes. Su Weiying, exasperated, chided. Look at your pitiful state. How old are you? Still wishing to cry. Do you not feel ashamed? Hearing his elder brother's words, Su Weijia felt even more wronged. His voice quivering as he exclaimed, Brother, who exactly is the elder brother here? If you refuse to help me, that is one thing. But why must you strike me before so many people? Am I no longer your blood brother? Why do you side with outsiders? Strike you? I would gladly strike you dead, you blind fool. You only know how to stir up trouble and never focus on what truly matters. Can you not see that girl is wearing the sect's robes reserved for direct disciples? Direct disciples. Only practitioners of the revered level within the sect qualify to take direct disciples. Within our entire Mayan sect, there are barely 100 revered level practitioners, both within and outside the sect. Setting aside their cultivation and combat prowess, just their master's background makes them formidable foes. But what of that, brother? Is your master not also a revered practitioner? What is there to fear? Even if you do not wish to assist me in dealing with them, you need not resort to violence. Besides, their father is merely a minor county magistrate. How formidable can he truly be? Alas, what shall I say to you? I truly do not understand where your thoughts lie. Are they all consumed with women? Is there truly no distinction between revered practitioners? Not to mention, is that Onping County Magistrate Liu Xing an ordinary magistrate? Do not think of him as just any county official. Even the governor of Huishui Prefecture must treat him with respect. Have you not heard of the Northern Wilderness Butcher, the renowned General Hu Weiwei? What of the Northern Wilderness Butcher? What of General Hu Weiwei? Is that girl's father truly such a formidable figure? Su Weijie remained unconvinced, defiantly retorting, "Alas, I truly do not know what to say to you. The Northern Wilderness Butcher, General Hu Weiwei, these may be tales you have not heard, for they are indeed events from nearly 20 years ago. But the Green Willow Merchant Association, you must have heard of that, right?" Su Weiying patiently explained to his brother. The Green Willow Merchant Association? The foremost merchant association in Yunzhou? Onping's Lady Chu. How could I possibly not know of it? After all, our Su family has business dealings with them. What now? Might this young lady have any connection with the Green Willow Chamber of Commerce? How could you be so foolish? The Green Willow Chamber of Commerce. The very name contains the character for willow. Therefore, the madam of the Green Willow Chamber, Lady Chu, is none other than the wife of Lu Shiho, the county earl of Onping, and also the mother of that young girl you mention. If she were to learn of your mistreatment of her daughter, not only would you suffer the consequences, but the entire Su family would feel the repercussions. Fortunately, you lack the capability to provoke such a situation. For the next few days, remain obediently in the inn and refrain from causing any disturbances. When the great competition begins, accompany me to broaden your horizons and reflect upon the path of martial cultivation. It is imperative that you attain some insights. Only then might you stand out in the forthcoming entrance trials and become an inner disciple. Ideally catching the eye of some esteemed master and becoming a direct disciple. That is the true matter at hand. Do you understand? Su Weijing, sensing his brother's genuine anger, dared not speak further and could only nod in agreement. After Su Weiying guided Su Weijing around the sect, he finally escorted him out, reiterating his warnings before returning to the law enforcement hall. Despite his display of deference and humility before Lu Qianqian, the bond of brotherhood ran deep, and he found himself harboring a sense of resentment towards the Lu siblings due to the matter of competing for the path. Yet, pressed by the Lu family's influence, he refrained from expressing it outwardly. This inner turmoil led him to drink alone, indulging in his sorrows, yet the more he drank, the more troubled he became. At an uncertain moment, an individual approached him, smiling lightly, and inquired, "Captain Su, what seems to be the matter today? Why are you hiding away, drinking in solitude?" Su Weiying looked up and quickly rose, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to Elder Qi. I was momentarily lost in thought and failed to notice your arrival. I sincerely apologize for my lack of awareness." The newcomer was none other than Qi Xuanyu, one of the 4 elders of the law enforcement hall. Qi Xuanyu, unperturbed, took a seat at the table, poured himself some wine, and said with a grin, "Ah, so it is Captain Su who harbors concerns. Come, let me join you for a few drinks. You wouldn't mind sharing your cup, would you?" Su Weiying dared not refuse, exclaiming, "Of course not," as he hurriedly fetched a set of dining utensils and instructed his subordinates to bring forth some fine food and drink before resuming his seat. Qi Xuanyu raised his cup, took a small sip, and then smiled. "I have heard that Captain Su encountered members of the Onping Lu family today, and it seems there are some minor grievances between you and them. Is that so?" In response to Elder Qi, "This is indeed the case. It is all due to my younger brother's folly. He is still young and prone to recklessness, which led him to offend the Lu family's young lady. I have already reprimanded him. Alas, I cannot help but wonder how the Lu family will perceive this, considering our ongoing business dealings with them. It may affect our household. Offend? Reckless? Ha, Captain Su, you exaggerate. Your brother is merely youthful in spirit. After all, who does not appreciate beauty? What wrong is there in that?" Su Weijing suddenly felt alarmed. How did Qi Xuanyu know of his brother's incident at the Linshan Inn? Qi Xuanyu continued with a smile. "Moreover, the Lu family is no longer what it once was. The once feared fierce tiger Lu Butcher has transformed into a feeble cat barely surviving in the countryside. Had it not been for his marriage to a woman capable of generating income, the Lu family would have long since fallen into ruin." Su Weiying dared not interject. For Qi Xuanyu, the Onping Lu family might seem insignificant, but for him and the Su family of Qingyu, they were not an adversary to be trifled with. Noticing Su Weiying's awkward expression, Qi Xuanyu chuckled lightly, waving his jade fan, and continued, "I have heard that with the sect opening its doors to recruit new disciples, your brother has come as well. That I also hear that you have made considerable efforts within the sect for his sake. Are you attempting to have him become an inner disciple? This may prove to be quite a challenge. Su Weiying's anxiety turned to restlessness. Indeed, he had been maneuvering for his brother Su Weijing to become an inner disciple, seeking various connections, yet he still felt uncertain about his chances. Hearing Qi Xuanyu mention this, he was momentarily puzzled by his intentions. He had considered approaching Elder Qi himself, but being not a direct disciple, their interactions were limited, and he was unsure of Qi Xuanyu's attitude towards him. Furthermore, the recruitment of new disciples required a rigorous selection process, with only those who passed multiple trials being admitted as inner disciples, and the law enforcement hall would naturally oversee these trials. His so-called efforts were essentially attempts to cheat the system, enticing the examiners to overlook failures in light of his uncertainty regarding Qi Xuanyu's attitude. How could he dare present himself? Beads of cold sweat formed on Su Weiying's forehead as he stammered. Elder Su, I do not quite understand your meaning. Actually, there is no hidden meaning. You know, since I broke through to the realm of esteemed cultivator 2 years ago and became an elder of the law enforcement hall, I have been preoccupied with sect matters, delaying the recruitment of direct disciples. Now that the sect is welcoming new disciples, I wish to take this opportunity to accept a direct disciple. I have heard that your brother possesses some talent and is quite the young prodigy. I would like to take him as my disciple. What does Captain Su think of this? Su Weiying was initially astonished but soon felt a rush of joy, only to be followed by a flush of embarrassment. He knew all too well what kind of person his brother was. How could he possibly be deemed a prodigy? However, Qi Xuanyu swiftly shifted his tone. Su Weiying's emotions fluctuated from joy to surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, there were no free lunches in this world. If Elder Qi was willing to take his brother as a disciple, it would undoubtedly come with conditions. Rest assured, I shall henceforth follow Elder Su's guidance unconditionally, but I must insist, I will not falter. Captain Su is indeed a wise man. However, I must mention that I have heard the Liu siblings have come to join the sect as well. Join the sect? The Earl of Luin himself is an esteemed cultivator. Why would they need to go through this process? You may not be aware, but that young man from the Liu family has been frail and sickly since childhood. It is likely that he cannot cultivate the techniques of the Liu butcher. It seems he has come to seek a suitable master and find an appropriate cultivation method. And what do you imply? Su Weiying inquired cautiously. Truth be told, I find the Liu family rather bothersome. Yet, they insist on entering our sect, which is quite vexing. Qi Xuanyu displayed an expression of frustration. Su Weiying was momentarily at a loss for words. Thinking, Elder Su does not wish to see the Liu family enter the sect, but can you prevent it? If you cannot deter them, what chance do I have? Alas, it is what it is. They have come, and I can only turn a blind eye and not let it trouble my heart. The inner disciples are limited to 300 slots. How could the Liu family's sickly scion easily qualify? Captain Su, would you not agree? If he cannot become an inner disciple, then I shall not have to see him, and naturally, I shall not be troubled, allowing me to serve the sect with peace of mind. Even if he manages to qualify by some stroke of fortune, that would be fate, and I would accept it. Elder Su speaks true. The trials for inner disciples are exceedingly arduous. That young master from the Liu family appears to be only 11 or 12. Slight of build, even with the Earl of Luin's personal guidance, how much cultivation could he possibly attain? He is unlikely to become an inner disciple unless a miracle occurs. Su Weiying finally grasped Qi Xuanyu's intent. He seemed to bear some grudge against the Liu family and wished to prevent their child from becoming an inner disciple. While thwarting the child's entry into the sect might be challenging, hindering his chances of becoming an inner disciple was relatively simple. Although such actions would certainly offend the Liu family, the advantages of aligning with Qi Xuanyu's family clearly outweigh the disadvantages. After all, the Qi family was one of the 10 royal families of the empire, and although they hailed from a previous dynasty, their profound heritage far surpassed that of the Su or Liu families. Haha. So, Captain Su shares my sentiments. We truly are kindred spirits. Ah, but the hour grows late. I must take my leave. Please remind my future direct disciple to perform well in the entrance trials. I eagerly await the tea of apprenticeship he will present to me. Ha ha ha. Qi Xuanyu rose, not waiting for Su Weiying to offer further hospitality, and strolled away. Su Weiying hurriedly stood to see him off, and only when Qi Xuanyu's figure had faded into the distance did he let out a long sigh. Simultaneously making a silent resolution within, Chapter 26. The great competition begins, reunited with old friends. Su Weiying watched Qi Xuanyu's retreating figure and quietly resolved. The Qi family, with its millennia-long lineage, is incomparable to the Anping Lu family, and Qi Xuanyu himself is one of the youngest esteemed cultivators in the sect, with an unlimited future ahead, far beyond that of the over 50 Lu Butcher.as for opposing the Lu family and being utilized by Qi Xuanyu. So what? Being utilized is not a bad thing. It signifies that he still holds value in Qi Xuanyu's eyes. To be of service to someone of Qi Xuanyu's caliber is a stroke of fortune. Moreover, the two brothers had already offended the Lu family long ago. Why fear the addition of new grievances to old enmities? Regardless, this time, one must seize the opportunity and cling tightly to the formidable support of Qi Xuanyu and the Qi family. Su Weiying's eyes gradually revealed a profound brilliance. The Lu family. Let us wait and see. In the blink of an eye, the long-awaited day for the opening of the Miyun sect has finally arrived. This sect opens its gates every 3 years to welcome guests from all directions. The opening lasts for a total of 10 days. The first 5 days are dedicated to the Grand Sect competition, in which all martial practitioners of the Miyun sect, whether from its main lineage or external branches, may register to participate as long as their cultivation reaches the level of a practitioner. Following the 5-day competition, there will be a 2-day talent conference, where the Imperial Court and various factions will vie to recruit talents for their own purposes. The final 3 days are reserved for the initiation trials, during which the Miyun sect will select and recruit newcomers to join the sect. Lu Feiyun observed the various contests taking place on the arena, reflecting, isn't this akin to a talent showcase, a recruitment fair, and an entrance examination in a parallel world? And here I am, merely a candidate aspiring to enroll in the elite class of this martial arts academy, the Miyun sect. According to his knowledge, martial practitioners in this world are classified into 10 realms based on their levels of cultivation, ranging from the lowest to the highest: entry, apprentice, practitioner, master, honored, sovereign, king, emperor, sect leader, and saint. Each realm is further subdivided into 10 tiers. The level of cultivation is determined by the quantity of vital energy stored within the body, which is refined from the spiritual energy absorbed from the heavens and earth or from crystals through specific techniques. Regardless of the technique employed, it is impossible to fully refine all the external spiritual energy into vital energy. A considerable amount is absorbed by the human body, subsequently affecting certain organs or tissues, enhancing or diminishing specific bodily functions. This is the essence of refining spirit and gathering energy, the foundation of martial cultivation. Of course, a higher level of cultivation does not necessarily equate to greater combat strength. The level of cultivation is akin to the level of education, representing the amount of knowledge or wealth one possesses, whereas combat strength parallels the ability to utilize that knowledge or wealth, and the extent of influence one can exert upon the outside world. The speed at which an individual's cultivation improves is determined by their innate talent for martial arts, as well as their access to sufficient and superior resources. Naturally, personal effort and the ability to endure the hardships of martial training are also crucial factors. It seems that regardless of the world one inhabits, the essence of certain matters remains unchanged. Lu Feiyun felt a mix of emotions, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Lu Qianqian, Lu Shihu, and several guards were watching with great interest, occasionally commenting on the contests. Particularly, Lu Qianqian was busy selecting suitable talents, while Lu Shihu was engrossed in comprehending the intricacies of martial cultivation. Lu Feiyun stared blankly at the young martial practitioners on the arena, wielding swords and hammers, executing palm strikes and elbow thrusts, throwing punches and kicks. A sense of discomfort welled up within him. Others embark on the path of martial cultivation for various reasons, some to provide for their families, some to showcase their prowess, some to protect the weak, some for freedom, some in pursuit of wealth and honor, and some to seek the ultimate martial path. Yet for him, it was merely a desperate attempt to prolong his life, to reach adulthood, to marry and have children, and to carry on the family lineage. How lamentable! How tragic! Why must he, a fellow transmigrator, be so unfortunate? He truly feels he is a disgrace to the vast community of transmigrators. As Lu Feiyun was lost in thought, Lu Qianqian suddenly grasped his small hand and swiftly approached a woman. Disciple Lu Qianqian pays respects to Master Gu. Lu Qianqian approached the woman and performed a respectful bow typical among martial practitioners. Lu Feiyun noticed that the woman appeared to be of considerable age, certainly not under 50 and likely over 40. Beside her stood a young girl, around his age, shyly retreating behind her, clearly a bit afraid of strangers. Lu Feiyun mirrored Lu Qianqian's gesture of respect toward the woman. The Gu woman, engrossed in observing the battles on the arena, turned upon hearing Lu Qianqian's voice and smiled. I thought it was someone else. Why, it's Qianqian. What brings you to the Miyun sect? I heard from your master that you were supposed to head to the imperial capital recently. Oh, who is this child? Lu Qianqian respectfully replied. Returning to master, Qianqian's journey is to the imperial capital of Changluo, and we stopped by the Miyun sect, firstly to send my younger brother to join the sect, and secondly to recruit some personnel for our family. How has master been? Is that so? It's rare that you still think of me. Your master has indeed taken on a good disciple. Oh, this is your younger brother? The little fellow is quite handsome. Come, tell me, how old are you this year? The Gu woman said with a broad smile, surveying Lu Feiyun. Lu Feiyun hurriedly responded, returning to master. I am 11 years old this year. 11? You don't look it. I thought you were only 8 or 9. Come, Qinger, meet this young brother. Upon hearing the Gu woman's words, Lu Feiyun felt a sense of grievance. It was all due to that strange illness, which not only limited his lifespan but also stunted his growth and development compared to most children. What a lamentable fate! At that moment, the young girl peeked out from behind the Gu woman, curiously observing Lu Qianqian and their companions. Initially, Lu Feiyun did not pay much attention to the girl, but as she continued to gaze at them, her petite and adorable face became clearly visible, causing his heart to tremble. How could it be her? This is impossible. Could it be that she has also transmigrated to this world? Lu Feiyun stared at that innocent, shy face, and the floodgates of his past memories burst open. Once, before his transmigration, he was merely an orphan, having lost both parents before he could even remember. His elderly grandfather raised him until he was 9, only to pass away as well. Subsequently, with the aid of many kind-hearted villagers, he fought to survive, enduring hardships that few could comprehend. Thus, days turned into weeks and weeks into months, and he gradually adapted to the lonely, austere life, persevering and growing, until that fateful year at 11. She entered his world and profoundly influenced his life. Chapter 27. It seems, yet it does not. In the year he turned 11, a neighbor purchased a house in the county town and rented out their old, now vacant residence to a mother-daughter duo from afar. Although the mother was dressed modestly and bore an exhausted expression, she could not conceal her former beauty. The little girl, of similar age to him, was equally small and frail. Coincidentally, the girl transferred into his class and became his deskmate. As time passed, rumors began to circulate in the village, claiming the girl was the illegitimate child of that woman. Having lost face, the woman could no longer live in her previous surroundings, prompting their move to the village. Soon enough, these rumors reached the school, and some ill-natured children began to bully her, insulting and mocking her, causing the girl to shed many tears. She would cry silently at school and loudly at home, sometimes both mother and daughter weeping together. Gradually, he empathized with her plight. One was alone in a home devoid of family, while the other, though having a mother's care, lacked a true home, especially when taunted as a wild seed. The bitterness and self-pity were often unbearable. He began standing up for her, frequently clashing with the bullies. Despite his frail stature, he fought with fierce determination. Simultaneously, he understood that only through diligent study could he change his circumstances, so his academic performance consistently ranked at the top. Having lived independently for so many years, he matured far beyond the typical child, gaining a deeper understanding of human nature and social dynamics. Naturally, his teachers favored him, turning a blind eye to his skirmishes. From elementary school to junior high, and then to high school, they remained in the same class, their families living as neighbors, leading to the natural blossoming of affection. Their youthful romance, though innocent, was undeniably unforgettable. Her mother maintained a laid-back attitude, allowing things to unfold naturally. However, everything changed in the year he turned 17. It was a week of returning home, and he and she joyously returned to the village, only to find a multitude of luxury cars, over a dozen, parked outside. At her doorstep, a middle-aged man knelt in front of the closed door, pleading desperately to the woman inside. Her biological father had come. The man who had once abandoned them had returned, driving a luxury car to take them away. It was later revealed that, under family pressure, Her father had forsaken them for a more suitable marriage. Following the cliché of romantic dramas, shortly after marrying into wealth, misfortune struck, and he found himself in dire straits, ultimately being cast out by his new wife. Subsequently, he rose from the ashes to rebuild his fortune, even expanding it further, and eventually sought to reconnect with his former love and daughter, finally finding them here. The man knelt for 3 days and nights, culminating in a tearful reunion. Afterward, the girl, now a blossoming young woman, transferred schools, though they promised to apply to the same university and for her to wait for him there. He knew that their bond had been severed. Unbeknownst to her, that night, he had overturned a box of cash and several bank cards that her father had sent, scattering them across the dilapidated room. He yelled at her father, "I know what I must do. There is no need for you to humiliate me with such things." After that fateful night, he returned to school with a heart devoid of the will to study. His academic performance plummeting drastically. His anticipated results for the college entrance examination, which once hinted at admission to a prestigious national university, devolved into the dismal reality of attending an expensive, mediocre institution. Subsequently, after penning a heart-wrenching farewell letter to her, he severed all ties with her and vanished into distant lands, a self-imposed exile that lasted over a decade, leaving him in solitude until his journey across time began. This solitude became an everlasting ache, a persistent regret, a haunting sorrow in his heart. At this very moment, the delicate visage before him mirrored that of her youthful self from years past, aside from the differing attire. It was unmistakably the same person. Could it be that she too traversed into this world? He gazed intently for a prolonged moment, then, unable to contain himself, approached the little girl and gently inquired, "Ching'er, is it truly you?" The little girl, noticing a boy of similar age staring at her for an extended period, was taken aback when he suddenly approached and called her by her childhood name. With a mix of shyness and surprise, she couldn't help but ask, "How do you know my name? Do you know me? Who are you?" "Ching'er, it is indeed you. Have you forgotten me? I am Feiyun." "Feiyun? Who is Feiyun? I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before, yet I truly do not recognize you. How is it that you know me?" Lu Feiyun was taken aback, clearly realizing that this little girl did not know him. But why did she share the same name as Ching'er, and why did she feel a sense of familiarity towards him? Could it be that she was not the one he sought? Merely a flower that resembled another in this alternate realm. If she were indeed her, how could she fail to recognize him? After all, his current appearance was identical to that of his childhood before the time travel. And even their names were the same. Their unexpected interaction caught the attention of the woman and Lu Qianqian. The woman chuckled, saying, "Child, you must have mistaken someone. Ching'er has never traveled far from home. She has never even stepped outside her door. You are from Yunzhou Anya County, while she hails from Weizhou Hanshan County, which is thousands of miles apart." Lu Qianqian chimed in, "Indeed, she has never ventured far. And you are merely a short distance from home. It is impossible for you two to have met. You must have mistaken her for someone else." Perhaps due to their shared age, the little girl felt less constrained and shy in Lu Feiyun's presence. She blinked and declared, "You must have mistaken someone." Lu Feiyun, momentarily dejected, found it difficult to accept this reality. He reluctantly masked his disappointment, saying, "Indeed, I mistook you for a little maid from my home. I hope you, dear little sister, do not take offense, a little maid." "Oh, now I understand. I do indeed resemble one." The little girl seemed to recall something and spoke with a hint of sadness. "Ching'er, do not be disheartened. Once you have mastered your skills under my tutelage, who would dare regard you as a mere maid? Besides, you are no maid at all. You are the true-born daughter of the He family, a position far beyond those who consider themselves superior." Seeing the little girl become melancholic again, the woman gently comforted her. After hearing the woman's words, the little girl still wore a sorrowful expression, saying, "But I have only just begun my martial training. Is it not a bit late?" Others began their training at 6 or 7 years old. Upon hearing the little girl's concerns, the woman could not help but stroke her still immature hair, reassuring her, "Oh, my dear, you are mistaken. While some may embark on their martial journey earlier and have ample resources, without a good teacher and with only average talent, enduring hardship and adversity during training renders even decades of effort futile. Ching'er, you possess extraordinary talent and I, Gu Xiaoying, consider myself a competent mentor, as long as you diligently practice. A future among the Earth-level masters of our Huanyue Palace awaits you. At that time, who would dare to belittle you? He Jingqing? Lu Qianqian added, as Gu Shibua, the head of the 17 fairies of Huanyue Palace, second only to the 2 palace masters, she is not someone an ordinary martial artist can compare to. It is a tremendous fortune for you, little junior sister, to be taken under her wing. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes sparkled with determination, as if she had made a resolute decision, softly stating, Qing'er will never disappoint you. Master. Lu Feiyun, however, couldn't help but reflect on his current situation, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Wasn't Gu Xiangu's mention of some people referring to him? Although his family was affluent and provided him with ample resources, and he had several esteemed mentors guiding him, including Zhang Zhou, he felt limited by his own abilities. Moreover, the hardships of his training were unbearable. While he persisted for the sake of survival, the notion of dedicating all his energy to training remained elusive. He could manage only about 60 to 70% of his potential. After exchanging pleasantries with Gu Xiangu, Lu Qianqian took her leave to continue scouting for potential talents. However, she regarded Lu Feiyun with a peculiar expression that made him feel uneasy, prompting him to ask, Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Qianqian replied with a knowing smile. Who would have thought that at such a young age, your mind would already be wandering towards romantic pursuits? From now on, I shall have to be more cautious and no longer view you as just a little brat. What is this all about? Mistaking someone for a maid in my own home. I wonder where you learned this from. Could it be that rascal, Jihu? Nearby, Lu Jihu smirked and muttered, Why is this my business? Lu Feiyun's face flushed red with embarrassment. Lu Qianqian continued to jest. But the He family of Hans Han is no ordinary clan. It is one of the 10 royal families, having once held the throne 2,000 years ago. Little brother, if you wish to win the heart of a beauty, you must put in considerable effort. At the very least, you should expand our Lu family's legacy 10-fold or 100-fold for it to be possible. Little brother, I have faith in you, Lu Feiyun replied. I do not comprehend what you are saying. The grand competition was approaching swiftly, and 4 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. Lu Qianqian compiled a list of potential candidates for recruitment. Awaiting the final review and selection by their esteemed ancestor, Zhang Zhou, on the 5th day, bright and early, the Lu siblings decided to forego further watching of the competition and instead made their way to Yaoxiang Valley. Yaoxiang Valley is one of the 9 branches of the Mai sect, specializing in the medical arts, and its leader is Zhang Zhou. They arrived quietly, presenting the token left by Zhang Zhou. After a brief communication, they were escorted by a direct disciple to a small courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, the disciple announced loudly, reporting to the master ancestor, Disciple Chang Baoji has brought the visitors. Zhang Zhou's voice came from within. Understood, let them enter. You shall remain at the door. No one is allowed to enter without prior notice. Yes, master ancestor. Chang Baoji replied, secretly astonished. These 2 appeared no older than 16 or 17, and the younger one was merely 11 or 12. He wondered what their origins were, prompting such importance from the master ancestor. As the siblings entered the small courtyard, they found it narrow and elongated, with a small stream winding through it. Trees of varying heights lined the banks, and flowering shrubs and plants thrived. A narrow path extended for dozens of yards, leading to a cluster of buildings, with at least 10 rooms of all sizes. At that moment, in front of the largest room, an 11 or 12-year-old girl was holding a thick, ancient book, seemingly reciting something, though her reluctance was evident as she occasionally distracted herself by playing with the flowers and plants at her feet. Zhang Zhou, meanwhile, held a watering can, tending to the flowers nearby. As the siblings approached Zhang Zhou, the little girl paused her recitation and curiously observed them. Why have you stopped? Continue reciting with your laziness. How do you expect to become a renowned medicinal sage? Do you not fear being laughed at if word gets out? Zhang Zhou admonished the little girl as he walked towards the siblings. Lu Qianqian hurriedly explained their purpose and handed Zhang Zhou the list she had prepared. Zhang Zhou nodded and said, Then I shall keep this for now. By tomorrow noon, I will inform you of the selection results at that time. You can recruit based on my list. While I cannot guarantee complete success, at least half of the candidates should be successfully recruited, and their character will be assured. Lu Qianqian thanked Zhang Zhou once more. At that moment, the little girl, who had been reciting, had lost focus again and was now fiddling with the medicinal herb. Ting'er, why have you stopped again? You have been reciting this book for 3 days, Yet you have not even completed the first volume. You are truly neglectful, Zhang Zhou scolded. The little girl, displeased by Zhang Zhou's reprimand in front of others, pouted and retorted, "Grandfather, this 14 classics of ancient and modern analysis is far too difficult. It is all written in the archaic language of the three dynasties, and both the grammar and terminology differ significantly from the present. How can I be expected to memorize it? Furthermore, even if I must memorize it, I should at least wait until I am 20 and have some clinical experience. Wait until 20? I believe you might as well wait until you are 70 or 80. How can you aspire to be a renowned medicinal sage if you continue like this? You might as well become a mediocre healer." Lu Qianqian was busy mediating, saying, "Master Uncle, this must be the lovely junior sister Tingting. She is truly beautiful. I originally intended to take her to the capital for some fun, but now I dare not, for I fear that if I did, she might catch the eye of some prince or noble. Junior sister Tingting, would you care to join me in watching the grand competition? Today is the final day, and it promises to be quite spectacular." Before Zhang Tingting could respond, Zhang Zhou sneered, "You can't even memorize a single medical text and still have the audacity to go out and play. Not to mention that outside the courtyard there is Chang Baoji. Even this Lu Feiyun, who is of your age, could recite this book backwards to enter. Recite a passage for her to hear." Lu Feiyun thought to herself. "Why am I involved in this?" Chapter 29. Reciting medical texts, attracting talents. Lu Feiyun was caught off guard by the sudden attention. Upon hearing Zhang Zhou's words, Zhang Tingting immediately adopted a look of disbelief. Zhang Zhou chuckled and said, "You must come at least 3 times a month. If by chance I am not available or busy when you come, you may have to make several trips." "Oh dear. I wonder if the medicinal herbs prepared for you are complete." Lu Feiyun quickly replied, "Master Uncle, if you wish for me to recite, you must specify which section." "Ah, then recite the second section of the third volume." On the celestial pivot, the people of Wu regard the celestial pivot as Lu Feiyun, feeling helpless, began to recite, and before she knew it, she had recited hundreds of words. Zhang Tingting, while reading, gradually shifted from disbelief to disdain, then to astonishment, and finally to incredulity, her expression reflecting utter disbelief. This is impossible. You must have conspired," she exclaimed. "You can only recite this one section." "Oh, is that so? Then you can test him yourself. The book is in your hands." "You can give it a try," Zhang Zhou said lightly. "Hemph, I don't believe it. This kid can really recite the entire book." "Kid, recite the 13th section of the 9th volume. What is the importance of the Yaoyuan acupoint? The people of Chu and Qi differ on this." "Stop, recite the 2nd section of the 4th volume. The name of the acupoint is Ling, and the way people—" Zhang Tingting continued to challenge with numerous sections, and Lu Feiyun managed to recite each one flawlessly, leaving Zhang Tingting in disbelief. How could this be possible? Why is it impossible? This kid is of your age. If he can recite it, why can't you? You prided yourself on being a medical prodigy, yet it turns out you are not even as capable as a patient, Zhang Zhou commented. "I swear, grandfather, you underestimate me too much. It's just a medical book of several tens of thousands of words. Within a month, I will surely memorize it," Zhang Tingting retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. She then turned to Lu Feiyun and asked, "Who are you? I have never seen you before. Are you here to participate in the sex trials? Do you wish to join our medicine Fragrance Valley?" Lu Feiyun hurriedly replied, "Junior sister, my name is Lu Feiyun. I am indeed here to join the sect and seek a master, but I do not wish to enter the medicine Fragrance Valley." Lu Feiyun, "Very well. I shall remember you." After saying this, Zhang Tingting entered a small room, leaving Lu Feiyun acutely aware of her hostile demeanor. She could not help but smile bitterly at Zhang Zhou, saying, "Master Uncle, you are setting me up. If I come here again, she will surely cause me trouble. What trouble can my granddaughter cause? She is merely a bit competitive, and no need to worry. At most, she will create some minor inconveniences," Zhang Zhou remarked nonchalantly. However, Lu Feiyun felt increasingly uneasy, while Lu Qianqian looked on with a sympathetic expression. The grand sect competition finally concluded, and the talent conference commenced immediately. As the system with the greatest demand for martial practitioners. The military recruited hundreds of individuals, followed by several other systems also enlisting numerous candidates. After the official recruitment, various local noble families, prestigious clans, wealthy merchants, and even martial factions began to issue recruitment orders at the talent conference, extending olive branches to the martial practitioners of the Mai sect. After waiting all morning, Lu Qianqian finally received the selection list sent by Zheng Zhou. She actively sought out those on the list to discuss recruitment conditions and ultimately secured agreements from over 60% of them to serve the Lu family, saving her significant time and effort. In addition to those on the list, she also recruited several individuals who came to inquire about the conditions. Over the course of 2 days, she successfully enlisted dozens of people, including those from both within and outside the Mai sect, as well as independent practitioners. With Lu Qianqian's recruitment efforts successfully completed in 2 days, it was now time for Lu Feiyun's sect trials to begin. As Lu Feiyun understood, the Mai sect, being one of the 9 major martial sects of the empire, had a profound foundation and intricate ties with the current court. For many, being able to join the Mai sect meant the potential for elevating their martial journey or acquiring exceptional abilities, thereby achieving wealth and status or establishing extensive networks. However, gaining entry into the Mai sect was no simple feat. The Mai sect classified its disciples into 5 levels: registered disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, direct disciples, and core disciples from lowest to highest. The lowest tier, registered disciples, were technically considered peripheral disciples and not regarded as official disciples. Registered disciples did not have dedicated masters to teach them martial arts. They could only attend the sect's martial lectures for free and mainly relied on self-study. To advance and gain access to sect resources and guidance, they had to serve as menial workers, catering to the stronger members of the sect or pay for it. Outer disciples, inner disciples, direct disciples, and core disciples each had dedicated masters, differing only in the master's cultivation level, corresponding to cultivators, martial masters, martial sages, and martial lords. The higher the master's rank, the more resources they could provide for free, and the more profound and sophisticated the techniques and manuals they could teach. While there might be some differences between the sect and external sects, the basic rules remained largely the same. Of course, a disciple's status was not fixed. It could rise or fall depending on their master and their own cultivation level, as well as their master's attitude towards them. Additionally, it was permissible for a person to have multiple masters or even to seek masters from different sects, provided that the original master or sect consented, and that the subsequent master and sect did not mind. Lu Qianqian was initially formally accepted as a direct disciple by her father, Lu Shihua, and later caught the attention of a martial sage from the Illusory Moon Palace, subsequently joining it. Thus, she was both a disciple of the Mai sect and the Illusory Moon Palace. Lu Shihu, her brother, was also her father's disciple but had not been accepted as a direct disciple, intending to enter the sect for the opportunity to seek a martial sage as a master. Ensuring he had support within the sect, if Lu Feiyun had not suffered from a rare illness that prevented him from cultivating his father's techniques, he would not have needed to come to the Mai sect at all. He would naturally have become the direct disciple of the new branch of the Mai sect established by his father, inheriting that branch without requiring Lu Qianqian to practice techniques unsuitable for women. The technique Lu Feiyun was currently cultivating was imparted by Zheng Zhou, who had only reached the 7th layer of the disciple realm with this technique. If Lu Feiyun wished to continue his cultivation, he would need to find someone well-versed in this technique. Only one martial sage within the sect had conducted in-depth research on this technique, and Lu Feiyun's purpose for coming here was to seek him as a master. However, becoming his direct disciple was no easy task, as it required passing through 3 levels of sect trials: the registered disciple trial, the outer disciple trial, and the inner disciple trial. On this day, the Mai sect's entrance trials were finally set to commence. Chapter 30. Trials begin. The 1,000 gold stone. The entrance trials were held over 3 days, corresponding to the selection of registered, outer, and inner disciples. On the first day, over 3,000 out of nearly 10,000 applicants were selected for registered discipleship. To merely qualify for registration, one had to reach the peak of the entry realm and be no older than 17 years. The reason martial practitioners in this world are referred to as cultivators rather than simply martial artists is that martial cultivation is based on refining external spiritual energy into internal essence. The amount of essence one can store and utilize within their body is what determines their cultivation level. A higher cultivation level signifies a greater capacity for refining essence, resulting in better enhancements to one's physical capabilities corresponding to their constitution, and consequently, a broader range of profound techniques and secrets available for use. For most martial arts cultivation methods, the training speed is roughly similar for individuals of ordinary talent. If one were to cultivate directly using the spiritual energy from the world, it would take about a year just to reach the entry realm and achieving the 10th layer of the entry realm would require 10 years. The disciple realm would take 20 years, and so forth. With each elevation in realm, the time required would double. However, if one used spiritually rich crystal stones for cultivation, the time would be halved, and if one were exceptionally wealthy and utilized top-grade crystal stones, the time could be further halved. Thus, those who could reach the disciple realm by the age of 17 were either exceptionally gifted in martial cultivation or came from wealthy backgrounds. For the registered disciple trial, Lu Feiyun naturally passed with ease. On the second day, the trial was to select over 1,000 individuals from the 3,000 who would qualify as outer disciples. Although Lu Feiyun felt some pressure, he still managed to pass smoothly. The third day was the most critical for Lu Feiyun. Whether one can successfully become an inner disciple and be chosen as a direct disciple by that esteemed cultivator ultimately hinges on one's performance today. Early in the morning, Lu Qianqian accompanied Lu Feiyun to the starting point of the trial path, joined by his loyal companion, Lu Shihu. This Lu Shihu had been Lu Feiyun's playmate since childhood and would later serve as his personal guard. His elevated status stemmed not only from his father's repeated acts of heroism in saving their master, but also from the fact that his sister had once been Lu Feiyun's cherished maid. Additionally, his own martial talent was remarkably exceptional. Under the direct guidance of Lu Feiyun's father, a formidable cultivator, and with the abundant resources of the Lu family at his disposal, he had not only made rapid advancements in his cultivation but also surpassed many martial artists of his realm in actual combat prowess. The primary reason for his journey to the Maiyun sect to seek a new master was largely to provide support for Lu Feiyun within the sect, and of course, this also presented a rare opportunity for him. The trial for inner disciples is, in essence, quite straightforward. It involves navigating through a series of challenges, with rankings determined by the order in which participants reach the trial's conclusion. The first 300 participants to arrive automatically qualify for inner disciple status and have the chance to become direct disciples. Those who arrive later can only aspire to be outer disciples. After the esteemed cultivators seeking direct disciples have made their selections, the remaining individuals will be recognized as this year's direct disciples. Shihu, no matter what means you employ, ensure that your master finishes within the top 351. Even if you yourself cannot become an inner disciple, it matters not, Lu Qianqian admonished Lu Shihu. Miss, I assure you, any method is permissible. As for rankings, I am indifferent. I already have a count as my master. Why should I concern myself with acquiring another esteemed cultivator as a mentor? Lu Shihu replied. Just be aware. As long as no lives are lost, I can assist you in ensuring his success. You must act decisively, but also wisely. Know who can be severely injured and who cannot. Keep this in mind. Understood? Miss, rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. I will guarantee that young master secures a position within the top 351. Those so-called martial prodigies do not intimidate me, he declared confidently. Do not underestimate them. Those who make it into the top 1,000 typically possess some advantage. Your task is simply to ensure your master finishes within the top 351 without drawing too much attention. Do you comprehend? Yes, miss, you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyun sighed inwardly. It appears that absolute fairness is a rarity, regardless of location. The notion of utilizing various methods essentially translates to impeding or even forcing other trial participants to withdraw. Is this not blatant cheating? Yet, such behavior is tacitly accepted by Maiyun, for the inner disciple trial assesses more than just individual cultivation levels and combat strength. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent and formidable combat skills that allow them to disregard the interference of others, most participants must navigate their relationships with those of similar rankings, either forging alliances, obstructing rivals, or aligning with a faction, sometimes even sacrificing their own eligibility for inner disciple status in exchange for support from influential groups to secure more cultivation resources in future sect training. The choices made depend on each individual's self-assessment of their strength and the ambitions they pursue. As the appointed hour arrived, the inner disciple trial commenced. The trial route spanned several dozen miles. Divided into 10 stages, the first stage, known as the 1,000 gold stone, required each participant to carry a stone roughly equivalent to their body weight over 10 miles. At the outset, participants had the option to pay to reduce their burden. For every 10 taels of gold spent, 1 pound of weight could be eliminated, up to the total weight. Additionally, unicycles were available for purchase at the starting point. The 10-mile stretch was relatively flat, making the unicycle a convenient choice, though only 100 were available. sold to the highest bidders, starting at 100 taels of gold. 1 tael of gold for 1 tael of stone. What exorbitant prices, Lu Feiyun thought to himself, astonished. No wonder Master Zhang Zhou is so avaricious. This must be a tradition of the Maiyun sect. Carrying a weight equivalent to one's own body for 10 miles may not pose a significant challenge for most martial artists at the 4th tier of cultivation. Yet it would greatly hinder their speed and ultimately affect their rankings. To minimize their time on the trial and secure a better final position, the scions of affluent families readily spent money to purchase stones, lightening or entirely eliminating their burdens. Even those with limited finances would either buy a unicycle individually or pool resources with others. Among the over 1,000 participants, the youngest were merely 8 or 9 years old, while the oldest barely reached 17, with weights ranging from dozens to over 100 pounds. Collectively, their weight would amount to tens of thousands of pounds. If a mere 10,000 pounds of stones were purchased, that would equate to 100,000 taels of gold. Even with 100 unicycles, at least 10,000 taels of gold could be garnered. Indeed, as the trial commenced, the entrance quickly became a veritable mountain of gold and silver, alongside heaps of precious crystals and various valuables. Chapter 31. The 100 Zhang Rope. A stirring incident. Lu Feiyun felt a pang of heartache as he watched his sister, Lu Qianqian, hand over a large bag of crystals to the gatekeeper of the Maiyun sect. The man, upon receiving it and inspecting its contents, beamed with delight. After weighing it, he recorded the amount while presenting 2 weight exemption iron plates to Lu Feiyun and Lu Shihu, allowing them to enter the trial path. 15 taels of yellow crystal equated to 150 taels of red crystal, or 1,500 taels of gold, amounting to 15,000 taels of silver. Although the economic level of this world far exceeds that of the ancient eras in the previous realm, even surpassing the affluent Song dynasty, 100 taels of silver would suffice for a family of 5 to live comfortably for an entire year, free from worries of food or clothing. Fortunately, both he and Shihu were still young, merely 12 years of age, and their bodies had yet to fully develop. Otherwise, even 2,000 taels of gold would not suffice. If only half of this money could be reserved for himself. His sister truly was a spendthrift. Lu Feiyun felt heartache, and Lu Shihu, too, murmured as they hurried forward, "Oh dear, this is 1,000 taels of gold. Why must we give it to them? With that 1,000 taels? It would be better to give it to me. I could carry young master while running 1,000 taels of gold. One would hardly earn such a sum in a lifetime, nay, not even in 10 lifetimes." Among the competitors who could secure a spot within the top 1,000, aside from those with exceptional talents, many were like Lu Feiyun, scions of wealthy families. However, those who could readily produce several hundred or even 1,000 taels of gold were few and far between. At this moment, only a few dozen participants were traveling unencumbered, while the majority either purchased unicycles to transport their stones or bought some stones to lighten their loads. Yet, nearly 30% of them were genuinely bearing stones equivalent to their own weight. The frontrunners, however, all bore the full weight of their stones while maintaining remarkable speed. Gazing at those ahead, Lu Feiyun felt a mix of envy and jealousy. These individuals were the true elites. If they were in the fantastical novels of his previous life, they would undoubtedly be the protagonists. Yet, here he was, a fellow traveler, feeling utterly inadequate. What a lamentable fate. "Young master, shall I carry you while we run?" Lu Shihu suggested, seeing Lu Feiyun's glum expression. "Absolutely not. I am not so incapacitated as to require your assistance. Conserve your strength. We may encounter difficulties later," Lu Feiyun retorted, his expression darkening. "Humph. If you won't let me carry you, then why sulk? The less I have to carry, the better," Lu Shihu mumbled, feeling slightly put out. Perhaps it was Lu Feiyun's ill-fated words that invoked fate. Upon reaching the end of the first stage, they spotted Su Weijie surrounded by 7 others, preparing to commence the second stage, the 100 Zhang Rope. The 100 Zhang Rope consisted of a long iron chain suspended between 2 mountains, swaying gently in the mountain breeze. For the participants, crossing the rope was not particularly challenging, but the true crux lay in another requirement. With only 1 rope available, should a latter participant catch up with a former and neither yield, they were permitted to engage in combat, with the loser plummeting from the rope and forced to return to the starting point. Although the rope hung merely a few feet above the ground, ensuring no life-threatening injuries would occur, falling would certainly delay their progress and impact their trial rankings. At this moment, Su Weijie felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. To ensure his successful passage through the sect's entry trials, his family had pooled together valuables worth 5,000 taels of gold to facilitate his older brother Su Weiying's dealings within the Maiyun sect. To his surprise, his brother had spent less than 1,000 taels, saving several thousand taels from the original plan, and had even gathered 7 trial participants to assist him. Though he had expended 2,000 taels of gold on weighted stones and a unicycle at the entrance of the first stage, he still carried crystals valued at 2,000 taels of gold. These crystals were a fortuitous windfall for him. As he traversed the first stage unencumbered, he found himself ranked among the top 200. Instilling him with newfound confidence, as Su Weijia ascended the iron cable, he inadvertently turned his head and caught sight of Lu Feiyun and another person hastily pursuing him. This prompted Su Weijia to recall the words his elder brother, Su Weiying, had imparted to him that morning. Should he encounter the child from the Onping Lu family during the trial, he must devise a means to prevent him from becoming an inner disciple. Among the 7 trial participants he had gathered, aside from assisting him in passing the trial, their secondary mission was to thwart this very goal. Initially filled with indignation, Su Weijia's expression soon twisted into a chilling smile as he proclaimed, "Gentlemen, those 2 children behind are from the Lu family. I wonder who among you would be willing to stay behind and hinder them. Whoever volunteers shall be rewarded with 10 yellow crystals." With that, he produced several pieces of yellow crystal from his bosom. 10 yellow crystals equated to 100 taels of gold or 1,000 taels of silver, a considerable temptation for those of exceptional talent but modest means. As anticipated, no sooner had Su Weijia finished speaking than one among the 7 stepped forward, eager to remain. Su Weijia tossed the crystals, and the youth joyfully accepted them, exclaiming, "Young Master Su, you all proceed. I shall follow shortly." Su Weijia added, "It would be best if you could delay them for a while." The young man nodded in understanding, assuring, "Rest assured, young master, I shall wait for them at the end of the iron cable." Ensuring they must climb for a bit longer, he swiftly scaled to the end of the iron cable and halted, awaiting Lu Feiyun's arrival, allowing others to pass unimpeded. Before long, Lu Shihu led the way, with Lu Feiyun following closely behind. "Hey, are you the ones who offended young Master Su? You're young, yet your tempers seem rather fierce. Step aside," the young man taunted, glancing disdainfully at Lu Shihu, who stood several paces away. "Young Master Su? What nonsense. I don't know him. Do you think you can stop me? It won't be that simple," Lu Shihu retorted, undeterred. "Oh, is that so? Then let us see you try," Lu Shihu replied, showing no concern for the obstacle before him as he swiftly advanced. The 2 exchanged a palm strike, and the obstructing youth felt his entire body tremble as a powerful force surged forth, causing his legs, which clung to the iron cable, to loosen. His other hand, which gripped the cable, was also shaken free, and he immediately lost his balance, plummeting from the cable. As he fell, he pondered, "How can this child possess such formidable strength? Even cultivators specializing in palm techniques might not compare. Are they truly just scattered cultivators from the countryside?" Elder Su deceived us. Chapter 32. Fively Mountain, Tinjiang River. After Lu Shihu sent the obstructing youth plummeting, he and Lu Feiyun swiftly traversed the 100-jiang cable, reaching the 3rd challenge, Fively Mountain. Contrary to its name, Fively Mountain did not stand 5 li high. Rather, the path from its base to summit stretched 5 li in total. Although the incline was somewhat steep, winding paths meandered their way up, allowing not only trial participants but even ordinary folk to reach the peak with relative ease. Naturally, those who preferred not to take the paths could opt to scale the sheer cliffs, provided they possessed the requisite skill. Indeed, many chose the latter. Lu Feiyun and Lu Shihu exchanged glances as they regarded the towering mountain before them. "Young master, shall we ascend via the path or scale the cliffs?" Lu Shihu inquired. "What a silly question. Of course, we shall climb the cliffs. Have we not spent years scaling crags?" Lu Feiyun chuckled. "You're absolutely right. Finally, we can take it easy." The 2 promptly abandoned the mountain path and began their ascent of the cliffs. Lu Feiyun had not anticipated that the skills he developed during his medical training to gather herbs from steep cliffs would prove invaluable today. Although his previous climbs had only been on low hills near his home, none exceeding a few dozen zhang, he had nonetheless trained for over 3 years, mastering some fundamental techniques. As for Lu Shihu, his little companion was best left unmentioned, as he was simply incomparable at that moment. Lu Shihu had already climbed several zhang ahead, creating new footholds as he ascended. The winding path of 5 Li Mountain stretched 5 Li, with its height nearing 300 zhong. The two soon reached the summit. Securing their proof of ascent, upon inquiring about their rankings, they discovered they had finally entered the top 300 upon descending the mountain. They arrived at the fourth challenge, Tinjiang River. The river spanned 10 zhong in width, with its deepest point approximately 1 zhong deep, sufficient to submerge a person's head. There were no bridges or boats to cross. One had to devise their own means. The simplest method was to swim across, while those with superior agility could utilize floating driftwood, or, if informed in advance, prepare ropes to toss to trees on the opposite bank, constructing a rope bridge to traverse. Lu Feiyun and Lu Shihu opted to swim across. Next came the fifth challenge, the Misty Valley. From the valley's entrance, one could observe that the Misty Valley was elongated, approximately 5 li long and a li wide. Thick fog enveloped the area, with enormous stone pillars rising like trees, revealing only their upper halves, the misty stone forest. It is truly a natural maze, Lu Feiyun remarked as he stood at the valley's edge. He then cautioned, Shihu, we must be vigilant once we enter. While the Misty Valley itself poses no inherent danger, the other trial participants may not be so benign. Lu Shihu flashed a grin. What is there to fear? The trial rules explicitly state that no one may take a life. Surely, no one would dare to commit murder here. Each challenge is overseen by supervisors. Do not be complacent. During the 100 zhong cable challenge, that person who obstructed you seemed to mention something about young Master Su. I pondered, since our arrival in Huishui City and the Miyun sect, aside from the Su brothers, we have not clashed with anyone else. Though that Captain Su seemed to relent that day in the sect, one cannot be certain he was sincere. Perhaps that young Master Su himself intends to deal with us, considering we are rivals in the pursuit of becoming inner disciples. Although Lu Shihu acknowledged the concern, he dismissed it internally, believing his young master was merely being overly cautious. As the two entered the valley, they weaved among the stone pillars, searching for the correct path. Fortunately, shortly after Lu Feiyun's transmigration, he discovered that fate had granted him a golden finger in the form of extraordinary memory, possibly as compensation for the frail body he had become. This was also why he could recite the 14 classics and discern their ancient and modern interpretations at such a young age. Now, relying on his remarkable memory, he recalled the characteristics of each pillar they passed, soon recognizing the pillars and intersections they had previously traversed. A mental map of the valley's maze gradually formed in his mind. We have been here, he exclaimed. Previously, we took the left path. Now we must choose the right. This left fork faces northeast. We should head northwest instead. Let us take this route, guided by the expanding mental map. The two gradually neared the valley's exit. We have not traversed this path. It appears to be the way out. Look, Shihu, the exit is just ahead. Lu Feiyun exclaimed excitedly as he beheld the exit not far away. Phew! Finally, we can leave this wretched place. This fog makes it impossible to see more than 3 zhong ahead, and having to circle around these stone pillars has left me dizzy, Lu Shihu grumbled. Hastening forward, after emerging from the Misty Valley and walking half a li further, they arrived at the 6th challenge, the Sunless Forest. However, just before the entrance to the Sunless Forest, they spotted Su Weijie and his group preparing to enter. Su Weijie, upon seeing Lu Feiyun and his companion, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that they would catch up so swiftly. Damn it. How did they arrive so quickly? Could that brat have a map of the Misty Valley? And what about the Sunless Forest? No, I must stop him. Our ranking in the trial has already reached the top 200. We can surely become inner disciples, as can they that I must ensure they are halted. Su Weijie seethed as he glared at Lu Feiyun, resentment bubbling within him. Wait a moment, except for Okan Feng. The rest of you stay here in the Sunless Forest to deal with these two little pests. As long as they remain alive, everything will be manageable, Su Weijie ordered with a vicious glint in his eyes. Rest assured, young master. The 5 of us can easily handle these 2 11 or 12-year-old children. One of the 5 responded confidently. Indeed, young master, would you prefer we incapacitate their hands or their feet? Another chimed in. Captain Su has already instructed us that as long as we don't kill the 2 brats, we can handle them however we wish, a third added. Yes, exactly. The 5 responded in succession, and Su Weijie, somewhat satisfied, remarked, very well, but do be cautious where you strike. Avoid drawing the attention of the supervisors, lest you cause trouble for my elder brother. With that, He and O Qianfeng entered the sunless forest first, followed by the five who proceeded to confront Lu Feiyun and Lu Shiyudai in the depths of the sunless forest, named for the towering trees that obscured the sky. Sunlight barely reached the ground. Beneath the tall trees, dense shrubs and tall grasses thrived, making passage exceedingly difficult. Though paths did exist within the thicket, they, too, were riddled with numerous forks. The misty valley was a natural maze, while the sunless forest was an artificially constructed labyrinth. Shortly after entering the sunless forest, Lu Feiyun and Lu Shihu encountered the five youths left behind by Su Weijia. There, they found themselves at a dead end, and upon turning back, discovered their path was blocked by the five. Well, little ones, you've arrived quite swiftly. Since you're here, why not linger a while longer in this sunless forest? How refreshing it is to behold the shade of this sunless forest. It is already the hour of Wu, between 1 and 3 in the afternoon, and outside, the heat is quite unbearable. Why not linger here a while longer? Indeed, you must be both weary and famished. Come, I happen to have some water. Would you care to partake in a sip? Why bother with idle chatter? Let us simply incapacitate them. Precisely, we must be mindful of the time. In just a quarter of an hour or so, the trial overseers shall make their rounds, and we need to hasten. The five individuals paid no heed to Lu Feiyun and Lu Shihu. To them, these two youths were merely prey, to be consumed at their leisure. Lu Feiyun's memory surpassed that of ordinary folk. Though he had only encountered these five once before, he recognized them as companions of Su Weijia. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that they were likely sent by Su Weijia to deal with him. Upon this realization, he could not help but chuckle softly. One wonders just what benefits Su Zhiagongzi has bestowed upon you to entice you into confronting me. Have you not conducted a thorough investigation into my background? Am I truly someone you can afford to offend so easily? Ah, you young rascal, though your years are few, you possess quite the cunning. You even attempt to put on a show to intimidate us. What worldly experience could a child from a humble, rural family possess? Do you think this is your little corner of the countryside? Just because your family has a few coins and your father holds a minor military title, you believe yourself to be quite impressive? How laughable! As they spoke, they poured a powder into their water pouch. Once finished, they corked it and shook the pouch, then cackled. Come, be obedient. Drink this water and enjoy a delightful slumber. By the time you awaken, the sun will have nearly set, and the outside will be much cooler. You can venture out of this sunless forest then. See how benevolent I am. Unlike those who shout for blood. You truly are a nuisance. It would be far simpler to just incapacitate them directly. One of his companions interjected, "Why, dear brother, it would be wise not to act too rashly. Friends, consider why Su Zhiagongzi has chosen not to remain. Given his temperament, he would prefer to witness us maim these two children firsthand, rather than merely for the sake of a good ranking. Has he not hinted at his intentions? As long as we become inner disciples, we shall surely be taken under the wing of a certain esteemed master. Our current ranking is over 200, well within the threshold for inner disciples, so why the urgency?" The one holding the water pouch was evidently a meticulous thinker. Slowly elucidating his reasoning to his companions, he then turned to Lu Feiyun and remarked, "Young lad, I am aware that your little attendant possesses some skill. Not only would an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the apprentice realm struggle against him, but even those newly entering the realm might not prove a match. However, we five are all at the peak of the apprentice realm, our combat prowess far superior to those ordinary martial artists in their 20s. It would be wise for you to comply and drink the water, lest we be forced to act ourselves and inadvertently harm you." Lu Feiyun gazed at the towering figures before him. Feeling a sigh escape his lips, who would have thought that his first real confrontation in life would arrive so suddenly? He suddenly stepped back and shouted, "Shihu, hold them off for a quarter of an hour. Then turn and run. Has this child lost his senses? Retreating only leads to a dead end." One scoffed, "Hey, your little master has abandoned you here while he runs away. Why sacrifice yourself for him? Get out of the way. Our primary target is not you." Another called out, "What a waste of breath." Lu Shihu pressed forward, lowering his body and striking at one of them. The man, caught off guard by Lu Shihu's audacity, found himself under attack, and by the time he attempted to evade, it was too late. His calf was struck, leading to a painful fracture as he fell, crying out in agony. Another assailant approached, but Lu Shihu met him with a palm strike of his own. The force of their clash pushed the man back several steps, while Lu Shihu used the momentum to swiftly retreat and turn to flee. That accursed little wretch. How dare he toy with me? Everyone, pursue him! The man, humiliated and enraged, shouted as the others followed closely behind, leaving the unfortunate one nursing his injured leg. The narrow path through the dense forest stretched nearly 200 zhong, winding with several turns. Lu Shihu took advantage of the corners, ambushing his pursuers, and soon incapacitated another assailant, forcing him to halt. The remaining three gritted their teeth in frustration, relentless in their pursuit. However, as they rounded the final corner, they found themselves just 20 zhong from the end, where a patch of tall grass lay, yet Lu Feiyun was nowhere to be seen. The three surveyed the woods, finding no signs of entry, and noted the thick brambles and thickets, clearly cultivated rather than naturally formed, creating a verdant barrier. Even Lu Feiyun's slender form would struggle to navigate through this undergrowth. "Look at that grass, that little scoundrel must have hidden within," one exclaimed. Lu Shihu also dove into the grass, disappearing from sight. "In such a small patch of grass, I wonder where you think you can hide," one declared, preparing to follow him in. "Hold on," the earlier speaker, still clutching the water pouch, interjected, saying, "Let them hide in the grass. We need only guard the entrance, buying time to ensure they cannot become inner disciples. After all, with our qualifications and background, even if we become inner disciples, we are unlikely to be valued. Moreover, the subsequent Wensan Pass is not easily traversed. Whether we can even become inner disciples remains uncertain. For now, we must simply delay them, preventing them from achieving that goal, thus fulfilling what Su Gongzi desires. With Su Gongzi as our backing, we can navigate the intricacies of the Mian sect more favorably." Then, shifting his tone, he added, "Furthermore, that boy is indeed a bit troublesome. Who would have thought that at such a tender age, his actual combat abilities and experience would rival ours? If it came down to a one-on-one match, none of us could guarantee victory. It is unwise to risk entering the grass. Given enough time, they will eventually grow impatient and emerge. At that point, we can split into two groups, one to capture the lad, and another to seize his master. That would be the most foolproof plan." After a moment's contemplation, the other two agreed. The trio positioned themselves at the entrance, waiting in silence. Sure enough, it was not long before Lu Shihu emerged from the grass, glaring at the three with fury. "You little brat, you finally decided to show yourself. Where is your cowardly master? Surely he hasn't been frightened into submission." "Ahahaha," one mocked. Chapter 34. Shihu's courage, Feiyun's strangeness. "You are quite verbose," Lu Shihu muttered, delivering a swift chop towards one of them. "What audacity!" The man blocked with his arm and retaliated with a punch. "You guard the entrance. I shall assist in subduing him. We must capture this lad first," the one with the water pouch declared, advancing toward Lu Shihu. Surrounded by two assailants, Lu Shihu felt no fear. Rather, he was emboldened, invigorated by the fight, and for a time, he held his ground, much to the astonishment of his adversaries. Little did they know, Lu Shihu had embarked on his martial journey at the tender age of 5. His innate talent was exceptional, and the Lu family spared no effort in his training. With top-tier crystal stones for cultivation and the superior techniques of the Mian sect, along with personal guidance from the esteemed Lu Shihua, he had also garnered insights from 4 other revered masters. His cultivation and combat prowess far exceeded that of others at the same level. Furthermore, starting from the age of 9, the Lu family had him practice against ruthless bandits and captives from the northern wilderness, allowing him to grow from weakness to strength, gradually amassing invaluable combat experience and honing his battle instincts. Now, at just 12 years old, he had already taken nearly 100 lives, for the skirmishes in his daily life. They were merely commonplace. The Lu family, unlike typical noble households, was founded on military prowess and later flourished through commerce. They had no shortage of formidable soldiers or skilled mercenaries for protection. Lu Shihua often proclaimed, "Anyone who encounters Lu Shihu may strike him, as long as he is not maimed or killed." Thus, the scene unfolding today was hardly significant to him. After all, these opponents were merely minor figures from lesser sects, and he did not regard them as a threat. His only concern was that his own master was too weak, incapable of providing assistance, and instead would distract him, becoming a liability. "Oh, my little master, Please do not lose your composure and cause me further trouble. Lu Shihu feared not the strength of his adversaries, but rather the potential chaos that his master might bring to the fray, as if in response to Lu Shihu's thoughts, the grass rustled suddenly, and several unknown objects flew forth, striking the individual engaged with Lu Shihu. Taken aback, the man was struck thrice, once in the face, once in the throat, and once on the wrist. Initially startled, he then discovered that the substance was some fruit of an unknown plant. Leaving his hands smeared with green juice, frustrated by his inability to defeat Lu Shihu, the assailant's anger intensified as he looked down at his disheveled appearance, and he quickly signaled his companions to apprehend Lu Feiyun. "You little beast! So, you were hiding here. Seize him!" The companion had been intently watching the thicket, and without needing any command, he swiftly leaped forth to pounce upon it. What awaited him, however, were two objects resembling sweet melons. Hurtling towards his face and throat, with a deft motion of his hands, the companion shattered the two fruits into pieces. At that moment, Lu Feiyun also emerged from the underbrush, grasping a branch in each hand. Though the branches bore few leaves, they were adorned with numerous green thorns, and he approached as if wielding dual blades. "Young master, run!" Lu Shihu exclaimed, seeing Lu Feiyun truly come to aid him, yet instead of joy, he felt a surge of urgency. "You wish to flee? Ha! It's too late. Ha ha ha! It's too late." The man engaged in combat with Lu Feiyun seized a branch and threw it to the ground. As he pursued the retreating Lu Feiyun, he continued to laugh. "You little rascal! Ha 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 ha! Such a childish spirit! Ha 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 ha! You dare to wield two mere branches to fight me! Ha 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 ha! You truly crack me up! Ha ha ha! Is this a game of pretend?" Yet, with each stride he took, his laughter grew louder, more frantic, and increasingly sinister. Amidst this laughter, his steps gradually slowed, and his breath became erratic. No longer could he attack Lu Feiyun, and even maintaining his balance seemed a daunting task. Realizing something was amiss, he stumbled and collapsed to the ground. He hastily attempted to suppress his amusement while channeling the vital energy within him, striving to regulate the chaotic currents within his body. Soon, the laughter was stifled, but an unbearable itch took its place, an itch that felt deep beneath the skin, leaving him unable to scratch it and causing tears to stream down his face. Amidst the maddening itch, he ceased drawing upon his vital energy to suppress his laughter, and the urge to laugh surged forth anew in a tumultuous fit. He oscillated between uproarious laughter and frantic cries of itches. Rolling on the ground, tears and snot flowing freely, his antics left the two others startled and fearful. They had never anticipated that Lu Feiyun, who appeared so lacking in combat prowess, would prove to be such a peculiar and troublesome opponent. Lu Feiyun paid no heed to the man who was laughing and crying, instead focusing on the two engaged in battle with Lu Shihu. It seemed he was silently reciting something, then suddenly called out to the man who had first been struck in the face. "Throat and wrist, if you do not fall now, then when will you?" The man, caught off guard, felt a sudden dizziness, struggled to breathe, and his limbs grew weak, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Witchcraft, sorcery, evil arts, are you human or demon? Only the man who had previously insisted they give Lu Feiyun water remained standing, though his mind was already in disarray. His movements became erratic, and Lu Shihu seized upon the opportunity to kick his calf, sending him sprawling to the ground. Lu Shihu leapt forward, mounting the man's back and choking him, rendering him breathless and gasping for air. Lu Feiyun tossed a pill into the man's mouth, which dissolved upon contact. "You'd best not move. Though this elixir is potent, it carries a certain toxicity. If you desire the antidote, you must obediently heed my words." Lu Feiyun spoke coldly, signaling Lu Shihu to release the man. Lu Feiyun settled upon a stone to rest while Lu Shihu, following his instructions, knocked the other two unconscious, leaving only the man who had persistently urged them to drink water awake. Lu Feiyun uncorked the man's water pouch and inhaled deeply, his eyes brightening as he exclaimed, "Beresgol powder, the juice of the clear spirit sleep fruit. These are rare medicinal substances. Where did you procure them? Oh, after all this time, I still don't know your name." "Lu Ranji, Lu Ranji, a fine name. Are you also an apothecary? These two ingredients are quite difficult to obtain from pharmacies." Indeed, the bear's gall was acquired last year, and the clear spirit sleep fruit I stumbled upon in this dense forest. Young master, you can discern the presence of these two herbs by scent alone. You must possess considerable knowledge of herbalism. It appears my companions did not fall victim to any witchcraft or sorcery, but rather to the herbs you utilized unbeknownst to me. Lu Ranji, you are indeed clever. I find myself increasingly appreciative of you. How about this? You shall accompany me from now on. Upon hearing Lu Feiyun's proposal, both Lu Ranji and Lu Shihu were taken aback. Chapter 35. Recruiting a follower is no easy task. Lu Ranji could scarcely believe his ears. This child of merely 11 or 12 years was extending an invitation to join his ranks. Why? He asked in astonishment. Lu Feiyun, eschewing pretentiousness, replied directly, your mind is exceedingly meticulous, precisely the kind of individual I require at this moment. Lu Ranji remained perplexed. But how could you presume I would accept? Even if I did, could you truly trust me? Exactly, Lu Shihu chimed in. This fellow is far too cunning. I don't trust him. Yet Lu Feiyun countered, Lu Ranji, the water in that pouch will only induce relentless diarrhea, not slumber. You fear that I might truly lose consciousness in this unending forest and face mortal peril. Your repeated attempts to prevent my companions from restraining me stem from a desire to avoid my injury. You never believed Su Weiying's words and have never considered me the son of a local tycoon. You suspect I possess a background that would make Su Weiying wary. You are reluctant to offend me excessively, fearing potential harm to your life, yet are too intimidated to resist Su Weiying's threats. Should my background prove sufficient to contend with Su Weiying and secure your standing in the mysterious Cloud Sect, you might well abandon him for my cause. What you need now is a formidable ally within this mysterious Cloud Sect. Am I correct? Lu Ranji stared at Lu Feiyun, incredulous that such a child of 11 or 12 could possess such astute insight. His thoughts were laid bare before him and he wondered, who exactly was this boy? You are undoubtedly curious about my identity. Since I intend to recruit you, I shall disclose it candidly. My surname is Lu, and my name is Feiyun. My father is the esteemed Duke of Luan, Lu Shihai. The First Merchant Association in Yunzhou is our family's enterprise. Within this mysterious Cloud Sect, I truly do not regard a mere captain of the law enforcement hall as a threat. My father's mentor and fellow disciples here serve as one of my supports, and the master of the Apothecary Valley treats me as his own grandson. I have come to the mysterious Cloud Sect to seek a revered master. Soon, I shall have elder mentors to rely upon. I wonder if my background is sufficient to persuade you to align with me? The Duke of Luan, the Omping Lu family, the Green Willow Merchant Association. So you are the son of the Tiger General and Lady Chu. No wonder. Truly, the cub cannot stray far from the tiger. Yet, rumor has it that you were frail and sickly as a child, afflicted with a rare ailment, destined to perish before reaching 12 years of age. But seeing you now, young master, seems to contradict such tales, destined to perish early. Ha! A fate decreed by heaven. Can one truly not defy destiny? Lu Feiyun replied, Lu Ranji, you too possess ambitions, do you not? Would you be willing to take a gamble? To wager on my ability to defy heaven and extend my lifespan? Lu Ranji did not respond immediately, but instead lowered his head in contemplation. Lu Feiyun sighed inwardly. Why is it so easy for protagonists in other web novels to recruit followers? With a mere display of dominance, they have followers rushing to their side, crying and pleading. Yet here I am, having finally found someone worth taking under my wing, and he hesitates so. Ever since that day he encountered a girl who bore a striking resemblance to the one he had missed in his previous life. A ripple of emotion had stirred within Lu Feiyun, leading him to ponder many things. Had he not met her, perhaps his purpose in coming to the mysterious Cloud Sect would have merely been to extend his life until adulthood. Once he reached maturity, he would marry a stranger, have children, continue the family lineage, repay his parents' kindness, and then drift through the remaining years of his life in a daze. But after encountering her, Lu Feiyun could not help but contemplate another possibility, that he and she were merely fated to be apart in the past. Yet in this life, they might still find a path together. She was the other half of his previous existence. However, if they could truly unite, how could he bear to see her grieve for him should he perish prematurely? Moreover, this world, this era, this dynasty, was already showing signs of impending chaos. Even if his time was short, he wished to possess the strength to protect her for a few years during his lifetime. To achieve the ability to safeguard her and perhaps rekindle their past connection, he must have formidable power. Thus, he resolved to strive fiercely in contest with the heavens. This was also why he had considered the importance of recruiting Lu Ranji. One's strength encompasses the influence they wield, and to forge a power base, one must first have followers. Although the Lu family was formidable, it was ultimately the foundation laid by his parents. While he could manage it, it could not compare to a force built around himself, one he could control with ease. In Lu Feiyun's view, the only true confidant within the Lu family was Lu Shihu, who had grown up alongside him. The others followed him merely out of respect for his parents' authority. "Young master, let us leave swiftly. We have lingered too long. You may miss your chance to become an inner disciple," Lu Shihu urged. "As for this fellow, what does it matter?" Sighing, Lu Feiyun thought, "Am I so devoid of the aura of dominance? How embarrassing for a time traveler." Seeing Lu Renji silent and downcast, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and added, "Regardless, you will be my person from now on. If you refuse, I shall withhold the antidote, and in 5 days, the poison will take effect. You may do as you wish." Afterward, Lu Shihu swiftly departed with Lu Feiyun, leaving Lu Renji gazing at the two diminutive figures receding into the distance, his heart heavy with bitterness. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. When deities engage in conflict, mere mortals are often caught in the crossfire. This may be an opportunity, or perhaps a crisis, more likely a chasm that necessitates careful deliberation. Fortunately, this is during the entrance examination of the Mai sect, where significant casualties must not occur. Otherwise, his life would be in jeopardy. Should he continue to align himself with Su Weiying, or shift his allegiance to this child, to the Lu family? It requires thoughtful consideration. Lu Feiyun and Lu Shihu had already learned the secrets to exiting the Wuri forest from Lu Ranji earlier. They soon found their way out of the dense woods and, after traversing several more miles, arrived at the Wansan Pass. The so-called Wansan Pass refers to the collective name for the 7th, 8th, and 9th trials of the inner sect disciples. These 3 trials consist of 3 scrolls of books, 2 paintings, and a mathematical problem. The 7th trial, the 3 scrolls, requires the candidate to select a passage of several hundred words from each of the 3 scrolls of martial arts texts to compose an essay of around 1,000 words, which they must then recite or transcribe from memory. The 8th trial involves examining 2 exceedingly similar paintings and identifying 10 differences between them. The 9th trial is a single mathematical problem, which, although presented as one, contains 10 inquiries. Upon learning the content of the 3 trials, Lu Feiyun felt a peculiar sense of unease. This is clearly a parallel version of the high school entrance examination. Memorizing texts, finding discrepancies, and solving arithmetic problems. This hardly resembles the entrance trials of a martial arts sect at all. These 3 trials, encompassing books, paintings, and problems, are all tied to the use of paper, hence the term Wansan Pass. Of course, for those lacking literary skills, they could directly challenge the guarding martial artists and fight their way through My Lord. The 2 paintings are manageable, but the other 2 trials involve memorization and arithmetic, which I cannot handle. I can only fight my way through. You may take your time, Lu Shihu declared before directly challenging the guardian. Alas, even in a foreign realm, one must still face examinations. How lamentable. Lu Feiyun sighed and approached the trial involving the 3 scrolls. Chapter 36, Wansan Pass, Cheating Scandal. The 3 scrolls and 2 paintings merely test memory. While this may pose some difficulty for others, it is exceedingly effortless for Lu Feiyun. In less than 15 minutes, he had passed through the first 2 trials, leaving those hesitant challengers in awe and envy. Upon reaching the mathematical problem trial, Lu Feiyun unfurled the sheet of paper inscribed with the arithmetic inquiries and couldn't help but think that this was hardly a trial for a martial arts sect. It was simply a mathematics exam. The 10 inquiries encompassed geometry, algebraic equations, and even physics concepts such as mechanics and density, albeit expressed using Chinese characters instead of Western symbols, with the language articulated in classical Chinese. Although Lu Feiyun perceived these 10 questions as merely middle school level, for the vast majority of teenagers in this world, they were akin to an esoteric script. Not to mention answering the questions, even understanding the known conditions articulated in the problem was a rarity. At that moment, nearly 100 candidates sat in the examination hall, staring blankly at the question paper, with only a handful scribbling down a few words, pausing frequently to ponder. Lu Feiyun contemplated briefly, and a solution emerged in his mind. Transforming it into the specialized language of this world, he began to write furiously, completing the paper in just over a quarter of an hour. As he approached the examiner with the completed paper, the surrounding crowd turned to him in disbelief. The examiner, an elderly man with graying hair, appeared to be dozing off, eyes closed as he Saturday upon hearing Lu Feiyun's gentle voice. He opened his eyes, nonchalantly glanced at the paper, and then widened his eyes in utter disbelief, murmuring, "Incredible! Incredible! All 10 questions correct. How is this possible? How can this be?" Then, in a fit of excitement, he grasped Lu Feiyun's arm, exclaiming, "Did you really do this? How did you manage to get every question right? All 10 correct. This is impossible. How could someone like you exist?" Upon hearing the examiner's words, the surrounding candidates erupted into chaos, voices rising in a clamor. "All 10 questions correct. This is utterly impossible. You must have cheated." One person shouted vehemently. Lu Feiyun frowned, turning his gaze toward the accuser, his temper flaring. "Su Weijia, on what grounds do you claim I cheated?" Since exiting the Wuri forest, Su Weijia had finally felt a sense of relief. Employing 5 powerful martial artists against those 2 detestable little pests was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But who could blame them for offending him? The Omping Lu family? The Luan Marquis? Merely an obsolete general from the military. How much influence could they possibly wield? Had this been anywhere else, perhaps he would have found it challenging to reclaim his honor. Yet, here in the Mai sect, with his elder brother backing him, he had no reason to fear these 2 insignificant pests. Since they had crossed him, they would certainly pay the price. Did they not aspire to become inner sect disciples? He would ensure they failed. This was merely an appetizer. Once they formally entered the sect, he would slowly deal with them. Su Weijia and O Qinfeng arrived at the Wansan Pass, where O Qinfeng immediately chose to challenge the Guardian, while Su Weijia opted to tackle the memorization and problem-solving. The 3 scrolls were supposed to consist of 3 randomly selected passages from martial arts texts for the candidates to memorize. But the examiner had long been bribed by Su Weiying, and the content had been disclosed to Su Weijia in advance, allowing him to pass smoothly. The second trial involving the 2 paintings was not particularly difficult either. With a bit of thought, one could easily pass, as it was merely a matter of quick reflexes. However, the final trial was the most peculiar. Although presented as 1 question, it actually comprised 10 inquiries. 5 of these could be answered with numerical responses, while the other 5 required a written derivation process. In truth, this trial was set by the sect's Miscellaneous Studies Division, primarily to generate revenue and, secondarily, to select suitable candidates through chance. To pass this trial, one could either rely on their knowledge to answer all 10 questions or purchase answers for 100 taels of gold per question, with a maximum of 5 questions available for purchase. The remaining questions would have to be answered independently or by challenging the guarding martial artists, where enduring 10 rounds would count as a pass for 1 question. However, even the purchased answers needed to be transcribed onto the answer sheet. Of course, if one felt confident in their combat prowess, they could opt not to answer the questions and directly challenge the Guardian. Whether by defeating the Guardian or enduring for 100 rounds would count as passing. Su Weijia had long obtained the answers to 5 straightforward questions from his brother Su Weiying and memorized them. Upon reaching this trial, he spent 500 taels of gold on crystal stones to purchase the answers to the 5 derivation questions. When Lu Feiyun arrived at this trial, Su Weijia was fervently transcribing the answers he had purchased. Although he recognized each character individually, when combined, they appeared as incomprehensible as a celestial script, leaving him baffled. The answers to the 5 derivation questions amounted to nearly 1,000 words, yet copying them proved far more laborious than the earlier task of transcribing the 3 passages from the martial arts texts. Upon noticing Lu Feiyun enter and choose not to purchase answers, but rather to tackle the questions himself, Su Weijia couldn't help but sneer. This little pest truly knows no bounds. The questions set by the Miscellaneous Studies Division are beyond your comprehension. However, he never anticipated that in under 15 minutes, Lu Feiyun would have completed the task with all 10 answers correct. What was even more infuriating was that Lu Feiyun had finished faster than he had managed to simply copy the answers, a reality that Su Weijia found utterly unacceptable, prompting him to accuse Lu Feiyun of cheating. "On what basis do you claim I cheated? Is proof even necessary? How could someone your age possibly finish all 10 questions so quickly, and each one correct? Do you think us fools?" asked those present. How many could solve even a few of the straightforward questions after struggling so hard? As for the derivation questions, how many were not answered through purchase solutions? Why is it that only you could solve them on your own? You clearly had prior knowledge of the answers, which is why you finished so quickly. Fellow disciples, do you not agree with this reasoning? Su Weijie proclaimed, firmly asserting that Lu Feiyun had cheated. Before Lu Feiyun could respond, the elderly examiner, hearing Su Weijie's words, was instantly infuriated. What do you mean by that? Are you implying he received the answers in advance? Are you accusing our miscellaneous studies division of cheating? That we disclosed all the answers to him beforehand? What a laugh! You dare to slander our division. Chapter 37. Mathematical problems, not difficult to solve although our miscellaneous studies division has traditionally been undervalued by the sect. It is not a place where an ignorant youth like you, who has yet to formally enter, can cast aspersions. The elderly man glared fiercely at Su Weijie and continued, indeed, our division may be in need of funds and may seek to profit openly during this entrance examination. However, our dealings are transparent. It is a matter of mutual consent. If you possess sufficient cultivation and strength, why would you need to purchase answers from our division? We have stated that during the trials, each individual is limited to purchasing 5 answers, and we will not sell more nor disclose answers in advance. Young man, tell me, where is the evidence for your accusations of our division's cheating? Lu Feiyun was equally astonished. He had yet to make a move, yet the elder was already in a flurry. Su Weijie could hurl accusations at Lu Feiyun, shouting with abandon, but he dared not overstep with this elder. Nevertheless, he stubbornly retorted, I never claimed you sold it to him in private. Perhaps he pilfered it himself. Steal. Ha! What a naive lad you are. Do you realize that the 5 direct questions in this examination were drafted days ago, while the remaining 5 derivation questions were concocted by me just today at noon, and it was only then that the printing plates were completed. At that time, you were all engaged in the trials. I must ask you, how could he have stolen them? Does he possess the art of duplicity? This is merely your side of the tale. Who truly knows the facts? Su Weijie persisted stubbornly, you are arrogant. Even if my mixed studies sect pales in comparison to others, it is not a place where anyone can trample. The elder was evidently quite agitated. Seeing that the bickering would lead nowhere, especially with so many onlookers, Lu Feiyun interjected, Elder, please do not distress yourself, Su Weijie. You repeatedly assert that no one can solve these problems. If someone does, they must have prior knowledge of the answers. But you must also understand that just because you are unaware of something does not mean others are as well. Your lack of ability does not imply that others lack it too. Setting aside the direct questions, I refuse to believe that none of our fellow disciples here can solve at least one of the derivation questions. Are you suggesting they too are cheating? As Lu Feiyun finished speaking, a voice chimed in, this young brother speaks truth. I have pondered deeply and managed to solve 2 of the derivation questions. Elder, might I present my answers for your evaluation? As he spoke, the individual handed over the examination paper. The elder's eyes brightened as he accepted the paper. Initially, he was somewhat excited, but that quickly turned to disappointment, only to be replaced by a sense of relief. The elder remarked, though you only answered one of the derivation questions correctly, you got all 5 direct questions right, which is commendable. If you cannot become an inner disciple this time, feel free to join my mixed studies sect. Should you wish, the individual immediately brightened, bowing respectfully and eagerly agreeing. Soon after, several others voiced their agreement, showcasing their remarkable talents in mixed studies, which took the elder by surprise, bringing a smile to his face. Lu Feiyun added, in truth, the 5 direct questions posed no significant challenge. They were merely a mix of basic arithmetic operations. The problem regarding the chickens and rabbits, while slightly more complex, could also be deduced with careful thought. As for the subsequent 5 derivation questions, such as the mechanics of pulleys and ropes, where 2 movements are required to have the effort, and the density of bricks used in wall construction compared to water, as well as applying the Pythagorean theorem in constructing beams, surely even you, Su Weijie, could not grasp the derivation process even if you copied the answers. While these questions may seem insurmountable to you, they are, for me, exceedingly simple. I cannot comprehend your nonsensical babble, Su Weijie exclaimed, his head spinning from the barrage of information, opting to entangle himself further in confusion. Yet, to the elder's ears, Lu Feiyun's words brought increasing joy, prompting him to exclaim, Splendid, splendid, young lad. Why not join my mixed studies sect directly? I shall make you my personal disciple. With a few years of study under my guidance, you could very well become a core disciple. What say you? Join my sect. Lu Feiyun was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? He had come to cultivate his skills for longevity, not to study mathematics and science. The elder continued, I am Ming Xuanzi, the head of the mixed studies sect, and within my domain, my word is law. Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. The youths had never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable elder was the head of one of the 9 sects of the mysterious Cloud sect. Though the mixed studies sect was ranked lowest among them, its head was still a figure of aspiration for these young aspirants. A look of embarrassment crept across Lu Feiyun's face as he apologetically addressed Ming Xuanzi. Thank you, esteemed head, however, I must decline your generous offer. I have already found a master I wish to learn from, and this concerns my life and future, making it difficult for me to comply. If you acknowledge that I have answered all 10 questions correctly, I kindly ask to be allowed to proceed to the final trial in the inner sect. Feeling the awkwardness, Ming Xuanzi pondered briefly before responding. Very well, you may proceed to the next challenge. Lu Feiyun promptly bowed deeply before hastening towards the final trial, the Celestial Gate. The Celestial Gate stood between 2 cliffs, and passing this trial was both an easy and daunting task. The rule for the Celestial Gate was that the first to arrive must wait for the next contestant to arrive before engaging in battle as the gatekeeper. The victor would pass through, while the defeated would become the new gatekeeper, creating a cycle. For those with great combat prowess, this challenge was a mere trifle, but for the less formidable, it could lead to a series of defeats, ultimately making it increasingly difficult to overcome subsequent challengers and attain the status of inner disciple. Upon arrival, Lu Feiyun saw Lu Zhitian locked in combat with Okanfeng, who had previously accompanied Su Weijia. Both were drenched in sweat, clearly having battled for an extended period. Zhitian, I have arrived, Lu Feiyun called out. Lu Zhitian responded, You finally made it, young master. This fellow is incredibly tenacious. Just wait a moment longer, and I will surely finish him off in a few more rounds. As soon as he finished speaking, Okanfeng scoffed. Such arrogance from a child. With that, he launched another strike, and Lu Zhitian met it with his own. As their fists collided, Okanfeng felt Lu Zhitian's once powerful punch transform into a feeble blow, causing him to be taken aback. Realization struck him. Something was amiss. Chapter 38, The Celestial Gate. Before the Celestial Gate, Lu Zhitian and Okanfeng exchanged blows. Okanfeng expected their bout to play out as it had in the past, with both sides evenly matched, resulting in a few steps back before commencing the next round. However, what he did not foresee was that Lu Zhitian had not exerted his full strength this time, barely using even 10% of his power. With a sudden scream, Lu Zhitian was sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It dawned on him that in this battle, he should have sought defeat rather than victory. Lu Zhitian, on the other hand, clearly shared the same objective. He cursed himself for losing sight of the most crucial matter in the heat of battle. Lu Zhitian staggered to his feet, pale-faced. He cupped his hands in respect towards Okanfeng, saying, Brother, you are indeed formidable. I, your junior, am not your match and willingly concede. Congratulations on finally achieving your wish to become an inner disciple of our mysterious Cloud sect. I commend you. Yet, as Okanfeng listened to Lu Zhitian's congratulatory words, his expression remained devoid of joy, his heart heavy with bitterness. Previously, his rank was 348, Lu Zhitian was 349, and with the arrival of his master, he would be 350. Now, however, his employer had yet to appear, and even if he did, he would only be ranked 351. The combined spots for inner disciples and personal disciples totaled 351. Even if his employer arrived in time, he would still need to defeat the one ranked 352 to secure his position. Alas, he had deliberately lost 10 consecutive matches, but his employer had yet to show up. He could not shoulder all the blame. He consoled himself, thinking that he could simply return the money they had previously given him. With a downcast expression, Okanfeng passed through the Celestial Gate. Shortly thereafter, Su Weijia appeared. Having offended Ming Xuanzi by falsely accusing Lu Feiyun of cheating, he was now anxious and unsettled. Once the initial thrill of his impulsive actions faded, he grew increasingly apprehensive, slowing down and copying the answers to the derivation questions. Upon completing the answers and discovering his current rank, he was suddenly gripped by anxiety. After the inner disciple trials, our sect would only accept 51 personal disciples, each taking only one. His current rank was embarrassingly low, 351, meaning he would need to defeat the individual ranked 352 to pass through the Celestial Gate and become an inner disciple, thereby qualifying for the personal disciple that his elder brother had mentioned. If Okanfeng had deliberately lost to wait for him, he would have easily crossed the gate as the 350th ranked contestant. But if unforeseen circumstances arose, it would spell trouble. He hurriedly made his way to the Celestial Gate, only to find Lu Zhitian engaged in combat with Lu Feiyun, with no sign of Okanfeng. His heart sank, sensing that the situation was dire. Observing the manner in which Lu Feiyun and Lu Zhitian fought, it was evident they were not merely vying for victory. They were clearly performing a charade. The formidable prowess of Lu Shihu was something he had witnessed firsthand, while he had also heard rumors from his elder brother Su Weiying regarding Lu Feiyun's situation, suggesting that his combat strength was rather mediocre, potentially even inferior to his own. Yet, the current battlefield revealed a different narrative, with Lu Feiyun dominating Lu Shihu. Upon noticing Su Weijia's arrival, Lu Shihu wore a peculiar expression and could not help but exclaim, "I never expected the person behind to truly be you." With a sudden misstep, he fell to the ground, shouting, "Alas! You are indeed impressive. I concede." The reason Lu Feiyun had lingered at Tongtian Gate for some time was to ascertain the identity of the next challenger. In the novels he had perused in his previous life, there were always coincidental encounters, and upon meeting the Su brothers, he felt a similar sensation, leading to his curiosity. Could it be that he would encounter Su Weijia once more before Tongtian Gate? Thus, he had wagered with Lu Shihu. To his astonishment, his guess had indeed proven correct. Now that his curiosity was satisfied, he had lost interest in witnessing Lu Shihu take the opportunity to retaliate against the unfortunate Su Weijia. After receiving the acknowledgement of the trial supervisor, he crossed Tongtian Gate and traveled over half a mile to arrive at a martial arts arena. At this moment, the arena was already filled with over 300 individuals, each seated cross-legged, resting and waiting. On the viewing platform at the front of the arena sat dozens of formidable cultivators from both the inner and outer sects of the Mijing sect. "The 349th individual has arrived," called out a steward from the Mijing sect. Lu Feiyun found a spot to sit according to his trial ranking, but just as he settled in, he heard another voice announce, "The 350th individual has arrived." Following this, Lu Shihu, wearing a disgruntled expression, took a seat beside him. "So soon? Did you not say that if the one behind you was truly him, you would ensure he was properly dealt with?" Lu Feiyun inquired, perplexed. But Su Weijia had to be given an opportunity to flee. "The moment you crossed Tongtian Gate, he immediately conceded. It's rare for him to grasp the principle of recognizing the situation." Lu Feiyun replied, "What do you mean by recognizing the situation? I believe he is merely afraid of being beaten." "That does make sense." A quarter of an hour later, the last individual arrived. The announcement rang out once more, and soon Su Weijia entered, dejected, taking a seat beside Lu Shihu, closing his eyes as if to ignore both Lu Shihu and Lu Feiyun. Yet, his trembling hands revealed that his heart was far from tranquil, as though he was desperately suppressing something. "All selected participants have now arrived. We invite all esteemed cultivators to select their personal disciples. Each batch of trial participants will be presented in groups of 50, ascending the platform according to their rankings for the esteemed cultivators to observe," a steward proclaimed. The first batch of the top 50 ascended the platform and was bombarded with questions from the cultivators, creating quite a lively scene that lasted a full quarter of an hour before the selection concluded. Over 30 individuals were chosen from this batch. The second batch followed, and within less than 15 minutes, another 10 were selected. By the end of the two batches, nearly 90% of the cultivators on the platform had departed, leaving only 7 behind. As the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth batches were called, each took away only one individual. When the final batch of 51 ascended the platform, only 3 cultivators remained. Lu Feiyun, observed as a young cultivator, around 30 years of age, approached the end of the line and took Su Weijia away. Su Weijia cast a resentful glance at Lu Feiyun as he left. Lu Feiyun inwardly sneered. "What is this? Still not convinced? I have yet to settle the score for your attempt to toy with my elder sister. We have plenty of time ahead." At that moment, 2 cultivators approached Lu Feiyun simultaneously, inquiring in unison, "Are you Lu Feiyun?" Lu Feiyun was taken aback. Didn't Elder Zhengzhou mention that only one cultivator in the sect specializes in the Chaos Rebirth technique? Why are there now 2? Chapter 39. Seeking a Master. Contentions arise. The sudden arrival of two cultivators inquiring about Lu Feiyun left the other trial participants astonished, speculating about the background and extraordinary abilities of this 11 or 12-year-old child that could attract the attention of two esteemed cultivators. Lu Feiyun quickly performed a deep bow, saying, "Disciple Lu Feiyun, I pay my respects to the two esteemed seniors. I am from the Misty Peak, Gu Band. I am aware of your accomplishments. Come with me." One of the cultivators stated, "Yes, master." Lu Feiyun hurriedly performed a formal apprenticeship bow before rising, then turned to the other cultivator, saying, "Esteemed senior, may I inquire what you seek from me?" The other, appearing to be in his 50s, cast a discontented glance at Gu Ban and retorted, "Gu Shidi, why the haste? I know that Elder Zhang has already arranged for this child to be your disciple. However, just now, the head of the Zhaishu sect sent word that I must ensure he joins my Zhaishu sect." "What, are you worried I will steal this child away? Brother Chung, what shall we do?" Gu Ban inquired, his expression unreadable. "What shall we do? It's simple. Your disciple must share half with my Zhaishu sect." Lu Feiyun was utterly taken aback. How could one expect him to split himself in half? Furthermore, it seemed that this master was not one to negotiate lightly. "How shall we share?" Gu Ban remained devoid of any visible emotion. "You will remain his primary master, and he shall naturally cultivate by your side. However, he must also be registered under my Zhaishu sect's name, serving as my personal disciple, and must come to my Zhaishu sect to study for at least an hour daily." "What do you say? Do not ask me. Ask him." Lu Feiyun had not anticipated that the Zhaishu sect would come pursuing him. It was his oversight to forget he was in another world. In a moment of inspiration, he had answered a series of questions, and the deduction process was even more succinct than what the Zhaishu sect provided. Now, he found himself targeted by the Zhaishu sect. "I came to Mijing sect to continue cultivating the chaos rebirth technique, not to learn the foreign world's version of mathematics and science. But does this master's choice represent a test for me?" Lu Feiyun quickly replied, "I leave it to master's discretion." Seeing Lu Feiyun's response, Chung Xiu turned to Gu Ban. "Fine, let us go." Gu Ban simply uttered 3 words. Chung Xiu was overjoyed, saying, "Gu Shidi, you truly are straightforward, boy. Hurry up and perform your apprenticeship rites, then follow him." Lu Feiyun was bewildered. Did those 3 words mean what he thought? He glanced at Gu Ban, who merely nodded and added, "Complete your apprenticeship and depart." Seeing Gu Ban's agreement, Lu Feiyun performed the apprenticeship bow to Chung Xiu before following Gu Ban away. Chung Xiu, pleased, then turned to the remaining individuals from the last batch and asked, "Among you, who excels in mathematics and the study of objects?" His question caused a wave of excitement among the remaining participants, as they realized that even in the final batch, there was still a chance to become a personal disciple. Albeit from the Zhaishu sect, which was the lowest among the 9 sections, many began to volunteer themselves. But after Chung Xiu asked several questions, few provided satisfactory answers. Alas, it seems that apart from that child, this year will yield no results. Chung Xiu sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, Lu Shihu, who had been silent, interjected, "Esteemed senior, do you think I am capable? You also excel in mathematics and the study of objects?" "Not at all. Not in the slightest. Then why add to the chaos? But I am Lu Feiyun's close companion, having grown up together. If I join the Zhaishu sect, he may spend more time there. You are clever to think of that." "Very well, this opportunity shall not go to waste. You may join. Follow me." "Disciple pays respects to master." Lu Shihu exclaimed with joy. Originally, he had merely been indulging a whim without much hope, yet unexpectedly, he became a personal disciple. The benefits and privileges far exceeded those of inter-sect disciples. Such a development incited envy and admiration among the surrounding trial participants, leading to a flurry of discussions. On the peak of Wanghai at Mijing sect, nearly 20 elders sat cross-legged, as the sun descended in the west, gradually merging into the sea of clouds. The evening glow bathed the group, as if draping them in a golden robe, accentuating their divine presence. These elders constituted the core of Mijing sect, each being a significant figure within the martial arts realm, and in the sect, they were revered like deities. However, amidst them, a few were devoid of their usual sternness and authority before their disciples and were engaged in a heated argument. Their faces flushed. "Look at this. What a debacle the selection trial has turned into. The chosen ones are nothing but worthless." Indeed, this selection was not about identifying exceptional martial talents. It was clearly a scheme for profit. At this rate, Mijing's sect will have no future. We may well become progressively weaker. You know nothing. All you do is practice martial arts. How can you comprehend the myriad considerations involved in managing a sect? Exactly, Brother Zhang's concerns are profound. How can you fail to understand? Profit. Is that truly profit? It is for the future of the sect. Ha! Such sweet words. I knew we would not recruit many martial talents this time. Yet we have collected valuables worth hundreds of thousands of taels of gold. Are we, one of the 9 major martial arts sects of the empire, so impoverished that we must resort to selling entry slots? Enough. Will you ever cease? My actions have garnered the approval of 3 esteemed uncles. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to convene a conference to elect a new sect leader and choose someone more capable. The usually taciturn master of the Misty Cloud sect suddenly spoke. Although his voice was soft, it immediately silenced the arguing individuals. Subsequently, one person bowed and said, "I dare not. Master Zhang, it was our recklessness. However, I truly cannot comprehend the recent arrangements for the sect's trials. While it is one thing to impose fees during the trials for the outer disciples, as they cannot become the pillars of our sect, it is quite another to apply the same to the inner disciples, which seems rather inappropriate. These inner disciples are crucial to the future of our sect, as the majority of our esteemed cultivators and revered masters will emerge from among them. If we allow an influx of wealthy yet talentless individuals, the likelihood of producing skilled masters and revered cultivators will diminish. Master Zhang, this is decidedly not a favorable course of action. Why have you chosen to proceed in this manner?" Upon hearing this, several others voiced their agreement. "Junior Brother Wu, I am well aware of your concerns and understand your sentiments. However, my decision stems from unavoidable hardships. Alas, I had not intended to reveal this matter to you all so soon. But since you harbor doubts, I shall explain. Junior Brother Zhang, please elaborate on this matter." "Yes, Master Zhang," Zhang Zhou replied. Chapter 40. The Coming Storm. The sect master S. Scheme Zhang Zhou, the head of the Medicine Aroma Valley, spoke. The Medicine Aroma Valley is the medical branch of the Misty Cloud sect, renowned for its healing techniques both within and beyond the empire. Although the martial practitioners within the sect may lack formidable combat prowess, none dare to underestimate them. After all, martial practitioners inevitably engage in battles, which leads to injuries requiring the care of healers. Furthermore, they are not mythical beings immune to ailments. When they fall ill, they must seek treatment from those skilled in the healing arts. Zhang Zhou surveyed the assembly and cleared his throat before addressing them. "Esteemed brothers, the reason Master Zhang has taken this course of action, and why the 3 elders have acquiesced, is that our current state in the Great Qin dynasty is akin to the sun setting in the west. We are perilously close to total collapse. Zhang brother, such words may be an exaggeration. While the Great Qin dynasty undeniably shows signs of decline, it is far from imminent demise. After all, the current emperor is benevolent, and the millions of citizens are loyal, with the lords in respectful submission," an elder interjected. Zhang Zhou nodded and replied, "Indeed, the current emperor is benevolent and has garnered the loyalty of millions, commanding respect from the lords. Yet, he is not a wise ruler capable of revitalization, Junior Brother Zhang. Such remarks about the emperor may be inappropriate," another elder cautioned. Zhang Zhou chuckled and continued, "Inappropriate? Ha! These words are not mine but rather come from the emperor himself. He has stated that as long as he is alive, the Great Qin dynasty can endure for another day. If he survives for a year, the dynasty can persist for another year. Should he pass, the dynasty may not withstand for many years hence. Why would the emperor make such a statement?" an elder inquired. Zhang Zhou sighed. "I am not the emperor, how could I know? Yet, over the years, as I traveled to the imperial capital, Changluo, to treat the emperor, I have indeed discerned certain clues. Not to mention the increasingly fierce power struggles among the 3 princes. If the emperor were to pass, I fear the princes would resort to violent conflict over the throne. Each prince has the backing of various lords, all capable of rallying substantial forces for their cause. Such a struggle for imperial power could incite civil war within the empire, and that is merely the turmoil within the court. If we turn our gaze to the provinces, we see lords amassing armies, the wealthy growing richer while the poor become destitute. The recurrent natural disasters of recent years have forced countless citizens to sell their land and homes, plunging them into abject poverty. Driven to desperation, they either sell their children and spouses into servitude or wander the streets as beggars. Were it not for the emperor's numerous edicts of compassion towards slaves and the establishment of soup kitchens for the destitute, civil unrest would have erupted long ago. As Zhang Zhou recounted these events, the mood among the assembly grew increasingly somber. Zhang Zhou continued, "In my travels as a healer, I have frequently heard impoverished citizens express sentiments such as, 'Were it not for the emperor's benevolence, granting my family a final glimmer of hope, I would have revolted long ago.' If the emperor were to pass, and the princes engaged in conflict, who would then care for the plight of the destitute? Once the impoverished can no longer survive, how could they refrain from rebellion? But how does this relate to the upcoming sect trials?" An elder inquired, perplexed. Crystal stones? Crystal stones? Indeed. Once chaos ensues, crystal stones will become one of the most fiercely contested resources among various factions. Particularly for our martial sect, I believe you are all aware that crystal stones serve two primary purposes for us cultivators: enhancing our cultivation and replenishing our energy, in times of turmoil. The frequency of battles among martial practitioners will escalate, necessitating far more crystal stones for energy restoration than for cultivation enhancement. As a result, crystal stones will become scarcer than ever. Every period of chaos significantly impacts the rise and fall of a sect, even determining its very survival. The ability of a sect to weather the storm and even flourish amid chaos hinges not only on the strength and number of its practitioners, but also on the quantity of crystal stones it possesses. Therefore, we must plan ahead and stockpile sufficient crystal stones to prepare for the impending turmoil. At this juncture, it is far more pressing and important to acquire wealth and purchase crystals than to recruit extraordinary martial talents. After all, it takes at least 2 to 3 decades for those talents to mature, while chaos may well arise within the next decade. This is why Master Zhang has acted thusly. We must first navigate the immediate crisis before we can aspire to a brighter future. 10 years. How can you be so certain that chaos will arise within the next decade? The current emperor is barely nearing his 50s, in the prime of his life. Moreover, he possesses the ability to command submission from the realm. So it is unlikely that anyone would dare to rebel against him. An elder questioned further. While the emperor may currently maintain order, he is beset by illness and has little time left at most. 10 years and possibly less than half that, Zhang Zhou replied. Half a decade? 6 years? How can this be? He is a revered cultivator. An elder exclaimed in disbelief. Is there truly no remedy? Some ailments are beyond healing. In any case, a storm approaches, and we must heed Master Zhang's guidance, preparing thoroughly to ensure the sect can weather this impending chaos, Zhang Zhou concluded. The master of the Misty Cloud sect then added, "Brothers, our sect has thrived for several centuries due to the substantial assistance provided during the founding of this dynasty. However, with the current decline of the dynasty and the impending chaos, we cannot be certain that other sects will not seize the opportunity to challenge us and usurp our position. Hence, I have resorted to gathering resources aggressively to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, seeking to preserve the foundation of our sect amidst the turmoil. I hope you all can understand my intentions." Initially, the assembly fell silent, but soon they expressed their understanding and willingness to comply with the sect master's decisions. "Very well. You shall all prepare accordingly. I will strive to procure additional crystal stones and resources for you. But you must also pay attention to nurturing the younger generation. We need to cultivate more earth-tier cultivators, especially those at the practitioner level. Furthermore, this matter is to remain among us and must not be disclosed outside. Now, disperse." "Yes, Master Zhang," the elders responded before departing, their figures leaping down from the peak, disappearing in a few moments. Soon, only 3 supreme elders and the sect master remained atop the peak. "Elders, do you think our Misty Cloud sect can navigate the storm unscathed?" The sect master, previously calm, now wore a worried expression. "Planning is in human hands, but the outcome rests with the heavens. Moreover, your actions are not solely for the sake of crystal stones. I wonder how many among them comprehend the deeper meaning behind your decisions." The aged supreme elder remarked thoughtfully. "The deeper meaning? What significance does understanding hold? Indeed, as you say, planning is in human hands, but the outcome rests with the heavens." The sect master gazed at the setting sun, soon to vanish into the sea of clouds, with a sense of melancholy. Chapter 41. Sleepless nights and heartfelt conversations. Lu Feiyun followed Gu Ban, finally arriving at the sect's location, Misty Hidden Peak. Just before sunset. Misty Hidden Peak, like Misty Fog Valley, is perpetually shrouded in thick fog. However, much of its summit breaks free from the haze. Above the dense fog, a small flat area lies on a sunlit slope, surrounded by a handful of rudimentary dwellings and encircling a modest training ground. This moment, for individuals were practicing sword techniques in the training ground. Upon seeing Gu Ban leading Lu Feiyun, they all paused their training. You too, see him off from the sect. Return the day after tomorrow to help carry belongings. Gu Ban instructed one of them, who promptly nodded in agreement. Gu Ban then turned to Lu Feiyun, his demeanor icy, and said, "Remember the path, prepare your belongings. You shall enter the sect the day after tomorrow, and for 6 months, you shall not leave the sect." "Yes, master," Lu Feiyun replied, pondering. "What does this mean? I traveled such a distance only to be told to leave without any formal apprenticeship ceremony. Shouldn't there be some words of encouragement or motivation? Instead, I am simply asked to accompany him on the way and then be sent off with no further explanation. This is quite perplexing." However, after delivering his orders, Gu Ban entered one of the dwellings and vanished, leaving Lu Feiyun bewildered and the onlookers watching curiously. "Go. Leave the sect," Mu Tu said expressionlessly. Lu Feiyun felt helpless. After all, she had just managed to climb halfway up the mountain, and now she had to descend again. Wasn't this just tormenting her? Had she known it would be like this, she might as well have left the sect from the very beginning. However, at this moment, she dared not voice her thoughts and could only follow Mu Tu down the mountain and away from the sect. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, she saw her sister, Lu Qianqian, and Lu Shi, who's still waiting for her. Lu Feiyun bid farewell to Mu Tu and then hurried off with Lu Qianqian to the Lin Shanjuan. On the way, Lu Qianqian inquired, "So, how did the trial go? Was it smooth? What kind of person is your master?" Lu Feiyun could only briefly recount her experience during the trial and finally spoke about her master. "Gu Ban. My master, Gu Ban, is indeed rather peculiar. He speaks very sparingly and always with a cold and serious tone. He seems like a rather difficult master to get along with. Is that so? Then you must have quite the challenge ahead of you. Who would have thought that in the entire Miyun sect, he alone has managed to cultivate your broken technique to the pinnacle of mastery? Aside from him, there truly is no one else who could be your master. You'll just have to adapt slowly," Lu Qianqian comforted her. Lu Feiyun continued, "Sister, let me spend some quality time with you tomorrow. The day after, we will have to part ways again. This farewell may mean we won't see each other for several years. Look at you, little rascal. At least you have a conscience, remembering to spend time with your sister. That's good, as I also need to prepare some things for you in the sect to ensure you have what you need," Lu Qianqian replied with a smile. The next day, Lu Feiyun accompanied her sister Lu Qianqian on a shopping spree, and they bought a considerable amount of items, enough to fill an entire cart. After a day of shopping, Lu Feiyun was left feeling sore and exhausted. It seemed that no matter the world, a woman's enthusiasm for shopping remained unchanged. Throughout the day, Lu Qianqian appeared particularly joyful. However, by nightfall, Lu Feiyun noticed that her sister was once again unable to sleep. Tossing and turning throughout the night, in truth, he himself was no different. Lu Feiyun understood his sister's troubles all too well, despite presenting herself as a strong and capable woman who could compete with men. Deep down, she despised this kind of life. She longed for a life of comfort where she could rely on someone else, enjoying the peace of being protected. Yet, due to her circumstances, she had to shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding the family, even sacrificing her lifelong happiness in the process. "What's wrong, Yun? Still awake?" Lu Qianqian suddenly asked. "You spent the whole day shopping with me. Aren't you tired? Although your health has improved significantly over the years thanks to Old Jing's treatment, you're still not as robust as others. Don't overthink things. Just get some rest, sister. Honestly, you don't need to exhaust yourself like this. Although our Lu family has some wealth, it's not as if we can't decline or fade away. Even the empire has gone through several dynasties, let alone our small noble house. Oh, you're quite insightful for someone so young. When did you learn to advise your sister? Who says I'm living a tiring life? I am born to be strong and capable. A little child like you wouldn't understand. Why wouldn't I understand? I'm already 11. Although my birthday came a bit late, I'm not a child anymore. I don't want you to sacrifice your youth because of me, losing your lifelong happiness in the process. I just want you to be happy every day, living the life you desire. As for what will happen to the Lu family in the future, why overthink it? What? You don't want to practice that broken technique anymore? Have you had enough of suffering? Or perhaps you feel you've lived enough. Little brother, I know your life is harder than mine, but we owe it to our parents to endure. You must hold on for a few more years until you can help our Lu family expand before you can live for yourself. Your life isn't just your own. You're not living solely for yourself. Please, dispel any thoughts of giving up on life. Sister, where are you going with this? What do you mean by giving up or having lived enough? I haven't lived enough yet. Not only do I want to continue living, but I also want to strive to marry someone I like, love her well, and support her, raising our children together. What I mean is, I want you not to take on the burdens that should be mine. I can bear the weight of our family alone. I just don't want you to regret sacrificing your own happiness. Lu Feiyun spoke passionately, and by the end, he could no longer hold back his tears. Lu Qianqian looked at Lu Feiyun in surprise, her eyes glistening with tears, yet she smiled and said, "Who would have thought that you, being so young, would understand matters of love? Wanting to choose someone you like, love her, and raise children. Who have you learned all this from? It seems that tonight will be our last night sleeping in the same room. My little brother is growing up." Hearing this, Lu Feiyun couldn't help but blush. The following morning, just after breakfast, Lu Shi, who arrived at the inn with dozens of people, those martial artists Lu Qianqian had recruited at the Yingkai conference. Since Lu Feiyun was to officially join the Miyun sect today, Lu Qianqian had no intention of lingering in Huishui City any longer. Before leaving, she needed to arrange the general whereabouts of these individuals. Aside from 7 or 8 who would accompany her to the imperial capital, the rest would be sent back to their hometown in Yunzhou, in Ping County, to be assigned specific roles by their parents. Lu Qianqian could not avoid engaging in conversation with these individuals to strengthen their ties with the Lu family. The martial artists varied in skill level and personality, yet Lu Qianqian managed to handle them with ease. Leaving Lu Feiyun in awe, his sister's social skills were truly impressive. Lu Feiyun had long known that his sister was renowned for her capability among outsiders, inheriting both their father's valor and their mother's beauty and intelligence. Today, witnessing her laugh and engage with these martial artists, forging connections with the Lu family, left him filled with admiration. Among those who came to pledge their loyalty to the Lu household, the vast majority were disciples of the Miyun sect, with only a few being from other sects or wandering cultivators. Among the Miyun sect, Lu Feiyun was one of only 3 direct disciples who had a master of the respectably high cultivation level. These 3 direct disciples were personally trained by masters of the same level, and their innate talents far surpassed the average. Therefore, both their cultivation and combat prowess were significantly higher than their peers. The reason they chose to align with the Lu family was simply due to their less than noble backgrounds. In truth, many of the inner and outer disciples shared similar roots, exceptional talent, but humble means. According to sect regulations, disciples reaching the cultivator level would no longer receive free crystal stones for cultivation. If they wished to continue receiving resources from the sect, they would need to serve the sect directly. But the sect did not require many hands, leaving them to seek their own paths. Thus, the recruitment by the Lu family provided a great opportunity for them. Despite their less than ideal backgrounds, they all had some degree of talent, leading them to feel somewhat proud. They wouldn't necessarily look down on ordinary wealthy families, but such families might not provide sufficient resources for their cultivation. The Lu family, being a noble house and a rare territorial aristocracy, naturally garnered their respect. Moreover, the treatment they offered was far superior to what other families could provide. Of course, not just anyone could be selected by the Lu family for recruitment. Laughter filled the air. Time approached midday. Lu Qianqian instructed a guard to reserve a few tables at a nearby tavern, as the Lin Shanju was merely an inn and not primarily focused on dining services. Lu Shi, who, still just 11 or 12 years old, was at an age where everything felt novel and fresh, and he happily chased after the guard upon Lu Qianqian's approval. Not long after Lu Shi left, another individual arrived, driving a horse-drawn cart. It was Mu Tu, who had sent Lu Feiyun out of the sect that day. Mu Tu maintained his usual expressionless demeanor. Upon seeing Lu Feiyun, he stated directly, "Little junior brother, quickly gather your belongings. We must return to the sect immediately." "Ah, now? Right away?" Lu Feiyun was momentarily taken aback by Mu Tu's abruptness. He had just arrived at the inn, and now he was being urged to leave without even a moment to bid farewell to his sister. Wasn't he this a bit inconsiderate, Mu Tu? "As usual," replied monotonously. "Yes," Master said. "The earlier we go, the earlier we return. We cannot delay. We must set off at once." Brother, it's nearly noon now. I have arranged for a splendid banquet beforehand. Why not join us for a meal before heading back? Lu Qianqian invited him. Tea would be great to gather with so many seniors and juniors. Besides, we need to load the items I prepared for my little brother onto the cart. We can leave after lunch. It's not too late. The newly recruited martial artists also chimed in, supporting Lu Feiyun's request, hoping this senior brother wouldn't rush off just yet. If Master were to blame anyone, it should be Lu Feiyun for being a child and not understanding the situation. However, Mu Tu, ever rigid, shook his head and firmly stated, "It's not yet noon. I am not hungry. Where are the items? I'll go load them onto the cart now. Little junior brother, we must leave early. We need to arrive at the sect before the hour of Wu, before 1 p.m., to avoid making Master wait too long." This left everyone speechless, for he truly was a person devoid of social grace. Upon arriving at the inn, Mu Tu incessantly urged Lu Feiyun to hasten their departure back to the sect. Without considering whether to grant the siblings a moment to exchange their farewells, Lu Feiyun, feeling increasingly irritated by Mu Tu's persistent prodding, thought to herself, "How could this senior brother Mu Tu be so inconsiderate? Is he attempting to intimidate me? Surely we should be afforded the chance to bid each other farewell." Lu Qianqian also wore an unsettled expression, yet upon reflection, she realized that parting would come sooner or later. Whether it was now or later mattered little. Why incite the ire of this eccentric individual over a trivial matter, especially since he is the senior brother of her younger sibling? With this in mind, Lu Qianqian's face revealed an awkward smile as she implored, "Senior brother Mu, since our esteemed master has pressed for haste, I shall not insist on detaining you further. Might you be willing to spare a moment or two for me to impart some final words to my younger brother?" The surrounding crowd chimed in with words of persuasion, and after a brief contemplation, Mu Tu finally relented, uttering, "1 moment." With that, the onlookers had no choice but to usher Mu Tu out of the courtyard, leaving Lu Feiyun and her brother alone in the small yard. Lu Qianqian gazed at her brother, offering a bittersweet smile. "I initially thought it would be you who would see me off. Yet, unexpectedly, it is you who must depart for the sect first. Life is indeed unpredictable. Since your senior brother is in such a hurry, you should go with him now. After all, we must part ways. Whether it's sooner or later, it makes little difference." Lu Feiyun felt a pang of reluctance. "Elder sister, what is there to say?" she interjected. "You are already 11 years old. It is time for you to bear yourself like a young adult. While it is often said that children from poor families mature early, it is even more so in affluent families like ours. Focus on your health. Prioritize your recovery. Healing is paramount, while cultivation is secondary. Once your health is restored, everything else will follow. As for cultivation, it must align with your capabilities and progress naturally. Do not overstrain yourself. That technique is truly demanding. If it becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to abandon it. Uncle Zhang Zhou has already discreetly informed father that even if you refrain from practicing the technique now, simply allowing him to treat you for a few more years will ensure you live several more cycles. I overheard this. Even mother is unaware. Thus, I shall shield you from the front, allowing you to enjoy several decades without undue hardship. Dear sister, I understand. I understand all too well, but do not push yourself either. You must take good care of yourself in the capital. Remember to select a few formidable guards to protect you closely. Do you think I need your reminder? Our revered ancestor has already chosen them. Did you not notice that among those who came, there are several women? They will accompany me to the capital. Moreover, I, your sister, am a cultivator at the 6th level. You must prioritize your own well-being. Enough of this back and forth. We must part ways swiftly. If you linger any longer, I may not be able to hold back my tears. There is a whole crowd outside waiting for me to entertain them. You cannot expect me to appear before them with a tear-streaked face. Go on, go on. All right, sister. I shall take my leave now. Upon my arrival in Changluo, the capital, you must wait for me. Promise me you will wait until I possess the capability to support our family. Do not ever compromise your own happiness by hastily marrying someone. The future of the Lu family does not require you to sacrifice your lifelong happiness. You must wait for me. I will show you that your brother is capable of safeguarding our family. Just remember to wait for me, Lu Feiyun repeated fervently, tears streaming down his face. Very well, I understand your intentions. The sons of the Lu family are certainly not ordinary individuals. I will wait for you. Is that satisfactory? Now, go. Do not keep senior brother Mu waiting. Lu Qianqian urged, forcing a smile through her tears as she encouraged him to depart. Seeing his sister's reddened eyes filled Lu Feiyun with a profound sense of unease, simultaneously inciting his frustration towards his peculiar senior brother, who seemed utterly oblivious to the siblings' sorrowful parting. At that moment, Lu Qianqian suddenly appeared resolute as she firmly grasped his hand and led him out of the courtyard. Approaching the group, she pushed Lu Feiyun forward to Mu Tu, entrusting him with the words, "Please take care of my brother as he enters the sect. Senior brother Mu, I kindly ask that you look after my frail younger brother within the sect." However, Mu Tu offered no flowery words, merely responding, "Understood. Farewell," as he reached for Lu Feiyun to lead him away from the inn. Yet Lu Feiyun shook him off and exited the inn independently, though reluctant to part with his elder sister so hastily. Lu Feiyun felt powerless. It was not that he feared offending the eccentric Mu Tu. Rather, he was apprehensive about disregarding his sister's advice and causing her further heartache. Thus, he suppressed the urge to gaze at her forced smile. Accompanying Mu Tu to the waiting carriage outside the Iron Inn, as the driver cracked the whip, the horses began to move slowly, gradually picking up speed and pulling the carriage farther away from the inn. Suddenly, Lu Feiyun pulled aside the carriage curtain and shouted to Lu Qianqian, "Sister, please remember to wait for me. Wait for me." Lu Qianqian could no longer contain her tears, watching the carriage grow distant, her heart whispering, "Take care, little brother. Your feelings and intentions are well understood by your sister." All those nights of relentless practice with that grueling technique were for the sake of supporting this family sooner. "But you are still so young. You should not bear such a heavy burden at this age. Allow me to shoulder it for a few more years. If you are unable to demonstrate your capability to uphold the family business before I become an old maid, then I shall have no choice but to heed mother's arrangements and marry someone I do not love for the rest of my life." In that moment, Lu Qianqian stood there, lost in thought, indifferent to the people and surroundings. The others from the Lu family, witnessing her daze, dared not disturb her, whispering among themselves about the profound bond shared by the siblings and Mu Tu's lack of empathy. At that juncture, Lu Shihu and the guard responsible for arranging the banquet returned, noticing the crowd gathered at the inn's entrance, and inquired, "Why is everyone standing around? The banquet is ready. Please join the young miss and the young master for the feast." Lu Qianqian, realizing her earlier lapse in composure, hurriedly wiped her tears and replied, "I apologize for my earlier behavior. I was momentarily lost in thought. Let us proceed to the banquet and enjoy the meal together." With that, she urged the guard to lead the way, while she slowed her pace discreetly to pull Lu Shihu aside. The others understood her intent, and under the guard's guidance, they hastily made their way to the banquet, leaving the two of them behind. Lu Qianqian recounted the earlier events to Lu Shihu, who was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could such a person exist? This is utterly devoid of common decency. Even I, at 11 or 12 years old, understand this principle." Truly a peculiar individual, however, Lu Qianqian fixed her gaze on Lu Shihu and solemnly reminded him, "Shihu, do you recall the purpose of your visit to the sect?" Although young, Lu Shihu was quite mature for his age and understood the gravity of the situation. He promptly replied, "Of course, I did not come to the sect to learn skills. Rather, I came to ensure the young master has someone to look after him and to protect him, at the very least. I need to be a messenger for the family back home. Otherwise, why would I, soon to be a cultivator, seek a master?" That's good to hear. While the path of cultivation emphasizes talent and the abundance of resources, opportunities are equally vital. Even if your aptitude is merely excellent and does not qualify you to be a direct disciple, encountering a tremendous opportunity is still possible. The sect is precisely where such opportunities abound. So you must seize them diligently, striving to reach the realm of cultivation as swiftly as possible to safeguard your young master. Should he become the head of the family, your own status will rise alongside him. Do you understand these principles? Lu Shihu nodded earnestly, stating, "Miss, do not underestimate my father's wisdom. He often reminds us that only when the Lu family thrives can we live without worry. If the Lu family declines, we will end up like he did, working like beasts at a young age with barely enough to eat, suffering from hunger and cold. Though perhaps not the brightest, I believe I have enough sense regarding martial arts. I am confident I will cultivate great skills and protect the young master in the future." Lu Qianqian was amused by his naive yet endearing remarks, chuckling, "You truly do not understand, do you? How could father send such a child to the sect to look after my brother? Alas, he must have his reasons. Once you finish the banquet, make haste to return to the sect. Lu Shihu did not dwell on it further, nodding in agreement and joyfully chasing after the group ahead. Lu Qianqian shook her head, muttering softly, I have a feeling this child may not be entirely dependable. Yet, she reassured herself, with our revered ancestor and Uncle Zhang Zhou present, no one would dare entertain thoughts of harming my brother. There is no need to rely on him for protection. Merely serving as a messenger should suffice. Having consoled herself, she hurried to catch up with the others in the mountainous expanse of the Miyun mountain range. A winding path paved with blue stones led a carriage racing forth, its compartment filled to the brim with an assortment of large and small packages. Nearly overflowing, Lu Feiyun found himself crammed into a small corner, while Mu Tu silently urged the horse-drawn carriage along. Not uttering a word at that moment, Lu Feiyun was still fuming over Mu Tu's failure to allow them sufficient time for farewells. Ignoring him altogether, unbeknownst to him, the carriage had traveled for quite some time before finally coming to a halt. Mu Tu brusquely announced, We've arrived, get off. Despite his irritation, Lu Feiyun dared not disregard Mu Tu's command and reluctantly disembarked from the carriage. Upon stepping out, he discovered they had reached the foot of a modest yet imposing hill, where the carriage could proceed no further. With no other option, Lu Feiyun resigned himself to unloading their belongings from the carriage, planning to gradually carry them up the mountain later. Once Mu Tu finished helping with the unloading, he declared, I'm off to return the carriage, and set off without a backward glance. Lu Feiyun stared blankly at the heaps of packages around him, momentarily at a loss for what to do. These items weighed several hundred pounds. How could he transport them to the sect located over a mile up the winding mountain path? Even though his cultivation had reached the peak of the entry-level realm, granting him slightly more strength than his peers, he still couldn't carry much. What should he do? Mu Tu had merely said he was returning the carriage and had left, with no indication of when he might return. It seemed he had no choice but to wait. Leaving so many items unattended by the roadside was not a viable option. Lu Feiyun waited, and after a quarter of an hour had passed with no sign of Mu Tu, he noticed a few figures approaching from a distance, one of whom was Su Weijia. Upon seeing Lu Feiyun alone with his bundles, Su Weijia's expression darkened. Over the past few days, he had incurred a loss of 3,000 taels of gold because of this boy and his servant. And now he was infuriated to see Lu Feiyun carrying such a load into the sect. Su Weijia deliberately quickened his pace, pretending not to notice the items, and walked straight past. However, he feigned tripping over a package, stumbling forward a few steps before regaining his balance, and angrily exclaimed, Which little brat is carelessly littering the road, nearly causing me to fall with that? He kicked the package away, sending its contents scattering across the ground. Lu Feiyun gaped at Su Weijia, inwardly scoffing, Your act is far too contrived. The package is even on the main road. It's piled up on this side of the fork in the path. You wouldn't have bumped into it unless you deliberately turned a corner. What are you looking at? Not satisfied? Look at all this rubbish you've scattered everywhere. It's such a nuisance. If you're going to throw it away, at least toss it into the ravine. Su Weijia, seeing Lu Feiyun merely staring at him in silence, continued his tirade, kicking a few more packages apart. Su Weijia, don't go too far. Lu Feiyun could no longer contain himself, realizing that this scoundrel was taking advantage of his solitary state to provoke him further. It was utterly despicable. How dare you bully me? Haha, what can you do? You are just a short-lived martial arts waste. You think you can do anything to me? Come on, hit me. Su Weijia, seeing Lu Feiyun finally react, felt a surge of delight and took a few steps closer, towering over Lu Feiyun, who was seething with rage and longing to pummel this scoundrel into a pulp. Yet, he understood that, given his current cultivation and fighting prowess, he was no match for Su Weijia. For now, he could only choose to endure, at least refraining from striking first. Su Weijia, you've targeted me repeatedly. I say that going too far? This is the foot of my sect's mountain. Don't you think your actions show a complete lack of respect for my sect? My sect? Su Weijia scoffed. With a master like yours, who only broke through to the realm of the esteemed cultivator at nearly 50, what use is such a useless master? Besides, you two seem quite well matched. Useless master teaching a useless disciple. Ha ha ha, fellow disciples, what do you think? The 6 or 7 disciples behind him, though some were older than him, could only refer to him as senior brother due to his status as a direct disciple. While Su Weijie could mock Lu Feiyun and his master with impunity, his peers dared not fully join in, offering only half-hearted agreement to the insults directed at Lu Feiyun. Su Weijie, how dare you insult my master? If you're capable, let us settle this one-on-one and see who the true useless one is. Lu Feiyun, having traversed to this world, still retained his memories from before, but his mindset had gradually adapted to his current body. At that moment, he could no longer endure, and his impulse overtook his reason as he blurted out, "Fine, let us have a duel right here, right now, as newly initiated direct disciples, and see whose master has better discernment. Prepare yourself." Su Weijie, emboldened, lunged forward, slapping Lu Feiyun across the face. Lu Feiyun instantly regretted his words. But now that they were out, he could only brace himself and hope Mu Tu would return soon. The two clashed for over 50 exchanges, and Lu Feiyun gradually felt his stamina waning. Su Weijie, both furious and astonished, thought, "How is this Lu Feiyun so difficult to handle? After 50 exchanges, I still can't subdue him. Hey, who are you, and why are you fighting at the foot of Wu Yin Peak?" "Oh, isn't that our master's newly accepted junior disciple? What is going on here?" Suddenly, 3 figures descended from Wu Yin Peak, and one of the girls inquired upon witnessing the brawl, "Senior sister, senior brother, this guy is insulting our master at the foot of Wu Yin Peak. It's utterly intolerable. I couldn't stand it and ended up fighting him. Since you're here now, I'll leave it to you to handle." Lu Feiyun, relieved to see reinforcements from his sect, took the opportunity to withdraw from the fray, gasping for breath behind the 3 newcomers. Su Weijie, noticing the arrival of others, felt a twinge of panic, allowing Lu Feiyun to escape. But recalling his master Qi Xuanyu's earlier admonitions, he found his courage again and shouted, "What kind of master has what kind of disciple? So, this waste can't even match me, and you think you can rely on numbers to bully me? Rely on numbers to bully you? What a joke. There are at least 7 or 8 of you, while we only have 4. How can you dare say that bullying? Besides, how old are you? You're at least 15 or 16, right? How old is my junior disciple? Not even over 10, I reckon. At most 11 or 12. Why don't you say you're the one bullying the young?" The girl retorted in rapid succession, while the 2 behind her, one tall and thin, the other short and stout, offered contrasting expressions, one cold, the other smiling. Su Weijie, avoiding the topic, continued, "Humph. If it weren't for him littering the road and nearly causing me to trip, I wouldn't bother with this waste." "What? Are you all going to stand up for this waste? Are you going to bully us newcomers just because you've been around longer in the sect?" Lu Feiyun couldn't help but admire Su Weijie's audacity. He was clearly the instigator. Yet he portrayed himself as the wronged party. The girl, about to explode with anger, was preempted by the stout one, saying, "Junior sister, hold your fire. This junior disciple has a point. However, I don't know which branch you belong to, nor your past grievances with our junior disciple. Now that we are all members of the Mijing sect, we are brothers and sisters in the same sect and cannot engage in casual skirmishes as we did before joining. You keep claiming that like master, like disciple, and that our junior disciple is a waste, which implies that our masters are also wastes, doesn't it?" Su Weijie shrugged off the accusation, replying nonchalantly, "So what if they are? After decades of cultivation, he only broke through to the esteemed realm at nearly 50. What else can he be but a waste? You scoundrel." The girl was about to retort, but the stout one interjected. "Junior sister, hold on, junior disciple. May I ask your name and which senior you study under? What is there to be afraid of? Am I worried about your retaliation? My name is Su Weijie, and my master is one of the youngest esteemed cultivators in the sect. Elder Qi, one of the 3 elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Qi, oh. No wonder you're so arrogant. Elder Qi is indeed one of the youngest esteemed cultivators of recent years. With an immeasurable future ahead, it's understandable that you've become so proud to be his disciple. However, Elder Qi has been quite busy with sect affairs lately, which may have led to a lack of discipline on his part, allowing you to behave this way. Su junior disciple, if you have grievances with our junior disciple, feel free to challenge him directly. There's no need to resort to such childish antics to trouble him." "A challenge? Indeed. I think you 2 are evenly matched. The rematch in a year would be wise. To be honest, Your repeated insults towards our masters have angered me, and my fellow disciples are equally incensed. However, you have only recently joined the sect, while we have been members for several years. If we were to step in and discipline you on behalf of your master, it would truly be a case of the strong oppressing the weak. Let you and my junior apprentice train diligently under our master for a year, and then we shall engage in a contest to determine who prevails, thereby revealing whether our master is indeed as incompetent as you claim. Upon hearing the chubby senior brother declare that he and Su Weijia were evenly matched, Lu Feiyun felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Had you not arrived in time, I might not have lasted more than a few exchanges, and would have been left with no choice but to flee, possibly without success. Furthermore, judging by your current abilities, I alone could easily subdue all of you. It would be wise for you to cease this futile bickering. My senior brother is not one to be trifled with. Just as the chubby one finished speaking, the tall and lean figure casually grasped a handful of leaves from a nearby sapling and forcefully flicked them, causing 7 or 8 leaves to soar through the air, forming a green line before Su Weijia and his companions. Upon closer inspection, their faces drained of color as they saw that the leaves had embedded themselves half an inch into the ground. "Get lost," the tall one said coldly. His voice, though low, sent a shiver down Su Weijia's spine. You all, fine. A duel it is. 1 year from now, we shall meet on the battlefield, and I will see who can come to your aid then. Let us go." Su Weijia was genuinely intimidated by the tall figure. How could those soft leaves penetrate the earth to such a depth? What strength must that require? If those leaves had struck me, surely they would have pierced my flesh. It seemed that the tall one truly would not hesitate to resort to violence. Su Weijia and his companions hastened away. Alas, it appears that the words of the second senior brother carry more weight than those of the third. The young girl sighed. "Junior sister, why do you speak as though I am utterly useless? But I suppose it is true. We cannot compare to the second senior brother in terms of strength." The chubby one chuckled. Lu Feiyun hurried to express his gratitude to the various senior brothers and sisters as they began transporting the numerous items he had brought up the mountain. The quantity was indeed overwhelming, and the rugged path made it impractical to carry everything at once. As they embarked on their final trip, Mutu finally returned from afar. "Senior brother, how could you leave the junior brother all alone at the foot of the mountain? He is still just a child." The young girl scolded him gently upon noticing his tardiness. "Indeed, senior brother, why the delay?" The chubby one echoed, puzzled. Mutu's response was as succinct as ever. "I could have returned sooner, but there was an inspection at the law enforcement hall, which delayed me." "The law enforcement hall? What business do they have with inspections?" the young girl inquired, curiosity piqued. "Inspecting the use of vehicles, the reasons remain unknown." "Senior brother, who is leading the inspection?" Lu Feiyun suddenly asked, a thought igniting in his mind. "Captain Su Weiying." Su Weiying, Lu Feiyun realized, understanding that Su Weijia had not merely encountered him by chance, but had come specifically for him. However, what purpose could this serve? Perhaps Su Weijia was not concerned with the implications, but Su Weiying was known for his cunning and adaptability. Why would he support Su Weijia's actions? Su Weiying, Su Weijia. "No wonder, junior brother. It seems you have not only offended that fool but also the brother of the captain of the law enforcement hall," the chubby one remarked meaningfully. "You may find yourself facing many troubles within the Misty Cloud sect from now on." The young girl, equally curious, asked, "How did you incur their wrath?" "From what I saw in your earlier confrontation, you should not have been his match." Lu Feiyun forced an awkward smile, replying, "Senior sister speaks true. My cultivation and combat abilities are indeed far inferior to Su Weijia's. Had it not been for my greater experience in actual combat, I would likely have been defeated within 30 exchanges. Had you not arrived in time, I would have had no choice but to flee." The young girl appeared even more perplexed. "Then how did you provoke them? If you are not as capable, why challenge them? That is akin to throwing eggs against a rock. You do not seem foolish enough for such folly." Lu Feiyun sighed, recounting how he had come into conflict with the Su brothers, deliberately omitting his desire to recruit Lu Runji as a junior. Upon hearing this, the young girl frowned, her voice tinged with irritation. "No wonder that fool gazes at me with such lewd eyes. He is nothing but a lascivious person. Had I known, I would have taught him a proper lesson." Observing her displeasure, Lu Feiyun thought to himself, "You do not appear much older than 14 or 15, and yet you already possess a certain allure. How could such a lecherous man take an interest in you, however?" he dared not voice this thought, keeping it to himself. As they journeyed onward, Mutu and the tall, lean senior brother remained taciturn, while the young girl and the chubby one engaged in lively conversation. Throughout their discourse, Lu Feiyun learned the names of the three. The cold-faced tall one was the second senior brother. Qi Hanyu, the chubby one, was the third senior brother, Hu Lai, and the young girl was the only female disciple of their sect, Hua Shishio. Before long, they traversed through the mist and arrived at the sect's dwelling halfway up the mountain. Once they had deposited their belongings, Mutu went to summon Master Gubin and his wife. Shortly thereafter, the couple arrived in the main hall, and Lu Feiyun's formal initiation ceremony commenced. Lu Feiyun had previously heard his father, Lu Shuho, describe the ritual in detail, and with Mutu's guidance, the proceedings went smoothly. After bowing to Master and Mistress Gubin and formally greeting his fellow disciples, the initiation ceremony was essentially complete. Now, junior brother, you are officially one of the 5 direct disciples of the Misty Cloud sect's Misty Hidden Peak, Mutu proclaimed loudly. Master Gubin nodded, saying, now that you are under my tutelage, you must dedicate yourself to diligent study and cultivation. Do not become complacent. Lu Feiyun promptly agreed, then bowed to Master Gubin, saying, Master, in gratitude for accepting me as your disciple and granting me the hope of continued life, I have brought a humble gift. And I hope you will not refuse it. Master Gubin remained expressionless, simply stating, you have a kind heart, Yuner. Lu Feiyun then requested Master to wait a moment, stepping out of the main hall and soon returning with several packages in hand. As for the gifts presented to the sect, they were not strictly required and lacked a uniform standard. Even among the disciples of Misty Hidden Peak, only Hu Lai and Hua Shishio had offered gifts during their initiation, whereas Mutu and Qi Hanyu had not only foregone gifts, but had also received numerous rewards from Master Gubin upon their initiation. Lu Feiyun placed the packages on the ground, then presented one to Master Gubin, explaining, Master, I am unsure of your preferences, so I took the liberty of having a belt made as a gift. While the belt itself may not be remarkable, it is adorned with 3 pieces of purple crystal, each weighing 1 tael, which should aid in your cultivation. Purple crystal, 3 taels. My goodness, junior brother, you are truly generous, Hua Shishio exclaimed, astonished. Not only did she express surprise, but the other senior brothers and even Mistress Gubin also exhibited a change in expression, moved by the gesture. 3 pieces of purple crystal, when converted to ordinary red crystal, equated to 300 taels, which could be exchanged for 3,000 taels of gold or 30,000 taels of silver. A substantial fortune indeed. You have bestowed a rather extravagant gift. Not extravagant at all with this belt. Master's cultivation can swiftly advance. Only with a strong master can we, the junior brothers, feel secure. Then I shall accept it. Seeing Master Gubin accept the gift, Lu Feiyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then presented additional gifts for Mistress Gubin and the family of Master Gubin's daughter, who was already married. Once Master and Mistress Gubin departed the hall, Hua Shishio approached Lu Feiyun, her eyes fixed on him. Junior brother, your family must be quite wealthy. You have just offered your master a gift worth thousands of taels of gold. It certainly commands respect. Hu Lai chimed in, indeed. It is said that the Lu family of Anping is exceedingly affluent. And it appears the rumors hold true. Even the typically icy Qi Hanyu could not conceal his envy. As for Mutu, his astonishment had faded, and he said calmly, Junior brother, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, he turned to depart. Senior brother, please wait, Lu Feiyun called out, though his impression of Mutu remained less than favorable. He then looked towards the other 3, continuing, Senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother, senior sister. I arrived in haste and did not prepare any substantial gifts for you. However, while purchasing the belt for Master, I happened to acquire a few extra ones. I hope they meet your approval and that you will not find them lacking. A jade belt. You mean to say you bought us belts as well? Quickly, junior brother, lead us to see them. Upon hearing the news, Hua Shishio's face instantly brightened with joy, and the other 3 companions also revealed expressions of delight, including Mutu. Lu Feiyun led the group to a small room where he had stored the items he brought, selecting 4 exquisite boxes and opening them one by one, revealing 4 belts before the eager eyes of the assembly. Though each belt bore a different hue, each was adorned with a blue crystal. The 4 individuals could no longer contain their excitement, for they understood that with these belts, their cultivation speed would significantly accelerate, and their levels of mastery would swiftly improve. How could this not elate them? Without pretense, they accepted the gifts with gratitude. Mutu and Chi Hanyu seemed somewhat at a loss for words, merely expressing their thanks and stating, "If you need anything, just call for me," before hastily departing. Conversely, Hu Lai was quite loquacious, lavishing praise upon the Lu family and Lu Feiyun, to the point where Lu Feiyun felt embarrassed, caught between nodding and shaking his head in response. All right, third senior brother. You truly are a chatterbox. If you continue to flatter, our little junior brother might forget his own surname. You should attend to your own matters. I can't take care of our junior brother here. Soon, I shall help him organize his quarters alone. Now, off you go. Hurry along. Hua Shishio impatiently ushered them away. Seeing Hua Shishio begin to shoo them off, Hu Lai bore no offense, chuckling as he departed. All right, with a junior sister like you around, I find myself quite at ease. Off I go, lest I become a nuisance. Ha, ha, ha. Following this, Hua Shishio assisted Lu Feiyun in preparing a small room to serve as his bedroom. This endeavor took the better part of half an hour. Once everything was arranged, Hua Shishio, exhausted, plopped down onto a chair, reluctant to rise again. Lu Feiyun observed the girl, who was only a few years his senior, and marveled inwardly. I had assumed she was merely a delicate young lady focused solely on cultivation, yet she seems quite adept at managing these household matters, even more efficient than the maids at my home. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Hua Shishio waved to Lu Feiyun and called out, Hey, junior brother, why are you just standing there like a statue? Come, now that the room is tidied up, allow me to impart the rules of Wuyin Peak to you. Do pay close attention. Lu Feiyun was taken aback, his face a mask of confusion. Rules? What rules? There are many rules which you will gradually learn. For now, let us start with the first one. As a junior brother, you must heed the words of your senior brothers and sisters, especially mine. Hua Shishio emphasized the word mine with a hint of seriousness. Lu Feiyun found it amusing to see this young girl trying to assert her authority as the elder sister. Yet he complied, saying, Yes, as a junior brother, I shall certainly listen to my senior brothers and sisters, particularly to you. If you instruct me to go east, I will not venture west. If you bid me to chase away dogs, I will not pursue chickens. Hua Shishio nodded with exaggerated gravitas, continuing, Excellent. You are quite sensible, junior brother. As long as you are obedient, the senior brothers and sisters will not treat you poorly. Now, on to the next rule. Wuyin Peak does not support idlers. Idlers? Lu Feiyun echoed, perplexed. Indeed. We do not support idlers. In our master's words, Wuyin Peak does not sustain those who only cultivate martial arts without contributing. Everyone must work. Work? What sort of work? For instance, the eldest brother is primarily responsible for cooking. The second brother gathers firewood and fetches water. The third brother manages purchases and expenses, while I handle cleaning and mending. Moreover, we have several plots of farmland and vegetable gardens that everyone must tend to together. What do you think you can contribute, junior brother? Lu Feiyun found this utterly astonishing. Is this truly the daily life of martial artists in the Mieyun sect? It seems utterly absurd. Shouldn't cultivation involve daily practice of techniques and martial skills? Why must we engage in these mundane tasks, even laboring in the fields? I have heard from my father and elder sister about the daily life within the sect, and such chores were supposedly handled by dedicated servants. Observing Lu Feiyun's incredulous expression, Hua Shishio's face fell and she lamented, Only we at Wuyin Peak abide by such absurd rules. Other branches do not. Alas, it is our misfortune that Wuyin Peak is impoverished. Oh, no, wait. It's our master who is stingy. He insists that cultivating the heart precedes cultivating the body, and self-sufficiency is fundamental. I believe he is merely too miserly to hire a few servants, and thus we suffer for it. Especially me, the daughter of a grand family, reduced to acting as a lowly maid. Oh, the cruelty of fate. Lu Feiyun was left speechless. This master truly is one of a kind. So, what do you intend to do? Junior brother? Sister, look at me, I'm still so young. What can I possibly do? Lu Feiyun replied uncertainly. True, given your small stature, there may not be much you can handle. How about this? For now, you can assist us? And once you grow a bit, we shall reassess. Hua Shishio remarked, furrowing her brow at Lu Feiyun's slight frame. Suddenly, Lu Feiyun's eyes lit up. Yes, thank you, sister. However, Don't underestimate me because of my age. I possess a skill. Due to my frail health as a child, I have learned some rudimentary medical techniques and methods to relieve fatigue. Allow me to massage your back, sister, to ease your weariness. What do you think? Upon hearing Lu Feiyun's proposal, the girl's expression shifted with intrigue. I never expected you to have such clever ideas at such a young age. You nearly rival that fox with a smiling face. I truly did not see this coming. How old do you think I am? Lu Feiyun thought, but he dared not voice it aloud. Very well then, come give me a massage. I'm curious to see what skills you possess at your tender age. With those tiny hands of yours, even scratching an itch may feel too gentle. The girl casually reclined against the table, displaying no semblance of a refined lady. Lu Feiyun clenched his small fists and began to gently strike her back. Though he was young and his strength was minimal, he focused a sliver of his energy from his dantian, channeling it through his meridians to his fists, and as he struck her back, he directed it into her acupoints. With each movement, he targeted several key points along a single meridian. After a brief session of strikes, the girl immediately felt the fatigue she had accumulated dissipate significantly, bringing her immense comfort. Her eyes brightened and she smiled. I never imagined you had such skills, junior brother. Quite impressive. From now on, you shall be responsible for giving us back massages every day. As she relished Lu Feiyun's gentle strikes, she continued. Lu Feiyun was well versed in relieving fatigue through. After mastering the principles of the chaotic rebirth technique to perfection, he learned a specialized form of massage from Zhang Gu, the overseer of the medicinal garden at his home. With further refinement from Zhang Zhou, the technique became even more suited to his constitution. Once he mastered it, he became the dedicated service provider for his family, and whenever they felt weary, they would seek him out for a few comforting strikes on their backs. Over time, he had become quite adept at it, although the technique encompassed more than just back massages. His youth limited the full breadth of its application. As he continued to massage the girl's back, he asked, Sister, could you elaborate on our master and the senior brothers? I can't shake the feeling that our master and the senior brothers are rather peculiar. Is this the case in other branches of the sect as well? The girl chuckled. Peculiar? Hee. You guessed it right. However, being accepted under our master's guidance is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. As for the senior brothers, well, let us just say that we are much closer and warmer here compared to other branches, provided you gain their genuine acceptance and recognition. Upon finishing, she gestured for Lu Feiyun to pause, stood up, and wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, all right, at least for my part, you've passed. Look at you, all worn out. You're still a child. Let us call it a day. And we'll continue tomorrow. Now, I shall tell you all about our master and the senior brothers, so listen carefully. Lu Feiyun promptly adopted an attentive posture, eager to absorb every word, regardless of whether it is a quest for guidance in cultivation or difficulties in life. Seeking the master will inevitably yield a response to one's needs, especially considering that the master, while possessing a vast array of cultivation methods, has delved into each with unparalleled depth, uncovering insights that elude the minds of others. Even techniques he has not personally practiced, he is capable of elucidating with clarity. Thus, do not be misled by the fact that the master may not have attained a high realm in his generation. His true combat prowess undoubtedly places him among the top 10, however, he remains humble and unassuming, rarely engaging in conflict, and has never ventured beyond our sect, resulting in his reputation being rather obscure both within and outside the sect. When the topic of the master arises, the young woman speaks animatedly. The master appears indifferent to the rivalries between us disciples and those of other branches, focusing solely on imparting knowledge while remaining aloof to external matters. Yet, beneath that cold exterior lies a warm heart, fiercely protective of us. Rivalries? Sister, are there indeed conflicts within the sect? Is it fighting? Lu Feiyun quickly caught the essence of her words. You are quite astute. Little junior brother. Indeed, our sect is not merely a harmonious gathering. The elders do not prohibit the conflicts among the younger generation. Rather, they have established rules for these contests, aiming to ignite the disciples' fighting spirit and temper their character, instilling a sense of urgency to strive for improvement. Therefore, little junior brother, be prepared for many troubles to find you. Do your best. Strive to enhance your cultivation level and practical combat strength, for only then can you navigate life within the sect with greater ease. The young woman assumed the demeanor of an experienced mentor as she counseled Lu Feiyun. In truth, Regarding the internal disputes among the younger disciples of the Misty Cloud sect, Lu Shuho had already discussed it with Lu Feiyun. His seemingly rhetorical inquiry was merely to accommodate the expressive tendencies of his sister. Indeed, the young woman continued enthusiastically, as for our eldest brother, Mu Tu, that great blockhead, you must have gathered some insight into his character by now. Correct? Great blockhead? Truly, he is as wooden as they come, and some of his actions are utterly perplexing. Hee hee. The personality of our eldest brother is indeed akin to that of the master. Had they not differed in appearance and only a decade in age, one might suspect Mu Tu to be the master's illegitimate child. The young woman spoke conspiratorially, lowering her voice. Lu Feiyun thought to himself, indeed, women across any realm share the same penchant for gossip. Cough cough from the side chambers of the hall. Two soft coughs interrupted the conversation. The young woman quickly redirected the topic. Of course, our eldest brother, like the master, is cold on the outside yet warm at heart. Thus, if anyone bullies you and you find yourself unable to retaliate, you may seek the eldest brother to reclaim your dignity. However, he has emulated the master's demeanor to such an extent that, despite being the strongest among us in terms of realm and combat power, few outside our circle are aware of it. Thus, in most instances, before engaging in battle, his imposing aura is insufficient to intimidate others. I see, Lu Feiyun mused, realizing he had misjudged the eldest brother. He was not intentionally trying to establish dominance, but was simply a person of few words, lacking social finesse. Therefore, if you truly find yourself in a bind, you must seek the second elder brother, Chi Hanyu. That fellow, tall and slender, always sporting a grim expression, is a battle fanatic. Though his realm may not be high, his practical experience is vast, and he strikes with considerable ferocity. His fearsome reputation as a war-loving madman is well known throughout the sect. After discussing these two rather dull personalities, she continued, as for our third elder brother, the short and stout Hu Lai, one must tread carefully in conversation with him. He is too cunning and loves to scheme. If you need assistance in a fight, the second elder brother is your best bet. If you seek a strong presence, the eldest brother must take the lead. But if you wish to ensnare someone, then you must turn to the smiling fox, Hu Lai, for he excels in deception. As for me, as the only female disciple under the master's direct tutelage, Hua Shishio, I shall be your cheerleader. How does that sound? I am quite generous, am I not? Go forth boldly within the sect. Your elder brothers and sisters shall protect you. The young woman, Hua Shishio, eagerly introduced the remaining two elder brothers as well as herself. After such lengthy discourse, Lu Feiyun thought, should any trouble arise, others will handle the heavy lifting while I merely watch. However, he flattered her, sister. You are indeed formidable. That is only natural. Ha ha ha. Hua Shishio laughed heartily, then suddenly pinched Lu Feiyun's ear and twisted it mischievously, saying, now tell me, little junior brother, were you secretly mocking me for being the least capable, merely spectating? Though Hua Shishio was only a few years older than Lu Feiyun, she towered over him, making it easy to pinch his ear. Ah, sister, the junior brother acknowledges his mistake. Please let go. You are indeed astute. I had just thought that, and you anticipated my thoughts. You are the most formidable of all, Lu Feiyun hastily pleaded, realizing that if he did not concede now, he would surely suffer further at the hands of this little demoness. You are wise to recognize it, hee. Hua Shishio released him and added, now that the day is still young, let me guide you around Misty Cloud Peak, so you can familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Chapter 49, The Rebirth of Chaos, Part 1. Following that, Hua Shishio led Lu Feiyun on an extensive tour around Misty Cloud Peak, allowing him to get acquainted with the environment. That night, as Lu Feiyun lay alone in bed, he reflected, for the next few years, this will be my home. The next day, Gu Ban began imparting the cultivation techniques of the Chaos Rebirth method to Lu Feiyun in front of all the disciples. Except for Mu Tu, the others were hearing about this technique for the first time. Hua Shishio, upon merely hearing the incantations, exclaimed, what manner of technique is this? The incantation is so lengthy. There are 2 primary meridians involved, with 4 additional ones, requiring the activation of 73 acupoints. There are 17 acupoints just for the main cultivation. Is that not excessive? Once spiritual energy enters the body, after traversing through so many meridians and acupoints, how much can actually be transformed into essence and absorbed into the Qi Si? Gu Ban nodded, casting a questioning glance at Qi Hanyu. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Hanyu replied, "This technique involves too many meridians and acupoints. Not only is the resultant essence minimal, but even the enhancement of physical capabilities is limited due to the dispersion of energy." Hu Lai echoed, "The second elder brother and little junior sister are correct. This technique is truly lacking." Jiu Ban then turned his attention to Mu Tu, who succinctly responded, "Difficult to cultivate, painful to practice, prolongs life." Gu Ban acknowledged with a sound before addressing Lu Feiyun. "Commence with the first layer." Following the incantations, Lu Feiyun performed several peculiar movements, then assumed a strange posture while regulating his breathing rhythm. He felt a small piece of emerald crystal embedded in his waist begin to stir. A thread of spiritual energy spilling forth and spreading across his body. As it passed through several acupoints, it was drawn into his interior. Soon, the spiritual energy began to circulate within him. Some flowed smoothly through the meridians, providing a pleasant sensation, while others moved in reverse, causing considerable discomfort. Particularly when encountering blockages at acupoints, the energy surged upward, inflicting sharp, needle-like pain. As time progressed, the influx of spiritual energy increased, and so did the number of reverse-flowing acupoints. Lu Feiyun felt as though countless steel needles were piercing his body, the sensation of pain escalating sharply, with the number of painful points multiplying rapidly. Before long, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, swiftly spreading to his entire body. Soon, his garments were drenched, and he involuntarily trembled, his face contorted in agony, a stark contrast to his youthful visage, rendering the scene rather eerie. The elder brothers and sisters were visibly affected. Even Mu Tu was no exception. Hua Shishio murmured, "What sort of technique is this? How could it be so? After all, little junior brother is still just a child. It is natural for him to struggle with the pains of cultivation." But his expression shows such a lack of endurance. "All can be attempted." Gu Ban's voice remained devoid of emotion. After this, he recited a short segment of the incantation, which was indeed the entry-level first layer of the Chaos Rebirth technique. Qi Hanyu, Hu Lai, and Hua Shishio began practicing according to the incantation. However, as soon as Hua Shishio activated a few acupoints, she cried out in pain, followed swiftly by Hu Lai, whose face reflected his own suffering. While Qi Hanyu merely furrowed his brow. At this moment, Lu Feiyun had completed the first round of spiritual energy circulation for the first layer of the disciple realm, and the pain he experienced had begun to subside. Yet, he was aware that each session of practice required the completion of at least 10 rounds of circulation to yield any enhancement in cultivation and physical capabilities. Moreover, the number of rounds would directly impact the effectiveness of the practice. Each day, the upper limit for circulation should not exceed 100 rounds. Splitting it into several sessions was acceptable, but exceeding this limit would diminish returns. However, this Chaos Rebirth technique, if practiced consecutively, would intensify the pain with each subsequent round of energy circulation. At least 10 rounds to gauge the limits, Gu Ban added. Hua Shishio, having barely completed one round, instantly displayed a pained expression upon hearing Gu Ban's words. The three continued their practice of the first layer of the entry-level technique, while Lu Feiyun commenced his second round of spiritual energy circulation for the first layer of the disciple realm. It hurts. It truly hurts. Lu Feiyun cried out in pain within, but it remained within his capacity to endure. He estimated that, given his resilience, he could persist for several more rounds, although his physical strength and energy would barely support him through 10 rounds. Mu2 silently observed the 4 practitioners, particularly the process Lu Feiyun underwent. After about half an hour, Lu Feiyun felt he had completed the 10 rotations, letting out a long sigh at that moment. Although he was utterly exhausted and nearly collapsed onto the ground, the sensation of pain gradually dissipated, replaced by a wave of refreshing relief, and it seemed as if his energy reservoir had expanded slightly, with an increase in his vitality. He chose to lie down on the ground, resting to recuperate his strength and energy, while also watching his 3 senior brothers and sisters endure the same hardships alongside him. To Lu Feiyun's surprise, Hua Shishio, a likely young lady of noble birth, had indeed managed to persevere and complete 10 rounds of spiritual energy circulation. Having experienced this himself, Lu Feiyun could deeply relate to the bittersweet struggle involved. He vividly recalled that during his initial attempt at cultivating the chaotic rebirth technique, he had failed to complete even half a rotation. At that time, He was merely starting his cultivation journey, and his understanding of suffering stemmed from the perceptions of his previous life, where few could truly withstand hardship or endure pain, especially since his youthful mind was still influenced by his tender age. Eventually, he managed to persist through sheer willpower, progressing from half a rotation to 1, then 2, and onward to 3, 5, 7, and finally 10 rotations. Now, Lu Feiyun had developed a clearer and more quantifiable understanding of the pain associated with practicing the chaotic rebirth technique. In his view, a typical adult would struggle to endure 3 rotations during their first attempt at the first level of the technique, while average practitioners would seldom exceed 5. Those capable of completing 10 rotations were undeniably individuals of remarkable fortitude and endurance. Unexpectedly, Hua Shishio, this girl in her teens, had also managed to endure 10 rotations. How extraordinary! It appeared that he had underestimated this senior sister. Just as Lu Feiyun was contemplating this, Hua Shishio, panting heavily, exclaimed, "No more practice. This wretched technique. This is not cultivation. It is sheer torment, master. If you make me continue with this dreadful technique, I shall renounce my discipleship." This declaration left Lu Feiyun utterly astonished. Lu Feiyun mused inwardly. This senior sister remains as she always was. It seems I have overestimated her endurance and resilience while underestimating her audacity to boldly declare her intent to leave before the master and her fellow disciples. Quite impressive indeed. He found himself wondering how Master Gu Ban would respond to such a rebellious outburst. To his surprise, Master Gu Ban's only response was a single word. Okay. What does that mean? Does it mean she can forego practicing the chaotic rebirth technique, or must she continue the practice? Or else leave the sect? Lu Feiyun pondered inwardly. However, Hua Shishio had already interpreted this as permission, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, master, for your kindness in allowing me not to practice this torturous technique. Long live the master. You care for me the most." As she spoke, she struggled to sit up, regulating her breath to recover her strength, while her gaze shifted to the others. She then inquired, "Why isn't senior brother practicing this dreadful technique with us? Shouldn't senior brother set a good example for the junior disciples? Shouldn't he?" Lu Feiyun was equally curious as to why Mu Tu remained seated in silence. "I have already practiced to the 3rd level of the disciple realm." Mu Tu replied, his expression unchanged, his words succinct. Hua Shishio took this as a sign of exceptional endurance, perhaps even suggesting that he had a tendency towards self-punishment. But Lu Feiyun was truly moved. The chaotic rebirth technique, as one continued to practice, not only intensified the sensation of pain, but also required increasingly precise control over the flow of spiritual energy within the body. The volume of energy, its flow rate, the amplitude of its impact on meridians, and the intensity of its force all demanded meticulous regulation. Even the slightest error could amplify the pain or, worse, lead to chaotic energy flows and various unpredictable complications. Just moments ago, Lu Feiyun had nearly encountered 9 instances of such chaotic energy flows during his practice, all of which had been averted thanks to Master Gu Ban infusing his own vitality into Lu Feiyun's body to guide him through the peril. It was remarkable that this senior brother, Mu Tu, had managed to cultivate the chaotic rebirth technique to the 3rd level of the disciple realm. Though he had the master's guidance and protection, it was still a commendable achievement. Soon after, Hu Lai reached the 13th round before he could no longer continue, demonstrating his own considerable willpower, while Qi Hanyu persevered to achieve 17 rounds. "How is it?" Master Gu Ban inquired again. "Master, you know that I come from a merchant family, accustomed to a life of ease. This technique is not suitable for me." Hu Lai shook his head, offering a wry smile. "I can barely practice it, and it offers no benefit to my combat strength, so it is not worth pursuing," Qi Hanyu coldly stated. Master Gu Ban surveyed the performances of his disciples and remarked, "This technique is often dismissed as a worthless method, but that is a misrepresentation. Such sentiments must not be shared outside this circle." All the disciples nodded in agreement. The drawbacks of this technique are threefold. First, it is complex and difficult to practice, and the sensation of pain intensifies with each level, increasing by 1 unit with each layer ascended and doubling with each realm attained. The pain experienced at the 1st level is 10-fold that of ordinary techniques. 10-fold pain, increasing by 1 for each level and doubling with each realm ascended. Good heavens! Is this technique truly meant for practice? Hua Shishio exclaimed, while Hu Lai and Qi Hanyu also appeared taken aback. Secondly, This technique demands a high level of mental strength, or rather, spiritual power, as it involves an increasing number of meridians and acupoints as one progresses. By the time one reaches the peak of the master realm, all 360 acupoints will be engaged, thus necessitating comprehensive and thorough understanding of the spiritual energies flow within the body, a feat difficult for the average person to achieve. Master Gu Ban continued. Painful and arduous, yet yielding little in terms of combat enhancement. What else could be deemed a worthless technique? Hua Shishio murmured softly. Master Gu Ban shifted his tone, stating, however, once this technique reaches the master realm, the sensation of pain will gradually diminish, returning to normal levels by the time one achieves the great perfection of the sovereign realm, at which point one will hardly feel any discomfort during cultivation. Moreover, when one attains the status of a revered master, their physical capabilities will be akin to rebirth, and their innate talents will significantly improve, allowing even those of average potential to transform into paragons. Goodness! This technique is simply extraordinary, Master. How many individuals in the world have ever reached the master realm? Hua Shishio interjected eagerly, while Hu Lai and Qi Hanyu exchanged glances filled with curiosity. None? Hua Shishio's expression shifted. No one has ever reached the master realm? Then how do you know the subsequent benefits will manifest? Is it merely conjecture? Although this technique comprises 6.5 levels, with the highest attainable being the 5th layer of the sovereign realm, it is indeed an incomplete method. However, it was pioneered by a genius who excelled in both medicine and martial arts, a rare talent in our sect. Thus, while no one has achieved the master realm, the theoretical deductions should not be erroneous. At the very least, I have verified the effectiveness of the technique from the entry level to the great perfection of the master realm. As one continues to practice, the third drawback of this technique will become increasingly apparent. Can you guess what it is? Master Gu Ban elucidated the chaotic rebirth technique while guiding his disciples' hearts toward the path of cultivation and broadening their horizons. Hu Lai, Qi Hanyu, and Hua Shishio fell into contemplation, while Lu Feiyun, aware of the answer, remained silent, understanding that the master might be assessing his fellow disciples. The multitude of acupoints is both beneficial and excessive. It consumes vast amounts of spiritual energy, yielding minimal results relative to one's cultivation level. The usually taciturn Mu Tu spoke at length, leaving the others perplexed, while Lu Feiyun sighed inwardly, recognizing the senior brother's exceptional insight. How had Lu Feiyun achieved the remarkable feat of cultivating from the entry level to the great perfection in just 5 years? Was it merely his ability to endure pain that surpassed that of ordinary individuals? While that played a role, the more significant factors were the substantial wealth accrued by his mother through commerce and the high-quality crystal stones accessible through his father, Lu Shihua. Without the support of these crystals, no amount of perseverance or effort would suffice. The chaotic rebirth technique, what warranted its potential for transformation? It was constructed upon an immense foundation of crystal stones, and those who practiced it needed to endure pain beyond the limits of ordinary mortals. Reflect on this, you three. It will greatly benefit your paths in cultivation. Of course, this technique is not suited for you. I have you try it to impart a valuable lesson. There are no worthless techniques, only those that do not suit oneself. Likewise, the notion of talent is not absolute. The so-called rebirth of potential in the chaotic rebirth technique merely allows an individual to practice this technique to a certain extent, after which their mastery of most other techniques will become exponentially more efficient. As for longevity and vitality, those are merely ancillary benefits of this technique. All disciples promptly replied in unison, "We have received your teachings." Chapter 51. An excursion to the Medicine Fragrance Valley. After Gu Ban elaborated on the origins and intricacies of the chaotic rebirth technique, he suddenly spoke in a stern voice. This is the secret of the chaotic rebirth technique, and even among the elders of our sect, few are privy to it. It is strictly forbidden to divulge it outside. You must bear this in mind. Yes, Master, the disciples replied, bowing deeply once more. Very well. Let us conclude today's lesson. You may return to your respective practices. After your training, manage your own time accordingly. You too. You are responsible for safeguarding Yuner and guiding him in his cultivation. Understood, Mu Tu responded succinctly. Your junior brother practices this technique not only for healing but also to prolong his life. He has been frail and plagued by ailments since childhood, requiring frequent visits to the Medicine Fragrance Valley for treatment. Therefore, you must take special care of him. Of course, this matter must not be carelessly shared with others. Yes, Master, the senior and junior disciples hurriedly affirmed. Lu Feiyun promptly expressed his gratitude to Master Gu and then to each of his senior and junior fellows. By the way, Mu Tu, please distribute this month's crystal stones, 1 chin of green crystal for each person. You may disperse now, Gu Ban commanded, departing slowly. As soon as their master left, Hua Shishio's face lit up with joy. Wow. 1 chin of green crystal, that's worth 100 taels of gold. Has master lost his mind? Is he confused? Perhaps he is dreaming. Senior brother, hurry, quick, bring it forth, lest master changes his mind. Hu Lai and Qi Hanyu also appeared moved. Their faces alight with delight. Mu Tu remained expressionless, saying, "Follow me." Though Lu Feiyun knew that the crystals were a gift from his own sect, he adhered to the rules to collect them. Naturally, he had his own small treasury, and receiving these crystals was unnecessary. He already possessed several dozen. All my money, all my crystals. Every bit counts, Lu Feiyun thought to himself, feeling strangely about it. A night passed without incident. The next morning, after completing 10 cycles of cultivation under Mu Tu's watchful eye, Lu Feiyun sought his master Gu Ban's permission and then descended from the mist-hidden peak, heading towards the Medicine Fragrance Valley. Upon hearing that Lu Feiyun was descending the mountain, Hua Shishio immediately volunteered to accompany him. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Ban nodded in agreement. As the two descended the mist-hidden peak, Hua Shishio became increasingly elated. At last, I can take a breath of fresh air. If I had stayed on mist-hidden peak, it would have been all work or martial training, not a moment of leisure. T serves second senior brother right for not being as clever as I am, allowing me to seize the opportunity to come down the mountain and accompany you for some fun. Senior sister, this is not for fun. I am going to the Medicine Fragrance Valley for my scheduled treatment. Besides, senior sister, why are you so unwilling to remain within the sect? The sect. It is the most tedious place of all. Although our master treats us well, he always has a stern face. Any lapse in cultivation results in a harsh scolding. Moreover, both senior brother and second senior brother are tight-lipped and dreadfully dull. As for that plump fox, who knows what thoughts occupy his mind? We never seem to connect. I feel as though I might suffocate from boredom after all these years. I think you're the only one who understands my temperament. From now on, you should stick with me, and I'll look out for you. Lu Feiyun mused to himself. You're only 2 or 3 years older than me, and you think you can protect me. I wonder if you can actually do that. Though he thought this, he nodded in agreement with a smile. Yes, from now on, I shall rely on senior sister. The two chatted and laughed, unknowingly arriving at the entrance of the Medicine Fragrance Valley. The Medicine Fragrance Valley is not merely a single gorge but a collective term for numerous small valleys, encircled by steep mountains, leaving only a few entrances, each guarded by disciples of the Medicine Fragrance Valley. As they casually approached one entrance, they were halted by the guarding disciples. Junior brothers and sisters, this is the Medicine Fragrance Valley. This place is a sacred area of our sect, and entry is not permitted without reason. If you wish to enter, you must state your purpose and whom you seek. Lu Feiyun quickly retrieved the entry token issued by Jing Zhou and showed it to the guard. Upon seeing the token, the guard's expression changed, and he respectfully said, "Ah, so the junior brother possesses the esteemed passage token granted by the Grand Master. You may enter freely. Please proceed." As they entered the Medicine Fragrance Valley, Hua Shishio curiously inquired, "Junior brother, what is this token? How did it allow us to pass so easily? I have visited several times before, and each time I was bombarded with questions. It was utterly vexing. Could you lend it to me for a couple of days?" Lu Feiyun shook his head helplessly. "I'm afraid that is not possible. This token was bestowed by the Grand Master of the Medicine Fragrance Valley. It bears my name. If someone else took it, it would be of no use. Oh, I see. Then I suppose I will have to let it go," Hua Shishio said, somewhat disappointed. After walking a short distance, they came upon a patch of medicinal fields where a group of people were tending to the herbs. Among them was Lu Renji, the very person Lu Feiyun had encountered during the intersect trials, who had been injured by Lu Shihu. Remarkably, just a few days later, his injuries had visibly improved, and he was able to work in the fields. Beside the field, a girl of about 10 years was supervising the work. It was Zhang Zhou's granddaughter, Zhang Tingting. With her hands on her hips, she pointed and scolded, Hey, be gentle. That's a Astragalus membranaceus. Don't damage it. And you? Why are you using so much force? You're going to crush the flower buds. Oh dear, why are you digging so deep? What if you harm the roots? With skills like yours, How on earth were you chosen as outer disciples? I really can't fathom how you qualified, junior sister. We're rather busy here. Upon seeing Zhang Tingting, Lu Feiyun felt compelled to greet her. How did you get here? Zhang Tingting turned in surprise at the sight of Lu Feiyun. After a moment of thought, she remarked, "Oh, I see. You must be here to see my grandfather, right? What a coincidence. He happens to be in his little garden today. Come on, I'll take you there." Under Zhang Tingting's guidance, Lu Feiyun quickly arrived at Zhang Zhou's courtyard, where he met the elder. Zhang Zhou first checked Lu Feiyun's health and then taught him a new healing technique, followed by presenting several medicinal pills. He then urged them to leave promptly. Noticing this, Lu Feiyun realized that Zhang Zhou must have pressing matters to attend to, so he stood to bid farewell. As Lu Feiyun exited Zhang Zhou's courtyard, he was stopped by Zhang Tingting. "Hey, I heard from Grandpa that your medical skills are quite impressive. I would like to see for myself. Are you brave enough to stay and compete with me?" Chapter 52. A contest of medical skills. A contest of medical skills. Do you truly wish to challenge me? But why must we compete? Lu Feiyun was perplexed by Zhang Tingting's sudden desire to test her skills against his. Zhang Tingting replied, "Grandpa mentioned that you have studied some medical techniques, especially in healing, and your time studying is not far behind mine. Yet, you seem to have read more medical texts and honed your skills better than I have. Grandpa even said that as a professional in medicine, I have brought shame to our Zhang family and the medicine fragrance valley by being outperformed by someone like you, who learned from illness. I refuse to believe that your talent in healing exceeds mine. Since you are here, we must have a proper contest." Lu Feiyun felt a headache coming on and helplessly asked, "But why should I compete with you? If you win, it would be expected, as you are the true heir of the medicine fragrance valley. But if you lose, you would surely resent me. I refuse to compete. I have far too many matters to attend to." He finished, gesturing for Hua Shishio to leave the medicine fragrance valley quickly. "Humph. Whether you want to or not, you will compete. If you refuse to challenge me, you shall never set foot in the medicine fragrance valley again, nor will you be able to seek my grandfather's treatment. Think carefully." Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyun felt even more troubled. Why is this girl so insistent on me? Although her words were likely mere bluster, he feared that refusing the challenge would lead to unnecessary complications when visiting the medicine fragrance valley in the future. "Fine, I shall compete. After all, I do not care about winning or losing." At this moment, Hua Shishio, ever the enthusiast for drama, chimed in, "Junior brother, so you truly possess medical skills. How old are you? This is perfect. You should compete with her so I can see your abilities. However, if you were to compete, there must be some stakes involved." "What do you think, junior sister?" Zhang Tingting replied without hesitation. "Stakes? Certainly. If you win, I will grant you one reasonable request. The same goes for me if I win. How does that sound?" Lu Feiyun, initially reluctant to complicate matters with additional stakes, suddenly thought of Lu Ranji and felt a stirring in his heart, leading him to agree. "Very well, since you are so adamant about this contest, I shall oblige. But how shall we compete? Shall we recite from medical texts, identify herbs, or diagnose ailments?" Seeing Lu Feiyun finally acquiesce, Zhang Tingting's face brightened with a smile. "You are finally understanding. Reciting from medical texts and identifying herbs, while crucial for mastering the art of healing, ultimately serves the purpose of treating patients. Today, let us compete in diagnosing ailments and see who possesses the keenest insight and the most skillful methods. In the interest of fairness, you may choose the individuals to be treated. How does that sound?" Lu Feiyun smiled and replied, "Sounds good. Just now, I observed you supervising a group of over 20 people weeding in the medicinal herb field. Why not have them as our contestants?" "Excellent. It is settled then," Zhang Tingting declared, and proceeded to summon the 20 or so individuals from the previously mentioned medicinal herb field. She first explained the purpose of their gathering and then instructed, "During our examination, you need not disclose whether you currently suffer from any ailments. Simply cooperate with our observations and inquiries. Do you understand? I shall not let your visit be in vain. Upon your return, each of you will receive a scroll of the unique medical text preserved by the Misty Cloud sect. What say you? Are you willing?" These individuals, having recently been selected as external disciples of the medicinal Aroma Valley, were aware that the young girl before them was regarded as the jewel of the medicinal sect, and thus they dared not offend or refuse her. Moreover, this presented a rare opportunity for mutual exchange in the art of healing. For those among them who bore injuries, it might lead to the discovery of superior treatment methods. Soon, The group divided into two teams, with Lu Feiyun and Zhang Tingting each examining one. The practice of medical examination involves observation, inquiry, palpation, and auscultation, while the healing arts additionally incorporate a form of probing. This probing entails the healer extracting a portion of their own vital energy, transforming it into spiritual energy, and infusing it into another's body while maintaining a connection. By observing the feedback received from the flow of spiritual energy within the recipient's meridians, one can assess the individual's health status and any existing injuries or ailments. A healer with some mastery of the art could even manipulate the spiritual energy to stimulate the patient's meridians and acupoints, thus achieving therapeutic effects. Thus far, Lu Feiyun had learned several basic healing techniques, primarily for self-treatment, and had become quite adept through frequent practice. As Lu Feiyun and Zhang Tingting examined each individual, they were prohibited from inquiring about the patient's conditions. Their assessments relied solely on observation, inquiry, palpation, and probing, after which they would document any injuries or ailments, their causes, and propose treatment plans, ultimately comparing their findings. Despite their tender age of 11 or 12, Lu Feiyun and Zhang Tingting conducted their examinations with impressive seriousness. After more than half an hour, both had evaluated all the individuals, and now it was time to compare their diagnostic results. Lu Feiyun discovered that among the 23 individuals, 7 were afflicted with injuries, while Zhang Tingting identified only 6. The treatment plans proposed by both were identical for 5 individuals, yet for the one differing case, Zhang Tingting had to concede that Lu Feiyun's approach was indeed more ingenious and effective. Disheartened, Zhang Tingting had not anticipated Lu Feiyun's diagnostic prowess to surpass her own. Yet, her indomitable spirit quickly rekindled. "All right, I concede your superiority, however. I simply hadn't exerted my full effort in medical studies before. Should I dedicate myself wholeheartedly, how could you possibly prevail over me? Shall we have a rematch in 3 months? Do you dare? Bring it on. Yes. Just say whether you dare to compete again. Fine. You may have your way." Lu Feiyun responded with resignation. Realizing Zhang Tingting was determined to cling to her. It appeared she would require his presence at the medicinal Aroma Valley several times each month. Refusing her was not an option. "You have emerged victorious this time. Speak your desires." Zhang Tingting willingly acknowledged her defeat and inquired. Lu Feiyun turned to Lu Ranji, saying, "Brothers of the medicinal Aroma Valley, you may return. Brother Lu Ranji, please stay." The crowd glanced at Zhang Tingting, and upon receiving her nod, they dispersed, leaving only Lu Ranji, who leaned on a withered branch, his heart filled with anxiety as he pondered how Lu Feiyun would address him. Chapter 53. Receiving servants. Lu Ranji felt that his recent fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. Coming from a humble background, he had become an apprentice to a common physician at the age of 7. When he was 9, he inadvertently encountered a severely injured martial artist from the Misty Cloud sect, who was practicing the healing arts. With his meager medical skills, he attempted to assist, but ultimately failed to save the martial artist. Before his death, the martial artist took him on as a named disciple, imparting a mid-level cultivation technique of the Misty Cloud sect along with his life savings. Since then, Lu Ranji's fortunes had indeed improved. With the techniques and crystals left to him by the martial artist, coupled with his remarkable aptitude for cultivation, he had achieved the pinnacle of disciple training in a mere 7 or 8 years. And his skills in the healing arts had also made notable progress. However, despite his relatively high cultivation level among his peers, his martial skills were rudimentary, leaving his combat prowess lacking, which resulted in his easy defeat at the hands of Lu Shihu during trials. He had not intended to oppose Lu Feiyun, but unfortunate circumstances led him to encounter Su Weiying before the intersect trials, where he was coerced into taking action against Lu Feiyun. When that plan failed, he was injured by Lu Shihu, and subsequently, his companions shifted the blame onto him. Su Weiying, a treacherous ally, not only withheld the promised reward but also demanded a payment of 1,000 taels of gold from him. 1,000 taels of gold represented the annual income of a middle-class family, a sum he could scarcely afford. Fortunately, he was soon noticed by the medicinal Aroma Valley and became an external disciple, allowing him to hide within its confines, where Su Weiying would not dare to pursue him. Yet today, he found himself once again facing Lu Feiyun. In the past few days, he had learned much about Lu Feiyun. Discovering her supposed poison was merely a ruse. However, he understood that Lu Feiyun was far from the simpleton she appeared to be now. With the others dismissed and only himself remaining, he wondered how Lu Feiyun would deal with him. Lu Feiyun regarded Lu Ranji and addressed the still bewildered Zhang Tingting. This brother Lu Ranji and I share some past grievances, but after my persuasion, he has agreed to join my side as a follower. Past grievances? Followers? I fail to grasp your relationship. Lu Feiyun, speak plainly. What is it you desire? Very well, my request is quite simple. Since brother Lu Ranji has now become my follower, I will naturally provide him with care and guidance. Currently, he is merely an external disciple. I hope you can take him under your wing, granting him the treatment of an inner disciple, and in the future, seek opportunities to elevate him to an inner or even direct disciple. I wonder if you can fulfill this request. Inner disciple treatment, that is easily arranged. As for the latter two requests, they are not impossible, but I cannot agree to them this time. Let us speak again after the next competition. Should you emerge victorious? Excellent, sister, you are indeed straightforward. Then we shall agree to a rematch in 3 months. Zhang Tingting departed, satisfied, leaving Lu Ranji, who gazed at Lu Feiyun with a complex expression. Lu Feiyun initiated the conversation. Lu Ranji, I did not expect our paths to cross so soon again. You have not sought me out these past few days. I assume you have realized that the so-called poison was a mere fabrication? Lu Ranji sighed indeed. It seems you did not have much faith in me. I must admit, that was the case, and now. I am surprised to see how extensive your connections are within the medicinal aroma valley. Given your medical skills, I assume you have received considerable guidance from our esteemed leaders. Correct. Yet you are well aware that I will not easily submit to you or pledge my allegiance. So why do you extend your assistance? I genuinely wish to recruit you as a subordinate. Your luck has been fortuitous. You would be my first follower from outside my own family. I truly admire your composure and meticulousness. So tell me, can you reconsider your previous stance? Lu Ranji fell silent once more, and Lu Feiyun sensed impending failure. He could not help but lament. Must I emulate Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage to recruit a subordinate? No matter how formidable Lu Ranji is, he pales in comparison to Zhuge Liang. Lu Feiyun sighed and turned to leave, making his way toward the waiting Hua Shishio, stating, very well, I shall leave it to you. Regardless of your answer, I will ensure that Zhang Shimi fulfills her commitments to you. Take care. Just as Lu Feiyun had taken a few steps, he heard Lu Ranji's voice behind him. May I inquire what you envision for me? Should I recognize you as my master? Lu Feiyun paused, though he did not turn around, and replied coolly, your abilities would be just adequate for my youthful endeavors. Should you acknowledge me as your master? I shall regard you as a loyal servant from my youth. Loyal servant. Just adequate. Lu Ranji laughed heartily. So it appears in your eyes, I am nothing more than this. If that is the case, loyal servant Lu Ranji, I respectfully greet my master. As he spoke, he suddenly prostrated himself on the ground, performing the grand gesture of submission to Lu Feiyun, seemingly unfazed by the curious gazes of those around him. Lu Feiyun hastily turned to assist Lu Ranji, laughing, Well, you, Lu Ranji, are now my first loyal servant, master. What shall my next task be? Should I deal with the Su brothers? Lu Feiyun shook his head. No need. Your primary objective now is to cultivate and improve your martial prowess. With the presence of Zheng Zhangzu and his grandson to look after you, you should encounter no significant troubles in the Medicine Fragrance Valley. You may focus on your cultivation with peace of mind. Should I find myself in any predicament, I shall naturally seek you out. Do not address me as master. I detest that appellation. You may henceforth refer to me as young master. Understood, young master. As Lu Ranji watched Lu Feiyun's figure gradually fade into the distance, he resolutely made up his mind. From the observations he had gathered over the past few days regarding this young man, it was evident he was not one to remain subservient. His intellect far surpassed that of his peers, and he was not the waste that many had claimed, if one day he could shatter the shackles of a short-lived fate and soar to great heights. Then as his earliest follower, provided he survived, he too would rise to prominence and bask in glory. This was a gamble Lu Ranji was willing to take upon their return to Misty Peak. Lu Shihu was already there, having waited for some time. Lu Shihu, what brings you here? Lu Feiyun inquired, somewhat puzzled. What else could it be? My master has sent me to escort you to the sky-gazing pavilion. I have already reported to your master, and he has given his consent. Now, come quickly and follow me, Lu Shihu urged. Upon hearing that Lu Feiyun was to visit the miscellaneous studies sect, Hua Shishio immediately expressed her interest in accompanying them. but was stopped by Mu Tuesday Jr.'s sister. You have already enjoyed yourself for most of the day. It's time to practice your martial skills. Moreover, the Miscellaneous Studies sect is not like the Medicine Fragrance Valley. The junior brother is a direct disciple of the Miscellaneous Studies sect. He may need to perform a formal apprenticeship, which would not be appropriate for you to attend. It is best for you to stay behind. Reluctantly, Hua Shishio complied and remained behind. Lu Feiyun and Lu Shihu took their leave from Mu Tu and Hua Shishio, descending from Misty Peak and hastily making their way to the Miscellaneous Studies sect. As soon as they left Misty Peak, Lu Shihu could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Young master, have you heard? That Su Weijia, who has always been at odds with us, was swindled a couple of days ago at the Tongtian Gate." "Ha! What a delightful turn of events. Do you know how he was deceived?" Lu Feiyun replied nonchalantly, "Swindled? He had it coming." However, judging by his demeanor during the selection of direct disciples, it seems he was not beaten but rather swindled out of a considerable sum of money. "Wasn't he? Ah, young master, you truly possess unparalleled insight. I hadn't even mentioned it, and you already deduced it is said that Su Weijia was conned out of goods worth 3,000 taels of gold in order to secure a place as an inner disciple. Initially, he handed over goods worth 1,000 taels of gold and crystals and even signed an IOU in front of many witnesses. Just yesterday, that person went to Huishui City to demand payment. Oh, that individual certainly has some audacity. Is he not fearful of the vengeful Su brothers? Of course not. He has powerful backing. Backing that even Su Weiying would be wary of. It is said that this person is the personal bodyguard of the young master of the Luo family. Merely 2 years older than him, yet already at the 4th level of cultivation. He came to the Mysterious Cloud sect solely for the sake of supporting the young master of the Luo family and has no intention of becoming a direct disciple. Which is why he has not revealed his true combat abilities. The Luo family is rumored to be one of the 10 imperial royal families, and even Su Weiying would not dare offend them. So he has to comply and pay up. Haha. Hearing that those 2 scoundrels have met their match truly brings me joy. Lu Shihu became increasingly animated and delighted as he spoke. The Luo family, one of the 10 imperial royal families. Lu Feiyun, however, felt little excitement. Instead, he mused to himself, his thoughts swirling. The 10 imperial royal families, he had heard tales of them before. The full name of the empire he currently resided in was the Tianyu Empire, which had a history spanning thousands of years since the establishment of the first dynasty, the Wu dynasty, by Emperor Qin Hao. Throughout the rise and fall of dynasties, from the current Qin dynasty, 10 surnames had ascended to the throne, claiming the title of emperor, which was the origin of the term 10 imperial families. Of course, the strength and influence of these 10 families varied greatly. The current royal family was naturally the most powerful. They were particularly vigilant against the previous dynasty's royal family, while treating the more ancient royal families with relative leniency. It was said that the practice of treating the former royal families with kindness was established by the founding emperor of the second dynasty. The Chu dynasty that he had stated, "Today, I can seize the kingdoms of Qin and Wu. Tomorrow, I cannot guarantee that someone will not seize my Qi and Chu." He hoped that by treating the Qin family well today, they would also treat the Qi family kindly in the future. There had been instances of new royal families attempting to eradicate the old ones, yet for reasons unknown, the old royal families remained. While the emperors of the new royal families often fell before reaching maturity, leading to the decline of their power and becoming mere puppets. During the transition of dynasties, they nearly faced extermination. Since then, the rule of treating former royal families with kindness has never been broken, at least not publicly. For this reason, although the old royal families could no longer claim the titles of king or emperor, they remained prestigious noble families, not to be trifled with by mere regional wealthy clans like the Su family. However, while the Su brothers dared not provoke the Luo family, they were bold enough to create trouble for Lu's family. Just yesterday, Su Weijia had issued a challenge to him. Last night, he pondered for a long time over the most pressing concern: how to navigate the next few years of life at the Mysterious Cloud sect. Before arriving at the Mysterious Cloud sect, his thoughts had been straightforward: to cultivate the Chaos Rebirth technique to its peak, thereby extending his lifespan to around 25 or 26 years. He planned to marry a woman and take several concubines after turning 18, to bear children and continue the lineage of the Lu family. Although Lu Qianqian had mentioned that even if he ceased practicing the Chaos Rebirth technique, he could still live several lifetimes. He understood that this was merely comforting words from Zhang Zhou. He was most aware of his own physical condition. though this line of thinking would have been scorned and derided in his previous world. In this alternate realm, it was considered quite natural by many. However, since the day he encountered her, his perspective had shifted. Past regrets had turned to longing, and he did not wish to experience emptiness again in this life. Regardless of whether their souls were the same across worlds, he firmly believed in the connection forged in the previous life and the bond in this one. He did not want to give up. He wished to contest fate for this life. Naturally, these thoughts were distant for Lu Feiyun. After all, he was merely 11 years old. His immediate goal was to strive for cultivation at the practitioner level within the next few years and to reach the master level within a decade. Simultaneously, he needed to shift his previous focus solely on cultivation, neglecting the enhancement of his combat abilities. After all, this was a world where martial prowess was paramount. While cultivation was important, martial skills were equally vital. Yet, it appeared that the Su brothers had forged an enmity with him, particularly Su Weijia. Unable to confront the Luo family, he would likely vent his frustrations on Shihu and himself, necessitating vigilance against him within the sect. Upon contemplating this, Lu Feiyun turned to Lu Shihu and remarked, "I did not expect you to possess such cunning, managing to infiltrate the miscellaneous studies sect and become a direct disciple. How do you find it there?" "What else can I say? The miscellaneous studies sect is filled with all manner of personalities. There are no normal individuals, only madmen and fools. I regret my decision so much. Why did I let my mouth run wild? Coveting the privileges of a direct disciple? Now, I'm truly like a sheep in a tiger's den." Lu Shihu displayed an expression of deep regret. "A sheep in a tiger's den? Your name is Shihu. You can devour tigers, yet you fear a group of lunatics and fools. I think you are merely reaping benefits while pretending to be virtuous. Besides, how could the people in the miscellaneous studies sect be as you describe them, both mad and foolish?" Sigh. Once you arrive at the sky-gazing pavilion, you will understand. Sigh. Regretful. Unbeknownst to them, the two soon reached the location of the miscellaneous studies sect, the sky-gazing pavilion. The miscellaneous studies sect, also known as the sky-gazing pavilion, occupied a considerable area, with towering peaks and deep valleys, rushing torrents and sizable lakes. At the pinnacle of the peaks and in the depths of the valleys, along the riverbanks and lakes, numerous pavilions stood tall, numbering no less than dozens. 36 floors to view the heavenly secrets, 18 deep caves for the essence of all things. Upon arriving at the entrance of the miscellaneous studies sect, Lu Shihu suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, Lu Feiyun could not help but scrutinize Lu Shihu from head to toe and laughed. "Oh my, you have only just arrived at the miscellaneous studies sect, and you have already learned to compose poetry. This sect is truly remarkable." Lu Shihu chuckled oddly, saying, "Young master, what are you thinking? I cannot compose poetry or recite verses. These phrases are constantly on my master's lips. I hear them dozens of times a day, so I naturally remember them." "Your master?" "Indeed. He is also your master, the esteemed Chung from the trial day. Speaking of which, we have become fellow disciples now." "Ah, it was him. He indeed mentioned wanting to take me as his disciple and performed a simple apprenticeship ceremony." "So, how is this master?" "How? You will know soon enough. In any case, there is not a single normal person in this sky-gazing pavilion." Lu Shihu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The two continued onward, passing by numerous pavilions and caves, encountering many individuals of various kinds. Among them were those tinkering with peculiar instruments, others reciting from scrolls, some scribbling on the ground with sticks, and a few staring blankly at a tree. Most of these individuals were immersed in their own thoughts, paying no heed to Lu Feiyun and Lu Shiyu. Is this truly the miscellaneous studies sect of the mysterious cloud sect? Is this the observatory? Among so many people, not a single one appears to be cultivating essence or martial arts. Is this truly a martial sect? Lu Feiyun felt an oddity as he journeyed along. Soon, the two arrived before a 10-story tower on a small island in the lake. The tower, towering over a dozen zhang, seemed extraordinarily grand. Upon entering, they saw a figure diligently sketching something on paper. Lu Shihu signaled Lu Feiyun to remain silent and not disturb him. The individual was none other than the esteemed Cheng, whom they had encountered during the inner sect trials. As Lu Feiyun leaned closer, he was taken aback. He observed Cheng drawing a blueprint resembling a water wheel, accompanied by numerous calculations. Naturally, the terms and methods he employed were unique to this world. Akin to those used in ancient times before Lu Feiyun's transmigration.it appeared, he was calculating the amount of wood and iron required for the water wheel, as well as the force it could generate at a certain water flow speed and the quantity of water it could transport within a specified time frame. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Cheng finally completed his drawing and calculations. He looked up at Lu Feiyun and remarked, "You've arrived. Can you comprehend this diagram?" Lu Feiyun replied, "In response to your esteemed presence, I can grasp some of it. Seems you are designing a water wheel that can draw over 60,000 jin of water each hour while generating a force of 3,000 jin. However, you have yet to determine the optimal dimensions for the wheel and the flow rate at the installation site. Indeed. You are truly the one favored by the master, at such a young age. Possessing such acumen is indeed rare. I, Cheng Shuyuan, am fortunate to accept you as my disciple, alleviating my fears of having no successors for my knowledge." Lu Feiyun was equally astonished. Cheng Shuyuan. What a name that perfectly matches this eclectic sect. Cheng Shuyuan continued, "It seems you have established a certain foundation in numerical arts and the study of things. I have also heard from the master that your memory is exceptionally remarkable. With that in mind, you should spend a year studying in the Wanjun Tower. This tower is a vital repository of the sect's literature. You may freely browse the books on the lower 3 floors and take them back to Wuyin Peak for self-study. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me at any time. As for any formalities of apprenticeship, let us forego them. Our eclectic sect has no such rigid customs. Furthermore, I shall provide you with a pass token, granting you access to most areas within the observatory." Lu Feiyun felt elated at this. This eclectic sect, rather than being merely a branch of martial cultivation, resembled a university focused on self-study from his previous world. He quite liked this atmosphere. "Yes, master," he exclaimed. "By the way, I have not brought any gifts to honor you, so please accept this bag of crystal stones as a token of my formal apprenticeship." As Lu Feiyun spoke, he presented a bag of crystal stones with both hands. Cheng Shuyuan, not one to stand on ceremony, opened the bag and found it contained over 20 stones of varying sizes and colors. After a brief mental calculation, he realized the bag held crystals worth at least 5,000 taels of gold. This moved him, and with excitement, he said, "Such a generous offering of superior and even top-tier stones. Those researching crystal formations will undoubtedly be thrilled. This truly is a timely gift," Lu Feiyun hastily replied, "all for the sect, all for the observatory. This is what I, as a disciple, ought to do." Cheng Shuyuan added, "The master has already instructed me that although you are listed as my direct disciple, you may seek guidance from anyone within the observatory. You even have the privilege to approach the master directly with any questions. While our eclectic sect does not primarily focus on cultivating essence or martial arts to enhance combat strength, we have an extensive and profound theoretical study of various techniques and secret arts. Delving into literature on these topics may greatly benefit your cultivation and combat prowess." Following this, Cheng Shuyuan personally selected a dozen books for Lu Feiyun to take back to Wuyin Peak, then sent him off to explore the observatory and familiarize himself with the environment. Lu Feiyun, carrying the bag of books, exited the tower and left the small island in the lake, momentarily unsure of where to go next. Standing at a crossroads, at the same time, he experienced a sense of déjà vu, as if he were reliving a scene from his past. His 11-year-old, slender frame, carrying a bag of books, mirrored his childhood experiences in elementary school. As for Lu Shihu, he was indifferent. Now in the observatory, he was merely a leisurely observer, accompanying Lu Feiyun in his stupor. "Hey, that child's visage. It shouldn't be. The cosmic order is disrupted," mused a disheveled old man wielding a Yinyang flag as he passed by and noticed Lu Feiyun. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he halted, approaching Lu Feiyun with great interest. "Hey kid, who are you? And how did you end up in this observatory? And on this island as well?" The old man's eyes squinted into narrow slits, yet he could not conceal the profound glimmer they held. Chapter 56. The Eclectic Observatory, Part 2. Lu Feiyun snapped out of his stupor, and upon seeing the old man's attire, was reminded of the image of fortune-tellers from previous dramas. However, he dared not regard this disheveled old man as a mere charlatan, promptly bowing respectfully and saying, "Disciple Lu Feiyun, greetings to the senior. I am a new entrant to the observatory this year and have just paid my respects to my master. A newcomer. Just met your master." "Who is your master? You even came to this island. Could it be that bookish Cheng Shuyuan? Well, yes, the person you mentioned is indeed my master. Really him? Oh, he even gave you a bag of books. Let me see what rubbish he has bestowed upon you. The disheveled old man swayed, and before Lu Feiyun could react, the bag was already in his hands. TSK. What a hodgepodge of useless books. Zhou's calculative treatise, the multi-dimensional initial discussion on crystal engineering, miscellaneous discussions on crystal stones, and the mountain and water annotations. What use are these worthless tomes? Besides, you're still so young. You can't possibly comprehend them. Has Cheng lost his mind? The old man rambled on as he rifled through the bag. Upon finishing, he tossed the bag back to Lu Feiyun and sighed. Alas, it seems the observatory is gaining yet another little bookworm. Kid, I see your unique bone structure and extraordinary appearance. You pique my interest. Why not learn the art of celestial divination from me? As the saying goes, yin and yang, 5 elements, tracing the 8 trigrams, borrowing from mountains and water, altering fate. What do you say? Are you willing to take me as your master and learn this transcendent skill? Lu Feiyun looked at the disheveled old man helplessly, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Hey, young master, look over there. Suddenly, Lu Shihu pointed in a direction, calling out. Lu Feiyun turned to look and saw a figure resembling the disheveled old man approaching. Humming a tune. The individual was identical in appearance, attire, and even the flag he held. Senior, could it be that person is your twin brother? Lu Shihu inquired, pointing at the new arrival. Brat? No wonder my business has been so dismal these past few years. It's you? Rascal, ruining my reputation? You shadow. I'll teach you a lesson. The nearby disheveled old man erupted in fury, his figure flashing as he lunged at the newcomer. In the blink of an eye, the 2 identical disheveled old men were locked in combat, leaving Lu Feiyun and his companion utterly perplexed as to who was who. Unbelievable. You two are out of line. How can you engage in a brawl within the sect? Naturally, the commotion attracted numerous onlookers. Yet most merely glanced and returned to their own affairs. Only a handful remained to watch the spectacle, until one person suddenly shouted, halting the 2 fighters. It was none other than the master of the observatory, Ming Xuanzi. The 2 disheveled old men ceased their brawl and approached Ming Xuanzi, once again pointing fingers at each other, their voices and expressions eerily identical. Ming Xuanzi rubbed his forehead, exasperated. I say, little junior brother. Why provoke that charlatan? He is often wrong in his predictions. Nonsense. My divination skills have reached perfection. There has never been an error. It's that damned fool ruining my reputation. The 2 disheveled old men exclaimed in unison. Just as Ming Xuanzi was about to respond further, a tremendous explosion resonated, causing the ground to tremble. In the next instant, countless fragments of stone flew through the air. Lu Feiyun gaped in astonishment, staring blankly at a pavilion atop a distant hill that had erupted in a thunderous explosion, smoke billowing into the sky. Damn it! This madman only acquired the crystals a couple of days ago, and he is already causing such a ruckus. It's over. The 36th floor of the observatory will become the 35th floor. I just hope that madman is unharmed, Ming Xuanzi muttered, casting a fierce glare at the 2 disheveled old men, leaving them with a warning to settle things later before hastily making his way toward the site of the explosion. The 2 disheveled old men exchanged glances and promptly followed after Ming Xuanzi. At this moment, Cheng Shuyuan, disturbed by the explosion, emerged from the small island in the lake. Noticing Lu Feiyun and his companion still present, he inquired about the recent events. After listening to their account, Cheng Shuyuan furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, how did this little junior brother provoke that old charlatan? Moreover, that brother Ma is truly too impatient. Curious, Lu Feiyun asked, Master, were those 2 identical seniors not twins? What twins? They are nearly 20 years apart. It is merely that one individual's skill in disguise has reached a level so exquisite that it is indistinguishable from reality. Disguise. Good heavens, this is no mere disguise. It is akin to cloning, Lu Feiyun exclaimed in astonishment, yet soon a thought struck him, and he cautiously inquired, Master, might I have the opportunity to learn this art of disguise from my esteemed relative? Cheng Shuyuan nodded and replied, have I not already mentioned? You may seek guidance from anyone within the Kuwaitian pavilion. However, your Uncle Ing is rather peculiar. Whether he will teach you remains uncertain. I shall arrange for you to meet him. Now, it is getting late. You should return to Wuyin Peak. In the future, you may schedule your visits to the Kuwaitian Pavilion at your convenience. Lu Feiyun hurriedly expressed his gratitude and then requested, Master, my brother Lu Shihu possesses a natural affinity for martial arts. Might you spare some time to offer him guidance? Lu Shihu gazed at Cheng Shiyuan with hopeful eyes. Cheng Shiyuan considered for a moment before saying, As for our Kuwaitian Pavilion, we do not primarily excel in martial prowess. Nonetheless, there exists a formidable cultivator among us, though he is absorbed in the study of crystal formations and seldom engages in combat. Hence few are aware of his strength. I will arrange for him to take your brother under his wing. But beware, Lu Shihu. Should you become his disciple, you may endure several times more hardships than others. Can you withstand that? Lu Shihu rejoiced, exclaiming, Isn't it just hardship? No problem at all. What suffering have I not endured? I fear no toil. Thank you, master. Very well. In that case, follow me, Yuner. You should return promptly. Yes, master, both replied in unison. From that day forth, Lu Feiyun commenced a life of traversing between Wuyin Peak, Yaoxiang Valley, and Kuwaitian Pavilion, dedicating himself to cultivating his essence, refining his martial skills, studying medicine, and perusing books, in the blink of an eye. A month had elapsed. During this time, although he had visited Kuwaitian Pavilion several times, he had not encountered Lu Shihu again, nor did he know of his whereabouts. As for the master of disguise who had impersonated the disheveled old man, he had not seen him either. Perhaps this individual simply did not wish to take on disciples, Lu Feiyun mused. One day, he once again arrived at Kuwaitian Pavilion, making his way directly to the Shuhai Pavilion on the island at the heart of the lake, where his master, Cheng Shiyuan, often resided. Upon reaching the entrance of the Shuhai Pavilion, he spotted a figure standing before the door, a frosty expression fixed upon him. Master, what brings you here? Lu Feiyun exclaimed in astonishment. Before the Shuhai Pavilion stood Gu Ban, his countenance stern. Lu Feiyun was perplexed. Why was Gu Ban at Kuwaitian Pavilion today? He rarely descended from Wuyin Peak. You foolish child! Instead of diligently cultivating at Wuyin Peak, you spend your days here at Kuwaitian Pavilion. Do you not acknowledge me as your master? Whose disciple do you aspire to be? Hurry back to Wuyin Peak. Ah, master. What is this all about? Do you not understand what I am saying? Why do you not hurry back? Gu Ban retorted, preparing to enter the Shuhai Pavilion. Lu Feiyun panicked. Was it possible that his two masters were about to clash over him? Wait. Something was amiss. His master had never been so verbose. He was typically a man of few words. Upon scrutinizing the figure before him, Lu Feiyun soon discerned several differences from the usual Gu Ban. What are you staring at? Hurry back. Do you require me to personally escort you? The figure's displeasure was palpable. Disciple pays respects to Uncle Ing. Lu Feiyun assessed the situation and promptly bowed deeply in reverence. The individual stared coldly at him for a prolonged moment. Remaining silent, Lu Feiyun held his bow, enduring the discomfort, yet persisted in his posture. After a quarter of an hour, the figure finally spoke. Kneel and pay your respects. Lu Feiyun felt as though he had received a reprieve. In his moment of unsteadiness, he nearly collapsed to the ground. Your aptitude is passable, and your determination is adequate. Here are a few pages of insights. Take them and contemplate them thoroughly. I shall return in a month to assess your progress. With that, the figure tossed a thin booklet and swiftly vanished. Lu Feiyun picked up the booklet, carefully stowing it away before entering the Shuhai Pavilion. Cheng Shiyuan was engrossed in calculations on the first floor. He merely glanced up before returning to his work, stating indifferently, Have you completed your apprenticeship? Good. I have already sealed off the area around the island, so no one is aware of his visit. You must keep your apprenticeship a secret from others. Remember this? Disciple understands? Now, go ahead and select your books. In this first year, focus on reading extensively. A breadth of knowledge is the foundation of diverse learning. Off you go. I am quite busy. Unless it is urgent, do not disturb me. Lu Feiyun contemplated inquiring about Lu Shihu's current situation, but seeing that Cheng Shiyuan was already ushering him away, he temporarily set it aside and went to choose his books. A month later, as he was returning from Yaoxiang Valley, he encountered Uncle Ing once more, though this time he had assumed the guise of Mu Tuesday after inquiring how Lu Feiyun had discerned his identity. He nodded in satisfaction. Well done. You have grasped the fundamentals of observing others. In the coming months, I shall impart to you further methods of observation. Once you have mastered the essence of these techniques, You may begin to learn the rudiments of disguise. To excel in the art of disguise, you must first master the art of observation. Only then can you effectively mimic others. Do not be impatient. Yes, master. Disciple understands. Lu Feiyun felt a surge of excitement. He had finally taken the first steps into the realm of disguise. Once he mastered this art, it would be akin to acquiring an additional life. As autumn yielded to winter and spring gave way to summer, a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this year, Lu Feiyun had grown taller, though he still bore a somewhat frail appearance. During this time, he profoundly appreciated the benefits of relying on a sect and the assistance of his masters. Tio speak of the chaotic reconstruction technique, under Master Gu Ban's guidance and with senior brother Mu Tu's protective presence. His cultivation journey surged forward, propelling him from the initial stage of a cultivator to the fourth tier within a mere year. At this rate, he would become a true cultivator in another year and a half. Such a pace was something he could scarcely have imagined during his time at home, and of course, this achievement was also attributable to his unwavering determination and relentless training. Moreover, his medical knowledge and diverse studies had seen rapid advancement. His medical skills now allowed him to treat a range of common ailments, while his studies had given him a renewed understanding of this otherworldly realm, which, despite its similarities to the ancient world of his past life, remained distinctly different. Lastly, he had also made significant progress in the art of observation, the prerequisite for mastering disguise. He had progressed from mere observation of appearances to discerning forms and, next, to reading expressions and simulating emotions. According to Uncle Ying's words, in a year or two, he would be able to impart the true secrets of disguise. Lu Feiyun had inquired about the rapid mastery of certain disguises, to which Uncle Ying had scoffed dismissively. What you refer to as disguise is mere makeup. It requires a myriad of materials and is cumbersome to apply. Once completed, it amounts to little more than superficiality, if you can learn my secret techniques. With just a bowl of noodles and a bowl of water, you can alter your appearance at will, making it difficult for ordinary people to discern the difference. In conclusion, this past year had been immensely fruitful for him. As the date of his one-year duel with Su Weijia approached, Lu Feiyun felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain whether he was now capable of facing him in battle. However, to his surprise, Su Weijia did not arrive to fulfill their duel but instead postponed it until the grand competition 2 years hence, declaring that participants must attain the realm of a cultivator to qualify. Kid, do not let it come to pass that you lack the qualifications to face me in combat, he laughed heartily. The grand competition? The realm of cultivators. Given my current pace of cultivation, it is indeed feasible for me to reach that level before the competition. Yet, that may not suffice. It appears I must intensify my training even further. Lu Feiyun resolved inwardly. From that moment forth, he dedicated himself to even more rigorous training. Yet, such commitment came at the cost of enduring greater physical strain and hardship. Amidst blossoming spring flowers, summer rains, autumn harvests, and winter snows, Lu Feiyun's sweat, muffled groans of agony, and grimaces of struggle marked the passage of time. Time and again, he collapsed from exhaustion, fell ill, and found himself bedridden. Yet, once he regained his strength, he immediately resumed his training, unwilling to squander a moment. This steadfastness even moved Qi Hanyu, renowned for her own arduous training. Why do you subject yourself to such torment? This is not mere cultivation. It is self-inflicted suffering. Is it truly necessary to exert yourself so? She implored. Lu Feiyun chuckled. I am not merely pushing myself. I am fighting for my very existence. Such folly. Suit yourself. You are only inviting your own suffering. Year after year, day after day, as the early spring of yet another year arrived, Lu Feiyun finally stepped into the realm of cultivators. On this day, precisely at the onset of the first month, he embraced a new year, a new level, and a new world. Lu Feiyun felt an exhilarating distinction between the realm of cultivators and that of apprentices, stirring profound excitement within his heart. His master, Gu Ban, once articulated that the process of refining one's spirit and essence bears a striking resemblance to humanity's utilization of rivers. Prior to entering the threshold of cultivation, individuals merely harnessed river water to irrigate their fields directly. However, the fields that could benefit from the river's bounty were limited, tethered to the riverbanks, yielding only modest harvests. Upon entering the threshold of cultivation, one constructs a dam, albeit a rudimentary one. Once the dam is erected, one ascends to the realm of apprentices. With the dam in place to store water, one can irrigate a broader expanse of land, thereby producing an abundance of crops to sustain a larger population. A growing populace can then build grander and more numerous dams, accumulating more river water to irrigate even more fields, perpetuating a cycle of prosperity. Lu Feiyun distinctly sensed the expansion of his qi within his dantian. This qi resembled a reservoir of spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, given Lu Feiyun's rigorous cultivation pace, he should have ascended to the realm of cultivators months ago. Yet, his fervent desire for swift success led him astray during a training session, nearly resulting in a catastrophic breakdown of his meridians. Fortunately, Gu Ban intervened just in time, guiding him back onto the righteous path. Since then, he adjusted his mindset and the intensity of his training, allowing nature to take its course. Today, he finally fulfilled his aspiration of entering the realm of cultivators. With this advancement, he would be able to learn a plethora of martial techniques and cultivation arts, significantly enhancing his combat prowess, which left him utterly exhilarated. A few days later, Gu Ban summoned his disciples to discuss the upcoming grand opening of their sect. After surveying his disciples, he inquired, "What plans do you all have for this grand opening? Is there anyone among you who wishes to descend the mountain and leave the sect?" The disciples shook their heads in unison. Ji Ban continued, "In that case, Han Yu and Lai Er, you must perform admirably in the upcoming competition to secure positions within the sect. Otherwise, you shall no longer be permitted to remain here." Both Qi Hanyu and Lai Er nodded vigorously in agreement. Ji Ban turned his gaze to Hua Shishio and remarked, "After the mountain gates are opened, your 3 senior brothers will each have their responsibilities within the sect, and thus cannot remain on Misty Peak at all times. As Yun Er is still young, the myriad affairs of our Misty Peak will rely heavily upon you. You must temper your nature and refrain from the frivolous distractions of the past." "Yes, master," she replied. "However, our Misty Peak has so few members. After my senior brothers take on their duties, it will just be the 2 of us remaining here." "What affairs could possibly require my attention?" Gu Ban explained. "Our Misty Peak has long been sparsely populated, and with this grand opening, I intend to expand our numbers by recruiting a direct disciple, alongside several inner and outer disciples, as well as some registered disciples. Henceforth, the daily management of these new disciples shall fall to you, Xiao Er." Hua Shishio's eyes brightened instantly, and she exclaimed, "Master means I will have many junior brothers and sisters." "My dear master, you have finally seen the light. Now, who would dare mock our Misty Peak for having only a handful of members?" Lu Feiyun remarked, "A handful indeed. Our senior sister speaks with such audacity, unafraid of inciting master's ire." Yet, her words held a grain of truth. Misty Peak had remained obscure among the many branches of their sect and was scarcely known outside its walls. Gu Ban, however, remained unfazed and continued, "As you all are aware, each time the sect opens its gates, it admits over 3,000 disciples. The number of recruits a branch can attract largely depends on how many newcomers are inclined to join it. Thus, I urge you to demonstrate our true strength in the upcoming competition to draw more disciples to Misty Peak. Do you understand?" In unison, the disciples responded. "Given this, starting today, you are all to dedicate yourselves to rigorous training and refrain from the idleness of the past." Gu Ban proclaimed, casting a discerning glance at Hu Lai and Hua Ccu. Hu Lai nodded absent-mindedly, while Hua Shishio appeared indifferent. Noticing their lack of enthusiasm, Gu Ban chastised them gently. "Hu Lai, while your intellect is commendable, you must recognize that, at times, a cultivator's true combat strength is paramount, particularly for you. If you wish to shoulder the burdens of your family's legacy, a corresponding level of power is essential." Hu Lai's expression stiffened, followed by a wry smile. "Disciple understands. Xiao Er, you are my only female disciple, and I may have indulged you a bit too much. Thus my expectations of you may be somewhat lenient. However, you must realize that if you wish to break free from the constraints of your family and carve out your own freedom, you must demonstrate your value and strength. This upcoming competition is an opportunity you cannot afford to overlook. Prepare earnestly." Hua Shishio paused, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Xiao Er understands. The sect's grand competition, expanding the influence of Misty Peak. It seems Master wishes to make a remarkable impression." Lu Feiyun mused, watching Gu Ban's retreating figure. 50 years of age, Gu Ban could be considered a late bloomer. He embarked on his cultivation journey at the tender age of 7 and, after more than 40 years, finally attained the status of a revered cultivator. While his cultivation speed was relatively swift compared to the majority of practitioners, it paled in comparison to the founders of various branches within the sect. During the last grand opening of the sect, aside from Lu Feiyun, who had connections that allowed him to join, there were scarcely any of the 3,000 new disciples willing to affiliate themselves with Misty Peak. Consequently, Gu Bin refrained from accepting any additional disciples. The process of enrolling new disciples into the various branches of the Mai sect is somewhat akin to the school admission system following standardized examinations in Lu Feiyun's previous world. Disciples could initially select the branch they wished to join, after which the corresponding branch's revered cultivator would decide whether to accept them. Naturally, branches established by renowned cultivators attracted more attention, while Gu Ban, who had only recently attained his status and lacked noteworthy disciples, remained overlooked. Now, with aspirations to amplify Misty Peak's influence, the grand competition presented an excellent opportunity. Lu Feiyun believed that Misty Peak would undoubtedly emerge as a shocking dark horse in this year's competition. He also resolved to seize this chance to recruit promising martial talents from the Lu family, thereby expanding his personal influence. With nearly half a year until the sect's grand opening, there was ample time to arrange for reinforcements. As Master departed, the disciples began to rise and disperse, but Lu Feiyun noticed Hu Lai's unusual demeanor, sighing deeply as though burdened by some concern. "Third senior brother, what troubles you? Do you harbor some secret worry?" Lu Feiyun inquired. Hua Shishio echoed his curiosity. "Indeed, I have noticed too. You usually wear a facade of confidence, yet these past few days, you scarcely smile. Have you encountered something beyond your control?" Hu Lai hesitated. Caught between words, Lu Feiyun, sensing his struggle, pressed further. "Third senior brother, we have been together under Master S tutelage for many years. We know each other well. There is no need to conceal your troubles. If you face difficulties, you should share them with your brothers and sisters, allowing us to devise a solution together. How can you bear this burden alone?" Chi Hanyu interjected coldly. "If there are formidable foes, even in the realm of revered cultivators, I would not shy away from battle." Hu Lai quickly countered. "Second senior brother, Master just advised you to cultivate tranquility and restrain your murderous intent. Why do you persist in this manner? There is no need for you to intervene. It is not a matter of fighting." "Oh? What is it then? Have you encountered personal troubles, or is there an issue within your family?" Hua Shishio inquired. Casting a questioning glance at Lu Feiyun, Hu Lai forced a smile. "I, Hu Lai, pride myself on being astute, capable of discerning circumstances and avoiding dangers. Although my cultivation level may not be high and my combat strength lacking, I have managed to navigate my way through the Mai sect relatively well. Yet, what is it? Speak up," Hua Shishio urged impatiently. "Has something happened in your family?" Lu Feiyun asked. "Alas, it is indeed the case. You are aware that my family, while not an illustrious lineage, has achieved a measure of success through the diligent efforts of previous generations, amassing some wealth. However, regardless of how affluent a merchant may be, they remain merely a target for the nobility. Recently, my family has caught the eye of a certain marquis. A marquis? Is he a territorial noble or one of honor?" Hua Shishio inquired. "He is a noble of honor. Wielding authority over tax collection in a county die in the past, our family adhered to unwritten rules, offering our tributes without fail, and thus coexisted peacefully in recent years. This noble house of marquises has established its own commercial association and ventured into the realm of business, employing various underhanded tactics to continually encroach upon other merchants. As their scale has expanded, they have recently proposed to acquire my Hu family's commercial association, yet the price they offered is utterly insufficient, falling short of even 10% of our association's true worth. 10%? How utterly unscrupulous. Is this not a blatant act of robbery?" Hua Shishio, hailing from a prominent lineage, is naturally well acquainted with such matters. "Indeed. Thus, my grandfather and father were unwilling to acquiesce, leading to our rejection of their offer. However, this has incited their wrath. They have resorted to various means to suppress our business endeavors while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of scrutiny on our commercial taxes. Just the other day, my father received a letter stating that our association was accused of tax evasion amounting to 20,000 taels of gold, with a 1-month deadline to rectify the situation, or else face the closure of our association and the imprisonment of my father. 20,000 taels of gold. What enormity! How could your association, given its scale, be implicated in such an egregious tax evasion? Hua Shishio was equally astonished. 20,000 taels of gold equates to 200,000 taels of silver, an immense fortune that even her Hua family could not readily procure in such a short time. 20,000 taels of gold? Indeed, that is no trifling sum. I fear your family may struggle to gather such a considerable amount of currency. Lu Feiyun, whose family also operates a commercial association, understood the implications of 20,000 taels of gold well. She knew that the authorities demanded merchants pay taxes in ready gold, silver, or precious stones, and would not accept other forms of wealth. Consequently, if merchants found themselves lacking in immediate gold or silver, they would have no choice but to liquidate their goods or even their properties to procure cash, should the Marquis declare that no one else may purchase the Hu family's assets. The Hu family would either have to sell their 2 generations' worth of accumulated wealth at a meager price to the Marquis or face confiscation and imprisonment due to their inability to pay taxes. Lu Feiyun promptly articulated her thoughts, and Hu Lai sighed wearily. Just as my junior brother has said, my Hu family possesses only ready gold and silver and precious stones valued at 10,000 taels, still falling short by half. For selling our assets, apart from the Marquis's household, no one else would dare to make a purchase. Alas, my father's letter indicated that, if absolutely necessary, we would have to sell our properties to the Gongsun family and flee to distant lands. Seeking to rebuild, alas, I find this utterly disheartening. I, Hu Lai, may be astute in strategy, yet before such powerful aristocrats, I am left with no recourse, and I am filled with frustration. But the Gongsun family of Mengzhou Banzhang. Hua Shishio speculated. Indeed. Hu Lai replied, if it is the Banzhang Gongsun family, then, my third brother, I truly cannot assist you. Our Hua family cannot afford to offend the Gongsun family simply due to our ties of camaraderie. I sincerely apologize, third brother. Hua Shishio expressed with a modicum of humility. Hu Lai forced a smile. Sister, do not be so modest. Your goodwill is more than enough to gratify me. Although you hail from a noble family and my junior brother Lu's family is also a formidable presence in Yunzhou Anya County, the Banzhang Gongsun family is not a mere noble family to be trifled with. How could your 2 families easily provoke them? Hence, I refrained from seeking your assistance earlier. Lu Feiyun interjected, third brother. Allow me to think this through. May I inquire what businesses your family primarily engages in? Hu Lai had not anticipated that Lu Feiyun might indeed possess a potential solution, igniting a flicker of hope within him, and he responded with growing excitement. We primarily purchase horses and cattle from the northern wilderness and sell them in the heart of the empire, while also transporting the empire's produced textiles, tea, and salt back to the northern wilderness. You don't have any large quantities of iron, which the empire strictly prohibits selling, do you? Lu Feiyun inquired, her brow furrowed. Absolutely not. In our earlier dealings, my Hu family encountered numerous incursions from the northern wilderness, and several of my ancestors were slain by the barbaric tribes of the north. Hence, while my Hu family engages in business, we may resort to cunning and deceit, but such tactics are solely directed at the northern barbarians. We would never dare to commit treason. Hu Lai understood the origins of Lu's family, and thus comprehended Lu Feiyun's stance regarding the northern wilderness. That is best. You all remain calm while I ponder this matter thoroughly. With that, he began to gently massage his forehead, deep in thought for a strategy. The remaining 3 refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting the outcome. After a considerable time, Lu Feiyun finally exhaled deeply and spoke slowly. This matter is not insurmountable. There are indeed solutions available. Upon hearing that Lu Feiyun had a resolution, Hu Lai was instantly elated and eagerly urged, Junior brother, do tell, how shall we resolve this matter? Lu Feiyun continued at a measured pace. First, regarding the commercial tax, it must be paid. Otherwise, we cannot navigate this predicament. I shall write to my family, requesting that my mother's Levayu Commercial Association step in to purchase your Hu family's properties, farmland and goods, thereby providing you with sufficient funds to cover the tax obligations. Subsequently, the Levayu Commercial Association and the Hu Family Commercial Association shall form a business alliance, which would cause the Gongsun family to hesitate and refrain from acting against us. However, the pressure in the marketplace will undoubtedly intensify, as the Gongsun family will not easily relinquish their gains. Finally, concerning the commercial strategy, during my time at home, since Anya County is also a border region, I am aware of the purpose behind acquiring horses and cattle from the northern wilderness. They are primarily intended for military use, and cattle and sheep are utilized for hides. Fresh beef and mutton are difficult to preserve, and the empire's populace generally does not favor consuming them after drying and salting. I possess a method documented in ancient texts, improved upon through medical literature, which allows for the preservation of meat for extended periods, making it suitable for storage and transportation, while also ensuring a palatable flavor at a reasonable price that the empire's people can accept. If the Hu family employs this method to process a large quantity of cattle and sheep from the northern wilderness, they could not only profit from the hides but also gain an additional revenue stream. Moreover, given the volume, the purchase price for cattle and sheep in the northern wilderness would decrease, resulting in even greater profits. As Lu Feiyun elaborated, Hu Lai's eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm, and upon her conclusion, he could hardly contain his excitement. If this indeed comes to fruition, my Lu family will not only escape from peril but also ascend to new heights. Junior brother, I am immensely grateful. Lu Feiyun then replied earnestly. Third brother, do not be so quick to rejoice. On a personal level, as comrades, we naturally ought to assist each other. However, on a public level, my Lu family and your Hu family must adhere to the rules of commerce. You must convey this clearly to your family. The acquisition of the Hu family's assets will not be at full value, but rather at most half price. This way, it will appear that my Lu family stands to profit, thereby silencing the Gongsun family. That is only natural. Hu Lai, being from a merchant family, understood this principle. Lu Feiyun nodded and continued. The business alliance will be led by my Lu family, with the Hu family as a supporting entity. Thus the alliance will operate under the name of my Lu family's Levayu, with decision-making authority primarily in our hands. Of course, for businesses primarily operated by the Hu family, my Lu family will not interfere excessively as long as our interests are safeguarded. The Hu Family Commercial Association will not be subject to scrutiny from the Lu family, apart from the beef and mutton trade. I understand. It is only by placing the Lu family in a leading position that the Gongsun family will hesitate to act rashly, Hu Lai remarked. Lu Feiyun continued. As for the beef and mutton trade, my Lu family will solely manage the core processing technology for 3 years, while the Hu family will handle the procurement of cattle and sheep as well as the initial processing. After 3 years, the Lu family will pass this method on to the Hu family, yet the Hu family must not disclose the processing secrets without the Lu family's consent. During this 3-year period, the profits will be divided such that the Lu family receives 50%, the Hu family receives 40%, and I, Lu Feiyun, will retain 10%. After 3 years, the ratio will shift to 45-55, and after 10 years, it will become 36-64. Are you able to agree to these terms on behalf of the Hu family? Lu Feiyun inquired with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai pondered for a moment, then resolutely replied, Very well, in matters of commerce, I accept all these conditions. With that, he couldn't help but break into a rare, genuine smile. Junior brother, you have truly inspired me. I too shall claim 10% of the profits from this venture for my Hu family. Let us, as brothers, each take our share, and the remaining 80% shall be contested between our families. Ha ha ha. Ah, indeed, my cunning third brother. Even your own family is not exempt from your calculations. Likewise, they both laughed heartily. At this moment, Hu Lai felt a tremendous weight lifted from his shoulders, his countenance radiating newfound ease. Meanwhile, Qi Hanyu, who understood only the brutalities of conflict, felt neither inclined to comprehend nor care for the intricacies of commerce, and thus did not dwell on the matter. She simply recognized that this junior brother possessed an abundance of clever ideas, capable of resolving even the most daunting challenges. Hua Shishio observed the two, feeling as though she were witnessing two cunning foxes, full of mischief, exchanging knowing glances. These two scheming scoundrels. After their laughter subsided, Lu Feiyun turned serious. Third brother, sister, are you aware of why our master places such great importance on this grand competition? He harbors his own grievances. Hua Shishio appeared somewhat bewildered, while Qi Hanyu remained cold and silent. Hu Lai sighed. Indeed. Although our master possesses profound theoretical knowledge and cultivation and unique insights, his standing among the many esteemed cultivators of our sect is not particularly high, and few are aware of his combat prowess. Moreover, his reclusive nature and lack of social graces have resulted in only 5 disciples under his tutelage. Furthermore, the senior brother was raised by him since childhood. The second brother was rescued by him, and the junior sister and junior brother were placed under his guidance due to deep-rooted familial ties to the sect, while I came to him of my own volition. If you observe the other esteemed cultivators and their numerous disciples, some with dozens or even nearly 100, while the fewest have at least 20 or so, can you imagine how our master feels about this disparity? Hua Shixiang shyly remarked. Indeed. Even Qi Hanyu nodded in agreement. After the grand competition, the three of you, as elder brothers, will each have your own responsibilities, and thus cannot linger here any longer. Only I and the junior disciple will remain to accompany our master, which will render this place even more desolate. Our lineage truly suffers from a rather sparse population. Hua Shixiang soon comprehended the situation. Lu Feiyun continued, therefore, we must strive to make our mark in the competition, to attract more promising talents to join our master's sect and strengthen our power. In the coming 6 months, we must not be as careless and neglectful as we have been in the past. Upon hearing this, everyone silently nodded, resolutely deciding to diligently cultivate their skills over the next half-year, aiming to achieve commendable results. Days later, at the Luan Bo's Lu residence, Chu Biha held a letter from the Mayan sect. Her hand pressed against her forehead. It seemed that Lu Feiyun's propensity for creating challenges was inherited from her. This child truly knows how to present me with dilemmas. The Gongsun family of Bahang is not so easily dealt with. Even if we could manage it, is it worth offending the Gongsun family for the sake of a mere merchant household? Chu Biha glanced at her husband, Lu Shihao. Lu Shihao, noticing his wife deep in thought and looking at him with a questioning expression, chuckled. What is it? Has our son posed another conundrum for you, causing our esteemed Chu the great fortune to be troubled? And it even involves the Gongsun family? Has he perhaps crossed paths with them? Chapter 61. A turning point. Chu Biha shook her head and replied, not quite. The Gongsun family did not trouble Yuner directly, but rather caused issues for one of his senior brothers. The Gongsun family of Bahang intends to swallow the business association of Yuner's third senior brother, Hu Lai, and Yuner has written to ask for my assistance in resolving this predicament. Lu Shihao smiled. Oh, the Gongsun family, the Hu family, how interesting. Is it truly so troublesome? Yuner seems to have devised a solution, and has even managed to secure a business deal that ties Hu's business association to our Lu family's green willow commerce, while also introducing a new venture to procure cattle and sheep from the northern wilderness. Besides the traditional fur and leather, we can now turn the previously difficult to preserve meat into a treasure, adding an extra stream of income. Is that so? This lad is quite accomplished, if such a method exists. It is not merely about earning money from the northern wilderness, but may gradually influence the power dynamics there. Although Lu Shihao hailed from a military background, he possessed enough political acumen to not be as myopic as his wife, solely focusing on economic gains. Oh, in that case, is it worth offending the Gongsun family for the sake of a burgeoning merchant clan? Lu Shihao scoffed. The Gongsun family? Ha! They are hardly worth considering in the eyes of a man like me. For our son, offending them is but a trivial matter. Then let us proceed according to Yuner's wishes. Speaking of which, this lad is demanding a share of the profits from this new venture. He truly is the son of Chu Biha. Chu Biha noticed a hint of pride in her son's demeanor. Indeed, as the son of the god of wealth, he naturally has a talent for financial matters. Unlike his father, who only knows how to fight. Lu Shihao laughed. I must promptly send capable personnel to Bahang County to handle the matters of the business alliance. As for the method to process the meat, let Jianggu swiftly refine it according to Yuner's instructions. This method appears to involve numerous herbs and medical principles, so he is the only one fit for the task. Once the method is perfected for large-scale commercial use, we will find some trustworthy individuals from the estate and territory to learn it and send them to Bahang County. Furthermore, we must also engage in this business ourselves. You handle the business matters. I am not well versed in that. By the way, news from the old miser Zhengzhou has arrived, indicating that Yuner's condition seems to have undergone some miraculous change, suggesting a potential turning point. A turning point? What sort of turning point? Chu Biha exclaimed joyfully, pressing for details. Previously, Zhang Zhou estimated that after Yuner reached the level of a cultivator, his lifespan would only extend to a mere double-digit count. However, since entering the Mayan sect, with Gu Ban's dedicated instruction, not only has his cultivation speed increased, but the improvement in his physical condition has been remarkably better than anticipated. Now, having entered the realm of cultivators, his lifespan has at least extended to a duration of 60 years. What? 60 years. This is truly wonderful. With this, our Lu family has hope. Why did you not inform me sooner? Chu Biha exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. I only just received the news from Uncle Zheng. He did not even inform Yuner, only advising him to continue using medical practices for self-healing. This matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, we cannot ensure that some enemies will not go mad and take lethal actions. Therefore, in public, you should speak about our son as he was before and as he will be after. Lu Shihao cautioned earnestly. Chu Biha wiped away her happy tears and nodded. Your words are unnecessary. I truly did not expect Yuner to recover so quickly. It is indeed a stroke of fortune. Yes, this has greatly exceeded Uncle Zheng's expectations. According to him, it is likely due to the remarkable effects of the chaos rebirth technique imparted by Gu Ban. Gu Ban has a profound understanding of this technique, surpassing even Zheng Zhou. With Gu Ban's guidance, it is likely that the full potential of this technique will be discovered, hence the rapid improvement in Yuner's condition. Lu Shihao reflected. After her excitement subsided, Chu Biha regained her usual astuteness. In that case, our Lu family must not forget the kindness shown to us. Although Yuner will return home after a few months, we must not neglect his sect. Yuner also mentioned that following the grand competition, Gu Ban would open the doors wide to accept disciples, allowing our family to send several absolutely loyal individuals to apprentice under him. The selection of individuals should prioritize their loyalty over their innate talent for cultivation. Even if they cannot become core disciples, being recorded as outer disciples would suffice. With his several senior brothers present, as long as they are willing to endure hardship, they are bound to learn valuable skills. Naturally, if any are fortunate enough to catch Gu Ban's eye, that would be even better, Lu Shihao lamented. This child Yuner surpasses me. When I was his age, I knew nothing of such intricacies. Humph. You should consider who bore you. Chu Biha playfully chided. What you say is true. All credit goes to you, Lu Shihao quickly concurred. Regarding his wife, who, despite her mature appearance, seemed to transform back into the beautiful young maiden who had once captivated him completely. At the Hu family in Bahang County, Hu Lai's father, upon reading his son's reply, looked towards the heavens and laughed heartily. Our Hu family is saved. Liar has achieved success. Ha ha ha. With the Lu family as our backing, I wonder if Gongsun Qua dares to attempt to swallow our Hu family's assets. As he laughed, tears unexpectedly streamed down his cheeks. At Mayan's sect, on Qipon Peak, Qi Xuanyu was engaged in a game of chess with Su Weiying. Qi Xuanyu placed a piece and, in a calm demeanor, remarked, I have heard that the sickly lad from the Lu family has entered the realm of cultivators. This is indeed surprising. Yes, just reported to the sect a few days ago. My useless brother was quite delighted upon hearing this, claiming that he must ensure the lad embarrasses himself during the competition, beating him to a pulp. Su Weiying added, that child, Wei Jie, is indeed spirited. Last time I stopped him from challenging that lad, he sulked for quite some time. My younger brother is truly unruly. I hope Elder Qi will not take offense. Not at all, Su team leader. Wei Jie is also my personal disciple, as his master. How could I hold it against him? To speak truthfully, the boy does have some redeeming qualities. He has been diligent in his martial studies, but let us not dwell on him. Let us focus on that sickly lad from the Lu family. Does he still frequently visit the Medicine Fragrance Valley? Yes, as before. It seems that this old divine physician Zhang has no effective remedies for him, a man who ought to have perished long ago. Merely to prolong his life by a few years has wasted so many precious resources. This truly is a sin. Yet he still wishes to participate in the sect's grand competition. For someone who cannot live much longer, what is the use of contending for such hollow fame? Does he not fear being accidentally killed during the competition? Su team leader, do you not agree? Su Weiying, pondering deeply, nodded. Elder Qi's words are indeed profound. But soon, concern crept in again. Could it be that Elder Qi wishes for Wei Jie to unintentionally kill that lad during the competition? If so, would that not create a deadly enmity with the Lu family? Moreover, with Wei Jie's abilities, could he achieve such a feat without danger? Chapter 62. Reunion. As Su Weiying was caught in a web of uncertainty, Qi Xuanyu placed a white piece on the chessboard and chuckled lightly. What is it? Su team leader, are you worried? Afraid I would treat him as a mere pawn? Or do you lack faith in your brother's abilities? Su Weiying appeared conflicted, stammering, Elder Qi, regarding my brother, Qi Xuanyu chuckled playfully. Haha, if he truly were as useless as you say, he would not even qualify to be a pawn. Rest assured, he is quite strong now, having matured significantly compared to 2 or 3 years ago. You have not seen him much in recent years, have you? That is because he has been in seclusion, diligently cultivating. His cultivation has now reached the 5th level of the cultivator realm. The 5th level of the cultivator realm. In just 3 years, he has ascended from the 9th level of the cultivator realm to the 5th level of the cultivator realm. This is simply astonishing, Elder Qi. I find it truly difficult to repay you for your generous guidance towards my brother. Su Weiying transitioned from worry to euphoric joy. There is no need for such formalities, Su team leader. After all, your brother is the foremost disciple among my personal apprentices, and I will naturally nurture him diligently. It will not be long before your esteemed Su family is graced with 2 masters residing within its halls, at which point I am certain your family's fortunes will ascend to new heights. All of this is a blessing from Elder Qi, whose immense kindness and virtue will forever be etched in the hearts of the Su family. Should Elder Qi issue any commands, we, the Su family, will face any peril without hesitation. Captain Su, you are indeed a person of genuine character. Ah, your younger brother too, I must say. He has been harboring quite a bit of frustration, wishing nothing more than to dismantle that waste from the Lu family into 1,000 pieces. However, as we are all of the same lineage, such actions must not be taken to heart. You must counsel him well. While it is not unthinkable to seek vengeance during the grand competition, one must exercise restraint. Su Weiying's eyes sparkled with determination. Indeed, I shall impart this wisdom to Elder Qi when next we meet. Simultaneously, he pondered. It seems that Qi Xuanyu does not intend for Wei Jie to take any lives. That task shall fall to another. With this conclusion, I need not worry for his safety any longer. As the day of the grand opening of the Misty Cloud sect approached, Huishui City began to witness an influx of visitors from afar. Captain Yo, stationed at the northern gate, was quite pleased during this period, for he had earned quite a bit of extra income. One evening, as the city gates neared closure, a band of knights appeared on the horizon. This group comprised over 30 individuals, and as he recognized one among them, his eyes brightened with excitement. He hastened forward, bowing respectfully, and proclaimed, "It is an honor for our humble city to welcome you once more." "Oh, it is Captain Yo," came the response. "What a coincidence that it is your turn to guard the northern gate again. How fortunate we are to be acquainted. It has been a rarity for you to still remember me. You appear even more radiant than 3 years ago. Might I assist you in finding an appropriate inn for your stay? If that is the case, I shall rely on you, Captain Yo, this time. I need you to find a larger establishment. Understood. Please wait a moment while I brief my brothers, and I shall escort you shortly," Captain Yo replied with delight. The one whom Captain Yo referred to as noble was none other than Lu Feiyun's elder sister. Lu Qianqian. Now in her 20s, although still disguised as a man, she had grown even more striking than 3 years prior. Yet, she mused, the world has become increasingly tumultuous. Had it not been for the series of incidents on the road, we should have arrived days ago. Now, we are just barely on time. Tomorrow marks the day of the sect's grand competition. I wonder if Yun will participate and how he has grown, but as the hour grows late, with the need to settle these companions, we must wait until tomorrow to enter the sect. The long-anticipated day of the Misty Cloud sect's grand opening finally arrived, and the competition commenced as scheduled. To participate, one must attain the level of a cultivator and be no older than 26 years. Lu Feiyun had reached the 3rd tier of the cultivator realm, naturally qualifying him for the contest. He hoped to use this grand competition to gauge the true extent of his combat prowess. Over the past 6 months, he had not engaged in the relentless training of yore but had instead taken a more natural approach, allowing himself to flow with the currents of fate. To his surprise, his progress had not slowed, leading to unexpected joy. Since entering the cultivator realm, he had begun to learn secret techniques and new combat skills. However, the Chaos Rebirth technique was deemed inferior due to its broad yet weak enhancements to one's physical capabilities, lacking focus on any specific aspect. Most techniques and combat skills typically excel in a particular attribute, be it strength, speed, endurance, or flexibility. Thus, the options suitable for Lu Feiyun were quite limited. In response, Gu Ban and Zhang Zhou had diligently collaborated for some time, ultimately crafting several tailored techniques and combat skills for him. Of course, while practicing the Chaos Rebirth technique did not preclude the learning of other techniques and skills, the effectiveness and power he could wield would fall short of half that of others. Lu Feiyun had long perceived himself as a cultivational failure, believing he was practicing an inferior technique. Consequently, he had not held high hopes for his martial future. Yet, after winning 5 consecutive battles in a single morning, he found his confidence rekindled. It seemed his combat capabilities were not as feeble as he had imagined. In the past, even opponents of lower cultivation levels had bested him. Back then, his technique was subpar, and he lacked suitable combat skills, making him a true outlier among his peers. Over the past 3 years, with the guidance of his master and the support of his seniors, not only had his cultivation progressed rapidly, but his practical combat abilities had also soared, resulting in the achievements he celebrated today. How could he not feel elated? Such is the advantage of being part of a renowned sect. His joy was matched by that of Lu Qianqian, who watched from the stands. Over the past 3 years, her brother had grown significantly stronger, suggesting that his previous ailments had likely improved as well. When she appeared before Lu Feiyun, he was overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated reuniting with his sister at the dawn of his martial achievements. Observing the siblings' emotional reunion, Su Weijia in the corner scoffed coldly. "Humph! You are gleeful now, but come afternoon, I shall turn your smiles to sorrow. It is because of you that I nearly became a pariah in the Su family. While I may not yet claim your lives, it will suffice to thrash Lu Feiyun, this waste, and vent my frustrations. Just you wait." Chapter 63. The rematch indeed. Lu Feiyun was elated to see his sister Lu Qianqian again. After 3 years, he perceived her as even more beautiful, and he sensed an aura of authority beginning to take shape around her, reminiscent of their parents. You have certainly grown taller and stronger, resembling an adult. What is your current cultivation level? Do you still require medicine? How has the treatment from old Master Zheng fared? Lu Qianqian asked, pulling Lu Feiyun into a secluded corner, her questions pouring forth like a rapid-fire barrage. Sister, rest assured. My health is now far better than before. No longer do I spend more time asleep than awake, falling ill for days on end. Look at how robust I am. Ever since I entered the cultivator realm 2 years ago, I have ceased relying on pills for strength and vitality. My cultivation has now reached the 3rd tier of the cultivator realm. According to Uncle Zheng Zhou, my original lifespan was merely 12 years. However, by mastering the Chaos Rebirth technique to its fullest, I can extend my lifespan by 2 years, and by achieving full mastery in the cultivator realm, I can add another 5. Each tier I advance grants me an additional year of life. Thus, even if I were to cease my cultivation now, I could live to 20 without issue. Before I reach that age, I am confident I will attain the Master Realm, adding another 6 or 7 years to my lifespan, ensuring the continuation of our Lu family line. Initially, Lu Qianqian was filled with joy at Lu Feiyun's words, but as he spoke on, her expression shifted to one of bittersweet sympathy. She understood that, despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, the trials of mastering the Chaos Rebirth technique were excruciating, akin to traversing a hellish journey with each practice session. Yet, having grown accustomed to hardship over the years, Lu Qianqian quickly composed herself, responding with warmth, "That is wonderful. My little brother has finally grown up. He can now share the burdens of the family. Recently, you mentioned needing assistance. I have brought some people from the family along as I return to the imperial capital. You may arrange them as you see fit." "Yes, I understand, sister. How have you fared in Changlu over the past few years? Is it comfortable?" "It's all right. At least I've managed to establish myself in the imperial capital. When you arrive in 2 years, you will finally have a place to stay. 2 years hence. Changlu, the imperial capital." Lu Feiyun felt a surge of anticipation. According to the customs of the empire, any legitimate offspring of noble families must enter the Royal Academy in Changlu before the age of 18 to study for several years, followed by years of service in the military or political arena to gain the requisite qualifications. As the sole son of Duke Lu Shihai, Lu Feiyun was naturally obliged to go to Changlu. In the afternoon, Lu Feiyun once again stood upon the arena, ready to face his opponent, Su Weijia. Su Weijia cast a glance at Lu Qianqian and Mu Tu in the audience before smirking at Lu Feiyun. "Lu Feiyun, we meet again. How unexpected that my opponent in this match would be you. This certainly complicates matters. There have been some misunderstandings between us in the past. Should I become overly enthusiastic during our bout and inadvertently injure you, perhaps even leave you crippled, what would become of us? Surely the Lu family would not seek to retaliate against the Su family again, would they? What a headache. I propose this. Why not concede now? What do you say?" You are no match for me now, concede. Su Weijia. Are you so confident that you can certainly defeat me? Of course, in our previous duel, I merely conceded due to the Lu family's incessant oppression of the Su family. Do you truly believe that your meager skills can surpass mine? The grand competition today differs significantly from the clandestine duels of the past. It not only pertains to our individual victories and defeats, but also to the honor of our respective sects. Therefore, I shall hold nothing back and will unleash my full potential. If you possess any sense, it would be wise to concede early, lest I inadvertently inflict harm upon you. And the Lu family resorts to intimidation. Lu Feiyun inwardly sighed, realizing that Su Weijia had indeed made considerable progress since their last encounter. Although he remained uncertain of the extent of Su's true combat prowess, his boldness in using words to assert dominance upon entering the arena was a clear indication of his growth. If he were to succumb to fear and concede, it would greatly tarnish both his own reputation and that of his sect. However, should he choose to engage and Su's claims prove accurate, he might find himself injured or even crippled, leaving the Lu family with little recourse for retaliation. After all, this battle was taking place under the watchful eyes of many. As long as he did not act too conspicuously, it could be justified, especially since Su had already made his intentions clear. Rest assured, in the arena, unforeseen events may occur. Should I be injured or harmed by you, I will not hold you responsible, nor will the Lu family seek vengeance against the Su family. With so many witnesses present, you need not worry. Come, let me see what makes you so confident. Very well. Your words suffice, even during our duel. Should you feel overwhelmed, you may call for mercy at any moment, and I will cease my attacks immediately. Do not hesitate. Ha 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 ha. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us begin. The Miyun sect primarily trains swordsmen, with secondary emphasis on knife techniques. Among the 8 schools of Miyun, excluding the medicine school and the miscellaneous school, 3 specialize in swordsmanship, 2 in knife techniques, and 1 focuses on hand-to-hand combat. Lu Feiyun's lineage from Misty Hidden Peak belongs to the Yunhai Sword School, while Su Weijia's Chessboard Peak lineage is affiliated with the Poyan Sword School. Thus, their duel naturally involves swordplay. Lu Feiyun wielded a slender, lightweight sword, short and thin, requiring minimal effort to wield. The Mist and Bloom sword technique he employed consumed significantly less vital energy compared to conventional sword techniques, making it exceptionally suited for Lu Feiyun's practice of the Chaos Rebirth skill. The essence of Mist and Bloom is its ethereal grace. Each strike targets unexpected areas, rendering it difficult to predict. Adopting an offensive stance, Lu Feiyun initiated the attack, unveiling this newly developed sword technique to the world for the first time. As Lu Feiyun launched a series of attacks, over 20 exchanges transpired in the blink of an eye. Although his ferocity and the novelty of his swordsmanship initially caught Su Weijia off guard, he managed to counter each assault. The limitations of the Chaos Rebirth skill, while enhancing various bodily functions, lacked the specialization and finesse of other techniques, preventing Lu from fully harnessing the true potential of the Mist and Bloom sword technique. Gradually, Su Weijia transitioned from discomfort to composure, eventually retaliating after nearly 30 exchanges. His cultivated technique significantly enhanced his strength, and his long sword, far weightier than Lu Feiyun's delicate blade, clashed with Lu's, sending him staggering back several paces, nearly toppling off the stage. Lu Feiyun, it would be wise for you to beg for mercy. I warned you, you are not my match now. You cannot hope to win against me. Chapter 64. And during the struggle, Su Weijia's counterattack had commenced. Previously, Lu Feiyun had pressed the attack while Su defended, merely needing to parry and deflect with his long sword to neutralize Lu's onslaught. However, with the tides turned, Su now pressed the attack, while Lu dared not meet his sword head-on, resorting instead to evasion. Fortunately, Su Weijia's practice of the Yunhai technique prioritized strength over speed, allowing Lu Feiyun to narrowly evade his strikes. As their roles shifted, they exchanged blows for another 20 rounds. Lu Qianqian observed the duel with furrowed brows, muttering, I never imagined that the lecherous youth of yesteryears would undergo such a transformation. This must be the foundational sword technique of the Poyan Sword School, winds rising and clouds gathering, and he wields it with remarkable proficiency. It seems he has invested considerable effort into his training. A burly man beside Lu Qianqian remarked, Indeed, this individual, in both cultivation and the efficacy of the winds rising and clouds gathering sword technique, far exceeds the young master. The young master's defeat is merely a matter of time. Uncle Qin, How much longer can Yuner endure? We cannot allow Su Weijie to harm him. There should be no issue within 100 exchanges. However, if the battle continues beyond that, it becomes uncertain. But this is the grand competition of the Miyun sect, and unless absolutely necessary, I cannot intervene. The burly man replied with a hint of reluctance. Fear not, I am here, and all shall be well. Interjected Mu Tuesday, then I must trouble you. Brother Mu. Lu Qianqian expressed her gratitude, though internally she pondered, can this person truly be relied upon? She exchanged a glance with the burly man, who nodded slightly in reassurance. Lu Feiyun's continuous evasions began to wear on Su Weijie's patience. He had anticipated that, having turned over a new leaf and dedicated years to arduous training, he would easily subdue that insufferable waste. Yet, he was taken aback to find that not only had he improved, but so had that so-called waste. It seemed that without showing some genuine skill, he would indeed struggle to defeat this pesky opponent. Suddenly, Su Weijie abandoned his close-range attacks with the longsword, opting instead to launch a series of swift, invisible thrusts, sending forth multiple streams of intangible energy toward Lu Feiyun with remarkable speed. Lu Feiyun desperately dodged. Yet one thrust struck his shoulder, tearing a hole in his outer garment. The force of the energy propelled Lu Feiyun back several steps, nearly sending him tumbling off the stage. 3 Swords ascending to the sky. This was one of the techniques from the Poyan Sword School, harnessing internal vital energy to empower the sword, allowing the release of 3 streaks of sword energy. While this technique was merely a basic sword skill, mastering it at such a young age was indeed extraordinary. At present, as a cultivator, he could only unleash gusts of wind rather than true sword energy, yet even this proved comparable to arrows in strength. Capable of piercing flesh and injuring bones, beneath the stage, those familiar with the origins of this technique could not help but express their admiration, explaining it to those around them who were unaware. Lu Qianqian's expression turned anxious as she noticed Mu Tu's in action and turned to the burly man. The burly man, Qin Cheng, was the commander of the Tiger Might Iron Guard of the Luan Duke's estate and one of Lu Shihua's trusted aides. Do not worry, my lady. The intensity of this energy is insufficient to seriously injure the young master. Did you not notice? He bears protective armor, Qin Cheng reassured her. Lu Feiyun steadied himself and glanced at the tear in his shoulder garment, inwardly reflecting, that was close. Thankfully, my silkworm soft armor is quite sturdy. Otherwise, I would have drawn blood. However, while the soft armor may protect against piercing injuries, it cannot alleviate the sharp pain. Having practiced the Chaos Rebirth skill for nearly a decade, my pain tolerance far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, so I merely furrow my brows in discomfort. The Lu family certainly possesses wealth, even providing you with silkworm soft armor. This is even better. I can attack without concern. Su Weijie, upon seeing the silver hue exposed by the tear in Lu Feiyun's garment, felt a surge of delight. He unleashed another 3 swords ascending to the sky, sending 3 streams of energy hurtling toward Lu Feiyun once more. This time, Lu Feiyun, prepared, utilized his agility to evade, managing to avoid 2 of the energy strikes, while one grazed his right rib, causing his breath to hitch in pain. Fortunately, he had redirected the force of the impact, avoiding any serious injury. Interesting, again. Su Weijie launched another 3 swords ascending to the sky, the 3 streams of energy shooting forth from the sword's tip toward Lu Feiyun. Each execution of 3 swords ascending to the sky released 3 streams of energy arranged in a triangular formation. Given Lu Feiyun's current agility, it was impossible for him to evade all strikes. Fortunately, Su Weijie's cultivation remained limited, and Lu had the silkworm soft armor for protection. As long as he avoided critical areas, he would not suffer serious injury to his bones or organs. Now, he merely needed to utilize his agility to mitigate damage and avoid being knocked off the stage. For the time being, he could endure without facing defeat. As for the pain from the energy strikes, he would simply grit his teeth and bear it. Lu Feiyun dodged left and right, managing to endure several more exchanges, during which he was struck by the energy on numerous occasions, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. Su Weijie, witnessing Lu's pained expression, reveled in the satisfaction of striking his adversary. This sense of vengeance was truly exhilarating. However, Lu Qianqian felt a mix of anger and resentment. Anger at Su Weijie's relentless assault on her brother and resentment at Lu Feiyun's stubbornness. Did he truly not realize he could concede? Knowing he could not defeat Su, why persist in this futile struggle? Did the Liu family genuinely expect him to become a renowned martial arts master? Fool, just admit defeat and beg for mercy. Su Weijia laughed. Why endure such needless suffering? I told you. You are not my opponent. Lu Feiyun, while evading, gritted his teeth defiantly. Concede? That is impossible. I shall see how many times you can unleash your 3 swords ascending to the sky. 20 times? 30? 50? Or even 100? You will eventually exhaust your vital energy. In that case, I shall strike you 100 times. Su Weijia, provoked by Lu Feiyun's defiance, declared, even if you bear protective armor, and even if my 3 swords ascending to the sky lacks the power to cripple you, you cannot escape the pain. After all, silkworm soft armor is not solid armor. It cannot fully negate the penetrating force of my attacks. I cannot believe you can endure this excruciating pain for long. Subsequently, Su Weijia unleashed his 3 swords soaring into the sky repeatedly, while Lu Feiyun evaded each assault, though inevitably suffering 1 or 2 strikes from the energy waves each time. As time progressed, Lu Feiyun's speed of evasion gradually diminished, while Su Weijia's energy waves became increasingly feeble. This battle had already persisted for nearly half an hour, whereas, logically, each bout should not exceed a quarter of an hour. For reasons unknown, however, the overseer of the duel had yet to terminate the contest, leading to a growing number of spectators below. An elderly man, having observed for quite some time, stroked his beard and muttered to himself, "This truly is a tiresome battle." One relies solely on a single technique, exploiting loopholes in the rules, while the other merely dodges, unable to evade all 3 energy waves, inevitably enduring a few blows and suffering unnecessarily. Nevertheless, both possess their merits. One has devoted himself to mastering a single art, achieving remarkable proficiency. The other exhibits rare perseverance and mental fortitude. I wonder which of the 2 will falter first in this clumsy war of attrition. Chapter 65. A Pyrrhic victory. The confrontation between Lu Feiyun and Su Weijia had extended for nearly half an hour. Though no bones or vital organs were harmed, Lu Feiyun could certainly feel his body covered in bruises. Even with his extraordinary endurance, he could not suppress the low cries of pain that escaped his lips. Su Weijia, too, was in a state of distress. He had long sensed that the vital energy within him was nearing depletion and feared he could scarcely unleash the 3 swords soaring into the sky any further. He had not anticipated Lu Feiyun's remarkable resilience and fortitude. Are you a masochist? Do you not feel pain? Pain? How could I not feel pain? Yet, do you think this minor discomfort will compel me to surrender? I assure you, it will not be so easily accomplished. And you? How many more times can you execute the 3 swords soaring into the sky? Your energy must surely be running low as well. What of it if my energy is exhausted? Even without the 3 swords soaring into the sky, I can still strike you down with mere physical strength and conventional swordplay, with gritted teeth. Su Weijia resolved to abandon the 3 swords soaring into the sky. Channeling the last remnants of his energy into his meridians, he leaped forward, intent on engaging Lu Feiyun in close combat. Ordinary techniques, such as the wind rises and cloud surge swordplay, could naturally be enhanced with energy infusion, but even without energy, sheer physical power remained a viable option, albeit with diminished impact. It was about time. Although the 3 swords soaring into the sky proved effective in this arena, rendering that boy defenseless, he possesses protective armor and fears neither pain nor exhaustion, beyond merely experiencing the fleeting thrill of exertion. What substantial advantage does it yield? It would be far more prudent to engage in close combat and utilize my strength to force him off the stage. Your disciple, it seems, harbors an extraordinary animosity towards that boy. Otherwise, he would not act in such a manner. The elder remarked to his companion. Qi Xuanyu, who had only recently arrived, was taken aback to find his master observing the duel between 2 unknown youths. My disciple had some grievances with that Lu family's boy prior to joining our sect, hence this rivalry. Youth. Where is the rationality in their actions? As long as it does not go too far. I believe his potential is commendable, though regrettably, his foundation is unstable. In response to your master, he was merely a well until 2 years ago, when he finally awakened and dedicated himself to rigorous training. To awaken is already a rarity. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping upon his lips. That Lu family boy is indeed quite intriguing. It appears your disciple is about to face defeat. Su Weijia, having forsaken the three swords soaring into the sky, approached Lu Feiyun once more. However, this time, Lu Feiyun did not evade. Instead, he advanced boldly. When their swords clashed, Lu Feiyun was sent flying, yet curiously, he did not retreat. Instead, he harnessed the momentum to leap high into the air, descending several feet before thrusting his sword downwards towards Su Weijie. Su Weijie swung his sword to parry, but Lu Feiyun once again utilized the force to soar upwards, then descended to attack Su Weijie once more. This exchange continued for several rounds, with Lu Feiyun consistently leveraging upward momentum before launching downward strikes against Su Weijie. Su Weijie felt the mounting force behind Lu Feiyun's strikes and gradually found himself unable to sustain the pressure. What a splendid technique! The young master is utilizing that boy's strength against him, effectively conserving his own energy, as if compelling the boy to strike himself. While the principle may be simple, its execution is exceedingly challenging, requiring exceptional control over the direction of force and an acute anticipation of the opponent's sword movements. Qin Sheng praised, simultaneously offering solace to Lu Qianqian. Su Weijie, increasingly anxious as he realized he would undoubtedly lose if this exchange continued, steeled himself. After sending Lu Feiyun soaring once more, he unleashed a final surge of energy to execute the three swords soaring into the sky, sending three energy waves shooting upwards. Caught in midair with no means to evade, Lu Feiyun could only strive to adjust his position to avoid critical strikes. The three energy waves struck him, and as he was already descending to launch another attack on Su Weijie, he found himself propelled upwards again. Seizing the opportunity, Su Weijie sidestepped, gasping for breath, and paused to recuperate, having expended an overwhelming amount of energy during the previous exchanges. With no means to borrow strength, Lu Feiyun was forced to land. He dared not grant Su Weijie the chance to recover and immediately charged towards him. The two swords clashed incessantly, yet Su Weijie's strength had significantly waned, rendering him incapable of repelling Lu Feiyun any longer. They exchanged blows in a manner surprisingly balanced. Since the commencement of this duel, Lu Feiyun had predominantly focused on evasion and leveraging Su Weijie's strength, resulting in far less fatigue than Su Weijie, who had nearly exhausted his energy reserves. For martial practitioners, vital energy primarily serves to activate secret techniques, commonly referred to as ultimate moves, such as the three swords soaring into the sky. In contrast, ordinary combat techniques consume minimal energy and mainly rely on physical stamina, like the Wind Rises and Cloud Surge swordplay or the Illusory Blossoms swordplay. To replenish vital energy, one must cultivate techniques to draw external spiritual energy into the body, completing a certain number of circulations to convert a portion of that spiritual energy into vital energy. During this transformation, one can alter their physical form, influencing attributes like strength and speed, while also enhancing the body's capacity to store vital energy. This encapsulates the essence of the martial cultivation system, which seeks to refine spiritual energy into vital energy, strengthen the body, amplify the potency of martial techniques, and even execute secret techniques reliant on vital energy consumption. After engaging in close combat for several more rounds, Lu Feiyun and Su Weijie remained evenly matched. Su Weijie, panting heavily, taunted, "I have long stated that you are no match for me, even devoid of secret techniques. You cannot triumph over me. I am well aware of the cultivation method you employ. It is utterly worthless." Ha ha ha. Lu Feiyun, refusing to respond, suddenly altered his approach, unveiling a new sword technique that astonished many onlookers. What is this swordplay? How has it never been seen before? Wait, this swordplay is peculiar. It appears to be an ordinary technique, yet it carries a distinct essence. Could it be a technique of the secret arts? The Su fellow is in trouble now. This duel has become anything but tedious. Lu Feiyun summoned the vital energy from within his dantian, channeling it into his sword as he thrust towards Su Weijie. Su Weijie swung his sword to deflect, but in that fleeting moment, an energy wave was released, striking him. Su Weijie was initially startled but quickly smirked. "Lu Feiyun, are you merely tickling me with that energy wave?" Lu Feiyun remained silent, continuing to employ his new sword technique. After several more exchanges, not a single strike managed to breach an inch from Su Weijie's position, yet dozens of energy waves struck him in succession. Before long, Su Weijie sensed something amiss. Though each energy wave was relatively weak, they targeted specific acupoints. Remarkably, these acupoints, not belonging to a single meridian, began to interact in curious ways, rendering his right arm numb and devoid of sensation. Suddenly, he lost his grip on his sword, which clattered to the ground. But the ordeal was far from over. Soon, the entire right side of his body stiffened, rendering him immobile. Before Su Weijia could fully comprehend the shock, the tip of Lu Feiyun's short sword pressed against his throat, poised to take his life with the slightest thrust. Su Weijia, you have lost, Lu Feiyun declared calmly. Chapter 66, Partake in this duel? Lu Feiyun of Wuyin Peak emerged victorious. As the Overseer's declaration echoed through the arena, the battle finally reached its conclusion. Below the stage, discussions erupted once more. I never expected these two unremarkable individuals to possess such talent. That young man's final sword technique was unprecedented. I wonder who invented it. The three swords soaring into the sky was employed so carelessly. Clearly, that Su fellow has put in considerable effort. The resilience within that young man is also quite remarkable. Yet Lu Feiyun paid little heed to the spectators' chatter. Although he had emerged victorious, it was a hard-fought and fortuitous win. Until now, he had merely clung to an indomitable spirit, driven by an unwillingness to concede. Now that the outcome was determined, that fervor dissipated, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, causing the world to spin. He stumbled and fell onto the stage. Little brother! Lu Qianqian leaped onto the stage, rushing towards Lu Feiyun. Soon, several others followed, some assisting Lu Feiyun to his feet, while others checked on Su Weijia. Though Lu Feiyun had collapsed, his consciousness remained intact. He simply felt utterly drained and unable to move. At this moment, Lu Qianqian and Hua Shishio supported him on either side, assisting him to rise and placing him onto Mu Tu's back, from where he was carried down from the arena. Meanwhile, Su Weijia's half-paralyzed state gradually subsided under the impact of the spiritual energy fluctuations generated by his last remnants of vitality. At this juncture, fellow disciples from the inner sect came to his aid, unblocking the sealed acupoints, and within a brief moment, he regained his mobility. Although he felt a sense of reluctance, he had no choice but to accept reality, his face downcast and silent as he leapt off the stage. Approaching Qi Xuanyu, he lowered his head in shame and said, Master, I have brought shame upon you. Before Qi Xuanyu could respond, the head of the Breaking Cloud Sword Sect, who was also Qi Xuanyu's master, spoke first. At your age and with your cultivation level, to wield the three swords soaring to the sky with such ease is indeed remarkable. Had it not been for your lingering resentment and emotional turmoil, you would not have faced defeat. Remember, you must cultivate your character and maintain serenity, for that is the true path. Su Weijia, who had been feeling despondent and mentally clouded, momentarily failed to recognize such a distinguished figure due to his usual lack of close interaction with someone of such stature. Upon hearing the elder's words, he looked up and, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Qi Xuanyu glared at him, sternly stating, Do you remember the teachings of your grandmaster? Startled, Su Weijia quickly responded, I shall certainly remember the grandmaster's teachings. I shall certainly remember. After a brief rest, Lu Feiyun propped himself up and began utilizing his secret healing techniques to recuperate. At an unknown moment, Zhang Tingting and Chang Baoji, leading several disciples from the Medicine Fragrance Valley, arrived. Over the past 3 years, whenever Lu Feiyun visited the Medicine Fragrance Valley for Zhang Zhou's treatment of his peculiar ailments, he had engaged in many medical duels with the disciples there. Through these encounters, he had grown familiar with many of them, particularly Zhang Tingting and Chang Baoji, with whom he had developed a close rapport. Seeing Lu Feiyun practicing his healing techniques, Chang Baoji hurriedly unfastened the celestial silkworm armor he wore and placed his palms on Lu Feiyun's back, employing the Medicine Fragrance Valley's secret healing methods to accelerate his recovery. Observing the bruises of varying shades of red, blue, and purple across Lu Feiyun's chest, back, and shoulders, and hearing his occasional groans of pain, Lu Qianqian could not help but scold him. Lu Feiyun, what are you trying to prove? What victory are you seeking? You aspire to be a lord of a land. Do you truly need to charge into battle yourself? If you cannot win, then concede gracefully. Why must you belittle yourself? What use is the reputation of martial practitioners to you? Have you forgotten that your body is inherently weaker than others? Although your health has improved under the care of your uncle over the years, your constitution is still not on par with ordinary individuals. I had hoped that after these years of cultivating your character in the sect, you would have matured, but it seems you still possess the temperament of a child. Hua Shishio chimed in, Junior brother. You truly do not need to push yourself so hard. Does the reputation of our sect depend solely on your efforts? We are all aware of your condition. All you need to do is recover. As for our sect's reputation, we have second senior brother. His presence alone is sufficient to shake the entire sect. Zhang Tingting intervened. Enough. You all should speak less. The most pressing matter now is to help him calm his mind. Although these bruises are not serious, if left untreated, they may cause prolonged discomfort. Please do not disturb them further. After some time, once Chang Baoji and Lu Feiyun had completed their healing, Zhang Tingting took out a jar of bruise ointment and handed it to Lu Feiyun. Expressing his gratitude to both, Lu Feiyun then turned to Lu Qianqian and said, "Sister, please do not be angry. I promise I will not act so recklessly in the future." Let us hope so. Lu Qianqian knew Lu Feiyun's temperament well. Mere words would not sway him. With so many outsiders present, she refrained from further reprimanding him and instead shifted the topic, asking, "Where is that brat Shu? I've been here for a day and still haven't seen him. Oh, he must have been conscripted by someone from the sky-gazing pavilion to do some labor." Labor? Did he not participate in the grand competition? He did. But he won't be fighting anyone for a couple of days. He has already reached the master-disciple stage. There are no matches scheduled for these days. Master-disciple stage? In just 3 years, he has advanced from the peak of the disciple stage to the master-disciple stage. How is that possible? Lu Qianqian was taken aback, but soon accepted it. Anyone chosen by Father to be his direct disciple must surely be extraordinary. At the sky-gazing pavilion, Lu Shihu was locked in a fierce battle with the master of the cultivation realm. Occasionally knocked down, he cried out in dismay. Finally, after being toppled dozens of times, the master ceased his relentless assault. Very good, finally, our sky-gazing pavilion is making a name for itself. The master looked down at the prostrate Lu Shihu, a triumphant smile on his face. Lu Shihu struggled to stand, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and plaintively remarked to the master, "Uncle Master, I, Lu Shihu, am eager to fight, but you are hitting too hard. It's one thing to be knocked down 10 or 8 times, and even 20 or 30 times I could endure. But over 50 times? This is too much. You cannot truly treat me like an indestructible human punching bag. Stop your lamenting. Why complain? Come, today I shall teach you another technique. Lu Shihu, do you wish to learn?" "Yes. Why would I not want to? Uncle Master is the best to me." Upon hearing that there was a new technique to learn, Lu Shihu forgot his pain and joyfully rushed toward the master. Chapter 67. The Dark Horse. The Grand Sect competition was still underway, with match after match elevating certain individuals to prominence while others faced disheartening defeats. Some direct disciples, despite possessing greater training resources, displayed mediocre performances, eliciting sighs of disappointment. In truth, an individual's journey along the martial path is not solely determined by various objective conditions, but also by one's own martial will, which plays a decisive role. Even if one possesses extraordinary martial talent and ample resources, if they cannot endure the hardships of cultivation, if their practice is inconsistent, and if they neglect the training of various martial techniques and secret methods, then even if they can surpass ordinary individuals through special means, their actual combat power may not be substantial. The true capabilities of some less competent direct disciples were revealed. Several inner and even outer sect disciples began to shine in the competition, with some fortunate ones being re-evaluated by the sect, their status potentially rising. Simultaneously, the Misty Cloud sect, with its nearly 100 branches, gradually delineated strengths and weaknesses through the competition. Among these branches, the unassuming Misty Peak began to gain recognition. Although only 3 individuals from Misty Peak participated, they all managed to secure places within the top 300. Remarkably, all 3 exhibited previously unseen combat skills and techniques on stage, evidently innovations created by their master over recent years. The ability to continuously innovate on the martial path is something that most martial practitioners cannot achieve. It transcends mere cultivation level and strength, placing greater emphasis on comprehension. On the second day of the competition, after a night of recuperation, Lu Feiyun found his body significantly restored. Following a few more victories, he faced a boy of similar age. My name is Luotong. I dislike wasting time. Within 3 moves, I will ensure you withdraw from the competition. The boy opposite him declared confidently as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Luotong? That name sounds familiar, Lu Feiyun thought, but did not show weakness. Retorting, is that so? Are you that confident? Enough of your chatter. Prepare to face my attack. Luo Tong initiated the assault, relying solely on his bare hands to combat Lu Feiyun's short sword. Lu Feiyun lunged forward with his sword, but Luo Tong's hands moved with such force that the gust generated by his palms deflected Lu Feiyun's blade. Lu Feiyun was alarmed. This Luo Tong possesses immense strength. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, converting his thrust into a sweep aimed at Luo Tong's shoulder. Luo Tong dropped his shoulder to evade, casually striking out with a palm, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged toward Lu Feiyun like a tsunami. Encompassing a vast area, Lu Feiyun found himself unable to evade. He felt an overwhelming force approaching, akin to a wall of air pushing against him, and he was involuntarily forced backward. He could not ascertain how many steps he retreated, only to find himself suddenly falling off the stage. Fortunately, he managed to adjust his posture in time, avoiding a complete tumble. How formidable! Lu Feiyun marveled inwardly. That was too swift of a defeat. I lost before even reaching 3 moves. I truly am weak, Luo Tong declared arrogantly from the stage. Lu Feiyun felt a burning embarrassment on his face, unable to argue back, and could only bow his head in shame, conceding defeat. He had initially believed he could triumph over Su Weijie and considered himself somewhat skilled among his peers. Yet now it was evident that he was still far too weak. His previous string of victories had merely been due to not having encountered a genuine martial expert until now. The gap in strength was starkly revealed when he lost in just 2 moves. Ultimately, Lu Feiyun fell short of the top 100 in the cultivator group, ranking somewhere around 130. Lu Qianqian's spirits sank as she encountered Lu Feiyun among her fellow disciples, prompting a flurry of comforting words. Soon, the 3-day competition for the cultivators concluded, with Hu Lai achieving the best result among the trio from the Misty Peak lineage. Ranking 51st, Hua Shishio fell short, barely securing a position in the top 100 with a 97th rank. Regarding their performances, Gu Ban did not express excessive reproach, merely scolding Hu Lai and Hua Shishio, urging them to exert more effort in their cultivation henceforth. On the 4th day of the grand competition, the battles among the disciples of the cultivator group finally commenced. These youthful practitioners represented the true elite of the mysterious Cloud sect. Among them were newcomers participating in the cultivator group battles for the first time, as well as seasoned elites who had entered the cultivator realm years ago. The duels among these individuals promised to be far more thrilling than those in the cultivator group. On the first day, Qi Hanyu emerged as the most unexpected dark horse, achieving consecutive victories with remarkable ease at just 20 years old, effortlessly advancing into the top 32. Furthermore, the Miscellaneous Studies sect sent only 1 practitioner to compete, a mere 15-year-old who had just entered the cultivator realm 2 months prior, Lu Shihu. Logically speaking, given his age and cultivation level, coupled with the fact that he hailed from the weakest sect in the same realm, it seemed he would merely be going through the motions, likely unable to secure even a single victory. However, to everyone's astonishment, he advanced through the ranks, defeating opponent after opponent with the aid of an unusual set of soft armor. Each of his matches was a grueling battle of attrition, yet he managed to exhaust one adversary after another. This armor was peculiar, unlike any ordinary soft armor like the celestial silkworm armor. His soft armor could generate a barrier, mitigating the impact of both energy attacks and fierce winds. What was happening? Blades and swords were being halted half an inch from the armor. How could this be possible? This was cheating, a blatant act of deception. At such a young age, with such low cultivation, it was implausible for him to generate a protective barrier by himself. Not even those at the Earth realm could achieve such a feat. His armor was indeed suspicious. In a moment, many raised doubts, demanding the disqualification of Lu Shihu's results. Yet, a single statement from the head of the Miscellaneous Studies sect silenced the critics. Our sect does not primarily focus on self-cultivation. Relying on external aids is perfectly reasonable. What grounds do you have for discontent? Moreover, this armor is the result of our extensive research over the past few years, and Lu Shihu has contributed significantly to its development. Therefore, utilizing it in this grand competition is entirely appropriate. After the competition, the same kind of armor worn by this young man will be auctioned among the sect's disciples. If anyone has objections, feel free to forfeit your purchasing eligibility. I shall not sell to you regardless. Upon hearing this, some realized that the Miscellaneous Studies sect must have concocted some new invention, intending to experiment with its efficacy during the grand competition and promote it for future sales. The military of the Empire and various other martial organizations swiftly recognized the unique characteristics and implications of Lu Shihu's armor. A newcomer barely stepping into the cultivator realm could defeat numerous opponents far stronger than himself with this remarkable armor. What might happen if they donned it? Wouldn't it be akin to gaining an extra life? Before long, the doubts faded, and Lu Shihu's position in the top 32 was largely acknowledged. Chapter 68. The Assassin the Sect's grand competition finally entered its final day, and the rankings of the top 32 would soon be revealed. At this point, Lu Feiyun had transitioned from participant to spectator, his mood buoyant, especially since two individuals closely connected to him were among the 32 strong. Additionally, he had played a part in the creation of Lu Shihu's armor. Since joining the mysterious Cloud Sect 3 years ago, his life had revolved around 3 focal points: cultivating in the mysterious Cloud Sect, practicing medicine in the Medicine Fragrance Valley, and studying various subjects in the Miscellaneous Studies sect. The dual cultivation of medicine and martial arts had been his planned path since childhood, curing strange ailments and extending lifespan, necessitating the mastery of both the chaotic rebirth technique and medicinal secrets. Over the past 3 years, he had gradually liberated himself from dependence on medications, relying solely on periodic self-treatment through medical techniques. He understood that relying solely on his martial arts aptitude, no matter how diligently he expended resources, it would be challenging to become a top-tier martial artist. Instead, enhancing his overall strength through medical knowledge and forming alliances with powerful martial artists would be comparatively easier. His extraordinary memory, granted by his transmigration, greatly facilitated his medical studies. Moreover, the chaotic rebirth technique required a far deeper understanding of meridians than other techniques. In these 3 years, while his martial arts had progressed, his medical skills had advanced by leaps and bounds, as Zhang Zhou had taken him under his wing as an unofficial disciple. Furthermore, becoming a direct disciple of the Miscellaneous Studies sect had reshaped his understanding of this alternate world. Before entering the Miscellaneous Studies sect, Lu Feiyun had believed this world to be merely an ancient realm with powerful martial artists, or a low-tier cultivation world devoid of immortals and demons. However, his experiences over the past 3 years had completely overturned his prior perceptions. The technological level of this world was far more advanced than he had initially thought. However, this technology was predominantly based on crystal stones and was largely monopolized by a select few, making it difficult for ordinary people to access. For instance, the soft armor now worn by Lu Shihu was powered by crystal stones and constructed from special materials that formed an array, capable of generating a directional force field under specific manipulations. Such armor had existed since antiquity, commonly referred to as spiritual armor, which could also be crafted into hard armor. While not mysterious, spiritual armor was indeed rare, particularly due to its high demand for crystal quality. Over the years, the Miscellaneous Studies sect had diligently worked to reduce the requirements for crystal quality in spiritual armor, substituting ordinary green or yellow crystals for the expensive and scarce blue and purple crystals, thus yielding a more practical defensive force field. Upon learning of this, Lu Feiyun contributed numerous scientific ideas from his previous world, astonishing many of the seniors in the Miscellaneous Studies sect and inspiring fresh insights, leading to the creation of the spiritual armor now worn by Lu Shihu. Now, with this spiritual armor, Lu Shihu had surged into the top 32 of the cultivator group, ultimately achieving an impressive 16th place. When Lu Shihu withdrew from the competition, the Miscellaneous Studies sect announced that several sets of this spiritual armor had been produced, 3 of which would be awarded as prizes to the top 3 in the cultivator group. The remaining 9 sets would be auctioned off, starting at a baseline price of 1,000 taels of gold. This announcement sent many into a flurry, eagerly preparing funds to bid, though it seemed exorbitant to purchase a set of spiritual armor for 1,000 gold. It was worth noting that, previously, such armor was priceless and unavailable for purchase, even for those with wealth. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian expressed her desire to acquire a set, only to be dissuaded by Lu Feiyun. The spiritual armor isn't worth 1,000 gold, and it doesn't possess the extraordinary capabilities you imagine. While it played a role in Shihu's 16th rank, his inherent strength and combat experience were equally significant factors. Outsiders see a newcomer to the cultivator realm, with inferior combat prowess, achieving victories solely due to the spiritual armor, mistakenly believing it to be extraordinary. In truth, this is merely a trick employed by the Miscellaneous Studies sect. Please, sister, do not fall for it. Lu Qianqian scrutinized him skeptically for a long while before inquiring, "How do you know so much?" Lu Feiyun offered an awkward smile. "This idea was originally mine. After all, I am also a direct disciple of the Miscellaneous Studies sect." As the sect's grand competition drew to a close, Lu Feiyun's second senior brother, Qi Hanyu, achieved a remarkable 6th place among the top 10. While those who ranked above him were renowned young experts of the mysterious Cloud sect, possessing cultivation levels that far surpassed his own and being several years his senior. The reputation of the Misty Peak lineage was thus established, becoming known to many. Following this, the usual 2-day Talented Youth Conference and the Miscellaneous Studies sect's spiritual armor auction commenced. During these 2 days, with the assistance of Lu Feiyun and his friends, Lu Qianqian managed to recruit a number of martial artists. Over the past 3 years, the Lu family's business had flourished, necessitating an increasing number of personnel. Meanwhile, the Miscellaneous Studies sect profited immensely, with 9 sets of spiritual armor selling for over 30,000 taels of gold, bringing joy to the entire sect. Once the Talented Youth Conference concluded, Lu Qianqian bid farewell to Lu Feiyun and departed from the mysterious Cloud sect. The next step would be the selection trials for new disciples to join the sect. This time, Lu Feiyun transitioned from a participant to an overseer, representing the Miscellaneous Studies sect and supervising the One Sand Pass trials. After registering, the Outer Disciple Selection trials commenced, welcoming over 1,000 newcomers for their Inner Disciple trials. By afternoon, the previously quiet One Sand Pass buzzed with activity as numerous young individuals arrived, either opting to challenge the gatekeeper directly or engaging in recitations and answering questions. Originally, Lu Feiyun's role was merely to oversee, tasked with selecting individuals displaying talent or proficiency in miscellaneous studies. However, as some gatekeepers were injured by challengers, Lu Feiyun found himself compelled to take the stage as a gatekeeper. Shortly after dispatching 3 challengers, he faced the 4th. Noting the challenger's current rank, which placed him in the 100th position, Lu Feiyun inquired as per usual protocol, "Are you certain you wish to challenge me? If you can endure 10 exchanges with me, I shall consider you successful." The challenger, approximately 16 or 17 years old, responded with determination, "Yes, I wish to challenge you. I prefer direct confrontation to riddles and recitations. Are you ready? I am about to strike." Lu Feiyun signaled for the duel to commence, and the youth charged forward, launching a punch at him. Lu Feiyun calmly prepared to meet the blow, but upon contact, he immediately sensed something amiss. The young man's strength was surprisingly formidable. Moreover, in the next moment, Lu Feiyun felt a sharp pain surging through his palm. Instinctively, he withdrew his hand to evade, yet the young man swiftly pursued him, delivering several blows upon Lu Feiyun's body. Amidst the gaps of the young man's fingers, a flicker of green light appeared, simultaneously stabbing Lu Feiyun several times. Lu Feiyun immediately sensed that the areas of puncture transformed from pain to itchiness, then to numbness. Poison needles. An assassin? Who are you? Why resort to such insidious means to harm me? Who? I am the one who will take your life. Lu Feiyun, obediently embrace your death. The young man wore a sinister grin. Chapter 69. Antidote. Lu Feiyun could hardly fathom that among these trial takers, there existed someone who sought his life. As he hastily retreated, he shouted, "This person wields poison needles. Everyone, be cautious." Upon noticing that Lu Feiyun's agility far surpassed his own, making it difficult to catch up, the young man simply hurled all his poison needles towards Lu Feiyun, and no matter how swift Lu Feiyun was, he could not evade the incoming projectiles. Despite his best efforts to dodge, he still sustained several more hits. At this moment, several cultivators stationed at One Sand Pass reacted and sprang into action. Fearing that the young man might have remaining poison needles, they opted to attack using the force of their palm winds. The young man's cultivation and combat prowess seemed rather limited, and he was soon struck multiple times by the palm winds, collapsing to the ground. One of the martial artists approached to inspect the young man, only to find that his complexion had begun to darken, clearly indicating that he had been deeply poisoned. He likely would not survive much longer. Blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth as he intermittently chuckled menacingly. "The Onping Lu family shall have no successor. Ha ha ha. Lu Shihua, the butcher, deserves to be cut off from his lineage. Ha ha ha. North Wilderness, North Wilderness, North Wilderness." After repeatedly shouting North Wilderness, he suddenly gasped his last breath. Lu Feiyun had no time to ponder. first pressing several acupoints on his chest and infusing spiritual energy to protect his heart meridian. He then implored several members of the Kuwaitian pavilion nearby. I beseech a senior brother to go to Yaoxiang Valley and summon Brother Chang Baoji. I will surely reward you handsomely afterward. Upon finishing, he hurriedly sat cross-legged, beginning to channel the energy within his dantian, transforming it into a rhythmic flow of spiritual energy, circulating through specific meridian pathways. This was a secret technique for counteracting poison that Lu Feiyun had learned from Chang Baoji, requiring a high level of mastery over spiritual energy, yet effectively restraining the speed at which the poison would manifest. Among the Kuwaitian pavilion members, one was familiar with Lu Feiyun's standing and assured him, "Rest easy, junior brother, I will fetch Brother Chang within 15 minutes. With that, he dashed off. Lu Feiyun continued to suppress the invading poison with his spiritual energy. But the toxicity from the poison needles was exceedingly domineering, gradually permeating from his skin towards his internal organs, inflicting excruciating pain that made life feel worse than death. Were it not for the years spent cultivating the chaotic rebirth technique, which had honed his endurance against pain, he might have already fainted. If he lost consciousness and could no longer suppress the toxin with his techniques, he would surely perish within a quarter of an hour. The poison invading his heart meridian. Lu Feiyun struggled desperately, yet as the poison deepened, his consciousness inevitably began to blur. The sights and sounds around him gradually morphed into a surreal haze, and hallucinations began to appear. Time became indeterminate. It could have been mere moments, or perhaps several quarters or even hours, until he heard a strange voice echoing, "It's coming! It's coming!" Then everything went black, and he lost all consciousness. When Lu Feiyun opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a familiar wooden bed. Wasn't this the small room of Uncle Zhengzhou from Yaoxiang Valley? Could it be that Uncle Zhengzhou was once more using secret techniques to heal me? Yet, I distinctly remember that he hadn't used those techniques for quite some time. He had long since passed those techniques on to me. Recently, I have been the one employing secret techniques to heal and regulate my body. How did I end up back here? I remember. I was ambushed and poisoned. It seems I have survived. Lu Feiyun mulled over these thoughts for a while before his mind finally cleared. "You're awake?" A melodious voice chimed in. Lu Feiyun turned his head to see Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting placed her hand on his forehead, examined his eyelids, and gestured for him to open his mouth and stick out his tongue. After performing a pulse examination with her unique healing energy to check his internal condition, she sighed in relief, saying, "You truly are fortunate. Had I arrived 100 breaths later that day, your life would have been forfeit." "Lu Feiyun, how will you express your gratitude to me?" "Oh, it turns out that it wasn't Brother Chang who arrived that day, but you, junior sister. Call me senior sister. How many times have I told you this? You must address me as senior sister. Senior sister, you're younger than I, and your medical skills are inferior to mine. You lost our last medical wager, so why should I be called junior sister? What's wrong with that? This time, it was I who saved your life. Naturally, you should address me accordingly, however. If you truly refuse to change your address, I will let it slide." "Humph. You've been unconscious for several days. I must brew some medicinal porridge for you. Should I add some special herbs as well?" "Hee, little junior brother." Lu Feiyun discerned the emphasis she placed on special herbs and could hardly avoid understanding that she intended to include something that would cause him discomfort or embarrassment. He hastily replied, "What senior sister says is right. Senior sister is correct. Just prepare the ordinary medicinal porridge. There's no need to add any extra herbs. That would be quite wasteful. At least you are sensible." Zhang Tingting stood up and exited the room. It was then that Lu Feiyun realized that Zhang Tingting had likely been sitting by his bedside, watching over him for quite some time while he was unconscious. And a wave of inexplicable gratitude surged within him as soon as Zhang Tingting left. Hua Shixiao, looking as if she had just awakened from slumber, entered the room. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Feiyun learned that he had been in a deep slumber for 3 days and 3 nights. On the day he was attacked with poison needles, after sustaining severe poisoning, Zhang Tingting had arrived first, followed closely by Chang Baoji, and eventually, even the head of Yaoxiang Valley, Zhengzhou, had come. They employed secret techniques to suppress the poison and concocted a temporary antidote, laboring for over half an hour before they managed to control the spread of the toxin and gradually began detoxification, preserving his life. Subsequently, they had transported him to Yaoxiang Valley for continued observation and treatment until he finally awakened. During this period, It was primarily Zhang Tingting and Hua Shishio who were responsible for tending to him. Lu Feiyun sighed. I truly owe my life to them this time. Otherwise, I would have perished. And I must also thank that senior brother from the Kuwaitian pavilion. If he hadn't acted swiftly to summon help, I wouldn't have made it in time. Especially to you, senior sister and Tingting, for watching over me for 3 days and nights. I truly feel indebted. Although Hua Shishio appeared fatigued, she smiled and said, What are you saying? We have been fellow disciples for so many years. Caring for you is only natural. Besides, this task of caregiving falls to us women. You men, with your penchant for fighting and killing, are ill-suited for such duties. Even the esteemed healers of Yaoxiang Valley are capable of treating injuries. But taking care of someone is quite beyond them. Even the head of Yaoxiang Valley would find it challenging. Cough, cough. Zhang Zhou entered after a few dry coughs, clearly having overheard Hua Shishio's latter comments. Hua Shishio awkwardly stuck her tongue out, excusing herself to assist Zhang Tingting, and hurriedly exited the room. After examining Lu Feiyun, Zhang Zhou finally stated, The poison has mostly been eliminated and resolved. There is nothing to worry about regarding any after-effects. With a few more days of rest, you will be perfectly fine. Fortunately, the poisons utilized by those North Wilderness barbarians are rather rudimentary. While their toxicity is fierce, it is not difficult to deduce its components and toxicology, making the formulation of an antidote relatively straightforward. However, this incident is indeed quite peculiar. Peculiar? Could it be that the assassin harbors ulterior motives? Lu Feiyun couldn't help but inquire. Chapter 70. Clouds of suspicion. Zhang Zhou regarded Lu Feiyun, who lay upon the bed, and slowly replied, On the surface, this is merely a blood debt your father incurred. Years ago, your father led an army to devastate the North Wilderness, slaughtering nearly 1 million of its inhabitants, instilling fear in even the youngest of North Wilderness children. Many from the North Wilderness harbored deep-seated hatred towards your father, and the assassin was sent by the Songlong tribe of the North Wilderness, an elite death spy. North Wilderness, Songlong tribe, death spy. Lu Feiyun's understanding began to dawn. In this lifetime, his father, Lu Shihua, the Duke of Linan, hailed from the Lu family of Fufeng. However, he was not the legitimate eldest son and thus lacked the qualifications to inherit the title of Duke. His elevation to the Duke of Linan, becoming one of the few newly ennobled nobles in the past 2 to 3 decades, was largely attributed to his merit in vanquishing the North Wilderness. Over 20 years ago, Lu Shihua commanded an army to subdue the North Wilderness, decisively defeating nearly 300,000 armored cavalry with a force of 80,000 infantry and cavalry, obliterating the accumulated wealth of the North Wilderness tribes in an instant. Following that, he unleashed a bloody massacre upon the various wolf tribes that were then controlling the North Wilderness royal court, causing countless young lives to be lost tragically, instilling fear in the North Wilderness people for nearly 20 years, preventing them from descending southward to plunder and forcing them to engage in internal strife. Consequently, the border inhabitants of the empire enjoyed a temporary peace. It can be said that the tribes of the North Wilderness, especially the wolf tribes, harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Lu Shihua. Not to mention, since Lu Feiyun traversed into this world and departed home to study under the mysterious Cloud sect, assassination attempts from the North Wilderness had never ceased. It was only due to the retaliatory actions of the Lu family's Iron Guards and the Green Willow Guards that the frequency of such attempts had lessened significantly, until they had altogether ceased in the past 2 to 3 years. Unexpectedly, these barbarians from the Northern Wilderness have dared to infiltrate the mysterious Cloud sect to assassinate me. Zhang Zhou continued, however, there must be more to this than meets the eye regarding the Northern Wilderness assassin. You must understand that all participants in the sect's trials are strictly prohibited from carrying weapons or poison. That steel needle was nearly 1 inch long and, due to being coated with potent poison, difficult to conceal. How did he manage to smuggle it past the inspection? Moreover, your sudden assignment to Wonsan Pass on the morning of the incident raises further questions. How did the assassin obtain this information? Finally, who granted them the audacity to attack our sect's disciples openly during the recruitment trials? Master Uncle, do you imply that there must be an insider among us in the sect, aiding the Northern Wilderness people, which allowed them to strike successfully, nearly costing your life? Young one, from now on, even within the sect, you must remain vigilant. After all, we old fellows cannot be by your side at all times. Master Uncle Yuner understood. In the following days, Lu Feiyun recuperated quietly in the Medicine Fragrance Valley, only returning to the Misty Peak 5 days later. Upon his return, Lu Feiyun immediately sensed a distinct change in the atmosphere of Misty Peak. Previously desolate, it was now bustling with activity. The sect had opened its gates wide for recruitment, and the Misty Peak lineage had welcomed over 30 new disciples. Among them, 5 hailed from the Lu family, 4 from the Hua family, and Hu Lai had even brought in 2. Seeing that these connections accounted for a third of the total number, Lu Feiyun couldn't help but reflect, in this world, to advance further along the martial path, one must not only rely on personal talent and wealth, but also on interpersonal relationships. Simultaneously, Lu Feiyun could discern the disparities in martial prowess among the 11 individuals based on their current levels of cultivation. Although the Omping Lu family, of which he was a part, was a newly established noble lineage, it had risen through military merit, with many retainers being former military officers under his father, Lu Shihua, known for their martial integrity. Additionally, as territorial nobles, the populace within their domain provided the Lu family with significantly more resources than those of typical honor-bound nobles. Coupled with his mother's exceptional business acumen, the Lu family's wealth had rapidly accumulated, allowing for the provision of ample cultivation resources for aspiring martial artists. However, due to the Lu family's relatively short history, their depth of tradition was virtually non-existent, resulting in only one of the 5 entering Misty Peak becoming an inner sect disciple, while the remaining 4 were relegated to outer sect status. The Hua family, represented by Hua Shishio, although she seldom spoke of it, seemed to have a long-standing lineage, possibly predating the history of the current Dechan dynasty. Yet, Lu Feiyun had never heard of the Hua family while at home, indicating its decline over time. Nonetheless, its profound historical roots were still formidable, as evidenced by 2 of its 4 new disciples becoming inner sect members, while the other 2 remained as outer sect disciples. As for Hu Lai's Hu family, it was a recently risen merchant family, akin to what would be called a nouveau riche in Lu Feiyun's previous life. Merely a local tycoon with power limited to a county, comparable to the Su family of Qingyu before they ascended to the status of a county governor. The 2 individuals entering Misty Peak from the Hu family were merely registered disciples. Lu Feiyun's return naturally delighted several senior brothers. However, the eldest brother, Mu Tu, was taciturn and reserved, while the second brother, Qi Hanyu, appeared cold yet warm inside, both merely inquiring about his recovery and reminding him to take care of himself before going their separate ways. Only Hu Lai pulled Lu Feiyun aside to a secluded spot, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, before gravely stating, "Junior brother, your assassination incident has stirred quite a commotion. Even the sect leader has inquired about it. Although it has been classified as a mere personal vendetta, I have a nagging feeling that this matter is not as simple as it seems." Lu Feiyun was aware that his 3rd senior brother, known as the Smiling Fox, was astute, well-connected, and possessed a keen sense of observation. Having already received a warning from Zheng Zhou, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern upon hearing Hu Lai's words, prompting him to ask, "Third senior brother, what do you mean by that? Isn't the assassin's identity already confirmed?" Hu Lai pondered for a moment before continuing. "Indeed, the assassin hails from the northern wilderness, but the false identity he adopted does not belong to that region. The critical question is how he discerned your exact location and the role you played during the inner sect disciples' trial, as well as how he fulfilled the requirements for his assassination method. Achieving all of this alone is impossible. Third brother, are you suggesting that there is indeed an insider among the sect aiding the assassin? Not just one, but the insider's position within the sect is likely not low. And there may be more than one." Hu Lai's expression grew increasingly grave as he spoke. Chapter 71. Injured. Hu Lai continued, "Junior brother, reflect carefully on who made the decision to send you to Wansan Pass that morning and how many were aware of it. After you arrived at Wansan Pass, did anyone leave the area?" Lu Feiyun lowered his head in thought before replying, "That morning, it was my master, Cheng Shuyuan, who assigned me to go, primarily to assess if any of the participants possessed a particular skill in the miscellaneous studies. At that time, besides the 4 other cultivators from the Kuwaitian pavilion, there were no outsiders present. Upon reaching Wansan Pass, there were at least 50 or 60 individuals supervising, guarding, and testing, including disciples from the 8 gates. If anyone left, I would not have known. But how does this indicate that there is more than one insider and that they hold significant positions? It's quite simple. The sect has regulations stating that during the entry trial, aside from those directly involved, other disciples are not permitted to approach the trial area. Furthermore, once the trial commences, participants cannot move freely. All new recruits are prohibited from carrying weapons, and though that steel needle is relatively thin, its poison makes it difficult to hide, unless someone allows a lapse during the search, which ordinary disciples would not dare to do. The only thing that puzzles me is why the assassin chose to attack you during the trial rather than before or after. After hearing Hu Lai's words, Lu Feiyun found himself at a loss. After all, he had not been an exceptional individual in his previous life, merely an ordinary worker at the bottom of society. Since arriving in this world, he had been engaged in a constant struggle against illness, alternating between healing and cultivation. Upon joining the mysterious Cloud sect, he began studying various miscellaneous subjects, yet when it came to matters of strategy and intrigue, he was far from proficient, only able to recall plots from palace intrigue novels or dramas he had seen in his past life. In any case, you must remain cautious within the sect from now on. Hu Lai concluded. Lu Feiyun nodded. With Zhang Zhou's warning and Hu Lai's concerns, he recognized the need for heightened vigilance. As they spoke, they suddenly heard someone nearby calling out for them. They hurried from their secluded spot to find a newly admitted outer sect disciple searching for them. Upon spotting the two, the disciple quickly approached and respectfully said, "Seniors, you must come quickly. A brother from the Kuwaitian pavilion has arrived. It seems he has urgent matters to discuss with Lu brother." The disciple from the Kuwaitian pavilion was familiar to Lu Feiyun, and he appeared quite anxious. Upon seeing Lu Feiyun, he exclaimed, "Junior brother, come with me back to the Kuwaitian pavilion. Your junior brother has been seriously injured." "Which junior brother?" Lu Feiyun pressed on. "Who else could it be but Lu Shihu? Shihu? What happened to him? How severe are his injuries?" Lu Feiyun's heart raced as he bombarded the disciple with questions. "Quickly, follow me," the disciple urged. "Right? Let's hurry." Lu Feiyun, flustered with concern, nodded in agreement. Hu Lai, worried about Lu Feiyun's recent recovery from poisoning and still feeling weak, decided to accompany him as well. At the Kuwaitian pavilion, Lu Shihu lay bloodied, while a disciple from the Medicine Fragrance Valley tended to his wounds, cleaning and bandaging them. Lu Shihu grimaced in pain, cursing loudly, "Ouch! This hurts like hell. Damn you, Qian Wugo. Your strikes are so brutal. I won't let this go. Ah, it hurts. You money-grubbing Qian Wugo. For a few measly coins, you would do anything. I reckon you'll have money to spare but no life to spend it. Gah, why does it hurt so much? Arrogant Qian Wugo, don't think that just because I can't beat you now, I won't be able to in a year or so. I'll make you beg for mercy. Hey, could you ease up a bit? Senior brother?" Upon Lu Feiyun's arrival, he was initially taken aback by Lu Shihu's blood-soaked appearance. However, hearing his vigorous cries of pain and spirited curses surprised him. After examining Lu Shihu, he felt a mix of joy, anger, and confusion. With his assistance, the disciple from the Medicine Fragrance Valley quickly completed the bandaging and treatment. He turned to Lu Feiyun and inquired, "Junior brother, you have seen it as well. He has multiple fractures. Though none are particularly severe, the sheer number of injuries is quite concerning. It would be best to use the 9 Treasures healing powder to ensure that no underlying ailments remain. However, given my position within the valley, I am unable to procure it. I wonder if you might have a way to obtain some. That's quite manageable. I maintain a good relationship with our senior brother Chang Baoji. Upon your return to the valley, you can ask him for some. If he is unavailable, you may approach Sister Zhang Tingting as well. Just let them know it's for me. That's excellent. In that case, I shall go and seek the medicine at once. Farewell." Once the room was left with only Hu Lai and the 3 of them, Lu Feiyun observed Lu Shihu still cursing and groaning in pain, and remarked irritably, "Enough already. Stop howling. You won't die from this. So what's all the fuss about? It hurts, young master. This time it truly is excruciating. Were you never beaten before? Haven't you endured worse? If you can't tolerate this little pain, what are you made of? It's not a life-threatening injury, merely a dozen fractures and a score of bruises, nothing that will take your life. With the 9 Treasures healing powder, those fractures will heal in no time, leaving no lasting disabilities that could impede your cultivation. Your excessive sensitivity to pain is likely due to the sealed meridians in those bruised areas. Just endure it a bit longer and it shall pass. Now, tell me how you ended up in such a state. By the way, who exactly is that Qian Wugo?" Lu Shihu finally ceased his howling, gritting his teeth against the pain as he spoke. "If anyone else had said that to me, I would have surely cursed them to death. Can anyone truly endure such pain? Only you, young master, could tolerate this level of suffering. Besides, I have been beaten before. but that scoundrel's methods were truly bizarre. Even my spirit armor was ineffective against him. Each blow he dealt left me with an unbearable pain, suggesting it must be some secret technique. Enough with the nonsense. Get to the point. Speak of the person. Well, let's start with that Qian Wugo. It's worth mentioning that he once sought vengeance on our behalf, Lu Shihu said with a strange expression. Sought vengeance on our behalf. I am quite curious about this Qian Wugo, Lu Feiyun replied. Intrigued. Chapter 72 Analysis. Lu Shihu, enduring the intense pain, wore a peculiar expression as he recounted, years ago, when we participated in the inner sect disciple trials, we almost failed due to that Su Weijia's underhanded tactics. I intended to give him a good beating in the final round to vent my frustrations, but to my surprise, that coward surrendered voluntarily, which left me utterly frustrated. Unexpectedly, while Su Weijia evaded my wrath, he fell victim to Qian Wugo's extortion. In order to become an inner sect disciple, he was forced to pay Qian Wugo valuables worth 3,000 taels of gold. So it is him. Lu Feiyun finally recognized Qian Wugo as the personal bodyguard of Luo Tong, the young master of the Luo family, one of the 10 noble families of the empire. He recalled that he himself had been eliminated from the sect's grand competition due to defeat at Luo Tong's hands. Lu Feiyun, now puzzled, asked, "But how did you come into conflict with him? If it were a formal challenge, Qian Wugo should not have beaten you so badly." Lu Shihu spat bitterly. "It's all because of your assassination." "What does my assassination have to do with him?" Lu Feiyun queried, further perplexed. Lu Shihu winced in pain before continuing. "After your assassination, you were sent to Yaoxiang Valley, and seeing that I could not assist you there, I began to investigate the assassin. After several days of inquiry, I indeed discovered something. Before he attempted to assassinate you, the assassin met with Qian Wugo several times. The final meeting occurred just half an hour before the intersect disciple trials commenced, during which the assassin handed Qian Wugo a large bag of crystal stones worth no less than 100 taels of gold. Lu Feiyun frowned deeply, signaling for him to continue. After confirming the truth of this matter multiple times, I went to confront him today, but his attitude was exceedingly arrogant, claiming that the assassination had nothing to do with him and that his dealings with the assassin were of no concern to me. In the heat of the moment, we ended up in a fight, but I had no idea that Qian Wugo was so powerful. With his strength, he could easily rank among the top 16 of the cultivators group. Yet he chose to conceal his abilities during the competition. That scoundrel truly made me suffer. Ouch! It hurts." After listening to Lu Shihu's account, Lu Feiyun rubbed his temples and helplessly remarked, "Who can be blamed for this? You brought this upon yourself. I had thought that after spending 3 years in the Chutian Pavilion, you would have grown wiser, but alas, what am I to say to you?" "What? Shouldn't I seek him out for an explanation? He must be an accomplice to the assassin," Lu Shihu protested, failing to comprehend Lu Feiyun's reasoning. Lu Feiyun patiently explained, "If you could uncover such information, do you think my father's master, Master Wu Shuzi, would be incapable? My 2 masters could certainly find out. But did they determine that Qian Wugo was connected to my assassination? No. Moreover, has the news of Qian Wugo receiving the assassin's crystal stones spread within the sect? It likely hasn't, otherwise you would have known by now. What does this imply? It suggests that either Qian Wugo is indeed uninvolved with the assassination, or that he possesses an insider or backing within the sect strong enough to compel even the 3 sect masters to yield. Downplaying the severity of the incident, if you approach him now, it would only be inviting trouble. Do you truly believe that my Lu family can act recklessly within the Maiyun sect?" But the Earl, cough. "Spare me the trivialities. Focus on resting," Hu Lai interjected, having remained silent until now, cutting off Lu Shihu's impending remarks. Lu Shihu suddenly realized something and ceased his complaints, lying back down to groan in pain. Lu Feiyun, ignoring Lu Shihu, turned to Hu Lai and asked, "Senior brother, what is your perspective on this?" Hu Lai replied slowly, "If your Omping Lu family does not harbor deep enmity with the Luo family, it is evident that someone is sowing discord, hoping to reap the benefits while the clam and the herring clash. Your Lu family's strength pales in comparison to the Luo family, so it is likely that someone intends to use the Luo family's influence to strike at or even annihilate your Lu family. Shihu, the information you have on Qian Wugo, you obtained from the law enforcement hall, did you not?" How did you know?" Lu Shihu exclaimed in surprise. Hu Lai, however, disregarded him, continuing to address Lu Feiyun. "Originally, had it not been for the assassin, Orchestrating a conflict between you and the Luo family would have pointed the finger squarely at Su Weijie and his brother. After all, both your families have offended the Su brothers, yet neither of your families dares to provoke them. Thus, instigating a conflict between you would satisfy the Su brothers regardless of the outcome. However, if they intended to take your life, they would not have the courage or capability to do so. Hence, the true mastermind likely lies elsewhere. Lu Feiyun began to understand. Could it be? Hu Lai nodded. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient, Lu Feiyun sighed. No wonder it has come to this. Senior brother, what should I do now? Hu Lai pondered for a long moment before replying, there isn't much to do. Perhaps it would be best not to act at all, however, if you take that route. Your reputation may suffer significantly. Do nothing? That's true. If I were to confront the Luo family over this matter, I would be playing right into someone else's hands. If I were to provoke the Su brothers, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. If I were to confront the true culprit directly, I am afraid I would not measure up. Reputation? It merely means being mocked as a useless softy. Over the years, many have viewed me as a waste destined to fail. Adding the label of a softy changes little. If my life is short, what use is reputation? Lu Feiyun lamented, his expression turning bitter. Hu Lai offered consolation. I have heard from Master that with your current speed of cultivation, you will reach the realm of cultivator in just a few years, and living to the age of maturity is not out of the question. If you can endure hardship, achieving great perfection in the realm of cultivator and living for another 20 years should be entirely feasible. While reaching the age of 60 may be unlikely, you will have ample time, over 30 years, to establish your own endeavors. Little junior brother, there is no need to despair. Lu Feiyun chuckled lightly. Senior brother, there's no need for such encouragement. I have not lived enough yet. I will not succumb to despair. Moreover, my Lu family is grand. It is only fitting that I marry a beautiful wife and raise a few children, ensuring they grow to adulthood. My son to inherit the family business and my daughter to marry well, before I am content to depart this world. Ha ha ha, but tell me, do you think that person will rest assured that individual, despite having some background, would find it exceedingly difficult to take your life publicly within the sect? After all, your esteemed father holds significant weight among many high-ranking officials in the sect. Just remain vigilant. Lu Feiyun nodded, about to say more when they heard a voice from outside the pavilion calling, Lu junior brother, a certain Luo Tong is here to see you. Exchanging a glance with Hu Lai, Lu Feiyun promptly opened the pavilion door and called out, where is senior brother Luo? I shall meet him at once. Then a voice rang out, Lu junior brother, I have come to see if your servant has perished, and if you still have breath left in you. Chapter 73. Luo Tong outside the pavilion stood a youth with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. It was precisely during the Grand Sect competition that Luo Tong defeated Lu Feiyun. Observing Luo's arrogant demeanor, Lu Feiyun spoke coldly, Senior brother Luo, I appreciate your kind words. It seems I am not yet destined for death, so what brings you here? Are you here to flaunt your power or perhaps to apologize? Luo Tong, unfazed, cast a glance at Lu Feiyun and chuckled softly, apologize? I have done nothing wrong to you. So where is the need for an apology? As for flaunting my prowess, well, think as you please. I merely wish to see whether it will result in a fatality. Lu Feiyun furrowed his brows, displeasure evident on his face, and retorted, what if someone dies? And what if they don't? Seemingly indifferent to Lu Feiyun's attitude, Luo Tong continued, my brother Qian has always acted without restraint. Should he accidentally kill your servant, it wouldn't be proper not to express some form of compensation. After all, we are still fellow disciples of the same sect. If that were to happen, I would compensate you for the funeral expenses, and if that doesn't suffice, I could offer you 10 taels of gold to procure another servant. If he survives, then I shall cover the cost of some medicinal soup. If it weren't for the fact that we are from the same sect, and under the order of our master, who would bother with you? Lu Feiyun, seemingly enraged yet smiling bitterly, replied, is that so? If that is the case, then do as you please. Your intentions are your own concern. Regardless, since your men have already dealt with him, what is the point of all this idle chatter? Humph, you must understand. It was not my brother Qian who sought to strike your servant. It was your servant who came to us willingly. Indeed, who could blame me for having a foolish junior brother? So, senior brother Luo, please feel free to inspect the situation after you. With a sullen expression, Lu Feiyun extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Luo Tong, unceremoniously, strode into the pavilion. Outside the pavilion, 7 or 8 individuals were already watching from a distance. Occasionally pointing and whispering, Lu Feiyun cast a glance at the group, then paid them no further heed as he followed into the pavilion. Inside, Lu Shihu, who was groaning in pain, changed countenance upon seeing Luo Tong enter. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Feiyun silenced him with a look. Lu Shihu, upon realizing this, closed his eyes and turned his head, pretending that Luo Tong was not present. Seeing Lu Shihu, who was wrapped like a mummy, Luo Tong couldn't help but laugh. Humph! Oh dear! Lu Shihu, hearing Luo Tong's laughter, felt his injuries throb even more painfully. It seems Brother Qian has not truly intended to kill you. You appear to be in no immediate danger of dying in that case. I shall take my leave. Luo Tong cast a few more glances at Lu Shihu before preparing to depart. Lu Feiyun blocked Luo Tong's path, coldly stating, Senior Brother Luo, do you have nothing more to say? Are you leaving just like this? What more is there to say? Oh, are you referring to the assassination attempt against you? It is true that my brother Qian received the crystal from that assassin. However, that has nothing to do with you. Believe it or not, I have no obligation to explain myself. Is that so? Very well. I choose to believe your words. Luo Tong's eyes brightened, as if he were seeing Lu Feiyun in a new light. He gazed intently at Lu Feiyun for a long moment before saying with a hint of significance, You believe me so easily. Why not? Given your Luo family's strength, if our families were enemies, you would hardly resort to such elaborate schemes to kill me. Therefore, I trust your words. Besides, you surely dislike being exploited, don't you? Exploited? Humph. Even you are not a fool. Do you think I am? Luo Tong replied dismissively. I have far more important matters to attend to than to concern myself with trivialities. Since you are unharmed and not dead, I see no reason to linger here. Please, let me pass. Oh, and in the future, it would be wise for you to avoid wandering about alone in this sect. Some do not wish to see you here. Lu Feiyun nodded, stepping aside and gesturing for him to leave. After Luo Tong exited the pavilion, he suddenly turned back, as if recalling something. He pulled a yellow crystal from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. Consider this as the medicinal expenses for your servant. Farewell. With that, he held his head high and strode away with an air of arrogance. Lu Feiyun followed him outside, his expression dark and filled with resentment as he called out, Thank you. No need to see you off. Once Luo Tong had departed, Hu Lai sighed deeply and remarked, It seems that none of the direct descendants of these prominent families are to be underestimated. Nevertheless, this may serve to dissuade certain individuals from causing further trouble for the time being. Lu Feiyun could only smile wryly in response. What else can be done? If I do not display animosity toward Luo Tong, they will likely concoct other schemes. To be honest, I am somewhat grateful to Luo Tong. I suspect he came to see the so-called waste of a person I am for himself. Indeed, whether you appear overly weak or excessively strong, it will only lead him to look down upon you. He certainly resents being used as a pawn, yet he does not wish to create too much of a ruckus within the sect. After all, there exists an unwritten rule that disciples with deep-seated grudges may resolve their conflicts once they have achieved success and left the sect. However, during their time learning within the sect, they must not cause fatalities. This is one of the primary reasons why they cannot directly confront you and must resort to using others. Nevertheless, you must exercise caution. Junior brother, rest assured, senior brother, I know how to proceed. Just as Luo Tong suggested, I shall avoid wandering about alone. In any case, I have much to attend to daily, whether it be cultivation or studying. Leaving me little time for leisure. It should not pose much of an issue. That is good to hear. It is best that you think this way. And the following days, the incident of Lu Feiyun's assassination spread like wildfire, becoming a topic of discussion among many. Though some, Lu Feiyun appeared to be utterly spineless, hiding away within the sect and avoiding public appearances after the attempt on his life. Regarding the Luo family, who may have been involved in the assassination, he could only utter a few harsh words and swallow his anger, rendering him a useless waste in their eyes. To this, Lu Feiyun merely smiled and paid it no mind. Under the healing effects of the medicinal herbs from the Medicine Aroma Valley, and with Lu Feiyun's daily assistance through his healing techniques, Lu Shihu's injuries healed rapidly. Once fully recovered, he sought out Qian Wugo to issue a challenge, agreeing to a rematch a few months later. However, when the time came for their duel, Lu Shihu was once again soundly defeated by Qian Wugo. Fortunately, this time, The duel was supervised, unlike their previous clandestine fight. Although Qian Wugo still left him weeping and begging for mercy, he refrained from inflicting any severe injuries such as fractures. Within less than 10 days, Lu Shihu was back to his former self, lively and robust. Soon after, Lu Shihu sought another rematch, requesting to face Qian Wugo again in 2 months. Qian Wugo begrudgingly acquiesced. For the next 2 years, Lu Shihu challenged Qian Wugo every 2 to 3 months. Although he was consistently defeated and left in tears, he never seemed to learn his lesson, always arranging for the next encounter. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Feiyun had already turned 16, growing from a mere boy into a tall young man. One day, a letter from home arrived in his hands. After reading it, he murmured to himself, "It is time to return home." Chapter 74. Scheming atop mist-hidden peak, Lu Feiyun sat alone on a large rock, gazing into the distant mountains, deep valleys, cascading pools, and meandering streams. The mountain breeze occasionally swept through, lifting his long, dark-haired. At this moment, Lu Feiyun had shed the innocence of childhood, embodying the youthful vitality of a young man. It should be noted that Lu Feiyun's slender figure was not due to exceptional height, but rather a consequence of being quite thin. Although the cultivation of the chaotic rebirth technique extended his lifespan, it could not cure his peculiar ailment, which hindered his growth, preventing him from matching his father, Lu Shihu, in stature and robustness. Likewise, the ailment rendered his complexion somewhat paler than most men, but the genetic traits inherited from his mother bestowed upon him a notably delicate appearance. If assessed solely on his physique and looks, one might mistake him for a frail scholar rather than a martial artist. In fact, if not for the visible Adam's apple, one might even believe he was a girl disguised as a boy. For this reason, his playful companion, Hua Shishio, had once mischievously dressed him as a girl, applying exquisite makeup and adorning him in vibrant garments, successfully deceiving the majority, except for Zhang Tingting and Lu Shihu. Even the many fellow disciples on mist-hidden peak failed to recognize him. As Lu Feiyun gazed at the enchanting landscapes of the mysterious cloud sect, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. 5 years. I have spent 5 years in this mysterious cloud sect, and now, I am about to leave. However, before I bid farewell to the sect, there are a few matters that must be addressed. Young master? Captain who has sent word. The other party has agreed, and everything will proceed as planned. A young man, roughly the same age as Lu Feiyun, spoke respectfully nearby. This young man, named Lu Dun, was the highest ranked among the 5 youths sent by the Lu family to assist Lu Feiyun during the last grand opening of the mysterious cloud sect. Naturally becoming their leader, Lu Feiyun nodded, replying calmly, "I understand. By the way, how are the business dealings with my senior brothers and sisters progressing?" Everything is proceeding smoothly. With the assistance of Madame Hu, the Hu family has successfully extricated themselves from their predicament, and the business collaboration with you has begun to yield profits. Likewise, the ventures with the Hua and Zheng families have also seen significant gains. That is excellent news. From this moment forth, the affairs of this business shall be entrusted to your capable hands. Remember, these ventures are solely intended to strengthen my emotional ties with them, rather than to pursue profit. Therefore, concessions are permissible, but striving for profit is not. Whatever they offer is what we shall accept. Do you understand? Your subordinate comprehends. Furthermore, once I depart with Shihu, you must refrain from causing any disturbances and maintain a low profile. Acquiring skills is far more significant than seeking fame. The Mijuan sect is merely your illustrious starting point, not a place for establishing your name. Take heed. Take heed. Rest assured, young master, we shall bear this in mind. As Lu Feiyun returned to the residence situated on the mist-shrouded peak of the mountainside. He found Hua Shishio sternly supervising the others in their training. The once desolate misty peak had transformed, now bustling with dozens of residents. Hua Shishio moved among the practitioners, frequently offering corrections to those who faltered in their training. Observing her serious demeanor, Lu Feiyun found it quite amusing. She had once been the laziest among their small group of disciples, yet now she was the most diligent in overseeing her fellow juniors. "You're back. Now that you're here, hurry over and practice your swordsmanship." Hua Shishio coldly commanded Lu Dun as she spotted Lu Feiyun and him descending from the summit. Lu Dun promptly joined the throng of practitioners, earnestly engaging in their exercises. As the reigning matriarch of Misty Peak, no one dared to disregard her authority. Hua Shishio directed the others to continue their training while she stepped aside to speak with Lu Feiyun in private. Asking softly, "Are you leaving?" Lu Feiyun nodded. Indeed, I shall depart in approximately 10 days, and it will be quite a while before we see the illustrious Hua Shishio of Misty Peak again. Ah, it seems you've matured, and your heart has begun to wander. Are you thinking of women now? Should I introduce a few to you? No, no. Please refrain. I wouldn't dare trouble you. Moreover, my family has likely begun arranging matters already. Do not complicate things for me, then I must extend my congratulations in advance. Hua Shishio chuckled lightly before continuing. The concoctions you and Ting Ting devised, such as the water and dew, have proven remarkably effective. Far superior to traditional cosmetics. Our business has seen a significant increase in monthly profits. With this income, my influence within the family has grown considerably, and those old relics are no longer hastening my return to Mary. I owe much of this to your and Ting Ting's assistance. Assistance? It is merely a small business, a means for us to earn some pocket money. Look at you, so capable. You cough, and you find yourself wheezing. Enough of this chatter. I heard from that sly fox that you intend to deal with the Su brothers before leaving the sect. They have now allied with the Qi family, so do not underestimate them. The Qi family is not to be trifled with. Rest assured, senior sister, I will exercise caution. Besides, I am not alone in this. That is all I ask. When you arrive in the imperial capital, do seek out my brother. He has been there a year longer than you and is more familiar with the local circumstances. While he may not be particularly clever, he possesses a genuine heart toward friends and is most obedient to me. In a place like the imperial capital, rife with intrigue and deception, having a trustworthy friend is undoubtedly advantageous. Is that so? Then I shall certainly make an effort to cultivate a closer relationship with Brother Hua. Lu Feiyun was well aware that Hua Shishio referred to the eldest son of the Hua family, who was a year older than him and had been mentioned multiple times by her. In the days that followed, Lu Feiyun began bidding farewell to those dear to him, engaging in a series of farewell gatherings. Although he had rarely roamed the sect during the past 5 years, he had forged numerous friendships within the 4 sects, Yaoxiang Valley, Kuwaitian Pavilion, Yunhai Sword Sect, and Yunzhan Sect, where his father hailed from. Despite varying degrees of closeness, he shared connections with all of them. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths. Among the many who came to Mijuan sect, while seeking mastery of the arts was vital, expanding one's network was equally significant. On Chessboard Peak, Qi Xuanyu savored a cup of fragrant tea. Relishing the moment, a disciple stood respectfully by, quietly reporting something. Once he finished, Qi Xuanyu took a small sip, chuckling, "Ah, so the lad from the Lu family is about to leave. This is for the best." In the confines of the sect, there are indeed too many restrictions, which makes it quite inconvenient to act. However, once he steps outside the sect, it will be a different story. After all, the Lu family has amassed numerous enemies over the years. An unexpected mishap on his journey back would not be surprising. Arrange for his departure news to be disseminated. Before we take the stage, let us observe the unfolding drama. If our involvement is not required, that would be splendid indeed. Understood. As for Su Weiying, he had been enjoying a comfortable life in recent years. His younger brother, Su Weijie, had become a direct disciple of Elder Qi, and he himself had become a trusted confidant of Elder Qi. With such a formidable ally, his stature within the sect grew immensely. However, one thing that vexed him was that the Lu family waste, who had once humiliated him and nearly brought ruin to the Qi family, was still living quite well. 2 years prior, with the support of Elder Qi, he had meticulously orchestrated a perfect assassination attempt, nearly succeeding. Yet that waste's fate had proven resilient, allowing him to survive. Following that incident, Elder Qi opted to refrain from pursuing the waste further, leaving Su Weiying to watch helplessly as the waste continued to thrive within the sect. Unable to confront the waste anymore, he redirected his focus toward accumulating wealth. Over the past 2 years, while the family business had improved, it was still the family's money, making it inconvenient to use compared to the funds he could freely spend within the sect. As the captain of the law enforcement hall, he naturally had plenty of opportunities to profit. However, he exercised discretion, generally targeting outer disciples and registered disciples to avoid unnecessary trouble. For these individuals, Su Weiying often devised various schemes to amass wealth, with the resale of techniques and manuals being one such method. According to sect rules, outer disciples and registered disciples could only practice rudimentary techniques for free. To acquire superior manuals, they had to pay. However, the quality of manuals available through normal channels was often subpar, at such times. Su Weiying would sell relatively higher quality manuals at exorbitant prices. One day, a registered disciple approached him, expressing a desire to purchase a terrestrial-level technique manual. Offering a price of 300 taels of gold, Su Weijia recognized the name of the manual and understood that, despite being terrestrial level, the training requirements were stringent and difficult to master, rendering it a rather unremarkable choice. Although sect rules prohibited the sale of terrestrial-level manuals to registered disciples, such a mediocre manual would likely attract a foolish, wealthy disciple willing to pay, and even if Su Weijia sold it, he would not face serious repercussions, at most, a fine of a few dozen taels of gold. Another fat sheep had wandered into his grasp. In a secluded corner, Su Weiying watched as several disciples presented a large bag of crystal stones. His heart swelling with joy, he weighed the bag in his hands, estimating it to be around 30 taels, and upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of red crystal stones, with a satisfied smile. He handed over the terrestrial-level manual to the registered disciple, cautioning, "Remember, do not make a fuss. Ensure no one else knows." The disciples nodded vigorously, expressing their gratitude before hastily departing. Su Weiying did not bother to verify the quality of the crystal stones. Tucking the bag into his pocket, confident that a mere registered disciple would not dare deceive him. Humming a tune, he made his way home. However, scarcely 15 minutes had passed when the registered disciple hurried back to him. "Captain Su, please wait. There is an issue with the manual." The group of disciples panted, breathless. Su Weiying cast an irritated glance at them, responding impatiently, "An issue? What could possibly be wrong with the manual? Perhaps it is you who lacks cultivation and discernment." "Captain Su, while I may not have seen this manual before, I have heard rumors about it and witnessed others perform the techniques described within it. This manual should be a sword technique. Yet the one you sold me is merely an ordinary sword skill." "Ordinary sword skill? How can that be? Show it to me. This is utter nonsense. Can I not distinguish between techniques and skills?" Su Weiying extended his hand, demanding the manual he had just sold, his mind racing. If he had indeed made a mistake, he could simply exchange it. However, if he had not erred, he would not hesitate to teach this ignorant fellow a lesson. Retrieving the manual without refunding the crystal stones. What could a mere registered disciple do against him? Just as Su Weijia received the manual, he suddenly heard a loud shout. "Finally found you. It is right here." Following the voice, Su Weijia saw a group of over a dozen law enforcement disciples swiftly encircling him, including some of his own subordinates as well as others from different teams. "Captain Su, someone has reported that you have violated the law by privately reselling sect manuals. I wonder how Captain Su intends to explain this situation now?" a burly man in his 40s inquired. "Captain Chun, what is the meaning of this? You and I are both captains of the law enforcement hall, frequently crossing paths, and your actions have indeed crossed the line." "Captain Su, refrain from uttering such futile words. All you need to do is answer. Did you sell this secret manual to him without authorization? If so, what of it? If not, what then? Have you never sold this manual before?" Su Weiying retorted nonchalantly. Captain Chun sneered repeatedly. Selling a manual without authorization is certainly not a grave offense, but colluding with the Heavenly Demon sect to secretly sell our sect's celestial-level manual changes the nature of the matter entirely. With that, he lunged at Su Weiying, and several individuals from behind him followed suit. At that moment, Su Weijia sensed something amiss. Why were these people coming at him with such force, intent on inflicting serious harm? He quickly threw the manual aside, shouting, "Please, let us speak calmly before resorting to violence." However, Captain Chen and another individual showed no signs of halting their assault, continuing to strike at Su Weiying. Naturally, Su Weiying could not simply surrender. He fought back fiercely, and the three of them soon became entangled in a fierce battle, while the remaining individuals charged towards the named disciple. Su Weiying's cultivation was not weak. But Captain Chun was also formidable, especially with the addition of the recently risen enforcer, Chi Hanyu. Gradually, Su Weiying found himself at a disadvantage and was ultimately subdued by the two. "What are you doing? When did I ever collude with the Heavenly Demon sect and sell our sect's celestial-level cultivation manual to them? The only manual I sold was a rather useless earthly-level one, which would result in at most a fine of several dozen taels of gold. How can you use this as an excuse to harm me?" Though restrained, Su Weiying continued to protest loudly. "Is that so? Since you remain so defiant, let us ensure you are thoroughly convinced," Captain Chun coldly replied. He took the manual handed to him by his subordinate, casually opened it, and began to read aloud. With each word Su Weiying heard, his shock deepened. What was happening with this manual? The first page was indeed the earthly-level manual he had intended to sell. But upon reaching the second page, it had inexplicably transformed into a celestial-level cultivation manual. This is impossible. This manual must have been swapped. Su Weiying shouted. Swapped? Humph. The manual may have been swapped, but what about the crystal stones? I have reliable information that the heavenly demon sect offered you crystal stones worth over 1,000 taels of gold to obtain this celestial-level manual. Very well. Let us now see how many crystal stones you received from this heavenly demon sect spy. Captain Chen's expression was as cold as ice, devoid of emotion. As he spoke, he reached into Su Weiying's pocket, retrieved the bag of crystal stones, untied it, and poured its contents onto the ground. The stones fell one by one, varying in size and color, quickly strewn across the floor. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the stones. Just by observing their colors, they could roughly estimate their value, undoubtedly exceeding 1,000 taels of gold. Su Weiying stared at the colorful array of stones, struggling to believe what he saw. At this moment, he realized he had fallen into someone else's trap. Yet the individual who set the trap had truly spared no expense. These stones were worth not just 1,000 taels of gold, but possibly even 2,000 or more. In his view, the trap was not particularly sophisticated, even juvenile. However, with such a significant investment, even the most simplistic trap could prove effective and fatal. Yet he could not afford to sit idly by. He shouted vehemently at Captain Chen. This is a frame-up, a trap. I demand a joint investigation by the 4 elders. You cannot simply condemn me as a traitor based on your uncorroborated claims. He then glared at the named disciple who had purchased the cultivation manual, demanding, Who exactly are you? Why are you attempting to frame me? The disciple, now stripped of his earlier sycophancy, wore an expression of regret, calm and composed as he replied, What a pity! We were so close. The celestial-level manual and the secrets of spirit armor were almost within our grasp. If you had not hesitated to hand over the manual, we would not have been discovered. Since you intended to defect to our sect, why cling to such trivial wealth? Once you join the heavenly demon sect, will riches not flow abundantly to you? Nonsense! You just claimed the manual was incorrect and sought a refund. How can you now say otherwise? I understand now. You, the heavenly demon sect spy, are here to sow discord and deliberately incite infighting within our sect. Fellow disciples, do not fall victim to his schemes. Su Weijia, observing the numerous individuals present, thought it impossible that everyone was out to trap him. Aside from Captain Chen and Qi Hanyu from Misty Hidden Peak, the others were merely utilized as witnesses, and he still had a chance to clear his name. Truly, one cannot see the coffin without shedding tears, since you claim he is the one sowing discord and lying. Surely your own confidence would not lie as well. Captain Chen waved his hand, and 2 of Su Weiying's trusted subordinates stepped forward, recounting how Su Weiying had coerced and seduced them into participating in the theft of the celestial-level cultivation manual and spirit armor crafting techniques. One even produced a thin sheet of paper from the hardcover of the manual, which bore a bizarre diagram and some minute text. This is the formation diagram for the spirit armor. I have seen similar diagrams before. As for what specific spirit armor this diagram pertains to, only someone from the Sky Viewing Pavilion could provide a definitive answer. An enforcer with some knowledge of the formations examined the drawing and remarked. Captain Chen sneered. Su Weiying, Su Captain, what do you have to say now? Seeing that even his most trusted subordinates had betrayed him, Su Weiying's heart sank. It was clear that those wishing to deal with him wielded considerable influence within the sect. And setting this trap required not only substantial resources but also extensive planning. Unbeknownst to him, even his closest allies had been bribed. Initially, he suspected that the Lu family had uncovered something related to the previous assassination of Lu Feiyun and was retaliating against him. But now it seemed there were other players involved. The Lu family likely did not possess such power. At this moment, he could only hope that Elder Qi would be his ally.